I encounter my wife from a past life. She wishes to marry me once more, yet I have already developed feelings for another. What should I do? I await your guidance with urgency." On his way home from work, Han Sheng discovered that a little girl was following him. The girl, sporting twin ponytails and clutching a pink backpack, peeked out from behind a utility pole, casting furtive glances in his direction. Han Sheng scratched his head in confusion. He could not comprehend how this little girl was tracking him. Perhaps he was mistaken, and she was merely observing someone else. Han Sheng intended to disregard her, but unexpectedly, the little girl dashed towards him, arms outstretched to block his path. "Do you not recognize me?" she asked, tilting her head back to reveal a face awash with grievances, her youthful voice imbued with sorrow, as if she felt wronged by him. "Have we met before?" Han Sheng surveyed his surroundings, confirming that he was indeed the sole recipient of her attention. "Whoa, you heartless person, you have truly forgotten me," pouted the little girl, her large eyes brimming with glistening tears. "Hey, please don't cry." Han Sheng fumbled, bewildered by the situation. "Are you sure you have the right person? How could I mistake you? Even if you returned to ash, I would recognize you." The little girl wiped her tears, her expression shifting to one of seriousness, even anger. "Han Sheng, I never expected you to become so cowardly. You were once an unstoppable general, yet now you have been beaten to a pulp by a few children. If you continue to be so spineless, I shall lose all respect for you." Upon hearing her reference to a general, Han Sheng felt a sense of disarray within. He had indeed just been in a fight, and it seemed this little girl had witnessed him being thoroughly bested. He touched his swollen cheek, feeling quite embarrassed. "From this moment on, I shall urge you to train in martial arts, to restore you to the formidable general you once were." Han Sheng gazed at the little girl, a perplexed expression adorning his face, as he suspected she had watched too many dramas. "Do you not believe me?" She glared at him, displeased. "Then allow me to demonstrate whether I am fit to teach you." At that moment, a group of individuals rushed toward them on the street. Han Sheng turned to see the very people who had assaulted him earlier. "Fang Tianhua, what more do you want?" He pivoted, eyeing a boy with single eyelids warily, and frantically gestured for the little girl to leave. Upon noticing his subtle cue, the little girl smiled sweetly, taking hold of his larger hand. Her grip was warm and soft, but Han Sheng was anxious. She had completely misinterpreted his intentions. "Han Sheng, are you feeling defiant? You even sent your sister to threaten us. Let me tell you, if I do not leave you battered today, I will take your surname." Fang Tianhua seethed, gesturing angrily, as his companions lunged at Han Sheng like ravenous wolves. Without time to ponder the absurdity of the situation and fearing for the little girl's safety, Han Sheng quickly bent down and lifted her, making a hasty retreat. "Han Sheng, do not run. Let go of me," she protested, squirming in his grasp. "Be quiet. I will release you once we are out of harm's way. But those people are the ones I called over." "What?" Before Han Sheng could process her words, the little girl wriggled free from his hold and landed on the ground. He halted abruptly as a towering boy caught up, reaching out to grab him. "Do not lay a hand on my husband." The little girl roared like a fierce little tiger. She tossed her pink backpack to Han Sheng and leapt high, delivering a kick to the chest of the imposing boy. Her strength was insufficient to topple him, which frustrated her greatly. Regaining her footing, she swiftly withdrew a recorder from her backpack and began to jab at the eyes and armpits of her assailants with remarkable speed and precision. In less than half a minute, Fang Tianhua and his gang found themselves retreating in sheer terror, unable to catch the little girl, who had turned the tables and left them in disarray. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and get lost," she commanded, twirling the recorder in her hand as if preparing for another strike, causing Fang Tianhua and his cohort to retreat several steps in fear. "You did well, Han Sheng." Fang Tianhua shot him a venomous glare before turning to flee. He could hardly believe he had been bested by a little girl. Such news would surely invite ridicule. "Hee, husband, am I impressive?" The little girl gazed up at Han Sheng, her eyes sparkling with hope for praise. "You, Han Sheng was left speechless, astonished by her audacity. "Now do you believe that under my guidance, you could become the great general you once were?" "Wait a moment." Han Sheng's mind struggled to comprehend her words. "What do you mean by general and husband? I do not understand." The little girl pouted, her small lips forming a displeased line. "Husband, you promised to marry me for eternity. How could you so easily forget? I am lazy. We were married in our past life. Do you remember now?" "Past life?" Han Sheng was taken aback, unable to fathom the truth of her claim. "If there is indeed a past life, how do you still recall me?" Perhaps our love touched Meng Pa, and thus she did not allow me to drink the soup of forgetfulness on the Naya Bridge, allowing me to remember you," the little girl shyly proclaimed, her cheeks flushed. Han Chung rubbed his pained forehead, utterly skeptical of her fantastical assertions. He suspected she had indulged too much in dramas, leading to such delusions. "Well, thank you for your bravery earlier. It is getting late, you should head home. Husband, I have searched high and low for you. Are you now trying to send me away?" The little girl looked at him with teary eyes, on the verge of tears. Han Chung, flustered and unsure how to comfort her, was relieved when her phone rang from within her backpack. He quickly retrieved a flip phone and handed it to her. However, the little girl turned her head away, refusing to answer. "I do not wish to be with that woman. I want to live with you." The screen displayed the word mom. With no choice, Han Chung reluctantly answered the call. "Lizzie, where have you run off to now?" A worried female voice echoed through the receiver. "Ahem, I'm just a passerby. Your daughter is currently on Xinhua Road. Is Lizzie all right?" "Yes, she is perfectly fine. She simply does not wish to take the call. Please hurry and come to retrieve her." "Oh, Xinhua Road? I will be there shortly." Hanging up, Han Chung returned the pink backpack to the little girl. "Your mother will be here soon." The little girl pushed the backpack away, looking forlorn. "Husband, do you find me too young? In a few years I will grow up, and then—" Han Chung wished to quell her concerns but feared her tears, so he inquired, "Since you claim we were married in our past life, can you provide any evidence?" "I have proven it," the little girl exclaimed, patting her chest. "In our past life, you were a great general, and I was the renowned general of the Roman army. In this era, can you find a girl my age who is more formidable than I? That is evidence." Han Chung was somewhat speechless. "You have merely demonstrated your own prowess, but you have not substantiated that I was a general." The little girl tilted her head in contemplation. "If I am not mistaken, you should have 7 moles on the soles of your feet. There is a saying, with 7 stars beneath your feet, you command the world's armies. Am I wrong?" The girl's words left Han Chung momentarily dumbfounded. He was unsure if the 7 dark spots on his feet could indeed be classified as moles. Despite his reluctance to believe this unusual child, the fact that she could call him by name upon their first meeting and knew about the 7 moles beneath his feet was unsettling. Perhaps what she said was indeed true. There were certain matters Han Chung simply could not fathom. He scratched his head and looked at the little girl. "Regardless of whether what you say is true or false, you must go home now. Do you understand?" "I refuse." The little girl shook her head stubbornly. "Your skills are quite lacking at present, and I worry that those people will come looking for trouble again once I leave." Her concern for him warmed Han Cheng's heart, yet also brought him a headache. "They may indeed return, but if you accompany me home, your mother will surely tear me to shreds." After pondering for a moment, the little girl nodded helplessly. "You are right, I'm still too young, and that woman would never allow me to be with you." "How can you refer to your mother as that woman?" Han Chung could not help but scold her with a stern expression. "Humph. My mother is Lady Luo, whom even emperors must bow to. She is not a weak woman." Han Chung was at a loss for words, his head filled with confusion. The little girl huffed unhappily, and upon seeing Han Cheng's distressed expression, she turned her head away and mumbled awkwardly, "However, if you do not like how I refer to her, I shall amend it." Han Chung was about to offer her some advice when the little girl hurriedly pointed to her phone. "Since you wanted to go back, you must leave your phone number with me." "I thought you were from ancient times. I didn't expect you to know about phone numbers." Han Chung chuckled. "Of course, I have adapted to this new era." The little girl smiled broadly, her pride evident. Han Chung smiled as he entered his phone number into her device and then dialed his own number. "By the way, what is your name?" He glanced at the little girl, who did not respond. Instead, she blinked her large eyes at him. "Husband, have you truly forgotten me?" "Think carefully." With no other choice, Han Chung strained to recall. The little girl had mentioned her name was Lizzie and that she was the famous general of the Roman army. "Your name is Luo Lizzie, is it not?" "Yes, yes." The little girl nodded eagerly with a beaming smile. "What an amusing name." Han Chung saved it in his phone. Suddenly, the little girl extended her delicate hand. "Husband, could you please give me a key to your home?" "Of course." Han Chung nodded, though he hesitated to entrust such a key to this extraordinary girl. "But I worry you might frighten my parents." Upon hearing this, Lizzie became indignant. "Husband, you are lying. You live alone in a rented room, not with your parents." "How do you know that?" Han Chung was taken aback. "Humph. I have certainly investigated you. I even know that you have been flirting with a seductive girl at school. The reason those people targeted you was because of her. I do not care if you like her after all. Men have their concubines, but remember, marry for virtue, take concubines for beauty. That seductive girl can only be a minor concubine, while I—" "Ahem." Han Chang was drenched in sweat and hurriedly interrupted her, shifting the topic. I forgot to ask you, in which dynasty did we live in our past life? Has my husband finally acknowledged our relationship? We live in the kingdom of Ling Huang. Was there ever a dynasty called Ling Huang in ancient China? It was not of this place. Lizzie stamped her foot. The kingdom where my husband and I lived should be in another world, where 2 moons rise every night. Han Cheng was momentarily stunned, and Lizzie raised her hand again, reminding him of her request for the key. In a daze, Han Cheng handed over the key to his rental apartment to this unusual girl. Just as Lizzie secured the key, a red BMW Mini drove over and parked by the roadside. A mature woman dressed in black business attire stepped out of the car and sighed in relief upon seeing that Lizzie was unharmed. Lizzie, let us go home. This brother saved me just now. Can we invite him to dinner? Lizzie gazed at her mother with pleading eyes, her demeanor sweetly coaxing. You, what danger did you encounter? Liza's mother, relieved moments ago, was now alarmed. I did not encounter any danger. Han Cheng knew Lizzie was lying to get him to her house. She was just crossing the street slowly, and I merely helped her along. So that was it. Liza's mother nearly had a heart attack from her daughter's antics. Lizzie, you must not run off like that again. Understood, but we are discussing inviting this brother to dinner. All right. Liza's mother nodded and turned to look at Han Cheng. Before she could extend the invitation, Han Cheng declined directly. Having inadvertently encountered his wife from a past life, Han Cheng needed time to digest this revelation. Since he had refused, Liza's mother did not press the matter further. She took her visibly displeased daughter and led her into the car. Liza's mother thanked Han Cheng, promising to find a chance to express her gratitude later, before driving away. Watching the car disappear into the distance, Han Cheng remained rooted in place for quite a while. He still could not believe Liza's words, yet the peculiarity of this girl stirred something within him. Lost in thought, Han Cheng decided to embrace the situation and headed back to his residence. Upon returning to his rental apartment, he received a phone call from a student in his class, Chu Sinny, the very seductive girl Lizzie had mentioned. Mr. Han, I heard that Fong Tianhua hit you. Are you injured? I'm fine. Han Cheng felt embarrassed. He hadn't expected the news to spread so quickly. You can't be fine. Fong Tianhua has trained in Sanda. This incident is my fault. I should come see you. Han Cheng declined without hesitation. Although this incident was indeed related to Chu Sinny, he did not wish for her to visit him, especially since it was getting dark. A female student entering a male teacher's residence would be scandalous. Fong Tianhua harassed you during class, and, as your teacher, I expel them not just for you, but to maintain classroom discipline, so don't overthink it, Chu Sinny. But, enough. I need to have dinner now. I cannot chat any longer. He hung up the phone, tossing it onto the sofa with a long sigh. Being a teacher in this day and age was no easy task, especially for someone like him, freshly graduated from university, as the age gap with the students was minimal, and they showed him no fear. Earlier in the afternoon, Fong Tianhua had changed seats and bothered Chu Sinny during class, prompting Han Cheng to expel him from the classroom. Unbeknownst to him, as he left school after classes, he was ambushed by Fong Tianhua and several others. They could see that moment. Han Cheng found himself in a most disheveled state, utterly humiliated. This incident might have simply passed, but unexpectedly, Lori appeared, having left Fong Tianhua and his companions battered and bruised. Fong Tianhua, under the impression that Lori was his sister, must now loathe himself with a fervor he would undoubtedly become even more restless in class from now on. Contemplating such matters, Han Cheng felt a dull ache in his head. He found himself regretting his choice of the teaching profession, a job that was truly thankless and arduous. Resigning was not an immediate option, and thus, he was unable to change careers. He could only persist in his role as an educator. Perhaps he should entertain Lori's suggestion of training in martial arts with her. With such skills, he might possess the means to intimidate individuals like Fong Tianhua. Han Cheng resolved to seek Lori's guidance on martial arts seriously. Having made this decision, Han Cheng retreated to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. Afterwards, he rummaged through the cupboard and discovered a box of instant noodles for dinner. As the noodles required time to soak, he seized the opportunity to retrieve his first aid kit and tended to the swollen wounds on his face. Once he had applied the medication and affixed a bandage, Han Cheng went to wash his hands. Just as he intended to settle down with his noodles while watching television, the doorbell rang. Assuming it was Chu Sinny, ignoring his wishes to visit, he prepared to answer the door. However, before he could reach the entrance, the living room door swung open, revealing a cheerful little girl with twin ponytails, grinning brightly as she appeared in Han Cheng's line of sight. Chapter 3. Next time, be sure to seize the opportunity. He, my dear husband. Loli Z giggled as she waved at Han Chung, standing before the shoe cabinet. Unable to find suitable slippers, she decided to bounce over barefoot. How did you come over here? Han Chung was startled by the little girl. That woman went out, and I was bored at home. Besides, I was worried those people might come after you, my dear husband. Warmed by the little girl's concern, Han Chung felt a flicker of warmth in his heart, but he knew it was inappropriate. Once I finish my instant noodles, I will take you home. My dear husband, why are you eating this kind of food? Let me prepare dinner for you. Loli Z rolled up her sleeves, genuinely ready to head to the kitchen. No need. Han Chung quickly stopped her. The little girl was not even as tall as the kitchen counter, and he did not trust her ability to cook dinner. Loli Z looked at Han Chung with a hurt expression, her little face showing signs of being rejected. The noodles are already soaked. You can cook for me next time. Han Chung hastily issued an empty promise to shift her attention. Okay, that's what you said, my dear husband. Loli Z smiled sweetly, no longer concerned about Han Cheng's instant noodles. She wandered around barefoot, curiously exploring Han Cheng's living space. Han Chung finished his noodles in a few bites and quickly followed her into his room. Loli Z stood in his room, curiously examining his various belongings but refraining from touching anything. Han Chung picked up a dusty teddy bear and handed it to her, but to his surprise, she turned her head away defiantly. I don't like such childish things. Oh, I see. But this is a gift from my dear husband. I suppose I will make an exception and like it. Loli Z opened her arms and embraced the teddy bear. Han Chung couldn't help but chuckle. Please don't keep calling me my dear husband. It would be inappropriate if others heard. From now on, call me brother instead. The little girl, still clutching the teddy bear, puffed up her cheeks in displeasure but nodded. Then I'll call you my dear husband only when it's just the two of us. When others are around, I'll call you brother. Han Chung agreed to this arrangement and was about to suggest taking Loli Z home when the doorbell rang again. He suspected it was Chu Sinny and signaled for Loli Z to stay in the room while he went to open the door. Indeed, he guessed correctly. Standing outside was a graceful girl with long hair cascading down her shoulders. Han Chung was startled, despite his repeated requests for Chu Sinny not to visit. She had still come. Chu Sinny, upon seeing Han Cheng's bruised face, was equally taken aback, covering her mouth in guilt and concern. My dear husband, what happened? Loli Z, unable to contain herself, emerged from the room and saw Chu Sinny at the door. You did invite someone, didn't you? If I hadn't come tonight, wouldn't you two be? Han Chung hurriedly covered Loli Z's mouth, whispering urgently, didn't we agree that in front of others? You would call me brother? You just made that agreement to prevent that seductress from discovering my identity, right? Han Chung, I warn you, I am your legally wedded wife, and we are bound by the Emperor's decree. I know. Han Chung, drenched in sweat, explained anxiously. What happened this afternoon is related to her. She is here to visit me. Don't think too much about it. And remember, we live in a scientifically oriented society. Don't say strange things. If someone hears you, they might lock you in a dark room for dissection. Loli Z, aware that this era was remarkable, nodded in fear, agreeing to refrain from strange remarks. Chu Sinny was no stranger to Han Cheng's residence. She changed her shoes and entered the house, puzzled by the sight of Han Chung whispering with a little girl. This is my little sister, Lizzie. Han Chung smiled, introducing her to Chu Sinny. What an interesting name. Chu Sinny approached, wanting to pat Loli Z's head. However, Loli Z turned her head away in displeasure, huffing defiantly. Realizing she was unwelcome, Chu Sinny awkwardly withdrew her hand. Seeing this, Han Chung gestured for Chu Sinny to sit down, then gently pushed Loli Z back into the room. Worried she might lash out at Chu Sinny. Stay in the room quietly, all right? No. Loli Z glared at Han Chung. You two aren't planning to do something shameless behind my back, are you? Han Chung rubbed his forehead, utterly perplexed. You can stay out of the room, but please, don't say strange things or do anything odd. Only if that seductress behaves herself will I behave. Han Chung was at a loss for words, and he could only pat Loli Z's head before going to pour a cup of tea for Chu Sinny. Seeing this, Loli Z was extremely displeased. Han Chung quickly poured her a cup of tea and found a lollipop to stick in her mouth, hoping it would keep her quiet. At that moment, Chu Sinny took out some medicinal alcohol for bruises from her bag. Though Han Chung had asked her not to come over, she felt immense guilt upon learning he had been beaten by Fong Tianhua, believing it was her responsibility. How could she not visit him when he was hurt because of her? Seeing Chu Sinny's concerned expression, Han Chung smiled reassuringly. I'm fine. It's just a little bruise on my cheek. You say you're fine? Shu Sini scolded, staring at Han Cheng. You're a teacher, yet you got beaten by a student. That is quite a serious matter. Han Cheng smiled awkwardly, feeling embarrassed enough, and her words made him feel even more ashamed. Suddenly realizing her words were inappropriate, Shu Sini lowered her head, mumbling that she would have a word with Feng Tianhua. Hearing this, Han Cheng quickly stopped her. This really has nothing to do with you, and I can handle it. If you go to Feng Tianhua, it would be like sending a sheep into a tiger's den. Teacher Han, I'm a class monitor. Even if this matter doesn't concern me, I still have a duty to manage the class's discipline. Since you want let me confront Feng Tianhua. I will ask my father for help. Please don't do that. Han Cheng waved his hands frantically. He knew that, as a responsible class monitor, Shu Sini was serious, and her words were not merely empty threats. If she truly sought her father's assistance, he would likely think there was something inappropriate between her and her teacher. At that moment, Han Cheng desperately wished Lo Lizi would cause a ruckus, but to his surprise, the little girl was happily eating her lollipop, appearing exceptionally well-behaved. After chatting for a while, Shu Sini decided to leave, realizing it was late and she would be reprimanded at home. Han Cheng escorted her downstairs, sternly reminding her not to do anything reckless. Shu Sini nodded, smiling as she waved goodbye and rode off on her bicycle. Watching Shu Sini leave, Han Cheng returned upstairs to find Lo Lizi eagerly looking at him. Did anything happen between you two? Han Cheng shook his head, surprised to see the little girl getting angry. You're such a fool. You deserve to eat instant noodles. Do you think something should happen between me and her? Han Cheng asked in astonishment. You were extremely angry when you saw her just now. Exactly. Lo Lizi nodded vigorously. Even though I don't like her much, I thought about it. After all, I can't take care of you right now. If you take her as a concubine, she will cook and do laundry for you. You want have to eat instant noodles. Han Cheng was utterly confused and couldn't keep up with Lo Lizi's logic. And also, Lo Lizi stood on the sofa, scolding Han Cheng. This afternoon, you were beaten up because of her. It's only right that she should repay your kindness. My dear husband, you really are a fool. You're driving me crazy. The little girl was remarkably fierce. She leaped from the sofa and collided her head forcefully against Han Cheng's forehead. Her head was as hard as stone. After the impact, Han Cheng felt dizzy, as if he were intoxicated, while the girl merely touched her head, unfazed. Humph, I'm going back now. Otherwise, that woman will be frantic if she finds me missing. With a huff, she jumped off the sofa. Before leaving, she reminded Han Cheng, next time, you must seize the opportunity. And remember, I am the wife, and she is the concubine. Han Cheng intended to see her home, but unexpectedly found himself so weary that he could barely keep his eyes open, as if he had ingested a sleeping potion. After Lo Lizi departed, he lay on the sofa, closed his eyes, and fell into slumber, only to be greeted by peculiar visions. Chapter 4. Is the relationship between her and me not as good as I thought? As he drifted into sleep, Han Cheng envisioned a man clad in golden armor, riding a magnificent steed, leading thousands of warriors into battle. This golden-armored general seemed to have divine assistance, effortlessly routing his enemies. Han Cheng also witnessed the general's triumphant return, with the entire city lining the streets to cheer for him. When the general removed his helmet to reveal his face, Han Cheng was astonished to find that he bore a striking resemblance to himself. The one there to welcome him was not an emperor, but a bride adorned with a phoenix crown and a flowing veil. As the bride lifted her veil, Han Cheng saw a countenance of exquisite beauty, and a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps this was what Lo Lizi would look like when she grew up. This bride was no ordinary person. On their wedding night, she boldly led her husband to the rooftop beneath the twin full moons, where they drank and practiced swordplay. Han Cheng believed he was dreaming, yet everything felt so real, as if he had lived through it himself. He could sense the stench of death from the battlefield, hear the cheers of triumph upon returning, taste the fragrance of fine wine, feel the softness of the bride's delicate hand, and bear the weight of responsibility and expectation, along with profound love. When Han Cheng awoke, it was already the following day. He had no doubt that Lo Lizi was indeed his wife from past life. However, while she possessed memories from that existence, he was not so fortunate. Even though he believed Lo Lizi's words to be true, he recognized that he was not a great general. He was merely a high school teacher. He picked up his phone, hesitated for a moment, then ultimately set it down. He wanted to share with Lo Lizi the scenes he had dreamt of, to express his belief in her. Yet, He feared that revealing such things would only drive the little girl to become even more uncontrollable. Better not to tell her. With his face already back to normal, Han Chung freshened up and went downstairs to buy breakfast. While eating, he walked towards Haiba No. 1 High School. As he neared the school, he spotted a boy with single eyelids standing at the entrance, seemingly waiting for someone. Han Cheng's heart sank. It was evident that Fong Tianhua was waiting for him. After being reprimanded by Luo Lizi the previous afternoon, he must have felt indignant. Hence his presence there early in the morning. Furrowing his brows, Han Chung approached the school, guessing Fong Tianhua's intentions, yet feeling no fear. "Hey, Han Sheng, I thought you would bring your sister to school," Fong Tianhua remarked with a mocking smile upon seeing Han Chung alone. "What? Are you here to seek revenge on me?" Han Chung asked, visibly displeased. "Indeed," Fong Tianhua boldly admitted. "Few witnesses were present when I struck you yesterday, so I regretted it a bit. Now, I plan to beat you at the school gate, turning you into a laughingstock for the entire school." Such words from a student directed at a teacher were exceedingly audacious. Han Chung felt a twinge of anxiety, but he did not reveal it. He frowned at Fong Tianhua. "Is it merely because I reprimanded you in class that you feel humiliated, prompting you to act like this? Of course, it's not just that. You know very well what I'm referring to." "What?" Before Han Chung could react, Fong Tianhua swung his fist at him right in the bustling entrance of Haiba No. 1 High School. As Fong Tianhua's punch neared his face, Han Chung attempted to dodge, but found his feet inexplicably glued to the ground. What was happening? He thought in alarm. As Fong Tianhua's fist drew closer, Han Chung, unable to resist the urge, instinctively raised his hand, accurately blocking the incoming blow. Smack! Fong Tianhua's fist connected with Han Cheng's palm. Perhaps due to the angle, Han Chung didn't feel much pain. Fong Tianhua was taken aback that Han Chung had managed to block his punch, but having trained in combat skills, he swiftly retracted his fist and aimed a kick at Han Chung. Han Cheng's foot also moved of its own accord, deftly evading Fong Tianhua's fierce strike. No longer willing to play defense, Han Chung chose to attack. He seized Fong Tianhua by the collar, yanked him forward, and delivered a powerful knee strike to his soft abdomen. As Han Chung released him, Fong Tianhua collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain, violently vomiting the breakfast he had consumed not long before. A crowd of students had gathered, many of them snapping pictures of Fong Tianhua. Just moments ago, he had declared that Han Chung would become the laughingstock of the school. Little did he know, it was he who would end up in that position. Staring at Fong Tianhua on the ground, Han Chung found it hard to believe that he had been the one to bring him down. Every move had been executed with remarkable precision, as if he had acquired martial prowess. The memory of last night's dream flashed in his mind. Perhaps it was because of that dream that he had transformed in such a way. Although it seemed unbelievable, Luo Lizi's situation was even more extraordinary, as she possessed memories from a past life. Coming back to reality, Han Chung couldn't help but smile with delight, though he soon felt a wave of pain throughout his body. While he had gained the skills from his previous life, this body was too weak to sustain such exertions. Han Chung resolved to train diligently moving forward. Just then a short, stout middle-aged man emerged from the crowd and shouted at him, "Teacher Han, what are you doing? Have you forgotten that you are a teacher publicly assaulting a student at the school gate?" Taken aback, Han Chung suddenly remembered that they were at the school entrance, surrounded by a throng of students. The furious middle-aged man before him was Ma Dui, Fong Tianhua's homeroom teacher. Han Chung did not deny having hit Fong Tianhua, but he couldn't help but retort, "Mr. Ma, Fong Tianhua attacked me first, so I—" "He attacked you where?" Ma Dui bellowed loudly. "You are unscathed, yet you have left Fong Tianhua in this state. How could you be so ruthless? Do you not wish to be a teacher anymore? I will report this to the school administration. Prepare for disciplinary action." Ma Dui assisted the weakened Fong Tianhua, calling over a boy to help him carry Fong Tianhua into the school, hastily heading toward the infirmary. Han Chung never anticipated the situation would escalate like this. Being at the school gate, with so many students witnessing his actions, he could hardly deny the truth. The fact that he had assaulted a student was indisputable, and he was uncertain how the school would respond. Feeling overwhelmed, Han Chung scratched his head as he walked into the school. He recalled Fong Tianhua's earlier words, "You know very well what I'm referring to," and pondered their meaning, unable to comprehend. Entering the first-year teacher's office, Han Chung immediately noticed all the teachers turn to look at him, clearly already aware of the events that had transpired at the school gate. Han Sheng was not familiar with the teachers in the office. He did not greet anyone as he walked directly to his desk. Han teacher, a female teacher in a light blue blazer, approached him briskly, her gaze serious. Did you hit Fong Tianhua? Or did he hit you? Are you asking about what just happened? The woman before him was Lin, a new teacher who joined the school this summer alongside Han Sheng. Among all the teachers in the office, she had the closest relationship with him. I am referring to both the recent incident and yesterday's events. And Lin replied earnestly, having heard about the altercation that took place the day before. Yesterday, it was Fong Tianhua who hit me. Just now I retaliated. Han Sheng responded truthfully. Upon hearing this, and Lin frowned, her delicate brows knitting together. Han teacher, are you seeking revenge on Fong Tianhua? How could you be so impulsive to act out in front of the school gate? I did not seek revenge. Han Sheng quickly clarified. He aimed to confront me, and I was merely defending myself. Is that truly the case? And Lin appeared skeptical of Han Sheng's words. The surveillance at the school gate should have captured the incident. Very well, I will check the footage. And Lin turned on her heel to leave, leaving Han Sheng momentarily stunned. It seemed she was aware that Ma Dui would lodge a complaint against him. Thus, she was assisting him. However, he questioned the depth of their relationship. Was it truly that close? Chapter 5. In truth, I hope for equitable exchange. With Lin's assistance, Han Sheng chose not to dwell on the recent events. He planned to prepare for his lessons, but the arrival of Chu Sini interrupted his thoughts. Standing at the office door, she knocked and called out, Han teacher. Han Sheng had no choice but to rise and approach her. Noticing the anxious expression on Chu Sini's face, Han Sheng realized she sought him out due to the earlier incident. Sure enough, as he stepped out of the office, she impatiently inquired, Han teacher, did you fight with Fong Tianhua again? Chu Sini scanned Han Sheng from head to toe, assessing if he had sustained any injuries. I heard you knock Fong Tianhua down. I thought I misheard. Did you really manage to do that? Do you think I was the one who got knocked down? Han Sheng felt disheartened. You should have a bit more faith in your teacher. I really want to believe you, but after seeing you so battered yesterday, how have you become so formidable today? Well, Han Sheng mustered the courage to explain, I had no intention of confronting him yesterday, but today I could no longer tolerate it. Chu Sini did not question Han Sheng's words. Her anxiety was palpable. Han teacher, you should have dealt with him yesterday. Now, having engaged at the school gate, you wouldn't be considering resigning, would you? Her concern for him brought a sense of warmth to Han Sheng's heart. Do not worry too much. It's not a significant matter. Han teacher, you are being overly calm. You are a teacher, and you just assaulted a student at the school gate. Chu Sini's face tightened with worry. I must seek my father's help. Otherwise, you might truly be dismissed. The fact that she so readily sought her father's intervention caused Han Sheng considerable distress. I've already told you not to worry, and teacher is gathering evidence on my behalf. Upon hearing this, Chu Sini became somewhat displeased. Han teacher, your relationship with an teacher seems quite good. Are you two dating? You really are quite nosy. Han Sheng Nid. Class is about to start. You should return to your duties. Wait, Han teacher, this matter arose because of me, yet I am unable to assist in any way. Chu Sini anxiously spread her arms to block his path, hoping he would assign her some task. After pondering, Han Sheng recalled Fong Tianhua's earlier words. Aside from yesterday's incident, I have had no other interactions with Fong Tianhua, yet he mentioned something earlier that I am curious about. You are the class monitor. Please help me investigate what this is all about. Chu Sini promptly nodded in agreement. After parting ways with Han Sheng, she returned to Class 6, contemplating how to investigate the meaning behind that statement. Asking Fong Tianhua directly would be the most straightforward approach, but she was reluctant to converse with someone like him. Unexpectedly, she soon learned the meaning of those words with little difficulty. Sini, you want to find Han teacher again, didn't you? A girl with freckles approached her with a cheerful grin. You and Han teacher aren't secretly in love, are you? What are you talking about, Xiaowan? Chu Sini was taken aback. Sini, are you denying it? In that case, I might pursue Han teacher myself. You missed it at the school gate. Han teacher's moves against Fong Tianhua were utterly impressive, just like my dream lover. Chu Sini felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, wishing to escape from Freckled Girl's infatuation. However, Freckled Girl continued, casting a wistful glance at Chu Sini. Even if you don't admit it, it doesn't matter. Someone has already seen it. What do you mean? Chu Sini was completely befuddled by Freckled Girl's words. Sini, you and Han teacher are in a relationship, right? Someone saw you going to Han teacher's residence several times, and Fong Tianhua found out, which is why he confronted Han teacher yesterday afternoon. Chu Xinyi was taken aback by this revelation. She grasped freckled girl Xiao Zhuan's shoulders and shook her anxiously. Who has been spreading such nonsense? I have visited Han teacher's residence several times, but there is nothing between us. If there is nothing, then why did you go to his place? Xiaowan remained unconvinced. I have a certain blood relation with Han teacher. We are relatives, you know? You two are actually relatives? Xiaowan appeared astonished, realizing Fong Tianhua must have misunderstood. Chu Xinyi furrowed her brows, sensing something was amiss. Who exactly saw me enter Han teacher's residence? How is it that both you and Fong Tianhua know about this, while I am completely in the dark? In the teacher's office, when the bell for the morning reading rang, the stout Ma Dui stormed in, visibly irate. He slammed a medical report onto Han Cheng's desk. Soft tissue injury. Han teacher, this is the result of your actions. Fong Tianhua has been taken to the city center hospital for treatment. Shouldn't you apologize? Han Cheng calmly pushed the report aside. Mr. Ma, I believe I did nothing wrong and do not need to apologize. Ma Dui was infuriated by Han Cheng's demeanor. I have already reported you to the school leadership. This incident is extremely grave, and if you do not acknowledge your fault, the entire educational community of Haiban City will not tolerate you. Mr. Ma, do you know why I have a bandage on my face? I do not know. I only saw you assaulting a student at the school gate. Han Cheng felt utterly bewildered, unable to communicate with Mr. Ma effectively. Fortunately, at that moment, Zilin entered the office, holding a tablet which she handed to Ma Dui. Mr. Ma, this is the surveillance footage from this morning at the school gate. After you review it, consider whether to hold Han teacher accountable. Haiban High School had several surveillance cameras at the school gate, and the events that transpired earlier had been comprehensively recorded. Ma Dui squinted at the footage on the tablet, noting that Fong Tianhua had struck first. However, he still reprimanded Han Cheng in anger. Even if Fong Tianhua attacked you first, as a teacher, how could you retaliate? You should be educating him. Such words made even Zilin roll her eyes, let alone Han Cheng, the party involved. Zilin switched the footage on the tablet to another clip. Mr. Ma, this incident occurred yesterday afternoon near the school and was captured by the surveillance cameras. At that time, Han teacher was presumably educating Fong Tianhua, but look at how Fong Tianhua treated him. Han Cheng did not anticipate that the events of the previous afternoon had been captured on camera. Glancing at his tablet, he was confronted with the sight of himself being encircled and assaulted by Fong Tianhua and several others, which filled him with an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. He had truly been in a disheveled state at that moment. Yet, even upon witnessing the video of Han Cheng being attacked, Ma Dui ardently defended his stance, stating that despite the unfortunate circumstances, Han Laoshe was still sitting here unharmed, while Fong Tianhua had been admitted to the hospital. Ultimately, he insisted that Han Cheng was at fault and must apologize. Han Cheng exchanged a glance with Zilin, both rendered speechless by Ma Dui's selective blindness. Teacher Ma. Zilin firmly closed the tablet and declared, the school leaders have reviewed these videos, and they believe both Han Laoshe and Fong Tianhua share responsibility. However, since the incident occurred off campus, to preserve the school's reputation, we should aim to downplay the situation. Are you intending to escalate this matter? Zilin's words left Ma Dui at a loss for words. Internally, he cursed Zilin for not communicating the leader's decision sooner, leaving him to suffer such humiliation. With a resentful glance at Han Cheng, he stormed off, choosing not to pursue the matter further. From a homeroom teacher's perspective, he was, in fact, a responsible educator. As Zilin remarked, I understand, which is why I did not argue with him. I was even prepared to apologize. Han Cheng smiled at Zilin, sensing that she seemed more anxious about the situation than he was. You aren't implying that I... What could I possibly be implying? Zilin smiled back at him. Han Cheng was momentarily at a loss for words. He had intended to tease her, yet she remained unflustered. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Zilin stated seriously, the reason I chose to assist you is that I hope for an equitable exchange. Are you expecting me to pay you? No. I would like you to help me in return. Chapter 6. Encounter and Confrontation. Zilin, with her graceful beauty and intelligence, was widely acknowledged as a goddess of a teacher. With just a beckoning finger, students and faculty alike would eagerly assist her. Han Cheng found it perplexing that Zilin would employ the concept of reciprocal exchange to solicit his help. As I mentioned earlier, Zilin explained helplessly upon noticing Han Cheng's confusion, there's no such thing as a free lunch. If I sought assistance from others, they would expect something in return. Do you understand? So, what exactly do you need my help with? Han Cheng decided not to dwell on his uncertainty, recognizing that since Lin had helped him, it was only right to assist her in return. I don't require your help at the moment, but in the future, I will certainly find a use for you. And Lin waved goodbye with a smile and promptly departed. As Han Cheng watched Lin leave, he noticed several envious gazes fixed upon him. Earlier, he had mentioned that Lin was a goddess of a teacher, and many older male teachers in the office were eager to pursue her. Interacting with Lin indeed felt pressuring. He took a deep breath and resumed planning his lessons for the day, disregarding the jealous stares. Due to Feng Tianhua's hospitalization, the class was surprisingly peaceful, allowing Han Cheng to effortlessly complete the morning's curriculum. Although Chu Sini was aware of the true reason behind Feng Tianhua's assault on Han Cheng, she chose not to disclose it, believing she should first identify the individual who had spread news of her visit to Han Cheng's apartment. Without doing so, that individual might continue to gossip. Loli Zi had requested Han Cheng's phone number the previous day, but he had not received any messages or calls from her throughout the morning, leading him to suspect that the little girl might not know how to use a phone. However, just as the morning was coming to an end, he received a call. Hello, Teacher Han. This is Luo Yiru, Loli Zi's mother. May I ask if you are free during lunch? I would like to express my gratitude for your assistance yesterday. Han Cheng felt that yesterday's incident was not of great significance, and thus suspected that Luo Yiru's call might serve another purpose. Eager to meet the unusual little girl, he unhesitatingly agreed to meet with Luo Yiru. After school, as Han Cheng exited the school gate, he spotted Luo Yiru waiting by her red BMW Mini, with Loli Zi excitedly waving from inside. Luo Yiru, still clad in her office attire, invited Han Cheng into the car and drove him to a high-end restaurant. Once seated and after ordering their meals, Luo Yiru eagerly inquired, Teacher Han, you are a first-year teacher at Haiban No. 1 High School, correct? Indeed, Han Cheng nodded, glancing at Loli Zi, who was unusually quiet today, offering only a smile upon seeing him. Since you are a first-year teacher, it must mean your teaching load is not as heavy as that of the third-year teachers, right? Luo Yiru continued her inquiries, and Han Cheng sensed where this conversation was headed. Because I am not a homeroom teacher, and there are no supplementary classes for first-year students, I currently have a relatively light workload. Han Cheng provided the answer Luo Yiru sought. She smiled brightly before directly stating her purpose. Since you have ample free time, have you considered taking on a part-time tutoring job? Before Han Cheng could respond, she hurriedly added, to be candid, Loli Zi has consistently struggled academically, and despite hiring numerous tutors, she has been dissatisfied with all of them. However, last night Loli Zi expressed her desire for you to be her tutor. I understand that you are a graduate of a prestigious university, and it may seem excessive to assign you as a tutor for an elementary student, but I am willing to offer a suitable compensation. Han Cheng glanced at the smiling Loli Zi, surprised by her cleverness in finding such a reason to see him frequently. Ms. Luo, I believe Loli Zi and I have a special connection. Since she is struggling academically, it is only natural for me to assist her, so compensation is unnecessary. Please, Teacher Han, just hear me out. Luo Yiru interjected awkwardly. My work keeps me quite busy, and Loli Zi's school hours often conflict with my schedule. Although I have enlisted many to help, as I mentioned, she has not liked any of them. Therefore, I hope you could also assist with picking her up from school. If possible. Luo Yiru's smile was tinged with embarrassment, knowing that such a request was somewhat unreasonable, as it essentially required a prestigious university graduate to act as a babysitter. Han Cheng felt somewhat exasperated and wanted to inquire about Loli Zi's father. However, it appeared that Luo Yiru was a single mother, as Loli Zi bore her surname. Han Cheng looked at Loli Zi. Had it not been for the dream he had the previous night, he would have never considered such an arrangement. However, the dream of his past life prompted him to nod in agreement. If you trust me, I would be happy to take on the role of Loli Zi's tutor. Han Cheng's response filled Luo Yiru with joy. Since you have agreed, can you start working for now? I need to rush back to the office. After lunch, please take Loli Zi to Haiban No. 1 Primary School. Oh, and Teacher Han, Loli Zi is not like typical little girls. You need to be cautious. Luo Yiru was well aware of Loli Zi's precocious nature, which was why she felt comfortable entrusting her to a still unfamiliar teacher. After settling the bill, Luo Yiru hurriedly left. Loli Zi sat beside Han Cheng, a triumphant smile on her face. Hee, husband, I thought you would refuse. It seems you must have dreamed of something last night, didn't you? How do you know? Han Cheng was astonished, suspecting that this little girl might possess some form of telepathy. Since you did not refuse, you must have learned something and confirmed my identity, which is why you agreed. Loli Zi chuckled mischievously. Unable to resist, Han Cheng pinched her delicate, rosy cheek. Indeed, I dreamt of certain things last night, but I am a high school teacher now, not a general. So please do not misunderstand. I am not misunderstanding. Dear husband, you are light years away from the title of general. Han Cheng was momentarily speechless, feeling somewhat disheartened. Ahem, speaking of the general, shall we engage in an equivalent exchange? Equivalent exchange of what? I will help improve your academic performance, and you will enhance my physical fitness. How does that sound? Hee, that sounds amusing. It's settled then. Loli Zi gleefully raised her glass of orange juice to toast with Han Cheng. By the way, dear husband, do you have any plans this morning? Plans for what? Han Cheng was momentarily baffled by Loli Zi's question. For taking a concubine, of course. Ahem. I suspect you have no plans, so I shall take care of it, as matters of concubinage require the presence of the legitimate wife. Hey, we had an agreement. Do not say strange things or take peculiar actions. If you persist in your stubbornness, I will ask your mother for your resignation. Hee, so you are unwilling to take a concubine, and your heart belongs solely to me, right? Han Cheng was left speechless, unable to comprehend the source of this little girl's confidence. As the waiter brought their ordered dishes, Loli Zi, sitting at the table, was only slightly taller than the dining table. She looked up at Han Cheng with a pitiful expression, prompting him to act as her caretaker. Just as they were nearing the end of their lunch, Han Cheng received a call from Chu Sini. Her anxious voice crackled through the receiver. Mr. Han, what should we do about this? Should we call the police? What needs to be reported? Han Cheng's tension escalated upon hearing her urgency. It's about Fong Tianhua. You knocked him down at the school gate this morning, and now his coach has issued a warning that he will confront you every time he sees you. Chapter 7. Why? Why are you doing this? Upon hearing Chu Sini's words, Han Cheng did not feel anxious. Rather, he chuckled lightly. On the other end of the line, Chu Sini was exasperated by his laughter. Mr. Han, how can you still be laughing? I've heard that Fong Tianhua's coach is a former champion in our province. Oh, Han Cheng responded dismissively. After all, he possessed the skills of a general. Although his physique was feeble, his reflexes were not lacking. Surely a general would surpass a champion in combat. How can you take this lightly? I'm extremely worried. There is no need to worry. I'm not defenseless. In Chu Sini's mind, Han Cheng was certainly not as formidable as a champion. Mr. Han, I've uncovered some clues regarding the investigation you asked me to conduct. Fong Tianhua's vendetta against you is not merely due to your expulsion of him from the classroom yesterday. Rather, someone informed him of my repeated visits to your residence. He believes we are involved, which is why he seeks revenge. Han Cheng furrowed his brow, realizing that Fong Tianhua's earlier remark about some things you know was indeed connected to this matter. Mr. Han, I plan to visit the hospital to clarify this misunderstanding with Fong Tianhua and ensure he no longer harbors any misconceptions about us. There is no need for you to go explain. It will be fine, Mr. Han. I'll take Xiao Wan with me. If I cannot persuade Fong Tianhua, that coach will come after you. So, Mr. Han, you must remember to call the police. Han Cheng attempted to dissuade Chu Sini, but she abruptly ended the call. Frustrated, he slammed his hand on the table, prompting Loli Zi to look at him curiously. What happened? Someone is plotting against me in the shadows, and Fong Tianhua is likely being used as a pawn. Han Cheng quickly relayed this information. Upon hearing Chu Sini mention that someone had seen her visiting his residence multiple times, he sensed something amiss. Few people knew where he lived, and it was suspicious that someone had seen Chu Sini visiting him more than once, subsequently informing Fong Tianhua, who was pursuing Chu Sini. If this was not a conspiracy, then what could it possibly be? If not for Loli Zi's sudden appearance and his dream of past lives last night, he could have become the laughingstock of the entire school, and who knows what other schemes might have arisen. Who would dare target you, dear husband? Loli Zi's face contorted with fury. I will tell you about this later. Han Cheng contemplated various possibilities, albeit with uncertainty. Chu Sini had called Han Cheng while on the bus. After the call ended, the bus happened to stop near the city center hospital. Taking a deep breath, she and her friend Xiao Wan disembarked and made their way toward the hospital. The situation had escalated severely when Fong Tianhua's group assaulted Han Cheng. Chu Sini never anticipated that this issue would evolve to the point where a champion wanted to confront Han Cheng. In her view, This was all because Fong Tianhua harbored feelings for her and had seen her visiting Han Chung several times, thus leading to this predicament. As the instigator, she felt responsible for resolving the matter. Upon entering the hospital, Chu Sini inquired with a nurse to find out Fong Tianhua's room number. Feeling nervous, she and Xiao Wan ascended the stairs arm in arm. Fong Tianhua was sitting on the hospital bed, receiving in 4 drip. The door to his private room was ajar, and as Chu Sini climbed the stairs, she spotted him immediately. The room was empty, so she approached the door and knocked. Fong Tianhua turned his expressionless face toward her. Although he had feelings for Chu Sini, seeing her in such a situation did not bring him joy. "Class monitor, are you here to visit me?" Fong Tianhua initiated the conversation. "Why didn't you bring anything?" This. Chu Sini felt embarrassed as she clutched Xiao Wan's hand. "Fong Tianhua, I actually came to explain. My relationship with Mr. Han is not as you imagine, not as you think." "How is it then?" Fong Tianhua grew irritated. "If you have no ties to him, why are you here at the hospital explaining this? You must have heard that my coach wants to teach him a lesson, right? You're worried about him." "Exactly." Chu Sini nodded, leaving Fong Tianhua momentarily stunned. He had not expected her to admit this so straightforwardly. However, she did not finish her sentence. "I am related to Mr. Han, and given this situation, it is only natural for me to be concerned about him. Since we are family, what is the big deal about visiting him frequently? You have misunderstood everything, which led to your actions." Fong Tianhua was taken aback again, unable to foresee that Chu Sini and Han Chung were actually relatives. "Are you truly related? Why didn't you say so earlier? Do I need to explain myself to you?" Chu Sini retorted angrily. "Fong Tianhua, if you continue to disbelieve and act so immaturely, you will only make me dislike you even more." After saying this, Chu Sini intended to leave with Xiao Wan. However, a tall, slender young man with a strange smile entered the room, shutting the door behind him. "Since you've come, why leave in such a hurry?" Xiao Wan was frightened by the eerie grin of the tall young man, while Chu Sini, although tense, did not panic. She retrieved a stun baton from her bag, well prepared for any eventuality. Upon noticing the object in Chu Sini's hand, the tall, slender boy raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. Yet a mocking smile played on his lips as he slowly approached her. "My brother likes you so much. Won't you consider being his girlfriend?" Su Liang, Fong Tianhua, who had been leaning against the headboard, sat up anxiously. "Don't touch them. Does saying don't touch really mean anything?" Su Yang, the tall boy, showed no regard for Fong Tianhua. "These 2 lovely girls are simply too adorable. It's a pity not to have some fun with them." His words frightened Chu Sini, who hurriedly pulled Xiao Wan back, swiftly activating her stun baton. The eerie blue electric arcs crackled ominously at the tip. However, Su Yang remained unfazed, grinning as he continued his advance towards Chu Sini and Xiao Wan. Fong Tianhua, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, yanked out the 4 needle from his hand and lunged at Su Yang. Thud! He tackled Su Yang to the ground, turning to shout at Chu Sini and Xiao Wan. "Run." "Huh, so you're trying to be a hero now? Have you forgotten who I am?" Su Yang rolled over, reversing their positions and pinning Fong Tianhua down. He swung his fist, landing a brutal blow to Fong Tianhua's face, causing blood to gush from his nose in a gruesome display. Chu Sini sought to assist Fong Tianhua, but found no opportunity. Desperate, Fong Tianhua endured the beating, refusing to fight back. He clung tightly to Su Yang's waist, preventing him from standing, shouting to Chu Sini and Xiao Wan, "Get out of here." Yet, Chu Sini and Xiao Wan still could not find a chance to escape. Su Yang rose, and Fong Tianhua hung limply from him. Su Yang pressed Fong Tianhua's head forcefully against the door. "With your pathetic skills, you think you could be a hero? It's laughable. Why? Su Yang, why are you doing this?" Fong Tianhua, dazed from the blows, could not comprehend how Su Yang, who had just been chummy with him, had turned against him so suddenly. Su Yang chuckled, providing no explanation. Chu Sini and Xiao Wan were terrified, helplessly watching as Fong Tianhua was brutally assaulted, eventually snapping back to reality and realizing they should call the police. As Chu Sini pulled out her phone, Su Yang spotted her, discarding the defenseless Fong Tianhua and turning towards them. To Chu Sini and Xiao Wan, Su Yang resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell. With a sinister grin, Su Yang advanced step by step towards them. Cornered, Chu Sini and Xiao Wan had nowhere to retreat. Just then, a loud knock echoed from the ward door, prompting Chu Sini to shout for help without hesitation. The door, locked from the inside, was kicked open by someone outside. Han Sheng entered the ward, bringing immense joy to Chu Sini and Xiao Wan. After ending a call with Chu Sini, Han Sheng had rushed to the hospital without delay. Chapter 8. I am no longer who I once was. Han Sheng had come to the hospital, believing Fong Tianhua might trouble Chu Sini. He never anticipated the situation would escalate to such chaos. Fong Tianhua lay bloodied in the center of the ward, while Chu Sini and Xiao Wan cowered in the corner as a tall, slender boy approached them with malicious intent. Who are you? Han Sheng shouted, furrowing his brow at the tall boy. I am your grandfather, Su Yang bellowed, charging towards Han Sheng. Witnessing this, Luo Lizzie, who had followed Han Sheng, attempted to intervene, but Han Sheng pulled her back, insisting, I've got this. Surprised, Luo Lizzie stood at the doorway, watching as Han Sheng effortlessly evaded Su Yang's assault, delivering a swift punch to Su Yang's abdomen and cleanly knocking him to the ground. Wow, amazing! Luo Lizzie cheered, clapping enthusiastically, offering her praises without reservation. Exhaling deeply, Han Sheng felt the pain coursing through his body. After subduing Su Liang, he tore off the boy's shirt and bound his hands before pulling out his phone to call the police. Seeing Han Sheng call the police, Su Liang laughed mockingly. Do you really believe that once the police take me downstairs, they will just let me go? Hearing this, Han Sheng squatted down, questioning Su Liang. So, you are indeed one of them. You instigated Fong Tianhua to deal with me, aiming to use him as a pawn, right? Hee. I don't know who you mean by them, but Han Sheng, you've offended the wrong person. I'm not playing with knives. I'm simply following orders in a game of cat and mouse. Such words did not surprise Han Sheng, but left Fong Tianhua feeling utterly dejected. He had thought Su Liang was merely acting out of impulse, but it turned out Su Liang had been using him against Han Sheng. Realizing Su Liang's true identity, Han Sheng dialed another number. I told you, calling the police is futile. I never expected you to be foolish enough to trust the police, Han Sheng. Su Liang taunted without holding back. Ignoring him, Han Sheng completed the call, angrily shouting to the other end, I don't care how you deal with me, but can you refrain from sending incompetent people to harass my students? Oh, so the people sent to deal with you are that lowly? I don't even know who they are, but suddenly I find myself quite fond of them. Don't push it. Han Sheng roared, unable to contain his anger. I assure you, I am neither a troublemaker nor afraid of trouble. Do not force me to come after you. Oh, I feel like you're not the same person you used to be. Is it because you become a teacher? Mind your own business. Now give me an answer. Indeed, you have changed. Fine, release him, and I shall provide you with an answer. The call ended abruptly, and Han Sheng released Su Yang. Witnessing this, Chu Sini and Xiao Wan immediately became tense. Huh, I didn't expect you to be so perceptive, Han Sheng. Su Yang stood up, putting on his wrinkled shirt, casting a disdainful glance at Fong Tianhua, who had managed to rise from the floor. After Su Liang exited the ward, Chu Sini and Xiao Wan rushed to Han Sheng's side. Tixian, happy to let him go. Who were you just talking to? Han Sheng did not respond to their inquiries, instead scanning them for injuries. Are you both unharmed? He reached out to pat Chu Sini's head, but she stepped back, avoiding his hand. With a look of deep disappointment, she gazed at him. Teacher Han, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Chu Sini felt grateful for Han Cheng's timely arrival, recognizing that had he not intervened, she and Xiao Wan might have faced dire consequences. However, a pervert like Su Liang should have been arrested. Yet Han Sheng allowed him to leave after subduing him. Chu Sini shuddered at the thought of Su Liang potentially targeting her or Xiao Wan on their way home. The consequences would be unimaginable. Han Sheng scratched his head, uncertain how to explain the situation. Just then, a dull thud echoed from outside the window, followed by gasps from the street below. Han Sheng and the girls rushed to the window to see Su Liang lying motionless in the middle of the road in front of the hospital, blood pooling around him. Clearly the victim of a fatal accident. Neither Chu Sini nor Fong Tianhua believed Su Yang's demise was poetic justice. They simply regarded it as a tragic turn of events. Chu Sini and Fong Tianhua turned their gazes towards Han Sheng, recalling the phone call he had made to someone. Although they could not comprehend the situation, an unsettling feeling gripped their hearts. What had transpired? At the entrance to the hospital room, a voice inquired, Fong Tianhua, what happened to your face? Who hit you? Han Sheng, what are you doing here? It must have been you who hurt Fong Tianhua. Han Sheng turned to see the stout figure of Ma Dui, who held a fruit basket, having come to visit Fong Tianhua, only to be taken aback by the sight of him covered in blood. Han Sheng, your behavior is utterly outrageous. How can you, a teacher, resort to violence against a student. I will report you and expose your true colors, Ma Dui declared, setting down the fruit basket as he took out his phone, genuinely intending to call the police. Mr. Ma, you are mistaken. It was not Han Cheng who harmed me. Fang Tianhua hurriedly intervened, attempting to prevent Ma Dui from making the call. Do not be afraid. I am here as your teacher. Your claim must be a result of Han Cheng's intimidation. He would not dare lay a finger on you while I am present. Though Fang Tianhua felt no coercion from Han Cheng, the events that had just unfolded left him genuinely terrified of him. Mr. Ma, it truly is not as you think. Han Cheng did not strike me. In fact, he saved me. Chu Sini and Xiao Wan can attest to this. At that moment, Ma Dui noticed Chu Sini and Xiao Wan were also in the room, casting a questioning glance at the two girls. They quickly came to Han Cheng's defense, consciously omitting Su Yang's name to avoid complicating matters for him. As the class monitor, Chu Sini's credibility was not in doubt, leaving Ma Dui astonished at the revelation that Han Cheng had actually rescued Fang Tianhua. Between Fang Tianhua and me, it was merely a misunderstanding, was it not? Han Cheng smiled Fang Tianhua. Indeed, Fang Tianhua eagerly nodded, lowering his head in embarrassment as he apologized to Han Cheng. I misunderstood you yesterday afternoon and this morning, which led to my provocations. I sincerely apologize and ask for your forgiveness. Ma Dui, who was well aware of Fang Tianhua's rebellious nature, was taken aback by this unexpected display of humility. He wondered if Fang Tianhua had indeed been coerced by Han Cheng. Recognizing one's mistakes and striving to amend them is commendable. As your teacher, I have no reason to withhold forgiveness. However, your actions have caused distress to Chu Sini, and I hope you will refrain from troubling her in the future. I promise I will not. Fang Tianhua quickly apologized to Chu Sini. I am truly sorry for my actions and assure you I will never behave that way again. Realizing that Chu Sini had just revealed her familial connection to Han Cheng, Fang Tianhua felt an overwhelming fear of ever bothering her again, reflecting on how reckless his previous actions had been. Chu Sini offered a slight nod to Fang Tianhua before hastily following Han Cheng as he departed. Ti Yerheng. At the elevator, Chu Sini gently shook Han Cheng's arm. I'm sorry about earlier. It's nothing. You need not apologize, Han Cheng replied with a smile. Have I not left you alone? As a relative of Han Cheng, Chu Sini had some understanding of his circumstances. While Luo Lizi and Xiao Wan were unaware of the destination of Han Cheng's earlier call, she was not. Han Cheng nodded subtly, casting a discreet glance at Chu Sini. I sought my father's assistance. Han Cheng found it amusing that this young girl frequently sought her father's help. He affectionately ruffled her hair. Do not worry. I am no longer the person I once was. Chapter 9. I will tell Han Cheng that you like him. Chu Sini did not grasp Han Cheng's words, but Luo Lizi did. Having previously surmised that Han Cheng had dreamt the night before, she was now thrilled to witness his newfound prowess. Teacher Han, why do you not offer me some comfort? Xiao Huan, feeling a tinge of jealousy at the sight of Han Cheng affectionately touching Chu Sini's head, pouted. Indeed, Xiao Wan was quite brave earlier. Han Cheng smiled, patting the freckled girl's head. You came alongside Sini to help clarify the misunderstanding, and I am grateful to you. Feeling bashful and flustered at his praise, Xiao Wan blushed fiercely. Observing this, Luo Lizi exchanged knowing glances with Han Cheng, who understood her insinuation that she was encouraging him to take a concubine. He playfully tapped her on the head. Upon reaching the hospital's ground floor, they encountered a crowd gathered around following a recent car accident. Chu Sini and Xiao Wan were horrified upon seeing Su Yang lying in a pool of blood, their faces pale as they hurriedly left the scene with Han Cheng. You two should return to school first. Han Cheng decided to escort Luo Lizi to her school. Ti Yerheng. Chu Sini and Xiao Wan recalled Su Yang's ominous words about dying, feeling an intense fear of parting from Han Cheng. Do not worry. You'll be safe. He comforted them with a smile. Chu Sini and Xiao Wan exchanged glances. Having been dismissed, they reluctantly headed back to school. Han Cheng hailed a taxi for them, covering the fare in advance before watching them depart. Satisfied with Han Cheng's treatment of the two girls, Luo Lizi smiled and reached out her hand. With a resigned smile, Han Cheng squatted down to carry her on his back, realizing he was not only her tutor, but also her caretaker. Darling, who did you call earlier? Luo Lizi nestled against Han Cheng's back, wrapping her chubby arms around his neck. My family situation is rather complicated. Han Cheng was reluctant to delve into the details. You will come to understand in due time. Is someone out to harm you? I will protect you. The soft, tender tone of the little girl brought warmth to Han Cheng's heart. You have already helped me immensely. Without your intervention, I would have faced significant trouble. Han Cheng's words elicited a delighted giggle from Luo Lizi. By the way, darling, didn't you ask me to remind you to exercise? Previously, to increase your strength. You had the blacksmith create iron bars for your legs. You should try that method again. Concerned about his fitness, Han Cheng nodded and carried Luo Lizi toward a sporting goods store. While he selected sandbags, Luo Lizi took his phone, secretly saving a number from it. Afterward, Han Cheng strapped the newly purchased sandbags to his calves and continued to escort Luo Lizi to school. Upon arriving at Haiban City No. 1 Primary School, Luo Lizi informed Han Cheng that he need not pick her up after school, as she would go to Haiban No. 1 Middle School to find him. The primary school dismissed students earlier, and it was not far from the middle school. Han Cheng agreed, reminding her to be cautious after class. After bidding farewell to Han Cheng, Luo Lizi bounced into the school. Instead of attending her classes, she sought refuge in the shade beside the sports field and dialed a number. Having witnessed Han Cheng's phone call at the hospital, she was deeply concerned about the threat against him. However, as Han Cheng was unwilling to explain, she resolved to investigate on her own. Earlier at the sporting goods store, Luo Lizi had intended to uncover to whom Han Cheng had called at the hospital, but he had deleted the call log, so she opted to save Chu Sinny's number instead. Meanwhile, not long after returning to school, Chu Sinny received a call from an unknown number. Upon answering, the caller introduced herself as her sister. The childish voice made it easy for Chu Sinny to deduce the caller's identity, assuming that Luo Lizi was merely being playful due to her proud nature. How could Lizi call me? I am your sister. Remember to address me as such. Lizi corrected Chu Sinny, for in her eyes, she was the legitimate wife of Han Cheng, while Chu Sinny was merely a concubine, who should naturally refer to the rightful wife as sister. Chu Sinny, unaware of such matters, cheerfully called Lizi Miss Sister. How much do you know about Han Cheng? Tell me everything. Do not conceal anything from me. Lizi's tone was quite authoritative. Huh? Chu Sinny was taken aback. Aren't you Han's sister? How could you be unaware of his matters? I don't care whether you know or not. Just answer my questions. The assertive Lizi left Chu Sinny somewhat bewildered. She suddenly found herself confused about the relationship between Han Cheng and Lizi. In any case, Lizi was certainly not Han Cheng's biological sister. You must not tell Han Cheng that I called you. Otherwise, I will inform him that you have feelings for him. Lizi threatened Chu Sinny over the phone. I do not harbor feelings for Mr. Han. Chu Sinny hudi den net lie. I'm not concerned with whether you like him or not. As long as Han Cheng hears me say that you do, he will undoubtedly distance himself from you, considering your teacher-student relationship. Surely, you do not wish for such a situation to unfold, do you? Hence, divulge all that you know. Chu Sinny was astonished that she was being threatened by a little girl. She worried that Lizi might say something peculiar to Han Cheng. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Sinny decided to reveal the information. Although I am related to Mr. Han, I know very little. Oh, go on. The truth is quite simple. Miss Sister, do you know the story of Romeo and Juliet? I do not. I'm only familiar with the tale of Liang Shanbua and Zhuing Tai. Well, all right. It is somewhat similar. Mr. Han's grandfather and maternal grandfather have a deep-seated feud, and they are not ordinary families. Under such circumstances, Mr. Han's parents secretly obtained a marriage certificate and subsequently gave birth to Mr. Han. So, does that mean Han Cheng is despised by them? Lizi frowned, feeling displeased. Yes, Mr. Han is indeed despised, but not solely by everyone. Some also hold affection for him. Both the grandfather's and maternal grandfather's families harbor animosity toward his existence. Yet some place their hopes on Han Cheng, wishing he could resolve the grievances between the two families in the future. Thus, it follows that the reason Han Cheng is targeted is due to those who dislike him stirring trouble. That seems to be the case, as Mr. Han has been bullied by those individuals throughout his life. What is the current situation? Does Han Cheng wish to mend the rift between the two families? To my knowledge, Mr. Han detests such matters. He has rejected any assistance from both families and now lives independently, not wishing to associate with either of them. Oh, it seems my husband desires to establish his own path. What did you say, Miss Sister? Nothing. If there is any new information, you must inform me first. With that, Lizi decisively hung up the phone, leaving Chu Sinny feeling quite vexed. She yearned to share this matter with Han Cheng, but feared that Lizi might utter strange words. In truth, Sharing this with Lizzie was not a problem, as she was merely a little girl who would perceive it as a story. Chu Sini brushed off the matter, underestimating Lizzie. Lizzie wished to aid Han Cheng in some way, but she currently possessed too little information and had no choice but to enlist Chu Sini as her informant. Upon Han Cheng's return to school, numerous students approached him, inquiring about his well-being, and once inside the office, many teachers cast him gleeful glances. The events that had transpired at the hospital were still unknown to the teachers and students at school. They only knew that Fong Tianhua's sparring coach intended to confront Han Cheng. Thus, many awaited to witness his misfortune. Han Cheng felt a chill. He had not anticipated that so many teachers in the office bore ill will towards him, eagerly awaiting his downfall. However, this realization was somewhat beneficial, as it allowed him to see their true colors. The goddess teacher and Lin had also learned of the sparring coach's intentions and approached Han Cheng with concern. Han Cheng beckoned to Lin, leading her away from the office. His deliberate act of conversing with Lin outside caused discontent among those in the office, who felt disheartened as they observed their closeness. Meanwhile, Han Cheng felt a sense of relief. Chapter 10. Now there exists an opportunity to rid oneself of Han Cheng. After leading Lin out of the office, Han Cheng explained the situation at the hospital. Upon learning that Fong Tianhua had apologized, she felt relieved, knowing that his sparring coach would not cause Han Cheng any trouble. As long as you are unharmed, I can rest easy. What would you do if I were in danger? Han Cheng could not help but tease the goddess teacher. I would report you to the authorities. And Lin replied tersely, holding his eyes a Henxing. I am concerned you might have ulterior motives. Considering we are both new teachers, I could find myself in similar predicaments as you. Han Cheng smiled and shook his head. You are a goddess teacher. The students adore you, and you shall never encounter the troubles I have faced. Indeed, they all adore me, perhaps too much. And Lin lamented, expressing her frustration at the audacity of the students. In less than a month since I began teaching at this school, I have received over a dozen love letters. Were they all from students? Indeed. And Lin nodded in exasperation, having witnessed Lin's distress after she had previously assisted him. Han Cheng intended to converse with her and help alleviate her burdens. However, just then, Chu Sini approached, appearing to have matters to discuss with Han Cheng, prompting Lin to discreetly return to the office. Do you need something? Han Cheng inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze. Did I interrupt your date with teacher? Chu Sini awkwardly glanced at Han Cheng, realizing that she had approached him merely upon seeing him with Lin. Han Cheng frowned and lightly tapped her forehead. I have told you that teacher and I are not what you think. If you have nothing to say, hurry back to class. We are about to start soon. I do have something. Chu Sini quickly nodded, looking puzzled at Han Cheng. Mr. Han, is Lizzie truly your sister? Why do you ask? Han Cheng found Chu Sini's curiosity somewhat intrusive. I am that little girl's tutor. Do not question how I became a tutor for a primary school student. Suffice it to say, our relationship is as such. Is that so? Chu Sini frowned. Mr. Han, there is something I wish to tell you. Chu Sini recounted the earlier phone call from Lizzie. Initially, she had not intended to disclose it, but knowing Han Cheng's precarious situation, she felt compelled to share. Albeit Lizzie was just a little girl, something felt amiss. Upon learning that Lizzie had inquired about him, Han Cheng was not surprised, having previously anticipated her motives when she borrowed his phone at the sports store. Thus, he had deleted the call record. I'm unsure how to explain my situation to her. Just inform her of anything that arises in the future. Surely not? Chu Sini was taken aback, increasingly convinced that Han Cheng's relationship with Lizzie was unusual. Is Mr. Han truly Lizzie's tutor? You do not suspect that little girl is my illegitimate daughter, do you? That was your suggestion, Mr. Han. I did not say such a thing. Han Cheng looked at Chu Sini with a bemused expression. Lizzie is like a sister to me, even closer than a biological sister. Do not be so nosy. Hurry back to class. Chu Sini nodded and returned to her classroom, awaiting the start of the lesson. In truth, she was not a gossiping person. However, when it came to Han Cheng, she could not help but worry. Chu Sini understood that Han Cheng was like a bug ensnared in a spider's web, surrounded by a host of spiders that eyed him hungrily, yearning to break free from the entanglement and attain liberation. Han Cheng did not rush back to the office. Instead, he pondered for a moment before deciding to call Lizzie. He was reluctant to expose her little schemes, yet he feared she might act recklessly. Although her spirit was that of an adult, her body was that of a young girl, making every endeavor she undertook perilous. I know you secretly recorded my number from my phone. Once the call connected, Han Sheng got straight to the point. Did Chu Sini say anything to you? Luolizi's voice was somewhat irate. Did you call her? Han Sheng did be li contraried. I want to remind you not to act rashly, understand? If those people do not touch my husband, I will not act recklessly. Luolizi replied defiantly. However, husband, I will heed your words. Do you have any plans? When do you intend to retaliate against them? That little girl was indeed fierce. Han Sheng couldn't help but chuckle. I have no plans for retaliation. I merely wish to lead a simple life. But husband, that is akin to waiting for death. Luolizi became anxious. There are two formidable mountains looming over me. Do you wish for me to face them alone? But husband, you have me. Husband, if you provide me with resources, I will help you train an army. Han Sheng was drenched in cold sweat. Her words were indeed bold. You are still young. Some matters are not for you to ponder recklessly. I know how to handle my affairs, do you understand? If you do not wish for me to intervene, I will certainly not go against your wishes. That is for the best. Han Sheng envisioned Luolizi's pouting expression as she spoke in frustration. Remember to find me after school. Be cautious on your way. After giving Luolizi a few reminders, Han Sheng ended the call. Taking a deep breath, he gazed into the distance. Previously, he lacked the means to confront them, but now, with the skills of a general, he believed that with effort, he could attain the life he desired. However, his physical condition was still poor. This journey would require time and patience. Remembering that he had no classes that afternoon, Han Sheng decided to head downstairs to the sports field for some exercise. At the hospital, Fong Tianhua stood by the window, observing the scene of the accident below. Upon seeing the police arrive to handle the incident and conduct investigations within the hospital, a chill ran down his spine. He feared that the police would view the hospital surveillance footage and discover his involvement. He hesitated, contemplating whether he should reveal anything about Han Sheng if the police found him. After a prolonged period of anxiety, when he noticed the police departing and the blood on the street being washed away, Fong Tianhua was drenched in cold sweat. Recalling the incident where he assaulted Han Sheng, his fear intensified. Although he had already apologized to Han Sheng, he wondered if he could forgive someone if the roles were reversed. After some reflection, Fong Tianhua shakily retrieved his phone and dialed a number. On the other side, despite witnessing Fong Tianhua apologize to Han Sheng, Ma Dui remained unconvinced of Fong Tianhua's sincerity. As a class teacher, he was well aware of Fong Tianhua's character and suspected that Fong Tianhua had been coerced by Han Sheng. Ma Dui held a strong disdain for Han Sheng, primarily due to his youth, which gave off an unreliable impression. Moreover, he had observed how the girls in class admired Han Sheng during lessons, leading him to believe that one day, Han Sheng would pose a threat to the female students. As the class teacher, he felt obligated to prevent such occurrences. Now, an opportunity to rid the school of Han Sheng had presented itself. Resolute, Ma Dui returned to school from the hospital without heading to the office, making his way directly to the moral education department. After running approximately 10 laps on the sports field, Han Sheng received a call from the head of his grade level, informing him that the director of the moral education department had come to the office specifically to see him. Han Sheng was perplexed as to why the director would seek him out. Was it regarding the incident with Fong Tianhua? That matter had been settled in the morning when Zilin relayed the school's leadership's intent to downplay the situation. Could it be that Zilin had lied, and the school's leaders were unaware of the incident, or had something else transpired? Deep in thought, Han Sheng made his way to the teacher's office. Having run 10 laps with sandbags tied to his legs, he felt no discomfort while running, but now, as he walked, his legs ached terribly. After a grueling 10-minute journey to the office, he found the director of the moral education department, whose plump face was already clouded with displeasure. Chapter 11. The teachers at your school are truly remarkable. The director of the moral education department, namely Yuan Fu, was a rotund man. Upon entering the first-year teacher's office, he consumed 2 cups of tea while waiting for the tardy Han Sheng. With a scowl, he regarded Han Sheng, showing no reaction to the latter's greeting. As the esteemed director, he was displeased to have been kept waiting by a newly graduated teacher. Had it not been for the presence of an impressively attractive female teacher in the office, Li Yuanfu would have left in a huff. The silence in the office became palpable, the air thick with tension, making it difficult to breathe. Sensing something was amiss, Han Sheng felt uneasy, while Ma Dui and the other teachers in the office seemed quite satisfied with the unfolding situation. Han Sheng. After a prolonged silence, Li Yuanfu finally spoke. I recall you were a language teacher, yet you appear more like a physical education teacher. Did you substitute for the PE teacher? Han Sheng shook his head and truthfully explained that he had been running on the sports field. Teachers have the freedom to arrange their time if they have no classes. But if you leave the school, you must obtain approval, he stated, justifying his actions. Running is beneficial for one's health, Li Yuanfu remarked, sounding as though he was complimenting Han Sheng. Yet in the next moment, he glared menacingly at Han Sheng. Are you training so well to prepare for hitting students? The insinuation that his physical training was related to assaulting students struck Han Sheng as absurdly amusing. Yet he quickly grasped Li Yuanfu's intention for his visit. Earlier that morning, Lin had shown Ma Dui the surveillance footage, asserting that the school's leadership did not intend to pursue the matter concerning him and Feng Tianhua. Given the current situation, it seemed implausible that Lin had been truthful. A quick glance towards Lin's direction revealed her face contorted in distress. Seeing her expression, Han Sheng's heart sank. It appeared she had indeed lied to Ma Dui to assist him. Li Yuanfu noticed Han Sheng's gaze towards Lin, further fueling his ire. Han Sheng, this morning, you had a conflict with Feng Tianhua, resulting in him being sent to the hospital for treatment. Is this accurate? Han Sheng wished to explain, but regardless of his reasoning, he had indeed assaulted Feng Tianhua, so he could only nod in acknowledgement. With a thud, Li Yuanfu slammed his hand on the desk, exclaiming, Han Sheng, how could you, a teacher from a prestigious university, resort to such primitive methods to resolve conflicts with students? Do you realize the impact this will have on the reputation of our Benhai No. 1 high school? Observingly, Yuan fuese escalenting fury, ma dewa stood nearby, elated, and quickly filled a cup with water for his superior. The other teachers who had not attended class feigned busyness, yet they were all closely monitoring the situation regarding Li Yuanfu. When they witnessed Li Yuanfu's outburst, they could not help but display a smirk of schadenfreude. Although Lin yearned to assist Han Sheng, she found herself in a precarious position. Ma Dui had yet to expose her deception, and if she spoke up, he would undoubtedly reveal the events of the morning, resulting in both her and Han Sheng facing reprimand. Teacher Han, it is imperative that you reflect on this matter. You need not attend class for the time being. I will arrange for another teacher to take over your lessons. Our school, Benhai No. 1 High School, values its people. Han Sheng had no desire to listen to Li Yuanfu's words, which were clearly aimed at dismissing him, while Li Yuanfu lacked the authority to expel him. As a school leader, he wielded significant power over Han Sheng's future. Li Yuanfu's judgment was decidedly one-sided, having merely heeded Ma Dui's account before passing his sentence. Though Han Sheng felt a surge of anger, he refrained from arguing, knowing that any protest would be futile. This matter is settled. Li Yuanfu proclaimed decisively. Ma, as the head teacher, please arrange for a substitute and ensure that someone visits Feng Tianhua at home. Understood, Ma Deva replied briskly, casting a glance at Han Sheng. Now the vanquished. After criticizing Han Sheng, Li Yuanfu felt a sense of exhilaration, yet he was slightly disappointed. Had Han Sheng spoken up, he would have relished the opportunity to chastise him further. As the situation appeared to reach its conclusion, Li Yuanfu was about to leave when two individuals appeared at the office door. Ma Dui immediately approached them. Feng Tianhua, how did you manage to come to school while recovering in the hospital? The battered Feng Tianhua entered with a middle-aged man. Upon seeing Ma Dui approach, the man warmly grasped his hand. You must be Teacher Han. I cannot thank you enough. Before Ma Dui could comprehend the situation, Feng Tianhua pointed at Han Sheng. Dad, that's Teacher Han. The middle-aged man promptly released Ma Dui's hand and strode over to grasp Han Sheng's hand instead. Teacher Han, I am Feng Tianhua's father. I have come expressly to apologize and express my gratitude. Tianhua has told me everything. You not only forgave him, but also saved him. I am immensely grateful. The sincerity etched on Feng Tianhua's father's face was unmistakable. The entire office fell silent in astonishment, unable to fathom how Han Sheng, who had allegedly harmed Feng Tianhua, was now being hailed as a savior. Li Yuanfu shot a questioning glance at Ma Dui. I don't know. Ma Dui awkwardly shook his head. Earlier, he had assumed that Han Sheng had been responsible for Feng Tianhua's injuries, yet the circumstances now implied that Han Sheng had indeed saved him. Ma Dui felt as though he had been struck by lightning, realizing that his erroneous assumption had led to a significant misunderstanding for Li Yuanfu. Just moments prior, Li Yuanfu had condemned Han Sheng for assaulting a student, only to find the student's father personally thanking him. If this had occurred behind closed doors, it might have been bearable. However, This drama unfolded in the teacher's office, witnessed by all present. Li Yuanfu felt a tightening in his chest. Where he had previously felt invigorated, he now felt uncomfortable, yet he had to maintain a smile, for he was the leader. Mr. Fong, you need not thank me. As a teacher, it is my duty to protect my students. Han Cheng politely shook hands with Fong Tianhua's father, ensuring he introduced him to the school leadership. Fong Tianhua's father quickly grasped Li Yuanfu's hand, exclaiming, "The teachers at your school are truly commendable." Li Yuanfu forced a smile that twitched at the corners of his mouth. Internally seething with resentment towards Mr. Fong for arriving just as he had reprimanded Han Cheng, a clear slap to his own face. Fong Tianhua's father not only expressed his gratitude verbally, but also presented a banner inscribed with a model teacher to Han Cheng. Upon seeing the vibrant red banner, Li Yuanfu felt a fresh wave of discomfort washing over him, his anger directed towards Ma Dui, who seemed on the verge of tears, having drawn Li Yuanfu's ire. Fong Tianhua's father had intended to invite all the teachers in the office to a meal, but Han Cheng declined the offer, as he did not share a close rapport with the other teachers, making the gathering likely unenjoyable. With no meal planned, Fong Tianhua's father opted to donate 30,000 yuan to Bin Hai No. 1 High School for its development. While this sum was not substantial, it was clear to everyone that it was offered in gratitude for Han Cheng's actions. Fong Tianhua's father continuously expressed his appreciation to Han Cheng, while Li Yuanfu, standing by, grew increasingly uncomfortable. Seeking a way out, he quickly excused himself, casting a fierce glare at Ma Dui as he departed. Chapter 12. Such happiness must endure. Li Yuanfu had temporarily suspended Han Cheng from class under the pretense of his alleged assault on a student, but with the student's father now expressing thanks, Li Yuanfu's judgment naturally fell by the wayside. After thanking Han Cheng, Fong Tianhua's father subtly nodded towards Han Cheng as he prepared to leave. Understanding the implication, Han Cheng nodded in acknowledgement and followed Fong Tianhua's father to the entrance of the teaching building. Ti Yeheng, Fong Tianhua's father, now standing below, hesitated to smile, his expression shifting to one of apprehension. On behalf of Tianhua, I apologize for his actions towards you. Han Cheng glanced at Fong Tianhua, who stood with his head bowed, aware that the latter had likely informed his father about the incident. Mr. Fong, there is no need for such concern. Tianhua has already apologized to me in the hospital, and I have forgiven him. Teacher Han, you truly possess great magnanimity, Fong Tianhua's father praised. He then produced a thick envelope made of craft paper, extending it towards Han Cheng. Teacher Han, I know you may not value this sum, but it represents my apology and compensation. Please accept it. The envelope contained approximately 10,000 yuan, neither too much nor too little. Han Cheng contemplated for a moment before accepting it. Refusing would likely leave both father and son in distress. Moreover, the amount was modest enough that being seen with it would not raise eyebrows. Upon seeing Han Cheng accept the money, both Fong Tianhua and his father beamed with joy, expressing further gratitude and apologies before departing. Han Cheng turned to ascend the stairs, and upon returning to the office, he found the other teachers engaged in hushed discussions. Their expressions were gloomy, as they had anticipated Han Cheng's downfall, only to witness his unexpected resurgence. The short and stout Ma Dui felt particularly embarrassed about the hospital incident. His incorrect assumptions had led him to report to the head of the Moral Education Department, Li Yuanfu, thereby alienating both Han Cheng and the department head. He had intended to apologize to Han Cheng, but found himself stymied as Zilin approached Han Cheng instead. Ti Yeheng, did you arrange for Fong Tianhua as father to come? She inquired curiously. Not all. Han Cheng was equally surprised by Fong Tianhua's father's visit. Really? You seemed quite composed when director was reprimanding you. I thought you were aware of what was to come, and Zilin remarked. You were even more composed this morning, teacher. With the revelation of her falsehood, and Zilin shyly adjusted her wavy hair. I was merely trying to help you. Han Cheng did not dwell on the morning's events with Zilin. After exchanging a few words, Zilin hurried off, leaving Han Cheng to prepare for the upcoming day's lessons. As the school bell rang in the afternoon, he realized that Luolizi had not come to find him. He swiftly dialed the little girl's number, only to learn that she was with Chu Sinny. Sighing with relief, Han Cheng gathered his things and headed outside, where he found the pigtail-wearing Luolizi chatting with Chu Sinny. Upon seeing Han Cheng approach, a blushing Chu Sinny hurriedly lowered her head and left. It was evident that Luolizi must have shared something peculiar with her. Don't cause any trouble, all right? Han Chung raised his hand, intending to gently tap the little girl on her head. I know. Luolizy nodded frantically, yet her expression showed no sign of remorse. Feeling a bit exasperated, Han Chung ruffled her hair and led her downstairs. When will your mother come and pick you up? I don't know. Luolizy shook her head decisively. That woman is always busy, typing away at her computer late into the night. Should I walk you home? Or, of course, I'll go home with my husband, Luolizy exclaimed, grasping Han Cheng's hand, worried that he might abandon her. Even if he took her home, she would be all alone. Han Cheng nodded, then let's south head to my place first. Luolizy giggled, but don't celebrate too soon. Once we get to your place, I'll have to study. Don't forget, I'm your tutor. Luolizy immediately pouted. Husband, can I skip studying? A woman without talent is virtuous, after all. In the future, didn't you claim to be the renowned female general of the Luo men? How can you not recognize a single character? I am a woman of great talent. But why should we study the languages of barbarians in our magnificent nation? Han Sheng Huklid, realizing that Luolizy was likely overwhelmed by English. Understanding their language allows us to know our enemies and ourselves, which is essential for victory. Do you understand? But if we learn from them, wouldn't that mean we are being assimilated? That is not good. The world is small. If you wish to go further, learning a foreign language is quite necessary. I don't want to go far. I just want to stay by your side, husband. After leaving school, Han Chung took Luolizy to the supermarket to buy some ingredients. Rarely did he cook for himself in his rented apartment, but with a little girl accompanying him. He had no desire to take her to a cafeteria or restaurant serving subpar food. With 10,000 yuan in his pocket, he purchased everything Luolizy liked, which made her so delighted that she planted a kiss on his cheek. Upon returning to the apartment, Luolizy wanted to fulfill her duties as a wife by preparing dinner. However, being just slightly taller than the kitchen counter, she had to drag a chair over to stand on it. Han Chung promptly lifted her down, concerned she might accidentally fall into the pot. With no choice left, Luolizy settled at the kitchen door, clutching a bag of chips while watching Han Chung cook. Husband, please prepare more dishes. Luolizy suddenly remarked. Are you very hungry? Han Chung asked instinctively. Not really, Luolizy murmured shyly. I just want to bring some food back for that woman. Hearing this made Han Chung immensely happy. Luolizy had always referred to her mother as that woman, and he had been quite worried about their relationship. To his surprise, Luolizy was still very concerned for her mother. Noticing Han Shen, esas mila. Luolizy turned her flushed face away. Husband, don't get it wrong. I'm just worried that woman might starve without anyone to care for her. What about me? Han Sheng Tiasid. You, husband, are having such a hard time. I would want to add to your troubles. Luolizy's response only made Han Chung smile wider, and he couldn't help but ask, by the way, where is your father? I don't know. Luolizy shook her head. In my memories, I've always lived with that woman. She never mentioned anything about my father. Sometimes she would make phone calls late at night and cry terribly, but I never investigated who she was calling. Han Chung quickly understood that Luolizy had likely seen her mother, Luo Yiru, cry many times, which was why she referred to her as a weak woman. Changing the topic, he swiftly finished preparing dinner. As they sat around the dining table, Luolizy chattered about how a gentleman should keep away from the kitchen while stuffing her cheeks with food. Watching the little girl eat with her cheeks puffed up filled Han Chung with joy. Eat slowly, don't choke. And Machum. Luolizy looked up at him with sparkling eyes. Husband, I'm so happy right now. This happiness must last forever. Please don't be short-lived like in your past life. Was I short-lived in my past life? In my previous life, my husband died on the battlefield, leaving no offspring behind. It's all because my belly was uncooperative. Han Chung was taken aback by the tragic fate of his past life. Though Luolizy shared some details about it, she quickly shifted to lighter topics, not wanting to dwell on sadness. After dinner, Han Chung instructed Luolizy to do her homework while he took a shower to wash off the sweat from his body. Luolizy possessed the soul of an adult. Her poor academic performance was not due to an inability to comprehend the material, but rather a lack of desire to study. When Han Chung finished his shower and checked Luolizy's homework, he discovered that she had completed all her assignments beautifully. He praised her, and Luolizy beamed with delight at the compliments. By around 9 in the evening, Luo Yiru finally called. Having exhausted her energy playing all day, Luolizy had already fallen asleep on the couch. Han Chung couldn't bear to wake her, so he gently picked up the little girl and carefully carried her down the stairs with her pink backpack in tow. Knowing where Han Chung lived, Luo Yiru arrived shortly after in her car. Upon seeing Han Sheng carrying the sleeping Luolizi, she hurriedly opened the car door. Han Sheng placed Luolizi in the back seat, and Luo Yiru tenderly tucked a blanket around her before gently closing the door and looking at Han Sheng. "How has Luolizi been with you?" "She's very well behaved and hasn't he caused me any trouble," Han Sheng replied, which surprised Luo Yiru, though she could tell he wasn't lying. It was evident that Luolizi adored him. "I'll give you the tutoring fee now," Luo Yiru said, rummaging through her handbag for her wallet. "No need, unchanging see Steve." He was looking after Luolizi for money, and he wasn't short on funds either. "It's late now. You should take Luolizi home to rest." Luo Yiru was astonished that Han Sheng didn't want payment. "Luolizi and I are friends. How could I charge her for playing with me after school?" Han Sheng explained with a smile, handing Luolizi's backpack to Luo Yiru. During dinner, Luolizi had packed a box of food for her mother, saying it was for her. Upon hearing this, Luo Yiru felt a lump in her throat and almost cried. It was the first time her daughter had treated her so tenderly. "Thank you, truly." "Thank you." Luo Yiru bowed slightly to Han Sheng in gratitude, unsure what else to say. Luolizi, usually willful and spoiled, had become so obedient around this teacher. Luo Yiru felt that hiring Han Sheng as a tutor was undoubtedly the right decision. After expressing her gratitude, Luo Yiru drove home. Han Sheng returned to his apartment and lay down on his bed. With a heavy heart and exhausted limbs, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. A night passed in silence, ushering in a new day. Last night, due to an early bedtime, Han Sheng woke up quite early. Though his body ached all over, he still strapped on the sandbags and went downstairs to run. Growing up, Han Sheng had always been the target of bullying due to familial circumstances. In the past, he lacked the strength to resist, but now that he had the opportunity to grow stronger, he cherished it immensely. After completing a lap, he returned drenched in sweat, took a shower, and donned the teacher's attire of high benizhong. He did not forget to reattach the sandbags to his calves. The loose-fitting trousers concealed them entirely. While the quickest way to enhance physical fitness would be to join a gym, Han Sheng neither had the finances nor the time for that. So he opted for this method of constant training. As usual, Han Sheng bought breakfast and ate while making his way to school. The atmosphere in the office was as it typically was, which meant that apart from Zelene, no one paid him any attention. In fact, if Zelene had ignored him, he might have gotten along well with the other teachers in the office. However, due to their amicable relationship, Han Sheng had become the office's pariah. Just before the morning reading bell rang, Chu Sini brought over a stack of Chinese homework and placed it on Han Sheng's desk. She was not only the class monitor of Class 6, but also the representative for the Chinese subject. Upon seeing Han Sheng, her fair cheeks flushed a rosy hue, prompting his curiosity about what Lu Lizzie had said to her the previous afternoon. However, with other teachers present, he refrained from asking, and Chu Sini hurriedly left after dropping off the homework. Han Sheng planned to inquire with Chu Sini later and began to grade the assignments. The Chinese homework was quite simple. He had assigned a few sentences for translation, and he could score them with just a glance. His speed in grading was impressive. After swiftly correcting over 10 assignments, a slip of note suddenly caught his eye as he mechanically opened another book. The pink note appeared quite ordinary, and Han Sheng initially thought it was mistakenly left by a student. However, upon picking it up, he noticed that the other side was adorned with a doodle of a cartoon computer and a phrase. "Are you my dear husband?" The mention of husband made Han Sheng's heart skip a beat, leaving him perplexed. It was common for students to use such affectionate terms in their relationships. So perhaps this was just a note from a love-struck student who had accidentally left it in the homework. Turning the assignment over to see whose it was, he saw the hastily scribbled name Fong Tianhua on the cover, which made him feel as though he had swallowed a fly. Upon reopening the assignment, he discovered it to be completely blank. Fong Tianhua had submitted an empty book. Given Fong Tianhua's evident fear of him, as he had come to apologize with his father the day before, it was unlikely he would dare to submit a blank assignment intentionally. Han Sheng had a thought and quickly texted Chu Sini to ask if Fong Tianhua had shown up at school. Her prompt reply informed him that Fong Tianhua had taken a week off. The situation became even more peculiar. Homework was submitted to group leaders, who then collected it for the representatives. So, if Fong Tianhua was absent, who had submitted his work? The note seemed like a coincidence, but the deliberate submission of Fong Tianhua's assignment suggested intent. Han Sheng's attention returned to the pink note's inquiry, and the delicate handwriting clearly indicated it was written by a girl. knowing that Fang Tianhua had no girlfriend. As he had been venting his frustrations on Han Cheng for pursuing Chu Xinyi, the note's presence became increasingly mysterious. Though the note itself was a trivial matter, Han Cheng found himself with an odd thought, feeling as if someone were testing him. Who could it be? With a bold assumption surfacing in his mind, Han Cheng, almost unconsciously, wrote beneath the inquiry on the note, "Are you my dear husband? If you wish to know, come find me." After inscribing those words, he closed the assignment book and resumed grading. After the morning reading session, Han Cheng completed the grading and called for Chu Xinyi to take the assignments back to class. The students would assist in distributing the homework, ensuring that even if someone was absent, the assignments would still reach their desks. Once Chu Xinyi left with the homework, Han Cheng began to wait, hoping that the note was merely a figment of his imagination. Yet a strong sense of unease lingered in his heart. Soon, the class bell rang, and Han Cheng carried his textbook to class 6. He taught 2 consecutive Chinese lessons without noticing anything unusual in the classroom. It seemed he had indeed been overthinking the situation, and he felt somewhat amused, gradually easing his worries. During the 4th period, class 6 had physical education. Soon after, it was nearly dismissal time, and the office was nearly empty as teachers without classes had left. Han Cheng sat at the computer, preparing a lesson plan, intending to leave only after the dismissal bell rang. Just as he was finalizing the presentation, a shadow flickered on the computer screen, someone peering curiously through the office door. Han Cheng assumed it was Lu Lizzie coming to find him after school, but when he turned, the head that had been peeking quickly ducked away. This behavior puzzled him, as Lu Lizzie was not typically shy. With a few teachers still in the office, none of them seemed to notice the situation at the door. Han Cheng recalled the note from the morning, and his heart raced as he saved his work and hurried out of the office. Chapter 14. Where is this? Didn't we all die? Upon exiting the office, Han Cheng spotted a girl with thin, noodle-like hair and blunt bangs. She appeared somewhat frail and had just been the one peeking through the door. Now, she had hidden around the corner of the corridor, cautiously peering at Han Cheng. Han Cheng recognized her as a student from class 6 named Su Lingyu, who was known for her introverted nature. Yet, on occasion, when they crossed paths, she would timidly greet him before quickly looking away. Now, seeing her hide like a shy cat, Han Cheng found himself confused about whether she was bold or timid. Could she be the one who used Fang Tianhua's assignment to pass the note? Filled with curiosity, he approached her, and upon noticing Han Cheng coming closer, Su Lingyu resembled a startled cat, frightened and ready to flee. "Did you write the note that was in the assignment book?" he asked directly. Caught off guard, Su Lingyu stood frozen, shoulders hunched as she gazed up at Han Cheng. Though she did not speak, he could see a multitude of emotions swirling in her expressive eyes. Fear, trepidation, longing, and unfamiliarity. Her gaze was reminiscent of another he had encountered just the day before when Lu Lizzie had looked at him similarly. Thinking of Lu Lizzie brought Han Cheng back to the note's inquiry. Earlier, he had speculated that the note's author might be his newly appeared past-life wife. Hence the phrasing that invited the reader to seek him out. He had written that line as a means to lure the person out. Now, confronted by Su Lingyu's timid gaze, Han Cheng found himself asking, "Do you also possess memories of past life?" Hearing those words, tears welled in Su Lingyu's eyes, nearly spilling over. "Cheng," with a choked voice, Su Lingyu called out and threw herself into Han Cheng's embrace. As a teacher, Han Cheng was immediately flustered. This was the school building, and the sight of such a scene would be quite inappropriate, regardless of whether it was witnessed by teachers or students. "Cheng, I'm so scared." Su Lingyu began to sob, her distress palpable. Han Cheng found himself at a loss for words, startled by the girl's reaction. He had only asked a question out of curiosity, yet her response was so intense. Clearly, she was someone like Lu Lizzie, who possessed memories of a past life. It was due to these memories that she addressed him so intimately and clung to him. Despite having encountered Lu Lizzie before, Han Cheng's heart was still in turmoil. "Please don't cry." Faced with a weeping girl, Han Cheng was unsure how to react. This was not a suitable place for conversation. "Let's find somewhere else to talk." Su Lingyu released her grip, her tear-streaked face lifting to meet Han Cheng's gaze as she nodded with a faint smile, then wrapped her arms around his again. Though Han Cheng wished she would let go, he could feel her icy hands trembling, seemingly gripped with fear. After a moment's contemplation, he led her briskly towards the rooftop of the teaching building. The rooftop at Haiba No. 1 High School was open to students, and though it was class time, Many people still roamed the halls below. The rooftop, however, was likely deserted at this hour. Once atop the rooftop and finding it empty, Han Cheng let out a sigh of relief. He turned to Su Lingyu, who was gazing at him with wide eyes. Cheng, where's this? Didn't we both die? The absence of others eased Su Lingyu's anxiety somewhat, yet she still clung tightly to Han Cheng's arm, her curiosity evident. This, Han Cheng was baffled. The Su Lingyu in front of him was clearly not the same as the one he had known. Had her soul been overtaken by another? Unable to comprehend the situation fully, he asked directly, "In your eyes, who am I?" You are Cheng. I have a memory in my mind telling me that you are Teacher Han." Su Lingyu looked at him earnestly. "Cheng, my mind is so confused. Where are we? Can we go home? Back to our home?" Her weak, almost pleading voice left Han Cheng torn between agreeing or declining. Refusing her seemed cruel. Yet should he take her to his rented apartment? After some deliberation, he nodded. The situation was exceedingly complicated, and he intended to seek Luolaizi's assistance in clarifying matters. "Calm yourself. Let us head downstairs. However, you must not cling to my arm. It would be quite inappropriate if someone else were to see." "Okay." Su Lingyu nodded obediently, releasing her hold and standing quietly beside him. They descended the stairs together, and, as they did, Han Cheng pulled out his phone to contact Luolaizi. Upon receiving his call, Luolaizi was thrilled. Husband, have you missed me?" Han Cheng glanced at Su Lingyu, who was looking down, seemingly oblivious to the conversation. He quickly inquired if Luolaizi had finished school. With a playful tone, she replied that she had just left the school gates. "I'll head back to my apartment. Please be careful on your way here." Luolaizi sensed something was amiss. "Husband, your voice sounds strange. Did something happen? Are your grandfather and grandpa plotting against you?" Her vivid imagination left Han Cheng exasperated. "You'll find out soon enough." As they spoke, Han Cheng and Su Lingyu had reached the ground floor. Suddenly, Su Lingyu anxiously grasped Han Cheng's arm, shaking it urgently. Noticing someone approaching, someone potentially troublesome, Han Cheng hurriedly ended the call and whispered for Su Lingyu to act naturally. "Tijerang, where are you and your sister going?" A girl in a sky-blue tracksuit with straight hair and bangs approached swiftly. Seeing the girl who resembled Su Lingyu, Han Cheng recalled that Su Lingyu had a twin sister named Su Lingyin. Confused, Su Lingyin Driunide. While Su Lingyu cowered behind Han Cheng, as if confronted by a demon, clutching his shirt tightly. "Sister, what's wrong?" Su Lingyin's worried tone reflected her concern. Su Lingyu had previously claimed to be unwell and skipped physical education class. She should have been resting in the classroom. Yet now, Han Cheng seemed intent on taking her somewhere. Su Lingyin noticed Han Cheng's nervous demeanor and began to speculate. He looked as if he were involved in something unsavory that had been discovered. She glanced between Han Cheng and her sister, who was typically shy and reserved, and could never converse with unfamiliar individuals. Yet here she was, hiding behind Han Cheng. If she hadn't arrived just now, where might they have gone? Perhaps to a hotel? Su Lingyin's face paled, as she found the situation too bizarre to comprehend. Su Lingyin. Han Cheng sensed her wild imagination and intended to clarify the situation to prevent a misunderstanding. "We need to leave quickly." However, Su Lingyu, trembling behind him, urged him to escape. Han Cheng was unsure of the cause of her panic, yet he could feel her urgency. "I'm sorry. I'll explain later." With determination, he took Su Lingyu's hand and hurried towards the school gate. Wait. Teacher Han, what are you doing?" Su Lingyin attempted to reclaim her sister. But as Han Cheng led Su Lingyu out the gate, she was halted by a school security guard. It was class time, and, without a leave slip, she couldn't leave the premises. Su Lingyin wanted to scream, to alert everyone to the truth about Han Cheng, whom she believed to be a predatory beast. Yet, her sister had willingly followed him. Standing at the gate, she watched as Han Cheng and her sister walked away, completely at a loss for how to explain this incident to their parents later. Chapter 15. What do you plan to do then, husband? Han Cheng's rented apartment was not far from Haiba No. 1 High School. Hand in hand with Su Lingyu, they quickly arrived at the building. Once inside the small apartment, finding it empty, Su Lingyu once again threw herself into Han Cheng's embrace. "Cheng, I'm so scared. I'm glad you're here." Han Cheng initially intended to push her away, but her fragile voice softened his resolve. He gently patted her head, leading her to sit on the sofa while pouring her a cup of tea. As Su Lingyu took a sip, a sweet smile lit up her fair face. "Is your mind still troubled? Can you tell me what happened?" Han Cheng suppressed his own anxiety and concern, inquiring softly. I don't know." Su Lingyu shook her head in confusion, cradling the cup in her hands. I clearly died in the explosion, yet this morning, I suddenly found myself in a strange place. I have this odd memory, one that includes you, but you don't recognize me. So, I wrote you a note, worried that if you truly didn't recognize me, it would cause trouble. I slipped the note into someone else's assignment book, hoping that if you remembered me, you would know it was from me. Han Cheng breathed a sigh of relief internally. This meant Su Lingyu had awakened her memories of a past life that morning. The collision of two memories in her mind had left her confused and terrified. You just mentioned past life memories. Does this mean we have been reincarnated after our demise? Su Lingyu curiously glanced around, realizing that this world was fundamentally different from the one where Chengni and she lived. However, she felt reassured by Chengni's presence. With him by her side, her fears dissipated. She set down the cup in her hand and shyly approached, nestling into Han Cheng's embrace. This action left Han Cheng stiff and motionless, for he had not awakened to the memories of his past life, and in his eyes, this girl was merely his student. Why don't you hold me? Su Lingyu looked up at Han Cheng with tear-filled eyes. Have you forgotten me? I am your wife. Though I may not be a perfect wife, I have always strived to improve. Seeing her on the verge of tears again, Han Cheng's phone rang, and he quickly retrieved it to answer. It was a call from Chu Sinyi, who he suspected was prompted by Su Lingyin. As soon as he picked up, she inquired about Su Lingyu's whereabouts. Mr. Han, where have you taken Lingyu? Han Cheng glanced at Su Lingyu, who was nestled against him like a kitten. He realized that both Chu Sinyi and Su Lingyin had misunderstood his relationship with Su Lingyu. But how could he explain this? Should he tell them that Su Lingyu had awakened memories of her past life? Not only might they struggle to believe him, but if this information fell into the hands of those with ill intentions, the consequences could be dire. Things are not as you think regarding Su Lingyu and me. Please assure Su Lingyin not to worry. I will explain everything later. Han Cheng quickly replied before hanging up. The current situation was precarious. If Su Lingyin informed her parents, they would be horrified to find Su Lingyu clinging to him, and he would surely face their wrath. The key was Su Lingyu. Do not be afraid, all right? Han Cheng took a deep breath and solemnly instructed Su Lingyu. In this world, we are teacher and student, not husband and wife. You must adapt quickly. Otherwise, it could be detrimental for both of us. Do you not want me anymore? Su Lingyu's tears flowed freely as she looked at Han Cheng with sorrowful eyes. Please, do not think like that. Do not be scared. Her weeping left Han Cheng in turmoil. Was she always this fragile in her previous life? Su Lingyu's cries grew more pitiful, as if she felt rejected and abandoned by Han Cheng. Realization struck Han Cheng. Su Lingyu's past self had also been timid and introverted, terrified of everything but him. If Su Lingyu did not cooperate, the situation would undoubtedly worsen. Her parents might think he had seduced their daughter, causing a scandal that could escalate to the school or even the police. This could be disastrous. At that moment, the door of the rented apartment swung open, and Luo Lizi entered. Upon seeing a girl crying while clinging to Han Cheng's arm, she immediately became enraged. Husband, what is going on? Have you forced yourself on her? Han Cheng broke into a cold sweat at Luo Lizi's sudden outburst. She too had awakened to memories of her past life, but her personality was somewhat reserved, making her fearful of everything around her. Luo Lizi furrowed her brow and unexpectedly slapped Su Lingyu on the neck. Instantly, Su Lingyu fell unconscious, leaning against Han Cheng. What was that for? Han Cheng exclaimed, taken aback by Luo Lizi's action. I had to help her. She's still dominated by her past life memories and has not yet integrated them with her current self. It's better for her to sleep a bit so that her memories can merge, Luo Lizi explained. As someone with experience, she was well versed in such matters. Hearing this, Han Cheng sighed in relief. However, Luo Lizi was still upset. Husband, how many wives did you have in your past life? Are you keeping women hidden from me? Han Cheng shook his head in exasperation. If reincarnation existed, he must have had many past lives. You come from a past life, and perhaps she comes from an even earlier one. Luo Lizi could comprehend this explanation, but she crossed her arms defiantly, still displeased. I don't care if she was a princess. She can only be a concubine. There can only be one main wife, and that is me. Hey, this was Luo Lizi's one-sided assumption. Han Cheng, overwhelmed, gestured for her to be quiet. Now was not the time for such matters. This girl was a student in his class, and her sister had seen him bring her back. What excuse are you going to use? Let her explain herself. She is the one who caused this. Luo Lizi insisted, shaking Su Lingyu's shoulders in an attempt to wake her. Don't fuss. Let her wake up naturally. Han Chung laid Su Lingyu down on the sofa and then picked up Luo Lizi to carry her away. With Luo Lizi by his side, he felt reassured that even if Chu Xini and Su Lingyin arrived, he would not be misinterpreted. The pressing issue was how to explain the situation to them. Husband, I'm hungry, Luo Lizi said, ignoring Su Lingyu as she rubbed her small belly and looked bashfully at Han Chung. We still have plenty of snacks from yesterday. Let us have some. Han Chung fetched the snacks for Luo Lizi, knowing that Luo Yiru was busy at lunchtime, so Luo Lizi would have to settle for lunch here. Husband, what are you planning to do? Luo Lizi munched on potato chips while observing Su Lingyu on the sofa. I thought I was the only one with past life memories, but it seems I've encountered another one so soon. Perhaps another will appear tomorrow. What will you do then? With Su Lingyu's matter unresolved, Luo Lizi posed a question that further troubled Han Chung. He found it hard to fathom why this world was filled with individuals possessing past life memories. While such occurrences might not be monumental, the issue lay in the fact that they were all his wives. Could it be that in his previous lives, he had been a virtuous person worthy of divine favor, leading the heavens to reunite him with his wives across lifetimes? Chapter 16. No matter what, I will not part with you. Han Chung did not respond to Luo Lizi's inquiry, for a more urgent matter had arisen. The doorbell rang, and without a doubt, it was Chu Xini and Su Lingyin arriving. Luo Lizi shot Han Chung a smug smile, while he took a deep breath. Earlier, Su Lingyu's actions at school had flustered him, but now he felt composed. He opened the door to find Chu Xini and Su Lingyin standing outside. Su Lingyin immediately rushed inside, eager to check on her sister. Chu Xini looked up at Han Chung, her eyes filled with suspicion and curiosity, sensing that there was something between him and Su Lingyu. Mr. Han, why is my sister asleep? Su Lingyin quickly demanded. She took some medicine and then fell asleep. Han Sheng hastili fabricated en excuse. What kind of medicine? Su Lingyin scrutinized him. I know my sister is unwell, but why would she come here for medicine? Here's the situation, Han Chung continued, having devised a plausible story. While you were in gym class, Su Lingyu came to the office. The homeroom teacher, Ma Dui, was absent, so she approached me, saying she felt unwell. Upon seeing her condition, I immediately thought of a similar situation my sister once faced. Han Chung pointed towards the chip-munching Rolly Z. Rolly Z appeared somewhat dejected, but still nodded in agreement. Su Lingyu's condition mirrored that of my sister. In recalling that I had a special medication at home, I hurriedly brought her back with me. To my surprise, we encountered you downstairs. Su Lingyu was reluctant to worry you, which prompted her to hide behind me, urging me to leave quickly. Once we returned here, Su Lingyu took her medication and fell asleep. By the time she awakens, she should be fine. Upon hearing this explanation, Su Lingyin's eyes reddened, and she nearly burst into tears. She did not doubt Han Chung. After all, Su Lingyu had been resting her head on the table, claiming to feel unwell. Su Lingyin had assumed her sister merely had a minor ailment, unaware that the situation was more serious than she had imagined. Had Han Chung not intervened, she shuddered to think of what might have transpired. Thank you, Teacher Han. I'm truly grateful. Su Lingyin hurriedly bowed in thanks to Han Chung. No need for thanks. Han Chung sighed with relief internally, feeling somewhat apologetic for having concealed the truth from her, likely alarming her in the process. Not at all. Su Lingyin shyly shook her head. I stayed with my sister. Entering the room, Su Lingyin sat beside Su Lingyu, allowing her sister to rest her head on her lap. Chu Xini looked towards Han Chung, harboring doubts about his earlier statements. If Su Lingyu was ill, shouldn't she be taken to the hospital? It's nothing serious, Han Chung, anxious that Chu Xini might ask too many questions and expose his ruse, swiftly redirected her attention. By the way, what did Rolly Z say to you yesterday afternoon? Why did you run away upon seeing me? At the mention of this, Chu Xini's face flushed, and she hurriedly lowered her head to explain. Rolly Z was just saying nonsense. Teacher Han, please don't take it to heart. With her focus shifted, Han Chung dismissed the events of the previous afternoon. The previously unassuming Rolly Z approached unhappily, munching on her chips and urging Han Chung, I'm hungry. Han Chung nodded. I'll head downstairs to buy some fast food. Xini, you all should stay and have lunch here. Without waiting for their agreement, he hurried downstairs, his mind preoccupied with the lack of desire to cook. By the time Han Chung returned with 5 portions of fast food, Su Lingyu had already awoken. She sat on the sofa, a sweet smile gracing her face upon seeing Han Chung. Teacher, Chung, Lingyu, you're awake. Do you feel any better? Han Sheng inquired, blinking rapidly. a sense of unease stirring within him as he worried about being discovered. Su Lingyu nodded with a smile. I'm fine now, Teacher Chung. Thank you. Han Chung exhaled in relief, quickly distributing the fast food among Chu Sini and the others. As he settled down to eat, Su Lingyu approached, cradling a food box, and sat beside him like a kitten. Han Cheng's heart skipped a beat, while Chu Sini and Su Lingyin looked on in surprise, not anticipating such a close relationship between Su Lingyu and Han Chung. Sister, would you come sit with me? Su Lingyin invited her sister. No. Su Lingyu gently shook her head, her gaze lowered in shyness. I want to sit with Teacher Chung. Su Lingyin was taken aback. Her sister, normally so reserved, had suddenly become much bolder in her words. Had Han Cheng's earlier act of saving her transformed their bond into something more intimate? Han Cheng glanced at Su Lingyu beside him, who turned to him with a sweet smile. Teacher Chung, let us eat. It was evident that Su Lingyu's memories of her past life had intertwined with her current ones. In her heart, he remained her husband. Han Chung, along with Su Lingyin and Chu Sini, felt decidedly uncomfortable during the meal. Roly Z, however, seemed unfazed by the atmosphere, finishing her lunch before retreating to Han Cheng's room to play on the computer. Lingyin, you and the class monitor should head back to school. Su Lingyu interjected, surprising her sister and prompting her to leave with Chu Sini. Sister Yu, I want to talk with Teacher Chung. Su Lingyu turned to Han Chung, her expression shy and her eyes soft, making it obvious that something unusual was afoot. Su Lingyin's mouth fell open in astonishment. She had never seen her introverted sister display such feelings, gazing at Han Chung as if he were a romantic interest. Sister, you can't possibly be. Don't overthink it. Han Chung quickly interrupted Su Lingyin. I believe Lingyu wishes to discuss something important with me. What significant matters could a female student have to discuss with a male teacher? Su Lingyin felt anxious, fearing her sister might be taken advantage of by Han Chung. Yet, since her sister requested her to leave, she couldn't impose herself further. Class monitor, let us go, Su Lingyin said, standing up and exiting with a heavy heart. All right. Chu Sini followed suit, her spirits inexplicably dampened. As they departed, Su Lingyu turned to Han Chung, tears shimmering in her eyes. Chung, I miss you so much. I never expected to see you again. Don't cry, don't cry. Su Lingyu began to weep unexpectedly, and Han Chung found himself flustered. You're just like before. You're most afraid of me crying. Seeing Han Chung's panicked demeanor, Su Lingyu wiped her tears and smiled. Who would have thought that in this lifetime? We are now student and teacher, when in the past, I was the teacher and you were the student. Su Lingyu tenderly caressed Han Cheng's cheek, her eyes brimming with an unwavering affection. I'm sorry. Han Chung felt quite awkward. I don't possess memories of my past life. I can't recall anything about you. Then how did you know I awakened my past life memories? Because, gazing into Su Lingyu's loving eyes, Han Cheng hesitated to dishetnar. It's because of me. Roly Z emerged from her room. Considering you were husband and wife in your past life, I'll reluctantly allow you to be my husband's concubine. Who are you? Like you, she too has awakened her past life memories. I was her husband as well. Upon hearing Han Cheng's explanation, Roly Z laughed triumphantly, while Su Lingyu stood there in disbelief. She didn't find it odd that she had awakened memories of her past life, but she was astonished by Roly Z's awakening. Chung, you wouldn't want to abandon me, would you? I cannot bear to face such a fate, whether in this life or the next. I cannot live without you. Please don't leave me. Su Lingyu clutched Han Cheng's arm and cried out. Roly Z looked awkwardly at Han Chung, not anticipating the girl's fragility. I will not forsake you. Han Chung quickly assured Su Lingyu. Chung, we endured so much in our past lives to be together, only to encounter a catastrophe. In this life, having reunited, I will not let you go, no matter what. Weeping, Su Lingyu nestled into Han Cheng's embrace, holding him tightly. Witnessing this scene, Roly Z felt a pang of jealousy and joined Han Chung at his side, seeking solace in his embrace as well. Chapter 17. The longer this drags on, the more my sister will be hurt. Han Chung was at a loss on how to comfort the weeping Su Lingyu, and now Roly Z had joined the fray. He felt an overwhelming sense of dread, worried about the potential appearance of other wives from past lives. If all of his wives from previous incarnations were to manifest, it would be an unimaginable scenario. Gently patting Roly Z's head, Han Chung suggested she return to her room to play on the computer. Roly Z, not lacking in awareness, noticed Han Cheng's distress, and, with perfect timing, received a call from her mother, Luo Yiru, prompting her to obediently retreat to her room. Han Cheng gently comforted the soft-bodied Su Lingyu for some time, and gradually, her tears subsided. Lingyu, let us set aside the matters of the past for now. Are you aware of the situation we currently face? Han Cheng analyzed the situation for Su Lingyu, assuring her that her sister must have been indulging in wild fantasies, and she needed to dispel her doubts. However, we are married. Su Lingyu clung tightly to Han Cheng, her voice soft yet resolute. Do you understand what a benevolent lie is? If you reveal the truth and tell Su Lingyin that we are husband and wife, or disclose our past lives, do you comprehend the consequences? Your parents would certainly not spare me, and you might even be sent to the hospital for treatment. Hearing these words, Su Lingyu trembled in fear, holding on to Han Cheng even more tightly. Though her body was fragrant and soft, Han Cheng was not in the mood to enjoy it. He continued to guide her. We are teacher and student, and we must maintain that relationship, all right? But I don't want to be separated from you. She protested. You just said we were teacher and student. Do you even know how old you are? If your parents discover how close we are, they might transfer you to another school. I understand. Su Lingyu replied anxiously. You know I'm not good at interacting with others. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do. I will quietly be your student, but please don't ignore me. As she spoke, her eyes reddened with the threat of tears. Since meeting her, Han Cheng couldn't recall how many times Su Lingyu had cried. He quickly comforted her to be strong. After a lengthy conversation, worried about being misunderstood by Su Lingyin and Chu Sini, Han Cheng hurriedly led her to school. As they descended the stairs, he suddenly remembered Luo Lizi. Turning around, he noticed her trailing behind with a forlorn expression, which relieved him. Previously, Han Cheng had found Luo Lizi a bit annoying, but compared to Su Lingyu, she was indeed more obedient. Just then, Luo Lizi unexpectedly remarked, I didn't close the door. Hey, Han Cheng responded, feeling frustrated. What if a thief comes in? Oof. Luo Lizi turned her head away sulkily, unable to do anything else. Han Cheng asked Su Lingyu to wait a moment while he rushed upstairs to close the door. Watching him go, Luo Lizi approached Su Lingyu and took her hand, guiding her forward like an older sister. I'll accompany you to school. There are some things I need to tell you. Su Lingyu walked alongside Luo Lizi but glanced back occasionally. I know your situation. After all, I've been through it too, Luo Lizi said, her doll-like face serious, incongruous with her age. Listen, if you want to be with your husband, don't cry and be strong. Also, don't cause him trouble. His situation is already dire enough. What is wrong with Cheng? Su Lingyu felt a wave of anxiety at Luo Lizi's words. Hee, I thought you wouldn't ask, Luo Lizi replied playfully. Concerned that Han Cheng might be in trouble, Su Lingyu relayed what Chu Sini had told her. Learning that someone was targeting Han Cheng made her heart race. As his wife, we cannot add to his burdens. We must help him as much as we can, understand? Luo Lizi urged seriously. I understand, Su Lingyu nodded. Despite her annoyance towards Luo Lizi, the latter's concern for Han Cheng softened Su Lingyu's heart, leading her to begin accepting her. Also, I am the legitimate wife, and you are the concubine. From now on, you should call me sister. Just as Su Lingyu was beginning to warm up to Luo Lizi, she was taken aback by the latter's declaration. In my past life, I was the renowned warrior of the Luo clan, and my husband was a mighty general. If you can defeat me, I would consider being a concubine. Luo Lizi's words made Su Lingyu's eyes sparkle with intrigue. So, Cheng was once a general. Did anything happen when he was with you? Luo Lizi asked curiously. He is my hero. He has always been my great hero. Su Lingyu's gaze reflected deep affection, sending shivers down Luo Lizi's spine. Footsteps approached from behind. Han Cheng had caught up. Luo Lizi quickly warned Su Lingyu. Don't tell her what I just said. He doesn't like discussing family matters. Su Lingyu smiled and nodded. Cheng had always been that way, shouldering troubles alone. What are you two talking about? Han Cheng asked as he joined them. Noticing their cheerful interaction brightened his mood. We were scolding you for being a bad guy. Why do you need so many wives? Luo Lizi exclaimed playfully. One for a lifetime. Where's the excess? Han Cheng retorted helplessly. You promised to marry me for eternity, yet you married others. Is that my fault? Listening to Han Cheng and Luo Lizi bicker, Su Lingyu couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Life now seemed far more amusing than before. After escorting Su Lingyu to the entrance of Haiba No. 1 Middle School, Han Cheng still needed to take Luo Lizi to elementary school. Bidding her farewell, Su Lingyu entered the school and ascended to the teaching building. It was still lunchtime, and aside from Su Lingyin and Chu Xinyi, there were no other students in the classroom. Sister. Upon seeing Su Lingyu, Su Lingyin sprang from her seat and hurried towards her. What did you talk about with Teacher Han? Did he bully you? Chu Xinyi quickly followed, eager to know what transpired between Su Lingyu and Han Cheng. Teacher. He's very nice, Su Lingyu replied shyly, lowering her head. She struggled with social interactions, and even though she was familiar with the girl before her, speaking made her blush uncontrollably. Why do you call him Teacher Cheng? Su Lingyin questioned, suspicion flooding her mind. You didn't confess your feelings for him, did you? You were stealing glances at him during class. There's nothing between us. Su Lingyu buried her flushed face in her arms as she sat down, resembling an ostrich. Su Lingyin and Chu Xinyi exchanged glances, unconvinced that nothing was going on between Su Lingyu and Han Cheng. However, since Su Lingyu remained silent, they could only whisper among themselves. My sister wouldn't dare be so bold as to confess to Teacher Han. Su Lingyin fulmith, convinced that Han Cheng had done something to her sister. That jerk. Teacher Han isn't like that. Chu Xinyi quickly defended. Didn't we say he treated Lingyu with medicine for her illness? Perhaps Lingyu asked us to leave to express her gratitude to him. But look at my sister. She is clearly in love. Chu Xinyi glanced at Su Lingyu, who was resting her head on the desk, her face flushed with shyness, and found the situation highly suspicious. I don't oppose teacher-student relationships, but I'm not optimistic about my sister and Han Cheng's romance. Whoever she loves, she will always be the one to suffer the most. Su Lingyin worriedly grasped Chu Xinyi's hand, saying anxiously, Xinyi, please help me. I don't want my sister to get hurt. We must separate them. Huh? Chu Xinyi was taken aback by Su Lingyin's sudden idea. You should talk to Lingyu. If they really are in love, we can. You saw how she is. Do you think my sister would speak up? She seems fragile and shy, but she is incredibly stubborn. We should take action against Han Cheng. We must quickly cut this off, or the longer it drags on, the more my sister will suffer. Chapter 18. I am sincerely seeking your guidance. Teacher. After dropping Luo Lizi off at school, Han Cheng took his time walking to Haiba No. 1 Middle School. The emergence of Su Ling's language instilled a profound sense of pressure within Han Cheng. He was left to ponder the inevitable return of his wife from a past life, questioning how many versions of her might materialize. Such occurrences, which defy the very laws of science, eluded Han Cheng's understanding, prompting him to refrain from overthinking the matter. Each girl bearing memories of a previous existence harbored deep feelings for him, and the question of how to address their affections posed a formidable challenge. Yet it was not an issue demanding immediate resolution. What truly weighed on Han Cheng's mind was his concern for Lo Li and the others, fearing that their close proximity to him might lead to their harm. The threat to their well-being stemmed from his own family, who regarded his presence as a disgrace, believing he had no rightful place in this world. In the past, Han Cheng had chosen to evade his family's actions, distancing himself from both households. However, even at a considerable remove, they would occasionally intrude upon his peace. Reminiscent of the incident where Feng Tianhua was exploited by Su Liang, avoidance proved unhelpful, especially given the presence of Lo Li and the others, which made evasion impossible. His parents, on the other hand, had managed to sever ties with familial troubles entirely. During holidays, they would call from around the globe, seemingly indifferent to his plight. Han Cheng silently resented their abandonment, acknowledging that his choice to remain in the country was his own. He had grown weary of a life of perpetual wandering, yearning instead for a tranquil and stable existence. Lost in these thoughts, Han Cheng returned to school. Upon entering his office, the head of his grade approached him, patting his shoulder. Xiao Han, Teacher Ma has taken sick leave, and we don't know when he'll return. Class 6 cannot be without a homeroom teacher, so you'll have to step in during this time. Really? Han Cheng instinctively questioned, recalling that Teacher Ma had seemed perfectly fine that morning. They say illness strikes without warning, the grade leader replied, casting Han Cheng a meaningful glance. A sense of foreboding gripped Han Cheng as he recalled the mix-up involving the director of the Moral Education Department yesterday. The coincidence of Teacher Ma falling ill today hinted at a darker undercurrent within the school. After offering a reassuring pat on Han Cheng's shoulder, the grade leader departed. Dismissing these thoughts, Han Cheng approached Teacher Ma's desk, preparing to assume his responsibilities as the homeroom teacher. Just then, his phone vibrated with an incoming call from an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, He heard Fong Tianhua's anxious voice on the line. Is this you, Teacher Han? Yes. Han Chung replied, bewildered as to how Fong Tianhua had obtained his number. Can you help me? Fong Tianhua's voice trembled on the verge of tears. What's wrong? Han Chung furrowed his brow, stepping outside the office. Su Yang is dead. He visited me in the hospital, and after leaving, he died. His friends believe I am partially responsible for his death, and they want me to pay. Stonid, Han Sheng halted. Have you reported this to the police? Have you told your parents? I'm too scared to go to the police, Fong Tianhua sobbed. Even if they were detained, it would only be for a few days, and since this involves Su Yang, I fear. Please, Teacher Han, you must help me. Though Han Chung held no particular fondness for Fong Tianhua, he recognized him as a student and did not hesitate to ask for his location. Fong Tianhua quickly replied that he was hiding in a supermarket, pursued by Su Yang's friends. Upon learning the name of the supermarket, Han Chung assured him that he would come immediately and ended the call. As Han Chung prepared to leave, Chu Sinny rushed out of her classroom. Tian, are you going to find Fong Tianhua? Don't go. It's dangerous. We should call the police. Realizing that Fong Tianhua had likely obtained his number from Chu Sinny, Han Chung reassured her. There's no need to worry. I'll be fine. Teacher Ma is on sick leave, and I must step out for a moment. As class monitor, you must maintain order in the classroom. If anything arises before I return, seek out teacher and, after giving Chu Sinny his instructions, Han Chung hurried downstairs. Although deeply concerned, Chu Sinny felt powerless to intervene and could only pray for Han Cheng's safety. Once outside, he hailed a taxi and swiftly arrived at the supermarket where Fong Tianhua was hiding. As he entered the store, he dialed Fong Tianhua's number again. When the call connected, a girl's voice answered. Who are you? What do you want with Fong Tianhua? Who are you? Han Chung retorted, his brow furrowed. Teacher Han, help. Fong Tianhua's terrified voice echoed, clearly in distress. Where are you? What do you want? Han Chung felt a surge of anxiety. This was a situation he had never encountered before. Teacher, you are in no position to negotiate. You would do well to forget this incident ever occurred. Do not contact your parents. We will handle this matter with you directly. Fong Tianhua's panicked voice cut in, revealing his desire to keep his family uninformed. Following Fong Tianhua's instructions, the assailants arranged a meeting location, cautioning Han Chung against contacting the authorities. When Han Chung arrived at the designated spot near a vocational high school, he found Fong Tianhua trembling on the ground, with an imposing girl of about 18 standing over him. The area appeared deserted, but Han Chung sensed that many were lurking in the shadows. The girl sported short, wine-red hair and chewed gum with a defiant demeanor. So, you're Teacher Han. Are you really here to negotiate? Seeing Fong Tianhua's pitiful state did not rouse Han Cheng's fear, but the girl unsettled him greatly. What do you want? Fong Tianhua had nothing to do with Su Yang's death. I know, the girl replied, glancing down at Fong Tianhua. If he were involved in my brother's death, I would have already disposed of him. My brother was simply kind enough to visit the hospital and was tragically struck by a car on his way out. Regardless, Fong Tianhua should make some form of restitution. Han Chung nodded in agreement with her sentiment. Indeed, Fong Tianhua should compensate you, but your brutal treatment of him necessitates compensation as well. The girl burst into laughter at Han Cheng's words. Fine, I'll demand 100,000 from him, but he owes me 1 million. So, it seems Fong Tianhua is liable for 900,000. Does that satisfy you, Teacher Han? A sense of foreboding washed over Han Chung. This girl did not seem genuinely interested in restitution, but rather appeared intent on creating chaos. You do not seem foolish, he observed, locking eyes with the girl. This approach will not yield compensation. What exactly do you intend to accomplish? What do you think I'm doing? The girl smirked, narrowing her eyes. You are investigating your brother's death, aren't you? Han Sheng Surmisiet. Very astute, teacher. I knew you were clever. The driver responsible for my brother's death remains free, and the police appear to have conducted no investigation. The more I ponder, the more suspicious it seems. I decided to toy with Fong Tianhua and unexpectedly found an intriguing teacher in you. Typically, teachers would not confront such matters alone. So could you enlighten me on a few things? I sincerely seek your guidance. The girl pressed down harder on Fong Tianhua, eliciting a pained cry from him. On the desolate streets, a group of unruly street thugs appeared. Chapter 19. Trouble has now spread to me. Han Chung couldn't help but chuckle bitterly within, for he had indeed underestimated the crimson-haired girl. Should he reveal the truth? Han Cheng pondered to himself, and the answer was, of course, negative. If he disclosed the truth, the crimson-haired girl would undoubtedly seek him out for trouble. Although he was not afraid of complications, it would be disastrous if she threatened the students in his class. If he remained silent, Fang Tianhua would certainly not dare to speak, as he feared Han Cheng. Your brother is Su Liang, right? Han Cheng paid little attention to the dozen thugs loitering nearby. I've heard about your situation, and I also feel quite not an accident. The crimson-haired girl angrily corrected Han Cheng. Mr. Han, I won't waste time with you. I am not aware of what my brother has been up to lately, but he has been very close to Fang Tianhua. I admit he has offended many people, but they are merely insignificant individuals, certainly incapable of vanishing after a hit and run. The police have no intention of investigating my brother's case, so I must conduct my own inquiry, and Fang Tianhua is my breakthrough point. As for you, Mr. Han, the more I observe you, the more suspicious you appear. Please divulge some information, or do not blame me for being rude. Fang Tianhua, who was being trampled underfoot, looked up in agony, hoping Han Cheng would say something. I'm sorry, but I know nothing about your brother's death. Han Cheng had no intention of exposing himself. Then do not blame me for being rude. The crimson-haired girl, furious, waved her hand, and the thugs immediately moved closer. As a swarm of thugs encircled them, Fang Tianhua shut his eyes in fear, while Han Cheng furrowed his brow. In a swift motion, he seized the crimson-haired girl by the neck. According to your words, your brother must have offended someone formidable. I understand your grief over your brother's loss, but considering the police are not taking action, what do you believe you can uncover? Revenge? Is that what you plan to use against them? Your life? This is a futile endeavor. Is it truly worth it? The crimson-haired girl was taken aback by Han Cheng's sudden aggression, and the other thugs were equally surprised. They wished to intervene, but hesitated, fearing for her safety. Despite being choked, the crimson-haired girl bravely retorted, Are you suggesting I should not investigate, Mr. Han? If your brother were killed by someone powerful, would you remain idle out of fear? I certainly would not stand idly by. Han Cheng replied furiously, recalling Su Liang's actions in the hospital. If my brother were unjustly killed, I would risk everything for revenge. However, if he was killed for his own mistakes, then that is his own doing. Do you wish to squander your bright future for someone like that? The crimson-haired girl stood there, momentarily stunned, her resolve wavering. Han Cheng released her neck and helped the still prostrate Fang Tianhua to his feet. As Han Cheng led Fang Tianhua away, the surrounding thugs hesitated, lacking the crimson-haired girl's command to act. Fang Tianhua, still dazed, was pulled away by Han Cheng. After walking a considerable distance, he finally regained his senses. Looking at Han Cheng with a mixture of surprise and joy, astonished that Han Cheng had rescued him from such a crowd. Nevertheless, anxiety lingered. Mr. Han, do you think they will still come after me? Han Cheng shook his head. If they are clever enough, they should not pursue you. In truth, he had another thought unvoiced. If the crimson-haired girl were astute, she would not seek Fang Tianhua, but would instead come after him. For his earlier words suggested he knew more than he let on. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Han Cheng sighed inwardly, dismissing the earlier incident from his mind. After ensuring Fang Tianhua was safely admitted to the hospital, Han Cheng hurried back to school, arriving just in time for class. He found himself without any teaching responsibilities and commenced addressing the matters left by Ma Dewey. After a busy afternoon, the school day came to a close. Yet Han Cheng was not liberated. That evening, it was Ma Dewey's turn to be on duty, and since he was absent, Han Cheng had to take his place, overseeing the dormitory students during their evening study session. Although supervising at night was relatively light work, the stipulation of not leaving before 10 o'clock was a drawback. Sisters Su Lingyu and Su Lingyin were not boarders. As the latter tugged the former away after school, Su Lingyu gazed back at Han Cheng with reluctance. Han Cheng had intended to ask Chu Sinny to take Luo Lizi home, concerned that she might find it dull accompanying him during his duty. But the little girl had refused. She claimed she would finish work earlier and prepare dinner at home, insisting that he bring her husband along. Luo Lizi clutched Han Cheng's hand, pouting in dissatisfaction. Husband, you don't even know where I live. Han Cheng smiled, ruffling her hair. You will have the opportunity to find out in the future. Husband, your colleagues seem to have a rather poor relationship with you, Luo Lizi remarked, observing the many teachers leaving without acknowledging Han Cheng. I'm just not well acquainted with them, he replied awkwardly, brushing off the little girl's comment. They seem to dislike you, but that is all right. One must be exceptional to attract envy. The little girl took it all in stride, while Han Chung chuckled to himself, choosing not to elaborate. Soon, the lovely Angeline emerged from the office and waved at Han Chung. "Mr. Han, who is this little girl?" "She is my—" Han Chung began, but was interrupted as Luo Lizzie discreetly pinched him. "Little sister, may I treat you to some candy?" Angeline bent down to tease Luo Lizzie. "No, thank you," Luo Lizzie politely declined. "Annie, I don't like candy." Being referred to as Annie by the little girl left Angeline flabbergasted, casting a bewildered glance at Han Chung, suspecting he had taught her to call her that, or that she had aged prematurely. "I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving. Goodbye, Annie." The well-behaved Luo Lizzie delivered a crushing blow to Angeline's composure. Watching Angeline leave in a huff, Luo Lizzie looked up at Han Chung with a triumphant smile. "Husband, why didn't you tell me that the most beautiful teacher in your office is so close to you? Is a mere greeting considered a close relationship?" "Han Cheng dis me said ha notion. All the other teachers ignored you, and she alone spoke with you. Isn't that a good relationship?" "I don't care. Even if you two become a couple, she would merely be a concubine." The indignant little girl left Han Cheng both amused and exasperated. "Enough with the nonsensical remarks. Let us head downstairs. Your mother is probably on her way." "Husband, what will you have for dinner?" "You need not worry about me. I will manage at the cafeteria." Upon reaching the school gate, Han Chung and Luo Lizzie waited for a while before Luo Yiru arrived in her red BMW Mini. After inviting Han Chung to dinner, he politely declined due to his duty that evening. Regretfully, Luo Yiru took Luo Lizzie with her as they drove away. Watching them depart, Han Chung headed to the school cafeteria for dinner. Following that, he spent some time online in the office until evening study time commenced. The students attending evening study were primarily boarders, though day students were also welcomed, albeit not encouraged, as leaving at 10 o'clock could be perilous. After enduring 3 long hours at school, the evening study session finally concluded. Han Chung eagerly departed for his rented apartment, enjoying a quiet walk without encountering anyone. However, as he strolled beneath the dim streetlights, he distinctly felt he was being followed. Han Chung deduced the identity of the person trailing him. Rather than confronting this individual immediately, he pondered internally about the predicament that had now ensnared him, contemplating the most prudent way to resolve the matter. Numerous thoughts surged in his mind, yet the course of action hinged upon the intentions of the other party. As he approached the entrance of his rented apartment building, Han Chung paused, gesturing towards a shadowy corner where the light of the street lamp did not reach. Chapter 20. We begin our pursuit of that goal. Han Chung lingered at the foot of the building for a moment. From the depths of the darkness, a girl with short, wine-red hair emerged. "Mr. Han, you must know something about my brother's death. Please, tell me what you know." The girl's tone was markedly more sincere than before, stripped of its previous aggression. "If I choose to remain silent, what then?" Han Chung's words sparked a glimmer of realization in the girl's eyes, for he had not denied knowledge of the situation, thereby tacitly acknowledging that he possessed some information. "I will follow you persistently." The girl articulated her intentions, having considered the use of force to coerce Han Chung. Yet recalling how he had easily restrained her previously, she understood that he was no ordinary person. "Persistently? Do you still seek vengeance for your brother?" Han Chung found her intentions rather immature. "I have yet to fully contemplate revenge, but I yearn for the truth. After all, Su Liang was my only family, and I refuse to remain in ignorance about his untimely demise." "Your only family?" Han Chung was taken aback. "Are you both orphans?" "Indeed," the girl admitted without shame, but refrained from elaborating further. "Please, Mr. Han, reveal the truth to me. If I understand the reality, I shall not trouble you any longer. If your brother's death is linked to me, would you still refrain from pursuing me?" The girl was momentarily speechless at Han Chung's inquiry. After a brief contemplation, Han Chung glanced around warily, then beckoned her to follow him upstairs. After a moment's hesitation, the girl gritted her teeth and ascended the stairs alongside Han Chung. Once inside the apartment, he presented her with a large bag of snacks he had purchased the day before. Pouring her cup of tea, Han Chung began recounting the events that had transpired, leaving nothing concealed, even sharing details about his own family. "Well, my family grows bored. They engage in various pranks upon me, but they dare not push me too far, as I'm also a Han. I called them, hoping they would cease, yet unexpectedly, they sent someone to run Su Liang down." Hearing Han Chung's account, the girl trembled slightly, fear washing over her. realizing that this man had a hand in her brother's death. How could you? Anger surged within her, yet an overwhelming sense of powerlessness enveloped her. The culprits behind her brother's murder were likely beyond her reach, let alone her ability to exact revenge. I understand your feelings, but I must admit, I harbor no sympathy for your brother. His actions were indeed infuriating. The girl wanted to retort, but found herself at a loss for words, ultimately managing a hollow laugh. Thank you for revealing the truth. I must take my leave. Rising, she appeared somewhat disoriented, taking some time to locate the exit. As she approached the door, Han Chung intervened, pressing his hand against it. Do you not wish for revenge? She lifted her chin, gazing at him with confusion, slowly coming to the realization of why he had brought her upstairs to divulge this information. Warily, she scrutinized him. Are you attempting to manipulate me? I prefer the term collaboration. You despise them, and I share that sentiment. Why not join forces? This matter concerns you as well, and I harbor resentment towards you too. If I seek vengeance, you would be among those I target. I stand before you now. If you wish for retribution, then come. Han Chung opened his arms defensively. The girl hesitated, but then, with a determined gaze, struck out at him. Han Chung did not evade. Her punch landed squarely against his abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. The girl, refusing to relent, followed up with a sharp elbow strike to his back. Her movements were swift and precise, and within moments, Han Chung found himself on the ground. As she stood over him, she contemplated humiliating him further, but hesitated and instead chose to head to the kitchen, opening the refrigerator to find a can of beer, which she drank heartily. What do you propose for our collaboration? Han Chung, having risen from the floor, asked as she inquired bluntly, if you intend to use me as a pawn, I will leave immediately. Hold on. Han Chung wiped blood from his mouth, recognizing that confronting them directly would be akin to throwing stones at a mountain. What do you suggest then? The girl frowned. I have a vague plan. For now, we will collaborate, and eventually, you will become my ally. You wish to support me? Her cheeks flushed. Han Chung, drenched in sweat, shook his head vehemently. Do not misunderstand. We are partners. Do you comprehend? The girl was puzzled. What exactly do you mean by collaboration? We have much to accomplish. Taking a sip of tea to steady his emotions, Han Chung continued. Given our current capabilities, we cannot confront them head-on. Our goal is vengeance. From this moment forth, we shall strive towards that aim. The girl, crumpling the beer can in her hand, responded, Mr. Han, could you clarify your intentions? What exactly do you want me to do? Han Sheng smiled sheepishly. To be honest, you performed quite well in our earlier exchange, but against trained adults, you would find yourself at a disadvantage. Therefore, I intend to introduce you to a mentor. Your current task is to enhance your skills. The girl nodded. I have no objection to that. I understand you wish for me to become your subordinate. However, Mr. Han, I will not follow you without benefits. As you witnessed today, those who accompany me receive compensation. Where do you acquire such funds? Han Chung inquired, somewhat perplexed. There are several thousand students at my school, and I collect protection fees from hundreds each month, which is sufficient for our sustenance. She spoke with a hint of pride. Han Chung felt a bit overwhelmed. You must tone down your demeanor. Refrain from acting like a delinquent. I already mentioned that if you provide me with benefits, I will definitely heed your guidance. Since we are being so candid, let me lay out my expectations. I do not wish to be surrounded by incompetence. Should your future aspirations revolve around being a mere collector of protection fees, consider this conversation null and void. The girl paused, contemplating her future, a notion she had never previously entertained. Mr. Han, if I accompany you, what lies ahead for me? Can I attain wealth and prosperity? You are not merely following me. You are collaborating with me. The future you seek will depend on your abilities and the effort you invest. Han Chung waved his hand dismissively, not wishing to prolong the discussion. Be cautious when you leave. There are those who may be watching me from the shadows. The girl nodded, pausing at the door to glance back. Mr. Han, one last question. Why did you choose to collaborate with me? Is it solely because of my brother's situation? That is certainly one of the reasons. Han Chung did not conceal his thoughts, citing other reasons such as your unique circumstances as an orphan. However, collaboration is contingent upon your consent. Are you not concerned that I might disclose your intentions to the Han family? The crimson-clad girl could not resist asking a second question. Fearing such a revelation is futile. It merely indicates I misjudged your character and that I am subjecting myself to unnecessary hardship, for which I shall not blame you. The crimson-clad girl nodded and exited, leaving Han Chung to cautiously settle onto the sofa, his body aching from the earlier encounter with her. Her strikes had indeed been quite forceful. The notion of seeking collaboration was not a spur-of-the-moment idea. He had contemplated how to counter the attacks from the two families during lunch. As for enlisting the crimson-clad girl, that had been a sudden inspiration. She harbored resentment towards them. Thus Han Chung was not concerned about her betraying him. Yet, she had not given a definitive answer regarding their potential partnership. Reflecting on her earlier remarks about the benefits of collaboration, Han Chung realized he must devise a means to acquire funds. Without money, who would be willing to partner with him? Chapter 21. Han Chung must not be undervalued. After being struck by the crimson-clad girl, Han Chung found his sleep that night to be far from restful. Upon waking the next day, despite still feeling pain in his body, he strapped sandbags to his legs and went for a run. Fortunately, the girl had refrained from targeting his face. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for explanations upon arriving at school. As per his routine, Han Chung consumed his breakfast before heading to school. However, upon ascending to his office, he was astonished to discover a pink lunchbox placed on his desk. Affixed to it was a note featuring a doodled cartoon design that he recognized from the previous day. It was undoubtedly crafted by Su Lingyu. Upon opening the warm lunchbox, he found it contained a delightful array of steamed dumplings, their charming shapes suggesting they were not purchased from a breakfast shop. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Su Lingyin was venting her frustrations to Chu Sinny. Did you know, my sister woke up early to prepare breakfast? She usually does. But did you see her deliver a lunchbox to the office just now? Chu Sinny nodded, surprised by Su Lingyu's boldness. So they're dating? What should we do? Last night, I spoke with my sister. She nodded at everything I said. Yet look at this. She made breakfast for Han Chung. What should we do? Chu Sinny Bunda. Perhaps we should talk to Teacher Han. Yes, you must accompany me. Or shall we approach him? Mr. Ma is on leave, and Teacher Han is currently the acting head teacher. Lingyin, don't you have an application form to submit to Teacher Han? Remembering the application, Su Lingyin nodded awkwardly. In the office, Han Chung swiftly devoured the delicious steamed dumplings before picking up the lunchbox to return it to Su Lingyu. However, upon exiting the office, he encountered Su Lingyin and Chu Sinny. Teacher Han. Chu Sinny called out, stopping him. Good morning, Han Chung said, hiding the pink lunchbox behind him. No need to hide. We all saw it. Su Lingyin exclaimed, Herr, teeth kulenchet. Han Chung scratched his head awkwardly, uncertain who had left the breakfast on his desk. So, you're just going to pretend you don't know? Su Lingyin was exceedingly vexed. All right, Han Chung relented. I know who sent the breakfast. But my relationship with Lingyu is not what you think. My sister has acknowledged it, and you dare not admit it? Are you even a man? Did Su Lingyu admit to being in a relationship? Han Chung found it hard to believe. He did not think she would be so reckless as to confuse the current situation. Lingyin, don't speak nonsense. Your sister brought me breakfast to thank me for my help yesterday. There are no other intentions. You know deep down whether there are intentions or not. Don't think that just because you're a teacher, I want to hold you accountable if you hurt my sister. Su Lingyin thrust 2 sheets of paper into Han Chung's hands, snatched the lunchbox from him, and stormed away. Han Chung looked at the papers in confusion. They were 2 applications for financial aid. With his sisters in such dire straits, unable to contain his curiosity, Han Chung turned to Chu Sinny. Are their family circumstances really that difficult? Yes, Chu Sinny nodded, glancing at Han Chung with concern. Teacher, I don't oppose your romantic involvement, but please, do not hurt Lingyu. Even you misunderstand me? Han Cheng frowned at Chu Sinny. It's mainly because Lingyu's actions are too ambiguous. Even if you aren't dating, she definitely has feelings for you. Regardless, just don't hurt her. With that, Chu Sinny turned and left. Han Chung glanced at the application forms. If he were not acting as the substitute head teacher, he would have been oblivious to the twins' family struggles. A desire to assist them began to blossom in his heart, yet he grappled with the limitations of his own abilities. Must he resort to methods akin to those of the crimson-clad girl, perhaps collecting protection fees? Han Chung chuckled bitterly at the thought. After 2 consecutive classes, Han Chung returned to his office, intending to fetch a cup of tea from the water dispenser when Zilin approached with a gloomy expression, suggesting something troubling had transpired. Teacher Han, are there any rental properties available where you live? And Zilin inquired. Each time she spoke to Han Chung, the surrounding teachers lent an ear, and this instance was no exception. Upon hearing her interest in renting, someone immediately stepped forward with eagerness. Teacher, you wish to rent? My roommate just moved out, and our place is a sea view apartment. Although the rent is a bit high when shared. Thank you. And Zillian quickly responded, I'm not accustomed to sharing a rental. It's all right. Even though we do live together, the rooms are independent. Thank you, but my salary is low, and I cannot afford a sea view apartment. Without allowing the teacher to continue, and Zillian seized Han Cheng's arm and pulled him away from the office. The teacher, left embarrassed and confused, could not fathom why Zillian was drawn to Han Cheng instead of him. Why the sudden desire to move? Han Cheng asked, puzzled. As they exited the office, is there an issue with your current residence? No, it's just. And Zillian glanced at the students in the corridor and quietly confided, I feel like someone is following me after work, especially after the evening study session. Han Cheng recalled the incident involving love letters directed at Zillian and quickly grasped the situation. But if you move to where I live, then we can leave work together. And Zillian excitedly explained, Teacher Han, you are so capable. I would fear any bad people with you around. This was not an unreasonable request. Han Cheng nodded. I will call the landlord to inquire about available rooms. If there aren't any, could you move in with me? And Zillian exclaimed joyfully, if there is no room at my place, we could share a rental. I would love to live in a sea view apartment. Han Cheng felt a wave of discomfort. If that earlier teacher heard her, he would surely be heartbroken. Teacher Han, please make that call. Are you thirsty? Let me pour you some water. And Zillian took the teacup from Han Cheng and went to fill it, acting almost like a servant. This scene drew envious glances from the other teachers in the office. When Zillian returned with the tea, Han Cheng had completed his phone call. Expectantly, she looked at him, and he smiled and nodded. Here, neighbor, enjoy your tea. Your enthusiasm is quite striking. Are you hoping I might assist you in moving your belongings? No, my luggage is not heavy. By the way, let me transfer the money to you first, Teacher Han. Please help me secure the rental for the room. I plan to move this afternoon. Han Cheng took out his phone and asked Zillian to scan for the transfer. Observing their intimate interaction, the teacher who had previously approached Zillian grew increasingly agitated, feeling a sense of humiliation. Even if he could not have Zillian, he certainly could not allow someone like Han Cheng to benefit. After a moment's contemplation, he swiftly sent a message to someone and discreetly took a photo of Han Cheng to send along. Having completed this, he leisurely sipped his tea. After finalizing the rental arrangements with Zillian, Han Cheng returned to the office, retrieving the student records from Ma Dui's drawer. He intended to find Su Lingyu's phone number and send her a message requesting that she refrain from bringing him breakfast in the future. While such gestures were acceptable once or twice, they became burdensome after repeated occurrences. However, both Su Lingyu and her sister Su Lingyin had only landline numbers listed in their records, indicating that they had yet to acquire mobile phones. In an era where mobile phones were exceedingly affordable, even elementary school students possessed one. It was quite telling that these sisters had not yet been equipped with such a device, reflecting their family's hardships. Han Cheng noted their address, planning to visit them at an opportune moment. As the morning slipped away, when school let out, Luolizi seized Su Lingyu's arm, intending to escort her home. Su Lingyin, however, was determined to prevent her sister from associating with Han Cheng and vehemently rejected Luolizi's invitation. Luolizi was not one to easily back down, engaging in a debate with Su Lingyin, while Han Cheng merely smiled and accompanied them out of the school. Just as they exited the gate, a girl rushed forward, grabbing Han Cheng's arm and shouting, Han Cheng, you scoundrel! You got me pregnant and then abandoned me. Chapter 22. I heard you have an affair with my man. It was dismissal time, and the school gate was bustling with students. A loud exclamation immediately drew the attention of those heading home. Han Cheng, you heartless fiend. You got me pregnant and then discarded me. An 18-year-old girl clung tightly to Han Cheng's arm, crying and shouting, instantly attracting a crowd of onlookers. Hey, who are you? I don't know you. Han Cheng responded, looking at the heavily made-up girl, his mind racing with suspicions that someone was orchestrating the situation. Really? You claim not to know me, yet you sweetly called my name in bed before. Han Cheng, you are truly heartless. The girl's loud voice resonated, resembling that of a shrew. Luolizi and Chu Sinny, who had followed Han Cheng out of school, stood in stunned silence. Is this for real? Luolizi asked Chu Sinny, incredulous that Han Cheng, with such poor taste, had gotten a girl like that pregnant. Chu Sinny shook her head, embarrassed. I have no idea. Su Lingyin was overjoyed witnessing the scene, exclaiming, Sister, did you see? Han Cheng is such a shameless person. Do you still have feelings for someone like him? Su Lingyu wore a serious expression. She was not a naive girl and immediately discerned what was happening. She wanted to step in to help Han Cheng, but was pulled back by Su Lingyin. Even Luolizi and Chu Sinny harbored doubts about Han Cheng, while the surrounding students, forming a circle, treated the incident as reality, hastily recording videos and taking photos to share on social media. And Zilin was viewed as a goddess by the students. While the sun-kissed, handsome Han Sheng occupied the hearts of many girls as their idol. When the high school girls witnessed the unfolding drama, countless hearts shattered at the revelation that their charming teacher might be a cad. "Let go of me immediately, or I will call the police." Han Sheng shouted darkly at the girl. "Please don't. I'll let go. If my family finds out, I'll be dead." "Han Sheng, you scoundrel. I must have been blind to fall for you," the girl wailed, quickly releasing her grip and disappearing from the crowd's sight. To onlookers, it appeared as though she was fleeing in fear of Han Sheng's threat. The crowd gradually dispersed, and those who witnessed the incident unanimously deemed Han Sheng a rogue. Feeling the disdainful and loathing stares of his peers, Han Sheng was left feeling nauseated, as if he had consumed something foul. That girl had only been present for a minute, yet she had utterly tarnished his reputation. Coming to his senses, Han Sheng noticed that Su Lingyu and her sister had left, along with Chu Xinyi and Luolizi. Surely they did not misunderstand him? He chuckled bitterly to himself, pulling out his phone to see a message from Luolizi stating that she would be having lunch at Chu Xinyi's house today. There was no doubt that the little girl was angry about the earlier incident. Who could have orchestrated such a debacle? Han Sheng scanned his surroundings, finding no suspicious figures. Unbeknownst to Han Sheng, the instigator of this drama stood at the center of the crowd, having followed Han Sheng after school to enjoy the spectacle. His phone was recording, capturing the moment when the girl had pulled at Han Sheng. He first sent the video to the teachers group at Haiba No. 1 High School, worried that Zilin might miss it. He then personally sent it to her with the caption, "I never expected Han Sheng to be such a scoundrel." No sooner had he sent the video than he received a message demanding payment for the orchestrated performance. After all, hiring someone to stage such a scene warranted compensation. Though it was somewhat pricey, the satisfaction of watching Han Sheng's reputation deteriorate made it worthwhile. Han Sheng had intended to follow the girl, but she had vanished without a trace, leaving him to head toward the rental building. While purchasing fast food beneath the building, a voice called from behind, "I haven't had lunch either. Order me a meal." Without needing to turn around, Han Sheng recognized the voice of the auburn-haired girl. He did not refuse and ordered her a portion of pork rice. Moments later, as he ascended the stairs with his takeout, the auburn-haired girl followed, teasing him. "Teacher Han, I didn't expect your taste to be so heavy. You dare to associate with that kind of girl?" Han Sheng furrowed his brow in irritation. Yet he sensed the underlying meaning. "Do you know her?" The auburn-haired girl did not answer, but instead questioned Han Sheng. "Can you handle such a lowly trick? If you can't manage this, I'll be disappointed." "Indeed," Han Sheng nodded. "I can handle this, but it will take some time. I believe it will be easy to locate that girl in vocational schools." The auburn-haired girl smiled, entering the building with Han Sheng. "Was that scheme orchestrated by someone in your family? It seems rather childish." "Probably not. How can you be so sure?" "Because such an attack is ineffective against me. The entire school believes you to be a scoundrel. Don't you think that is effective? Does it matter how others perceive me? Does it not? They label me a scoundrel, but does that make me one? It must be disheartening, no? I have grown accustomed to discomfort." The auburn-haired girl was at a loss for words. She reached for the takeout box, but Han Sheng stopped her, reminding her to wash her hands before eating. After she washed up, the auburn-haired girl picked up the takeout box, her surprise at Han Sheng's attitude evident. "Don't you care about this at all?" Han Sheng shook his head. "I care very much. I'm curious about who is targeting me. I genuinely thought you were a saint." The auburn-haired girl took a bite of the pork rice and added, "Since you treated me to a meal, I'll take you to find that wretched girl later." Han Sheng smiled and nodded. The wine-red girl appeared somewhat displeased. "Last night, you mentioned finding me a master. Who is my master?" Han Sheng awkwardly scratched his head. "Come see me this afternoon. Just make sure it's not too early or too late, and then you'll find out." The wine-red girl nodded in agreement, burying her head in her meal, seemingly quite famished. After finishing her pork rib rice and drinking a can of beer, she wasted no time and led Han Sheng towards the vocational school. "Do you have any cigarettes?" While walking, the wine-red girl searched herself and cast a frustrated glance at Han Sheng. "What do girls smoke?" Han Sheng replied, pulling out a lollipop from his pocket. "If you want to smoke, you can have some candy instead." "Oh, so only men are allowed to smoke? What about women?" "It's not that they can't, but I prefer the women around me not to." "I'm not kissing you. Does it matter if I smoke?" The wine-red girl snorted, taking the lollipop from him, unwrapping it and popping it into her mouth. Before long, they arrived at the vocational school's gate, and she led Han Sheng inside, heading toward the disheveled girls' dormitory. Don't mind them. The girls in this building are used to seeing men, especially naked ones. Upon noticing Han Cheng's frown, the wine-red girl teased, 200 for a night. Take your pick. They're all authentic student girls. What about your price? Han Cheng retorted with a dark expression. I am priceless. Ascending the stairs, the wine-red girl kicked open a dormitory door. Inside were 2 rows of double-decker iron bunk beds, with 3 girls playfully wrestling, one of whom was stripped of her clothing. Their game of mystery. Nurse sister, what brings you here? The unclothed girl quickly donned a t-shirt and greeted the wine-red girl. As her words trailed off and she noticed the person following the wine-red girl, her face paled, as if struck by lightning. This is my man, the wine-red girl said, indicating Han Cheng with her lollipop. Her expression was stern as she addressed the girl. I heard you had an affair with my man. Is that true? And no, that's not it. Nurse sister, let me explain. The girl, named Li Shenghua, trembled with fear. All right, I'm listening. The wine-red girl sat down on a nearby chair, exuding an air of authority that left the 3 girls in the dormitory tense. Chapter 23. Are all teachers as wicked as you? Under the powerful aura of the wine-red girl, Li Shenghua dared not lie. She recounted the events that had transpired not long ago. Li Shenghua explained that in the morning, she received a message from a man who frequently asked her out, requesting her to act in a play. As she spoke, she pulled out her phone to show the chat to the wine-red girl and Han Cheng. Upon seeing the picture of himself caught in a compromising situation in the office, Han Cheng immediately understood. It was likely due to his overly intimate interaction with Lin that some teacher in the office had schemed against him. The individual aimed to tarnish his reputation, hoping to distance Lin from him. Han Cheng found it absurd. The quality of teachers these days was appalling. Li Shenghua opened a photo of the man who often solicited her, and Han Cheng instantly recognized him as teacher Zhang Jiaming, who had invited Lin to stay in a seaside hotel. How much did he offer you to act? The wine-red girl inquired, intrigued. 1,000. Li Shenshua azitata. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? The wine-red girl raised her voice, startling Li Shenghua. It's 3,000. Li Shenghua quickly confessed. In truth, this sum included not only the acting fee, but also money for accompanying Zhang Jiaming on a trip during the upcoming weekend. The wine-red girl shook her phone, and despite Li Shenghua's reluctance, she complied and transferred the money. She couldn't understand when Nor's sister had acquired a man, but he was indeed handsome and well-matched with her. That man dared to target my man. You know what to do next, right? Upon seeing the transfer notification, the wine-red girl smiled satisfactorily, implying that Li Shenghua should repay him in kind. Li Shenghua nodded despondently, while Han Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. Before you retaliate against him, you could also earn some extra cash. You're a student, and he's a teacher. If you threaten to expose your relationship, he'll surely offer you hush money, especially considering he is a wealthy man staying in a seaside hotel. Upon hearing this, Li Shenghua's eyes lit up, but her expression soon turned gloomy. I want him to pay me off, but eventually I'll have to expose him. If I go back on my word, he certainly won't let me off the hook. Han Cheng shook his head with a smile. You needn't worry about that. Once you expose him, his reputation will be ruined, and he'll likely resign and leave the seaside city. At that point, you can find a place to hide and change your hairstyle. Don't wear heavy makeup. Even if he leaves the seaside city, he probably won't recognize you if you stand right in front of him. That's a good plan. Sorry. But if that guy is really rich, I'll give you half. All right. Han Cheng did not refuse Li Shenghua's goodwill. His phone rang in his pocket, prompting him to step outside the dormitory to answer. It was Lin calling, her voice tinged with concern. Han Cheng, what happened? Is Zhang Jiaming targeting you? Han Cheng was taken aback. How did you come to think that teacher Zhang was after me? He sent me a video, and Lin quickly explained. It's a video of the incident at the school gate. I saw many people posting it on social media. Others' videos were hurriedly taken after the event. But Zhang Jiaming's video was very complete. It was as if he knew you would get into trouble, so he had his phone ready beforehand. And Lin's analysis pleased Han Cheng immensely. How foolish of Zhang Jiaming to make such a mistake. And teacher, you should be a detective instead of teacher. Han Cheng complimented her. Does that mean I guessed correctly? And Lin felt both happy and worried. Should we report this to the police? No need. It's not a serious matter. Zhang Jiaming will soon face the consequences. Then I can relax. By the way, why is Zhang Jiaming targeting you? When did you two have a falling out? It seems you've hardly spoken before. You really don't know? Whenever you come near me and talk to me, Zhang Jiaming has been seething with resentment. No way. And Zillian found it hard to believe the situation was like this. I was just saying that casually. Don't take it to heart. The wine-red girl emerged from the dormitory just as Han Chung finished his call with Zillian. Are all teachers as wicked as you? She remarked as they descended the stairs. Perhaps, Han Chung replied dismissively, shifting the subject. Speaking of which, what is your name? Isid Duno. How interesting. The wine-red girl neither confirmed nor denied it, pointing to her wine-red short hair. Just call me wine-red. Han Chung nodded, refraining from asking about the name's significance. The wine-red girl pulled out her phone and asked for Han Cheng's number. He provided it, surprised when she promptly transferred 1,000 yuan to him. What's this about? Han Chung was reluctant to accept the money since Li Shanghua had already mentioned sharing her earnings with him. That was for being my man, the wine-red girl said nonchalantly. Han Chung felt a bit flustered, as if he had been playfully teased. He nodded, not dwelling on the matter, and they exited the dormitory. Han Chung glanced at the dilapidated school and couldn't help but suggest the wine-red girl consider transferring to another institution. She shot him a glare, but said nothing. Feeling awkward, Han Chung realized he had no right to interfere in her affairs. Have you sorted out your brother's issues? Yes, as the matter arose. The crimson-haired girl lowered her head, feeling a sense of loss. She burned something and let the ashes scatter into the sea. After speaking, she extended her hand towards Han Chung, who understood her desire for a cigarette and promptly retrieved a lollipop from his pocket for her. Upon reaching the entrance of the vocational school, the crimson-haired girl halted her steps, indicating her intention to stay. With a brief farewell, Han Chung strode ahead, unhurried as he still had time before school commenced. The issue of helping Zillian find accommodation remained unresolved, prompting Han Chung to return to the rental building to contact the landlord for a room. The room he managed to secure was on the same floor as his own, albeit not adjacent, which left Han Chung feeling somewhat regretful, yet nonetheless content. Meanwhile, Zhang Jianming sat on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window of his seaside apartment, refreshing his social media feed. He was elated to see numerous comments disparaging Han Chung as a scoundrel. He repeatedly took screenshots of these comments to show Zillian, thus dismantling the image Han Chung held in her mind. Regardless of whether Zillian replied, he was reveling in his amusement when a message pinged on WeChat, startling him. Li Shanghua had sent him a photograph taken during their last escapade in the wilderness, a snapshot he never anticipated she would capture. Although her face was obscured, Zhang Jianming could be seen with a girl, both of them in a state of undress, blissfully seated on the grass, with others lurking nearby. Should school authorities catch wind of such an image, it would spell disaster for his position at Haiban No. 1 High School. Terrified, he hastily messaged Li Shanghua, inquiring about her intentions. Her response was straightforward. She demanded money, at least 10,000 yuan, or she would share the photo with the faculty group at Haiban No. 1 High School. Zhang Jianming was paralyzed with fear upon realizing that Li Shanghua was aware of his employment at Haiban No. 1 High School. Indeed, frequent nighttime excursions attract unwelcome encounters. He wished to eliminate Li Shanghua, but found himself compelled to capitulate. He attempted to arrange a meeting, yet Li Shanghua had no interest in seeing him. She only craved money. After several years of work, although he lacked substantial savings, he had a considerable sum, enough to afford shared rental of the expensive seaside apartment. Agreeing to her demands, he reluctantly transferred 10,000 yuan to Li Shanghua. Just as he was about to inquire whether she had deleted the photo, she demanded more funds, threatening to disclose their chat logs that incriminated him in a conspiracy against Han Chung. This time, she sought 30,000 yuan as a silencing fee. Overwhelmed with anguish and fury, Zhang Jianming felt as though he might choke on his own frustration. Chapter 24. Are they beginning to cohabit? After securing a rental for Zillian, Han Chung arrived at school only to receive a call from the crimson-haired girl. Han Ti-shir. It seems Li Shanghua has gone a bit too far. Her voice trembled as she spoke. What do you mean by too far? Han Shenging curied, perplexed. That Zhang Jianming is so cowardly. He transferred all his savings to Li Shanghua's account and even sent her a screenshot of his bank account, claiming he was broke and begging her not to release any compromising photos of him. Is that so? Han Chung was taken aback, wondering how Li Shanghua was faring at that moment. No, she's terrified. She asked me to inquire what you plan to do. To clear up the incident from noon, she intends to release the chat logs, and if Zhang Jianming reports it to the police, Li Shanghua will undoubtedly be arrested. It dawned on Han Chung that Li Shanghua was indeed anxious about the situation. Just as he was about to respond, The crimson-haired girl continued. Li Xianghua intends to transfer 100,000 yuan to you, keeping 20,000 for herself. She claims she doesn't want to assist in your clarification. The 100,000 is meant as compensation for the damage to your reputation caused by Zhang Jiaming. Han Cheng was drenched in cold sweat. This was merely a transference of crisis. If Zhang Jiaming were to report it, he would become the main culprit. The crimson-haired girl recognized this too. So, will you accept the money? Yes. Han Cheng replied without hesitation. This is my rightful compensation for reputational damage. But what will happen to your reputation? Although you may not mind being called a scoundrel, it is hardly a commendable distinction. I have my own clever plans. You needn't worry about me. And tell Li Xianghua not to be afraid. After a brief conversation with the crimson-haired girl, Han Cheng hung up the phone, noticing a notification of 100,000 yuan deposited in his account. This was Zhang Jiaming's savings, and he could scarcely believe that 2 hours prior, he had orchestrated a scheme against himself, and now the funds had found their way into his account. Given Zhang Jiaming's timidity, should Li Xianghua refrain from releasing the photos? He would surely not dare to report anything, fearing the repercussions of such public exposure. While the prospect of chat logs being leaked left Han Cheng somewhat displeased, he was not overly concerned about the label of scoundrel. However, the thought of others gossiping behind his back did irk him. After some contemplation, he fabricated a series of chat logs that suggested a conspiracy against him, obscuring the names and avatars of the parties involved. He registered a new account to join the faculty group and share the document. Upon entering the group, he was surprised to find many defending his character. Numerous individuals analyzed the video, declaring it a conspiracy. With few friends, Han Cheng easily deduced who was advocating for him. Without a doubt, it was Chu Sini and her companions. With their support, he felt no need to dwell on the matter further. As long as they did not misunderstand him, he was content. After shutting down his computer, Han Cheng messaged Chu Sini, promising to treat her to a sumptuous meal over the weekend. Upon receiving such a message, she felt a warm glow in her heart, rolling joyfully on her bed. Just prior, she had been embroiled in a heated argument in the group, but this message made all her efforts worthwhile. Time flew by, and soon it was afternoon class time. To Han Cheng's astonishment, Zhang Jiaming actually showed up for class, his complexion pale and ghostly. He flinched at the greetings of those around him. Just a midday absence had transformed him into a shadow of his former self, appearing gaunt and haggard. Initially, Han Cheng believed he would resign, but upon reflection, if his indiscretions remained concealed, there would be no reason for him to leave Haiban City. Moreover, with his diminished savings, he could hardly afford to leave. Without a job, he would likely starve. Seeing Zhang Jiaming in such a state, Han Cheng felt no sympathy. Had he not engaged in wrongdoing, he would not find himself in such dire straits. Although most of Zhang Jiaming's savings had transitioned into Han Cheng's account, he felt no guilt. After all, he did not consider himself a virtuous man, and he wondered how Zhang Jiaming would react if he discovered the truth. When Zilin entered the office, Zhang Jiaming glanced at her, then lowered his head to work silently. He had intended to win her affection, but now found himself destitute and too intimidated to entertain any thoughts of her. What's wrong with him? And Zilin noticed something amiss with Zhang Jiaming. Just reaping what he has sown, Han Cheng replied succinctly, tossing a set of keys to Zilin. The room is on the same floor as mine, with a sunlit balcony, a pleasant spot. The layout is a one-bedroom, one living room, one kitchen, and one bathroom. Though small, it's fully equipped. And Zilin accepted the keys, astonished as she looked at Han Cheng. Everyone in the office and the faculty group is criticizing you, yet you seem in good spirits. Because of you, Han Cheng smiled, playfully teasing the esteemed teacher. I can visit you any time to discuss life and aspirations, but you better not turn me away. And Zilin nodded decisively. If you're genuinely interested in discussing life and aspirations, I welcome it. However, if the conversation veers elsewhere, I must apologize. What do you mean by elsewhere? Could you please elucidate? Teacherin? Do not feign ignorance. You know exactly what I mean. The class bell has rung. Should you be attending to your lesson? Very well. I shall proceed to class. Han Cheng picked up his lesson plan and headed to class 5. Each teacher was responsible for 2 classes, and Han Cheng was no exception, teaching Chinese for both class 5 and class 6. Upon entering the classroom, he was met with the unwavering gaze of over 40 pairs of eyes. Clearly, if he conducted the lesson in a conventional manner, few would pay attention. Han Cheng closed his lesson plan and, standing before the students, inquired, "Who among you knows the story behind the idiom Zeng King kills?" Several students nodded in acknowledgement, and one bold student retorted, "Teacher Han, the story of Zheng can speaks to the terror of rumors. Yet many witnessed your situation firsthand. It cannot be dismissed as mere hearsay. Is something seen with one's eyes necessarily true?" Han Sheng replied with a smile. "If eyes could never deceive, then all magicians would possess supernatural abilities. Human hearing can also be misleading. There is a story about a condemned prisoner whose eyes were blindfolded. When his wrist was lightly cut and he heard the sound of running water, he believed he was bleeding and died, deceived by his own sensations. Teacher, you must provide evidence to prove your innocence." The students laughed sheepishly. Initially, they had some doubts about Han Sheng, but now they sensed there was more to the story. "Last question. Who do you think set you up?" This question was difficult to answer. "Please ask something else." "Then, how many girlfriends have you had? Are you single now?" "That is 2 questions. Please answer." "I am not single at the moment." "Now let us begin class." As Han Sheng entered the classroom, some students began recording him with their phones. When he announced that class was starting and idle chatter should cease, the videos were swiftly shared on social media. With Han Sheng's defense, more and more people began to suspect that the midday incident was a conspiracy. Many were now trying to deduce who had framed Han Sheng and who his girlfriend might be. In class 6 next door, several students, sneakingly using their phones, quickly discovered Han Sheng's video. Su Lingyin borrowed a classmate's phone to show the video to her sister, Su Lingyu, exclaiming, "This guy admits he is not single. He has a girlfriend now, so you might as well give up." However, Su Lingyu smiled knowingly, as if to indicate that she was indeed Han Sheng's girlfriend. Freckled girl, Xiao Wan, showed the video to Chu Sini, muttering about how unfortunate it was that teacher Han was taken. A feeling of unease washed over Chu Sini. She was perplexed about who Han Sheng's girlfriend could be. Was it Su Lingyu or Nzilin? Earlier, she had overheard Nzilin asking Han Sheng for help with renting a space, specifically requesting to rent in the same building as him. Were they beginning to cohabitate? Chapter 25. My protection is insufficient. After school, Nzilin worried about the inconvenience of darkness. She hurriedly left the school to move her belongings to her newly rented place. As she wheeled her suitcase out of the elevator, she was greeted not only by Han Sheng, but also by Chu Sini, Luo Lizi, and the Su Lingyu twins. Nzilin was momentarily taken aback, assuming they had come to congratulate her on her new home. However, that was not the case. They were there to confirm whether Nzilin was indeed moving in. Now that she and Han Sheng were neighbors, which, in the eyes of Chu Sini and Su Lingyu, made it seem as if Han Sheng and Nzilin were practically living together. "Husband, what is the meaning of this?" Luo Lizi pouted, pinching Han Sheng's side. "Why are you getting closer to others? Lately, it seems like you're always with someone else." Since they were there, Chu Sini and the others helped Nzilin organize a room, while Han Sheng took the opportunity to lead Luo Lizi downstairs, pulling out a lollipop to soothe her. "I haven't forgotten about you. Didn't you say you would help me train an army?" Luo Lizi's eyes lit up. "Have you found someone?" Han Sheng nodded with a smile. "For now, I've only found one person. You should train that person first." "Who is it?" Luo Lizi looked around curiously. "Is it a boy or a girl?" "I bet it's a girl." Han Sheng Alvkvadlu knew did. He quickly messaged the auburn-haired girl to come find him. Though Luo Lizi felt a bit displeased, she was still excited. "Husband, what are you planning to do? Are you going to war with them?" "No." Han Sheng shook his head. "I wish to acquire the ability to protect myself. My capabilities are limited, and you are still young, while Ling Yu is too fragile. I must possess the means to safeguard you." "Hee, no matter what, husband, you've finally changed a bit. You haven't been slacking off, have you?" Luo Lizi bent down to touch the sandbags strapped to Han Sheng's legs, smiling satisfactorily. Han Sheng advised her to be cautious and not say anything peculiar. After a brief conversation, the auburn-haired girl approached. "Where's my master?" She walked up to Han Sheng, her inquiry direct. "This is..." Han Sheng gestured to Luo Lizi, who was only as tall as his thigh. "Are you joking?" The auburn-haired girl felt she had been played. "Don't you understand that one cannot judge a person by appearances?" Luo Lizi huffed indignantly. "If given a choice, I wouldn't want someone like you as my disciple." Before the auburn-haired girl could react, Luo Lizi swiftly struck at her. The girl received a slap to her chest. Due to Luo Lizi's limited strength, she was not injured, but she felt utterly humiliated and awkward having been struck by a little girl. Luo Lizi flitted around the auburn-haired girl like a butterfly. Her movements seemingly slow, yet the girl could not catch her. Not only did the auburn-haired girl fail to grasp even the hem of Luo Lizi's clothing, but Luo Lizi also landed several strikes on her abdomen, chest, and cheek. Minutes later, the auburn-haired girl's cheeks bore small handprint marks. Her chest felt tight. Her abdomen ached, and her rear was sore. She was utterly defeated and no longer doubted Luo Lizi's skills. How on earth did you do that? The auburn-haired girl could hardly believe it. How could a girl so young possess such formidable skills? She sensed that Luo Lizi had not even exerted her full strength. And when the girl grew up, her combat prowess would be truly terrifying. Just train like this, Luo Lizi replied simply. If there are no further questions, you can start your training now. For these few days, you'll be running. Unless you're utterly exhausted, you'll keep running until you feel you've pushed your limits before seeking me out. Having given her instructions, Luo Lizi grabbed Han Cheng's hand and pulled him out for a stroll. The auburn-haired girl stood there for a while, then gritted her teeth and complied with Luo Lizi's orders, starting to run. She ran towards the vocational school, and not long into her run, she felt breathless and uncomfortable, realizing she couldn't maintain such simple running for long. It seemed she was not just weak. Seeing the auburn-haired girl start running, Han Cheng felt quite satisfied. From now on, she is your responsibility. If you need money, just ask me. After all, as her master, you can't be stingy. Got it, husband, you're so annoying. Lori tightly clung to Han Cheng's arm, expressing her discontent about the aunt who had moved nearby. I'm not particularly fond of her, she remarked. Are you feeling jealous? He teased. Perhaps. You mentioned in the video that you are not single. Who is your partner? Me or that aunt? Of course, it's you, Han Cheng replied with a smile. I stated I was single at school to avoid unnecessary complications. Oomph. The people at school don't know you're referring to me. They might think you have something going on with that aunt. Don't think I can't see through it. Husband, it seems you have feelings for her. I can understand, given your similar ages. And she is quite beautiful with a lovely personality. If you don't have feelings for her, that will be the real issue. Han Cheng was taken aback. Lori truly had a knack for seeing through everything. Let us not discuss this. How about I take you to win some toys? I don't like those childish things. Oh, so you don't like the one I gifted you? I suppose I can reluctantly like it. After wandering nearby, they returned, and Lori held a plush toy larger than herself, insisting on carrying it alone despite Han Cheng's offer to help. And Zilin's move was completed smoothly with the assistance of Chu Xin, and others. And Zilin wanted to treat them to a meal, but they declined. As dusk approached, Chu Xin rode away on her bicycle, with the Su sisters following suit. When Han Cheng and Lori returned, they happened upon their farewell. You go upstairs first. I'll be back soon, Han Cheng whispered to Lori. All right. Lori understood he had matters to attend to and did not object. As Chu Xin rode off, Han Cheng quickly caught up with Su Lingyu and Su Lingyin. Su Lingyu was delighted to see him, while Su Lingyin was visibly upset. It's getting dark. I'll see you both home, or I'll worry, Han Cheng stated. A rationale Su Lingyin could not contest. Teacher, Cheng. Su Lingyu approached him, ignoring Su Lingyin's discontent, and blushingly linked her arm with his. Cease. Su Lingyin felt her heart shatter at the sight. You saw how a teacher has moved in with this guy, and you still remain oblivious. Su Lingyu paid no heed to Su Lingyin's words, leaving her to glare at Han Cheng like an angry little tiger. Please, Lingyu isn't in a romantic relationship with me. You know her personality. She is simply more reliant on me, Han Cheng explained helplessly. It seems that way, Su Lingyin replied, unsure of how to respond, feeling discomfort at their closeness. Ignoring the fuming Su Lingyin, Han Cheng pulled out a brand new phone from his pocket and handed it to Su Lingyu. It seems you don't have a phone. This is for you. To facilitate our communication. Yes. Su Lingyu happily accepted the phone, not holding back her gratitude. Witnessing this, Su Lingyin grew even more irritated. You have one too. Han Cheng produced another phone. This is a gift for you. No. Su Lingyin refused the phone, suddenly bursting into tears. Her eyes overflowed with shimmering tears, and she hurriedly tried to wipe them away, but to no avail. It wasn't he that Han Cheng had moved her. Rather, his gesture made her feel belittled. Tisharang, my family is quite poor, but don't think you can win me over with such trifles. Lingyin, Teacher Cheng has no ulterior motives, Su Lingyu hurriedly explained. He is not a stranger. You don't need to resent him. We can trust him like family. However, the more Su Lingyu explained, the more Su Lingyin cried. Sis, I don't know what spell this guy's cast on you. If you truly want to date, I want to stop you. But I fear for your heart. Many can hurt you in this world, and my ability to protect you is limited. I'm unhappy now. How I wish I were a boy. Chapter 26. Do you wish to sleep with me? Su Lingyin cried because she saw her sister not rejecting Han Cheng's kindness. She was deeply concerned that her sister might gradually succumb to Han Cheng's good intentions. Perhaps Han Cheng truly had no intentions beyond helping as a teacher. However, what would her sister think? She seemed fond of Han Cheng, and since he treated her so well, one day, her affection might turn to love. But could Han Cheng accept her sister? Su Lingyin doubted it. There were many suitable candidates for Han Cheng, like in Zilin or Chu Xine, and her introverted, naive sister would ultimately be hurt. This thought led her to tears. Han Cheng and Su Lingyu exchanged glances, both perplexed by Su Lingyin's tears. Teacher Cheng, you should head back. Su Lingyu said reluctantly, releasing Han Cheng's arm. I'll handle the rest. All right. Han Cheng nodded, a hint of worry in his voice. Please don't say anything strange. Su Lingyu understood his concern and smiled in agreement. As she watched Han Cheng leave, she turned her serious gaze to her sister. Memories of their shared past flooded her mind. She knew her sister cherished her and always looked out for her. Yet, she couldn't let anything hinder her pursuit of happiness. Lingyin. Su Lingyu gently took her sister's arm and walked forward, lowering her flushed cheeks as she whispered. I like Teacher Cheng, but you needn't concern yourself. You want to hurt me. Su Lingyin stopped crying, and her sister's words stirred a tempest within her. Cease. Are you saying you two are in a relationship? No. Su Lingyu smiled and shook her head. What we share has long surpassed mere romance. I can't explain it to you now, but when you encounter a certain man, you will understand. But what exactly is your relationship? Su Lingyin was baffled by the question. We are teacher and student, as well as friends. He knows I like him, and he values me. It's not as complicated as you think. But, I know, Lingyin, you worry for me. There is no such thing as perfection in this world. We can't avoid driving because we fear accidents, nor can we skip meals for fear of mishaps. If one day he does hurt me, then you can scold me for being foolish. Upon hearing such words, Su Lingyin felt that no matter what she said, it would be futile. Yet, she couldn't help but mutter, that guy, Han Cheng, no matter how you look at him, he is just a fickle playboy. Returning to the rental apartment, Han Cheng sneezed and rubbed his nose, unsure if he was scolding himself. With Zilin absent, Lori informed him that Zilin had gone shopping for daily necessities, leaving her alone to eat fast food. Husband, do you want some? Lori offered a small spoon towards Han Cheng, but as he opened his mouth, she popped the food into her own. Caught off guard by the little girl's trickery, Han Cheng felt exasperated. He reached out to tickle Lori, causing her to burst into giggles and plead for mercy. After some playful banter, Lori couldn't finish her meal, so they shared it together. As night fell outside, Lori curled up like a cat in Han Cheng's embrace. With Ann living so close, something is bound to happen. It's truly unfair. I want to live with you too. You're still young. We can discuss such matters later. I knew you'd say that. Just give me a kiss, okay? The little girl blushed and looked at Han Cheng, slowly closing her eyes and pouting for a kiss. Han Cheng, not being someone who indulged in such fantasies, felt conflicted by her actions. Nevertheless, he leaned down and gently kissed her fair forehead. Lori opened her eyes, not feeling disappointed as she had anticipated this outcome. Han Cheng gently patted Luolaizi's head, encouraging her to complete her homework. Shortly after, he received a call from Luo Yiru, who had finished work early that day. It was not yet 8 o'clock when she came to pick up Luolaizi. Han Cheng assisted Luolaizi in gathering her things, and they descended the stairs together. Upon seeing Han Cheng, Luo Yiru naturally expressed her gratitude, and witnessing Luolaizi's obedient demeanor beside him filled her heart with joy. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Luo Yiru drove Luolaizi home. As Han Cheng was about to ascend the stairs, he heard Zilin calling out to him from behind. Turning around, he saw her approaching with several bags filled to the brim. Why did you buy so many things? Han Cheng casually inquired, quickly taking the bags from her to assist her upstairs. What a blunder, and Zilin lamented, her beautiful face etched with worry. There are still many items I haven't purchased. Had I known, I would have moved in over the weekend when I had ample time to handle these matters. But you mentioned someone was following you, Han Cheng reminded her. Yes, and Zilin replied, her voice tinged with anxiety. It seems a student from the school has been tracking me. Nowadays, students are quite audacious. Han Cheng, do you know? When I interned at another school, A senior warned me not to wear skirts to class. I took her advice and wore trousers instead. However, another intern teacher wore a short skirt on her first day, and a student took a photo underneath it. She didn't return to class the next day. Han-chung, did you ever do such things during your school days? Han-chung felt a wave of embarrassment at her question. Seeing his troubled expression, and Zilin couldn't suppress a chuckle. You are so handsome. You must have caused quite a stir among the girls in school. Han-chung smiled and shook his head, reluctant to delve into his student life. Upon entering in Zilin's room, he set the bags down and she handed him a bottle of drink as a token of thanks. Take your time to unpack. I'll head back now. If you encounter any issues, don't hesitate to reach out. You should remember which room I reside in. Yes, I won't hesitate if I face any problems, she assured him. Returning to his own room, Han-chung felt relatively unwearied since the day had been uneventful. The hour was still early, so he picked up some fitness equipment to begin exercising. After a vigorous workout, he took a moment to rest before heading to the shower. As night fell, just as Han-chung intended to indulge in some computer time before sleep, there was a knock at his door. Opening it, he found Zilin standing outside. Holding some clothes, her expression sheepish. The water heater in my room is malfunctioning, so I came to borrow your bathroom. Han-chung didn't refuse her request. Go ahead. You can use it. We'll address the water heater issue with the landlord tomorrow. And Zilin nodded, apologizing as she headed to the bathroom. To access the bathroom, she needed to pass through the kitchen, and even with the bathroom door open, Han-chung could see nothing from his position in the living room. After about half an hour, and Zilin emerged from the bathroom, her hair wrapped in a towel and clad in light-colored pajamas. A subtle, pleasant fragrance enveloped her, likely from the body wash she had used. Thank you, good night, she said, her cheeks flushed, whether from shyness or the warmth of the shower. He could not tell. She waved and exited the room. Ha-chung, not wanting to dwell on it, stood up from the sofa to lock the door. However, another knock echoed through the room. Upon opening the door, he found Zilin looking embarrassed, nearly on the verge of tears. I forgot my key. Now I can't get back into my room. There's a handle on the door. I thought if I closed it without locking it, it would still open without a key, so I didn't bring mine. And Zilin looked at Han-chung with hopeful eyes, seeking his assistance. I'll help you contact the landlord for a spare key. Han-chung grabbed his phone to call, but perhaps due to the late hour, the landlord's phone was turned off. Unable to reach anyone, he pondered whether he should force the door open. Yet, damaging the lock would render Zilin's room unsafe for the night. It seems you'll have to stay with me for the night, Han-chung chuckled, gesturing to his room. If you don't mind, you can sleep in my room while I take the sofa. I feel bad having you sleep on the sofa. She protested. Are you suggesting we share the bed? I mean, I'll sleep on the sofa. Chapter 27. Do you actually have a knife on you? Han-chung assumed Zilin was merely joking, but to his surprise, she sat down on the sofa, showing no intention of leaving. By the way, could you lend me a hairdryer? And Zilin removed the towel from her head, her damp hair cascading down her shoulders. Han-chung handed her the hairdryer, and she switched it to the highest setting, gesturing for him to retreat to his room amidst the buzzing sound. It seemed that Zilin was resolute about sleeping on the sofa. Han-chung returned to his room and fetched a blanket for her. The cool October nights warranted some warmth to stave off the chill. Before long, and Zilin, with her hair dried, curled up under the blanket on the sofa. Han-chung stood at the door, somewhat taken aback by her decisive actions. What are you staring at? Hurry and go to sleep. And Zilin blushed under his gaze. I'm not some delicate princess. It's perfectly fine to sleep on someone else's sofa. By the way, don't come over here after the lights are out. I have a knife. Her words elicited a laugh from Han-chung. He approached and sat at her feet. Neither of us will likely fall asleep anytime soon. Let's have a chat. And Zilin leaned back against the armrest of the sofa, the blanket wrapped around her as she cautiously regarded Han-chung. What would you like to talk about? Anything, really. Han-chung was uncertain about what to discuss with her. He desired to deepen their connection, naturally wanting to get to know her better. You seem to have a good relationship with Chu Sinny. Since we're just chatting, I'll tease you a bit. And Zilin remarked. When she helped me tidy up my room, I could tell she was quite displeased about me becoming your neighbor. She must be a bit jealous. Don't be ridiculous. Why, Han-chung, are you afraid to admit it? It's not a big deal. Sinny and I are relatives. She is just concerned about my affairs. If she likes you and confesses her feelings, what would you do? Han-chung looked at Zilin, feeling a bit frustrated. Honestly, you should be more worried about how I would react if I confessed to you. At Han-chung's retort, and Zilin's face flushed again, and she shrank back slightly, becoming more cautious. Yet, she shook her head. Han-chung, You wouldn't confess to me. Why do you think that? Ha Chung found her assumption amusing. Well, okay. I suppose I think you might be gay. What nonsense. Ha Chung was taken aback. Do you want me to prove otherwise? No, no. And Zeline waved her hands in a fluster. Let me explain. We both started at Haiba number 1 together, right? I'm quite sensitive. Other teachers, like Zhang Jiaming from today, have a sort of aggressiveness in their tone, expressions, and eyes when they speak to me. But you're different. Occasionally, you tease me, but I can sense that you don't harbor any romantic intentions. And Zeline's words astonished Han Sheng. The perceptiveness of this goddess-like teacher was uncanny. Although he sometimes teased her, he genuinely had no intentions beyond that. Han Sheng indeed found in Zeline beautiful, and while he had thoughts of pursuing her, he felt he wasn't in a position to pursue a romantic relationship due to his family circumstances. What's wrong? You can't possibly be. And Zeline covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. It's really nothing. After all, we are in the 21st century. You better have a knife on you, or else tonight will be dreadful. Han Sheng threatened in Zeline, but his words had little effect, and Zeline couldn't stop giggling. Frustrated, Han Sheng realized he couldn't continue a serious conversation with this goddess of teacher. Would you like something to drink? I have beer and juice. Is there coffee? I can't dare to sleep tonight. Besides, tomorrow is Friday, and I only have one class. I'm staying awake. Do you mind instant coffee? I can't quite adapt to anything other than instant coffee. Han Sheng went to prepare a cup of coffee for Zeline, and when he returned, he found her wrapped in a blanket, watching television. Thank you, she said sweetly as she accepted the coffee. If the teachers in the office knew we were spending the night together, they might just kill me. Spending the night together? We're merely sitting here watching television. And Zeline gave Han Sheng a sideways glance. Hey, you seem uninterested in me. Is it because you have a more beautiful girlfriend? Han Sheng looked at this goddess of a teacher in confusion. What do you mean? Do you wish for my interest? So I'd gaze at you with the intention of pursuing you? Nonsense. And Zeline replied with annoyance. If you were that kind of person, I wouldn't be here. I just find it strange. So tell me, Han Sheng, how many girlfriends have you had? I have no reason to tell you. Don't you enjoy equitable exchanges? If you want to know, share your romantic history first. None. And Zeline replied crisply, I've never been in a relationship. Nobody pursued me before. Han Sheng didn't believe her. Were you living in a convent or something? How could no one have pursued you? You have such long legs, a slender waist, and a beautiful figure. Were all the men around you blind? Thanks for the compliment. And Zeline laughed joyfully. Perhaps I am quite pretty now, but I was once an ugly duckling, so it's understandable that no one pursued me back then. You see, Han Sheng knew did. The phrase girls change as they grow is not in vain. Many girls may not be attractive in childhood, yet bloom into beauty as they mature, while some who were pretty as children may lose their charm. Now it's your turn, esteemed teacher. It's time to share your romantic history. I assent it? Faced with Zeline's teasing, Han Sheng couldn't help but chuckle. I've never been in a relationship either. I don't believe you. And Zeline shook her head without hesitation. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. I'm only speaking the truth. Really? And Zeline suspected Han Sheng was lying. Look at how many girls gaze at you like lovesick fools during class. Did you see how I treated them? That's why I suspect you might be gay. Han Sheng spat out a mouthful of beer. Conversation over. I'm going to sleep. If you're not going to sleep, then watch television all night. Hey, you can't just run away. And Zeline was enjoying the conversation. You've wounded my pride, turning my gentlemanly demeanor into an accusation of being gay. All right, I was wrong. I think you're quite nice, or else I wouldn't befriend you. What do you mean? You think I'm a good person? No. If Zhang Jiaming were to pursue me alongside you, I would definitely choose you. How could you compare me to that kind of person? Han Sheng sat back down on the sofa, and then Zeline laughed, apologizing, feeling the topic had gone too far. She shifted the subject, curiously asking how Han Sheng dealt with Zhang Jiaming. Han Sheng couldn't reveal the truth, so he fabricated a lie to appease Zeline. Late into the night, the two sat at opposite ends of the sofa, engrossed in conversation, discussing a myriad of topics. Eventually, they both began to feel drowsy, and Zeline opted to sleep on the sofa, while Han Sheng, without hesitation, retreated to his room and nestled into his blanket. Watching Han Sheng shut the door, and Zeline's gaze turned complex. She straightened her posture and retrieved a fruit knife concealed at her waist, feeling uncomfortable with it on her person. Oh, right. Han Sheng suddenly opened the door to his room and was startled to see Zeline holding a fruit knife, which jolted him awake. You really do have a knife on you? Yes. And Zeline nodded bashfully. I told you, But you didn't believe me. Did you deliberately hide a fruit knife on you, intending to? The water heater is indeed broken. Forgetting the key was a lie. I have trouble sleeping in unfamiliar beds, so I deliberately came here to pass the time. And Zeline confessed candidly, blushing as she looked at Han Cheng. What were you about to say? I wanted to mention that since you just had coffee, if you need to brush your teeth, there are new toiletries in that cabinet. That is all. Good night. Oh. Chapter 28. You must have been a programmer in your past life. Even though I went to bed late last night, Han Cheng still woke up early the next day. However, Zeline seemed to have risen even earlier, as there was no trace of her on the sofa. Naturally, after admitting last night that she had intentionally come to spend the night, she probably hadn't slept on the sofa at all. Han Cheng paid little attention to such matters and went downstairs for a run. Although he had several sandbags strapped to his feet, he had been training constantly in recent days, and running felt easy now, as if he didn't even notice the weight. Realizing this, Han Cheng understood he should increase the weight of the sandbags. Of course, he also needed to purchase weighted clothing to wear for resistance training. After a few laps, as he passed by Zeline's room, he was stopped by the door being pushed open abruptly, revealing Zeline. Are you making breakfast yourself, or eating out? Eating out, Han Cheng replied honestly, feeling that Zeline's question was rather intimate. Hurry back and take a shower. You smell awful. I made some sandwiches. I'll give them to you shortly. Han Cheng nodded, and after taking a few steps forward, he recalled something and turned back to ask, And teacher, are you trying to pursue me? And Zeline shook her head in disarray. You know why I moved here? I'm trying to win you over since I will need your protection in the future. If you want to win me over, just kiss me directly. Why bother with breakfast? Han Cheng chuckled, pointing to his cheek. Get lost. And Zeline blushed, shooting him a glare. I don't believe the breakfast to the roadside stalls. You can eat there from now on. You want to get to enjoy my cooking. And Zeline slammed the door, and Han Cheng chuckled as he left. After showering and changing clothes, he stepped out again, discovering a transparent plastic bag hanging on the doorknob, containing several sandwiches. Han Cheng wasn't concerned about poison in the sandwiches. He devoured them heartily. As he passed by Zeline's room, he knocked on the door, but there was no response, indicating that the goddess teacher had already left for school. On his way to school, he spotted a girl with short, wine-red hair dressed in sportswear, carefully carrying a bag of dumplings and soy milk as she rushed toward school. Luo Lizi, after getting out of her mother Luo Yiru's car, watched it drive away, but she didn't hurry to enter the school. Checking her phone for the time, Luo Lizi stood still, scanning her surroundings. After a few minutes, the breathless girl finally appeared with breakfast. Master, here's the breakfast you wanted. The girl handed the breakfast to Luo Lizi. Not bad. Luo Lizi took a dumpling from the bag and popped it into her mouth. You keep the breakfast for yourself. Next time, remember to be quicker. Sister Chun's breakfast shop isn't too far from here, but your speed is much slower than I expected. Sister Chun's breakfast shop is several kilometers away. How can that distance not be considered far? The crimson-haired girl inwardly lamented but refrained from voicing her complaints. You see, it is not a matter of physical inability. Rather, it is your lack of understanding in distributing your energy. Allow me to teach you a technique for breathing, which you should employ whether you are running or walking. As Loli Z began to explain the breathing method, the crimson-haired girl hastily took out her phone to record it. Since the crimson-haired girl had recorded the method, Loli Z chose not to repeat it. Very well, take your time practice. Remember to await my call tomorrow morning. Buy me breakfast from wherever I ask, and do not dare to deceive me. The crimson-haired girl nodded, watching Loli Z enter the school, before finding a spot to sit and enjoy her breakfast. Upon reflection, she realized how absurd it was to follow the instructions of a little girl. However, a question posed by Han Cheng had stirred her inner thoughts. What kind of life did she truly desire? Han Cheng had stated that the kind of life one seeks is determined by one's abilities and the extent of their efforts. The crimson-haired girl felt perplexed about her future, yet it did not hinder her determination to strive in the present. As the weekend approached, both students and teachers were filled with excitement. The moment Han Cheng entered the office, he noticed a female teacher making plans for an outing with Zeline for the following day. This female teacher, clearly acting on behalf of a male colleague, was assisting him in inviting Zeline. Unable to decline the invitation, Zeline turned to Han Cheng for help. Teacher Chen mentioned going to the beach tomorrow. Would you like to join? Standing beside Zeline, Teacher Chen eagerly interjected. Mr. Han is probably too busy. He is the acting head teacher of Class 6 and has much to attend to. Han Cheng was not particularly welcomed in the office, especially after the events of the previous day. Apart from Celine, the other teachers were reluctant to include him in their plans. Celine winked at Han Cheng, hoping he would agree to join and annoy Teacher Chun. With a smile, Han Cheng lightly touched his cheek and reciprocated her wink. I haven't been to the beach yet. It would be nice to go together tomorrow. Upon hearing Han Cheng's agreement, Celine let out a long sigh of relief and smiled at Teacher Chun. Well, if Teacher Han is going, then I will go too. I'll rigged. Teacher Chun nodded begrudgingly, quickly walking towards the two male teachers, muttering in annoyance. That Han Cheng has no sense of propriety. Who here welcomes him? How dare he shamelessly want to join us? It was of little concern. The two teachers did not regard Han Cheng highly. As long as Celine attended, they could easily concoct an excuse to send Han Cheng away. Han Cheng observed the murmuring group and approached Celine. Why didn't you refuse? I did refuse. Celine explained helplessly. I said I wouldn't go, but Teacher Chun insisted I was being antisocial, as if my absence would ruin the camaraderie among colleagues and disturb the peace in the office. She made me feel overwhelmed. And how do you intend to thank me? Han Cheng smiled, pointing to his cheek. How about a kiss? Get away. Celine blushed and pushed him playfully. Fine. I'll just bring you a few sandwiches tomorrow. Han Cheng grinned at Celine. I still owe you a favor. Does this count as repaying it? It's not that simple. Celine shot him a glare. Such things are merely a triviality for you, but I will certainly need your assistance in the future. For instance, at your wedding, would you want me to help as the groom? Go away, dream on. After shooing Han Cheng away, Celine's flushed cheeks refused to calm down. She regretted spending time with Han Cheng the previous night. Their conversation had drawn them closer, and now he spoke with increasing boldness. Her phone vibrated in her pocket, and Han Cheng chose not to linger in the conversation. He took out his phone and sat down at his desk, surprised to find a message from Su Lingyu, asking if he was free and wishing for him to accompany her shopping the next day. Han Cheng replied, inquiring what she intended to buy, but Su Lingyu did not specify. She planned to explain some matters in person. Thus, Han Cheng suggested that she come to find him during the morning study period. He sensed that whatever Su Lingyu wished to discuss was of great importance. When the bell rang for morning study, a timid Su Lingyu appeared at the office door, prompting him to quickly rise and step outside to avoid misunderstandings with the other teachers. Han Cheng did not lead Su Lingyu to another location. Instead, they spoke in the corridor outside the office. What I want to buy is a computer, Su Lingyu said, a shy smile gracing her fair face. It might be a bit expensive, but you must buy it for me. Han Cheng was taken aback by her statement. Yet he understood that Su Lingyu was not the kind of girl who craved material possessions. Why do you want a computer? Does it relate to your past life? You're quite perceptive. Su Lingyu praised him, her smile dimming as she continued. Life at home is really difficult right now. I want to help, but my abilities are limited. I will certainly need your assistance. That is assured. Han Cheng nodded without hesitation. But how will your family react to your sudden desire for a computer? Last night, I spoke with Ling Yin, and I expressed my wish to learn programming. She supports me fully. Could it be that you were a programmer in your past life? You could say that. I was quite skilled. Chapter 29. This situation seems unfavorable. Su Lingyu did not elaborate on her past identity. However, Han Cheng suspected that she, like Loli Zi, hailed from another world or era. Since Su Lingyu wished for a computer, Han Cheng was determined to support her. But he had prior commitments to attend a gathering with the teachers at the beach the following day. Have you planned what kind of computer you want to buy? Not really. Su Lingyu shook her head in confusion. I don't know much about computers in this world, but the more expensive, the better. Han Cheng felt somewhat flustered. He signaled for Su Lingyu to wait a moment and returned to the office, retrieving a tablet from his drawer and handing it to her. I'm not well versed in computers either, but if you go to the computer market, you might get swindled. Use this tablet to familiarize yourself with computers, and then you can buy one online. Here, that's my Taobao account. Oh, extend your finger. I'll register your fingerprint. Then, you can purchase whichever computer you fancy using my account. Han Cheng's gesture lit up Su Lingyu's eyes. He smiled, adding if it were Lizzie, I definitely wouldn't record her fingerprint. Otherwise, she would buy a bunch of nonsense. I could also end up buying random things. Su Lingyu teased him. That's all right. You can buy whatever you want. After all, the funds in the account belong to Zhang Jiaming, and Han Cheng wouldn't feel any loss in spending it. Su Lingyu felt bashful at Han Cheng's trust. I don't have a bank card yet, so I'll keep my earnings here. Han Cheng disagreed with this notion. While Su Lingyu could freely spend his money, he preferred that their finances remain separate. Let us find a time for me to accompany you to the bank to get a card. By the way, how do you plan to earn money? Han Cheng shifted the conversation. Su Lingyu had already formulated her plan and answered without hesitation, "My family urgently needs money. So I'll take on some work in page design and website development online. In the future, I aspire to develop software. I support you. Han Sheng nu did unconditionally. If your family needs money, just withdraw directly from my account. If you need my help, don't hesitate to ask, all right? I will." Su Lingyu smiled sweetly. "That is good. Anqing, satisfait, yentli rafel Su Lingyu's hair." The two conversed for an entire early reading class, parting only when the bell rang. Upon returning to the office, Zilin approached Han Cheng, inquiring about their previous discussion. "Were you feeling jealous?" Han Cheng responded with a chuckle. Zilin smiled without much expression. "The schedule for tomorrow is arranged. Those people will surely try to embarrass you. I hope you remain optimistic. If they intend to scheme against me, I shall simply stand them up. They would prefer you not to attend. Of course, if you don't go, I won't either. They will certainly harbor resentment towards you. Well, I have no plans for tomorrow anyway. I'm curious to see how they will deal with me. You needn't worry. I will be fine. Who is worrying about you?" And Zilin huffed, turning to attend to other matters. Han Cheng chuckled inwardly, realizing he had never noticed this goddess of a teacher had its under his side. Not long after, class began, and discipline in the classroom was lacking, but Han Cheng understood, as the weekend was approaching, and even he looked forward to a well-deserved rest. Standing at the podium, he noticed that Xu Xinyi, the class monitor and representative for Chinese, was also not paying attention. He wondered what was on her mind as she rested her chin in her hands, often lost in thought. Han Cheng recalled the previous afternoon when Xu Xinyi had assisted Zilin in tidying up the room, and afterward, Zilin had remarked something to him. A pang of concern struck him. Perhaps the adolescent Xu Xinyi was indeed lost in frivolous thoughts. Han Cheng wanted to speak with her, as he intended to express his gratitude for her defense of him in the chat group. He planned to treat her to a sumptuous dinner, deciding to move that meal to this evening. After class, Han Cheng sent a message to Xu Xinyi about this arrangement. She promptly replied, eagerly accepting the invitation for dinner that night. Having settled that matter, he received a call from the auburn-haired girl. "Teacher Han, someone just delivered money to me. Should I return it?" The question seemed perplexing, but Han Cheng quickly grasped the situation. "Did Fong Tianhua send you compensation? Since it's compensation, keep it. There is no need to return it out of consideration for me. Since you say so, I want to be polite. Don't you dare say I'm bullying your students." Han Cheng was curious about how much Fong Tianhua had compensated her. "Not much, but not as much as you received yesterday." He felt no disappointment with that answer, suspecting Fong Tianhua had conferred with his father. Hence the money to compensate the auburn-haired girl. After all, he had previously assured Fong Tianhua that it was nothing serious, yet he had not believed him. Nonetheless, Han Cheng was unconcerned about Fong Tianhua. The auburn-haired girl was practically family to him, and he wished for Fong Tianhua to compensate her as much as possible. After discussing a few matters with the auburn-haired girl, he learned she had been in contact with Luo Lizi. Han Cheng encouraged her to strive hard, as Luo Lizi was a female general from whom she could learn much. After hanging up, Han Cheng immersed himself in another class. He taught 4 consecutive classes throughout the morning. Although a bit fatigued, his weariness dissipated upon seeing the adorable little girl peering in at him through the window. "Hee, brother, drink some water." Upon seeing Han Cheng exit the classroom, Luo Lizi hurriedly offered him a bottle of her previously consumed mineral water. Han Cheng, not minding, opened it and drank, his throat parched. The little girl truly was quite considerate. "We're going to buy groceries later. We'll have a grand dinner tonight," Han Cheng remarked, thinking the little foodie would cheer with delight. "It seems I want to get to eat." The little girl pouted. "That woman is taking me to another place tonight." "Where to?" Han Cheng felt a twinge of anxiety. Luo Lizi's expression suggested something was amiss. Luo Lizi hesitated to explain, "We're going to Disneyland." "You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought you were moving to another city." Seeing Han Cheng so flustered made Luo Lizi quite cheerful. "I initially wanted to invite you, but I overheard that Annie say you're going to the beach tomorrow, so I decided to let you off. You have fun with that, Annie." Han Cheng affectionately ruffled Luo Lizi's hair, leading her toward the office. "When will you return?" "Not until Sunday night. Disneyland is so vast. That woman plans to spend 2 days exploring. This was arranged before I met you. Had I encountered you sooner, I would never have agreed to such a thing." "Is that truly the case?" Han Cheng could see through Luo Lizi's thoughts. She indeed wanted to visit that place. "Not at all," she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. Tightening her grip on Han Cheng's hand, It would have been perfect if you could come too. We'll discuss it later. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead. After placing the lesson plans and other materials in the office, Han Sheng took the little girl to the supermarket. Since she was leaving tonight, he decided to prepare several delicious dishes for her. The meal brought immense joy to Luo Lizi, who excitedly proclaimed she would bring Han Sheng gifts. After the morning's 4 classes, Han Sheng had no classes in the afternoon. He enjoyed a leisurely afternoon and initially wanted to invite Zilin to dinner, but she had already arranged to meet with friends. He also invited Su Lingyu and Su Lingyin, but returning home after dinner would be quite late. Su Lingyu wished to accept, but didn't want to worry her parents. Han Sheng felt quite frustrated by this situation. Had the auburn-haired girl not appeared unexpectedly, the dinner would have only involved himself and Chu Sini. Although he intended to converse with Chu Sini, the situation felt somewhat precarious. Chapter 30. How did you become the person you disdain? After school in the afternoon, Han Sheng intended to return home with Chu Sini, but she left first, texting him to say she would return home briefly. Not long after Han Sheng returned to his rented apartment, the doorbell rang. Without a doubt, it was Chu Sini. He opened the door to find her in a different outfit, wearing a short skirt and high-heeled sandals, looking a bit more mature. You look so beautiful. Are you preparing for a date? Han Sheng couldn't resist teasing her. Not at all, Chu Sini replied, lowering her head to play with her hair as she entered the room. Honestly, with him not here, you look so lovely. How could I let you do chores? I didn't dress up, she retorted, blushing as she set down her handbag and donned a cartoon apron before heading to the kitchen. Han Sheng followed her into the kitchen. With Chu Sini assisting, he wouldn't feel bored. Do your parents know you're here? No, Chu Sini replied, looking dejected. I told them I was going to the movies with classmates. They said I must be home by 9. 9, huh? Then I need to speed up, Han Sheng said, hastening his chopping. Be careful not to cut your fingers. There is still plenty of time, Chu Sini exclaimed, startled by his speed. Cooking Shun TB rushed. Han Sheng smiled, slowing down. He intended to take this opportunity to converse with Chu Sini. I noticed you were often lost in thought during class this morning. What were you thinking about? The question caused Chu Sini to lower her head, unwilling to respond. What? Thinking about a boyfriend? Is that why you're hesitant to tell me? What nonsense are you talking about? What were you and Su Lingyu discussing during early reading? You two were all cozy in the corridor for an entire class. Su Lingyu and I, we were discussing our aspirations. Do you think I will believe that? What do you think we were discussing? Romance? This is what you said. I did not utter such words. Han Sheng gazed at Chu Sini, who was glancing downcast, evidently affected by recent events, leading her to be distracted during class. Sini, we are relatives, aren't we? No, we are not related at all. Chu Sini refuted this, and Han Sheng smiled, unable to counter her statement. Han Sheng's mother and Chu Sini's mother were college classmates, referring to each other as sisters. Thus, when Han Sheng encountered Chu Sini's mother, he would address her as third aunt, making it plausible to consider them relatives, albeit with some ambiguity. Since we are not relatives, it implies that we can date, right? Han Sheng casually inquired, causing Chu Sini's cheeks to flush immediately. You don't say strange things. Chu Sini zetponde ansi oli. I can refrain from speaking, but you must not let your imagination run wild. If your daydreaming affects your grades, I will be displeased. Let us analyze what the outcome of our romance might be. I do not like you. Do not say such things. I was merely hypothesizing. After all, Sini, you are quite beautiful. And should I find myself unable to resist pursuing you, I must ascertain if there is a potential outcome. Han Sheng's intent was straightforward. He sought to clarify their circumstances to dispel Chu Sini's thoughts. Although he felt honored that Chu Sini harbored feelings for him, he deemed it a misguided notion. Do not speak. Do not analyze. Chu Sini, her face crimson, urgently interrupted Han Sheng. I knew your invitation for a grand meal was not well-intentioned. If you wish to utter such words, you may do so alone. I shall take my leave. Sini, I'm doing this for your own good. Your grandfather and grandmother also act for your parents' benefit, wishing to separate them. Han Sheng, how have you become someone you detest? Han Sheng was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for Chu Sini's retort. She set down her vegetables and approached him. I know you genuinely care for me, but not all matters are as you perceive them to be beneficial. Sometimes, one can experience pain alongside joy. The more you act this way, Han Sheng, the more I will care for and worry about you. Such words, though not a confession, conveyed their mutual understanding, rendering the need for declarations irrelevant. Sini, I'm truly grateful to you. Do not say it. Chu Sini hastily interrupted, unwilling to hear anything that might distress her. You are overthinking again. I merely wish to express my gratitude for your friendship on my first day in Haiban City. I sincerely appreciate it. Sushi, nuda, rakalinhanshen's circumstances. Her heart ached for him. The conversation could have ended there. Yet noticing Chu Sini's persistent frown, Han Sheng realized he had more to clarify. Sini, do you know why teacher moved here to become my neighbor? Han Sheng glanced at Chu Sini, and before she could respond, he explained, recently. Teacher received numerous love letters from students, and after school, someone has been following her. While it poses no danger during the day, returning home at night can be perilous, hence her decision to move here for companionship. Han Sheng's explanation lifted Chu Sini's spirits, prompting her to ask, what about Ling Yu? Their prior encounters had forged a closer bond, and considering Chu Sini was aware of Ling Yu's temperament and family background, it was natural for him to care for her. The misunderstanding arose from Su Lingyin's wild imagination. That's not it. Chu Sini huffed, displeased. You mentioned in class that you were not single. So, is that why you misinterpreted? I said that to avoid unnecessary trouble, yet I never anticipated it would cause me complications. Had I known, I would have refrained from saying it. Observing Han Sheng's gloomy demeanor, Chu Sini couldn't help but chuckle. So, should I seek a girlfriend? Must I get your permission? You are more controlling than my mother. I am merely concerned for your safety, lest you fall prey to untrustworthy individuals. You truly fail to recognize kindness. Very well. If I wish to find a girlfriend, you may assist in my selection. I refuse to partake in such matters. Do you fancy yourself a king? There aren't countless girls awaiting your selection. Be content if you find someone suitable. Han Sheng contemplated teasing Chu Sini, but withheld his words. Chu Sini fell silent, her demeanor shy as their relationship bore both warmth and awkwardness. They refrained from discussing anything peculiar and instead prepared a sumptuous dinner. Han Sheng's culinary skills were commendable, given his years of solitary living. As they sat at the dining table, Chu Sini suggested inviting Enzilin to join them for dinner, to which Han Sheng replied that Enzilin had gone out with friends. It was then that Chu Sini realized the meal consisted solely of herself and Han Sheng, causing her to feel bashful and her cheeks to flush. It's still early. Let's take a stroll after dinner. Han Sheng wished to buy Chu Sini a small gift. No need. I shall return home after we eat. Chu Sini hesitated to go out with Han Sheng, fearing it would resemble a date. Since Chu Sini declined, Han Sheng did not insist. He served her food, and she grew increasingly shy. Noticing her cheeks flushed, the bold demeanor she had previously displayed seemed to vanish. Initially, Han Sheng paid little mind, but gradually, he sensed an unusual tension in the air. Despite his reluctance to admit it, he, as a teacher, was clandestinely courting his student. Why don't you stay the night? Tomorrow is Saturday. You can tell your mother that you are staying at a friend's house. As they neared the conclusion of their meal, Han Sheng made such a suggestion. You. Chu Sini's cheeks reddened further, leaving her at a loss for words. So, Sini, what do you say? Han Sheng sat beside her, nearly pressing against her side. How presumptuous. Chu Sini glared at him, her face flushed, quickly changing the subject by shoving a piece of vegetable into Han Sheng's mouth. Hurry and finish your meal. Otherwise, the fridge won't have space, and it will spoil. Han Sheng opened his mouth to eat the vegetable, inadvertently biting down on the chopsticks in Chu Sini's hand. His sudden boldness flustered her, prompting her to hastily finish dinner. She helped clear the table, then fled as if escaping. Chapter 31. Driving such a car will injure your body. Chu Sini declined Han Sheng's offer to see her off, hastily descending the stairs and pedaling her bicycle home. The bold words from earlier echoed in her mind, causing her heart to race. However, as the cool evening breeze greeted her, she regained her composure. She realized that Han Sheng had been playfully teasing her. His invitation for dinner aimed at uplifting her spirits, but his final words seemed to flirt with her, intentionally leading her to flee in embarrassment. That guy. Chu Sini silently scolded him, his image lingering in her mind, igniting a blend of affection and resentment. The next day, Han Sheng encountered Enzilin, who brought him breakfast upon his return from a run. Hurry and shower. Breakfast is waiting. They will be arriving shortly. Enzilin urged him as if she were his girlfriend. They are coming here? Han Sheng inquired, plötzlich. A teacher named Lu Wu bought a car and said he would come to pick up the teachers going to the beach. Enzilin clarified. Han Sheng's eyes lit up in realization. He understood the situation. So, that Lu Wu fellow is trying to impress you? Don't phrase it so harshly. Hurry and shower. You reek. and Zilin shoved a sandwich into Han Cheng's hands before retreating to her room. Han Cheng quickly showered, changed into casual attire, and walked to knock on Zilin's door while munching on the sandwich. And Zilin stepped out of the house, clutching a handbag and closing the door behind her, evidently prepared for departure. Are you heading to the seaside for leisure or to attend classes? Upon noticing Zilin dressed in neat black trousers and a white shirt, Han Cheng felt a wave of unease. I have no intention of going for a swim. And Zilin shot him a disapproving glance, adding that given the strong winds at the beach, wearing a skirt would be nothing short of provocative. Han Cheng chuckled in agreement, remarking that a white shirt would likely become transparent when wet. Even if she didn't swim, it was inevitable someone would splash water at her, and then, Mr. Han, you seem to have quite a bit of experience. And Zilin retorted playfully, hastily retreating into her room to change. Han Cheng attempted to follow her inside, but Zilin firmly shut the door. After a brief wait, she emerged wearing comfortable capri pants and a cotton t-shirt. Are you satisfied now? She asked, blushing slightly as she sought Han Cheng's opinion. Indeed, it looks lovely, he replied, unable to divert his gaze from her exposed, fair calves. This goddess of a teacher certainly possessed exquisite legs. What are you staring at so intently? And Zilin playfully nudged him on the shoulder and proceeded towards the elevator, with Han Cheng following her into it. Just as they descended, a white Haval SUV approached and parked at the curb. A slightly plump man exited the vehicle, gallantly opening the front passenger door for Zilin. Mizzen, I was just about to call you, but it seems you've come down already. Please hop in. And Zilin smiled in gratitude, glancing into the car to see 5 teachers crammed in the back seat. If she took the front seat, Han Cheng would have nowhere to sit. Mr. Liu, it seems a bit cramped back there, doesn't he? And Zilin remarked, hesitating to enter the vehicle. Indeed, it is quite tight, Mr. Liu admitted. Casting on Ave Kovod Glans Auton Cheng. There's some space behind the rear seats. Perhaps Mr. Han could squeeze in there? Jinhai Beach is not far, and will arrive shortly. The suggestion to sit in the trunk, while seemingly harmless, was an affront given the strained relationships between Mr. Liu, the other teachers in the car, and Han Cheng. Or Mr. Han could take a taxi. Another teacher chimed in, clearly preferring not to share a ride with him. How about this? I'll cover the taxi fare since I organized this outing, Mr. Liu proposed generously, smiling at Han Cheng. I hope you have no objections? None at all. Han Cheng nodded. Seeing Han Cheng comply pleased Mr. Liu immensely, prompting him to urge Zilin to get in the car. Without Mr. Han, how could I possibly board? And Zilin shot back. Mr. Liu, I think I'll take a taxi too. Look at how uncomfortable the others are crammed together. They might get fined if we encounter the police. Although the 5 teachers in the back, 4 of whom were petite women, were enduring the discomfort. They bore it for Zilin's sake. Please, Mizzen, get in, they implored. And Zilin glanced at Han Cheng, hoping he would assist her, but to her surprise, he was walking towards the street, seemingly intent on hailing a taxi. If she followed him, it would surely provoke Mr. Liu, and Zilin wished to maintain a harmonious relationship with her colleagues. Otherwise, she would have declined the invitation to the beach outright. Just as she wavered, Han Cheng unexpectedly opened the door of a passing car. Before Zilin or Mr. Liu could react, the vehicle pulled up, and Han Cheng gestured for her to join him. Mizzen, come with me. And Zilin felt as though she had been rescued and promptly climbed into Han Cheng's car. I've never been to Jinhai Beach. Mr. Liu, could you lead the way? Oh. Mr. Liu felt frustrated, but had no choice but to acquiesce. It's too cramped in the back. I'll sit in the front, Teacher Chun said, getting out of the rear seat and heading for the passenger side. On her way, she took a glance at the car's brand. Upon seeing the words Wuling Hongguang, she burst into laughter. As Mr. Liu drove, Teacher Chen eagerly shared her revelation. I was genuinely startled by Mr. Han. How could a junior teacher afford a car? Turns out he drives a Wuling Hongguang. He has probably broke and trying to show off. The other teachers erupted in laughter, while Mr. Liu, who understood cars well, gazed curiously through the rearview mirror at the vehicle following them. When did Wuling Hongguang start making sedans? It actually looks quite decent. Another male teacher pulled out his phone to search, then gasped, showing it to the others. I thought that car looked familiar. Guess what it is? A Maserati. Teacher Bai, didn't you notice that the car had a Wuling Hongguang emblem? Teacher Chin scoffed. You just don't understand the mindset of luxury car owners. Wuling Hongguang is all the rage online. Many people deliberately put Wuling Hongguang badges on their cars. Just look at it. No way Wuling Hongguang manufactures sedans. Now look at this Maserati. Isn't it identical to the one Han Cheng is driving? Teacher Bai's phone circulated among the group. and upon seeing the Maserati's price tag in the seven-figure range, the car fell silent. Perhaps he borrowed it, someone suggested quietly after a long pause. Even if it's borrowed, you need a friend with $1 million car to do that. Instantly, the atmosphere became heavy with a sense of discomfort. They had all assumed Han Sheng was merely an ordinary university graduate, and due to Lin's association, they were disinclined to engage with him. They were taken aback to discover he owned such a luxurious car, regardless of whether the vehicle was his or borrowed. The contrast of his modest living situation and his role as a lowly teacher at Haibin. One high school painted a picture of someone playing the part of a simpleton while concealing his true prowess. It became clear why Lin appeared so close to Han Sheng. She likely had known he was no ordinary individual all along. Realizing Lin might have already been intimate with Han Sheng, Mr. Liu felt a pang of jealousy and resentment, wishing to abandon the trip to Jinhai Beach and turn back home. When did you get a car? Once inside Han Sheng's vehicle, Lin finally regained her composure. This isn't my car. It's a clunker my dad didn't want. Why Haven T? I seen you driving it before. Gas prices are too high for a little teacher like me to bear, and driving this kind of car can be quite taxing on the body. What do you mean taxing? Isn't this car safe? Lin instinctively questioned, but upon noticing the emblem, she realized the implication of Han Sheng's words, causing her to blush and internally chastise him. Driving such a luxury vehicle down the street, one could only imagine how many gold diggers would throw themselves at him. It was a wonder he remained unscathed. Chapter 32. Let us bring someone to stir up trouble. After half an hour, the two cars arrived at Jinhai Beach in succession. Due to their early arrival, ample parking spaces were still available nearby. It was Saturday, and with lovely weather, had they arrived later, finding parking would have been nearly impossible. Earlier on the road, Mr. Liu had contemplated turning back, and now, after parking, his disappointment deepened. Led by Teacher Chun, the four female teachers not only neglected to assist with the umbrellas, but also eagerly gathered around Han Sheng's car to inspect it. Previously indifferent to Han Sheng, their attitudes shifted dramatically. Teacher Chun, now a married woman, sweetly addressed him as Mr. Han in a flirtatious tone. Lu Wu exchanged a glance with another male teacher, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration that nearly brought him to tears. Had he foreseen the outcome of the situation, he would have never orchestrated such an event. His intention was to create an opportunity for interaction with Lin, yet unexpectedly, it had benefited Han Sheng. Mr. Han, can you swim? Would you mind teaching me later? Teacher Chun clung to Han Sheng's arm, her soft touch pressing against him, her voice a soothing melody that was delightful to the ear. Apologies, I didn't bring my swimsuit, Han Sheng replied, not pushing Teacher Chun away, relishing the gentle sensation on his arm. There are plenty of swimwear shops nearby. I could buy you a pair of swim trunks. Mr. Han, you must teach me to swim as well. Another female teacher encircled Han Sheng's other arm, and he found himself surrounded by four female teachers, while Lin was pushed to the periphery. After offering them some perfunctory responses, Han Sheng took the initiative to assist, moving items like sunshades to the beach. Since it was still early, everyone claimed a prime spot on the beach. Han Sheng and Lu Wu set up the sunshades and arranged beach chairs and a barbecue grill, while Teacher Chun and her group changed into their swimsuits in the car. Their swimsuits were daringly revealing, stirring excitement in Lu Wu and Teacher Bai. Yet they were ignored as all the attention turned to Han Sheng, with the female teachers requesting his help applying sunscreen. Lu Wu and Teacher Bai exchanged glances, lifting a bottle of beer and silently observing the beachgoers, their situation starkly contrasting the lively atmosphere around them. Han Sheng had no intention of assisting the bold female teachers with sunscreen. He merely offered them cursory responses before sitting beside Lin. It's quite comfortable, isn't it? Lin remarked, slightly teasing Han Sheng. Indeed, it is quite pleasant, he replied with a smile. I was worried you might feel uncomfortable. It seems you'll have quite a busy evening ahead. Lin's cheeks flushed with anger. You're truly disgusting. I can't believe I misjudged you, she exclaimed, glaring at him. She attempted to leave, but Han Sheng held her back. What did you think of me before, and what do you think now? Lin was reluctant to answer, knowing he was joking, yet feeling uncomfortable with his casual demeanor, as if he considered himself entitled to such thoughts in her presence. Annoyed, she walked towards the beach to collect seashells, and as Han Sheng contemplated following her, Teacher Chun approached with a beer in hand. Teacher Chun, if I have offended you in the past, I hope you can forgive me, Han Sheng said, smiling and shaking his head. Hearing this, Teacher Chun felt immensely pleased. She had not offended him. They simply had not spoken much before. Now, she handed him her beer and engaged him in light-hearted conversation. Han Chung recognized her desire to win his favor and didn't decline, aware that even if he were to act inappropriately, she would not be angered. Instead, she would likely laugh. A single car had the power to transform a person. The world was indeed astonishing. Teacher Chun was attractive, and her marital status allowed her to be bolder and more alluring than her fellow teachers. Before Han Chung could finish his beer, Teacher Chun had flirted with him multiple times. Observing their joyful interaction, the other female teachers joined in, once again surrounding Han Chung. They truly have no shame. Teacher Bai remarked in irritation, glancing at Teacher Chun. She is clearly married. Yet she asked Han Chung to help her remove sand from her swimsuit, inviting him to reach into her swimwear. Should we take a photo to show her husband? Lu Wu, sipping his beer, found the idea tempting. According to his scheme, even if Lin ignored him, Teacher Chun and the others would still orbit around him. But now they were all focused on Han Chung. Don't stir up trouble. Lu Wu admonished Teacher Bai. Be careful not to get burned. But I can't help it. What if Han Chung is driving a refurbished wreck? Why else would he not drive regularly? Perhaps he is just putting on a facade today. Lu Wu's eyes lit up. If that's the case, how should we expose him? We don't need to act ourselves, Teacher Bai suggested eagerly. Let's find someone to create a scene and see how Han Chung handles it. Let's see if he has connections. Let's do it. Lu Wu agreed, clapping his hands in approval of Teacher Bai's plan. Even though they were only a few meters away from Han Chung, he was unaware of their intentions. Han Chung expressed his desire for barbecue, prompting Teacher Chun and the others to quickly prepare it. Seizing the opportunity, Han Chung returned to the car to retrieve a camera, then approached Lin, capturing her solitary figure, resembling a child playing by the water and collecting seashells. Don't photograph me. Go take pictures of those women in swimsuits. Lin splashed water at him, attempting to drive him away. Are you jealous? Han Chung asked, lowering the camera and stepping closer to her. How could I be jealous? As your friend, I just don't want you to miss out on such opportunities. Honestly, it is like fast food, Han Sheng remarked, likening Teacher Chun and the others to fast food, suggesting that women should be savored like a well-prepared dish, requiring patience for the best flavor. Unlike the unhealthy and potentially dangerous fast food, you truly are an extreme male chauvinist, comparing women to a dish. Even if you take your time cooking, you need at least 2 dishes for a meal, and you eat 3 meals a day. How many dishes will you have in your lifetime? Lin retorted angrily. Han Sheng feigned innocence. I merely used a metaphor. Please don't be so upset like a girlfriend would. It's quite disheartening. Lin reflected that she did resemble a jealous girlfriend at that moment. Although she was somewhat upset, she felt she had no right to be angry at Han Chung. Fine, she sighed in concession. Give me the camera. I'll take some pictures for you. I'll take your picture first. Han Chung, wise to her intentions to delete the photos, evaded her grasp. You jerk. Hand over the camera. Lin exclaimed in frustration, lunging at Han Chung, who promptly ran away, leading to a playful chase along the beach. After a while of frolicking, Teacher Chun rushed over. Mr. Han, the police are here. They said your car looks suspicious and want to see your documents. Hearing this, Lin ceased her antics, while Han Chung frowned and followed Teacher Chun to the parking lot by the beach. Is there a problem with your car? Lin inquired with concern. No problem, Han Chung replied, shaking his head, but the police might have an issue. Why? Lin asked, puzzled. If the police are clever enough, they wouldn't be foolish enough to check luxury cars. Even if they see one parked haphazardly, they wouldn't issue a ticket. The reason? Well, you understand, those who can afford luxury cars are not ones to provoke. Lin nodded, recalling numerous stories of luxury cars left unattended for years without anyone daring to tow them. The police aren't the issue. It's clear that your car is a Maserati. Yet you've deliberately affixed a Wuling Hongguang badge, which has drawn their attention. Perhaps, but there are hundreds of cars in the parking lot. Do you think the police's eyes are that keen to spot mine? Are you implying that the police have a problem? Han Chung remained silent, casting a glance at Lu Wu and Teacher Bai, who were observing while drinking. Chapter 33. With Chung, I fear not. At the seaside parking lot, 2 uniformed police officers stood beside a Maserati displaying the Wuling Hongguang emblem. Is the owner of this vehicle present? Inquired the older officer, surveying the crowd. I am. Han Chung happened to walk over, waving at the officers. Hello. The older officer saluted Han Chung. Please present your driver's license and vehicle registration. Is there an issue with my car? Han Chung asked while retrieving his license from the vehicle. The older officer did not respond to Han Cheng's query. Instead, he examined the license closely before entering Han Cheng's information into the police system. Within half a minute, the officer confirmed that the car indeed belonged to Han Cheng. Although it bore the Wuling Hongguang emblem, the Maserati emblem had not been altered, rendering the situation non-violative. The officer returned the documents to Han Cheng and was about to leave when a younger officer made an unexpected discovery. "Master, this car seems rather familiar," he remarked, pointing to a white Havel parked nearby. Lu Wu and Teacher Bai stood aside with beers in hand. They had just reported to the police, claiming to have seen a black car in the seaside parking lot. Disappointed that the officers found no issues with Han Cheng's vehicle, Lu Wu felt even more frustrated when the officers shifted their focus to his car, circling the white SUV. The younger officer approached the windshield to inspect the vehicle identification number, soon entering it into the police system and grinning with excitement. "Master, it's this vehicle." The older officer immediately waved his hand, instructing the younger officer to call for a tow truck. A crowd had gathered, initially anticipating the police to investigate the luxury car, only to be surprised that they were inspecting the nearby Havel instead. "What's going on?" Lu Wu rushed forward. "Are you mistaken? Why are you towing my car? Are you the owner of this vehicle?" The older officer inquired. "Yes," Lu Wu replied nervously, nodding. "Please accompany us for an investigation." These words nearly caused Lu Wu to collapse in shock. "You must be mistaken. I am a law-abiding citizen. I have not committed any illegal acts. Whether you have committed an offense will be determined through investigation. This vehicle is reported stolen, and the original owner has already filed a police report. Please cooperate and come with us for questioning." Stunned, Lu Wu stammered, "This car belongs to a friend. He transferred it to me because he needed money urgently. Stolen vehicles are often sold in this manner. In any case, please come with us." Lu Wu struggled to comprehend the situation. He believed the issue lay with Han Cheng's car, not his. This vehicle was a high-end model valued at 150,000, yet he had purchased it for only 50,000. After acquiring it, he felt a sense of triumph for having made a good deal, only to discover there was a problem. Though he had suspected the car might be flawed, he chose to trust his friend, and now that trust had led to this predicament. He hastily attempted to call his friend, but the officers confiscated his phone, preventing him from making any calls. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lu Wu was escorted away by the two officers, a scene that felt like a nightmare to him. He finally understood the meaning of robbing Peter to pay Paul, as he had aimed to implicate Han Cheng, who stood there smiling among the women, while he himself was being taken away by the police. If time could rewind, he would never have agreed to Teacher Bai's suggestion to stir up trouble, as they watched Lu Wu being led away by the police. Han Cheng and his companions had no intention of intervening. They returned to the beach to continue enjoying the sun and sand. Teacher Bai had not anticipated Lu Wu's misfortune. Had he not known the reason for the officer's presence, he would have suspected Han Cheng of orchestrating a prank on Lu Wu. He decided not to linger on the beach any longer. Without Lu Wu, he found himself quite bored and quickly made an excuse to leave. With the absence of the two male teachers, the female educators, including Teacher Chun, grew bolder. Previously, they had speculated that Han Cheng's car was borrowed, but the police's failure to uncover any issues confirmed that the vehicle was indeed his. Even if it were a second-hand car, it was not something just anyone could afford. Previously, Teacher Chun had viewed Han Cheng as an ordinary university graduate, but now he had transformed in her eyes into a promising young man of considerable means. Even Teacher Chun, a married woman, found herself wishing for something more with Han Cheng, while the other three unmarried teachers were equally eager. Fortunately, the beach was bustling with people, which limited their boldness, preventing any strange actions. By noon, Han Cheng and his group indulged in barbecue. The weather grew increasingly hot, and the beach became ever more crowded, with bathers entering the water like dumplings. Remaining there was becoming more of a trial than a pleasure. Han Cheng suggested they leave, prompting Teacher Chun and the others to chatter excitedly about going to a karaoke venue. Han Cheng was well aware that after singing, he would undoubtedly have to treat them to dinner, and if the night progressed favorably, he could engage in something more intimate with them. Just then, Loli Zi sent Han Cheng photos from her visit to Disneyland earlier that day. Han Cheng raised his phone as if he were receiving a call. Soon after, he expressed his regret to Teacher Chun and the others, stating he had an engagement that afternoon. The beach umbrella and barbecue grill could not fit in Han Cheng's car, so he casually gave them to a passerby, assuming that Lu Wu, having been caught up in his predicament, would not be concerned about retrieving those items. Han Cheng was dutiful enough to drive teacher Chun and the others back before heading off with Zilin to their rental apartment. Not going to date? What a great opportunity. And Zilin chided Han Cheng as they ascended the stairs. If I wanted to, I could arrange a date at any time. Han Cheng replied with a grin, eliciting an eye roll from Zilin. Han Cheng wished to follow Zilin inside for a chat, but she quickly shut the door, guarding herself against him as if he were a predator. He contemplated forcing his way in when Su Lingyu called. Cheng, we urgently need cash at home. Su Lingyu's voice was frantic. You know my payment password. Just use it. They want cash, and I don't have a card. Though Han Cheng was unaware of the specifics, he promptly went downstairs to withdraw money. Inside, Zilin had anticipated Han Cheng would pester her, planning to teach him a lesson before opening the door. To her surprise, he received a call and left in a hurry. That guy, would he really go out on a date, would he? Does he actually like those female teachers? His taste is quite heavy, and Zilin thought to herself, feeling a mix of irritation and indifference about his actions. On the phone, Su Lingyu explained that someone had come to their home demanding repayment, and their father was not present. Although their mother was home, she was bedridden, and the creditor had settled into the living room, refusing to leave. After hanging up, Han Cheng drove to the bank and withdrew 90,000 yuan. Had this situation arisen a few days prior, he might have sold his car to gather funds. Earning money needed to become a priority. What if he sold the car and it still wasn't enough? Having previously reviewed Su Lingyu's student records, Han Cheng knew where she lived. After withdrawing the cash, he hurried to the home of the twin sisters. Their residence was in the Haitian community, a beautiful area that likely came with a hefty price tag. However, recalling their applications for financial aid, Han Cheng speculated that their family had once enjoyed a better life, only to have encountered difficulties later on. After parking, Han Cheng spotted Su Lingyu waiting downstairs. He approached her, and without hesitation, she threw her arms around him. Cheng, that person is terrifying. He is just sitting in our house and one tea leave. Don't be afraid. I'm here, Han Cheng gently reassured her, patting her back. With your presence, I fear nothing. Su Lingyu held Han Cheng even tighter. The softness of the girl's figure and her fragrant scent were far superior to those of the several female teachers encountered on the beach. However, this was not the time for comparisons. After comforting Su Lingyu, Han Cheng accompanied her to the elevator as they ascended. Chapter 34. I suddenly find Han Cheng quite impressive. As they reached the doorway, Han Cheng heard a rough voice emanating from within. He gestured for Su Lingyu not to open the door, wishing to listen to what the man would say. Sister-in-law, I assure you, I am not trying to take advantage of your misfortune. I have my own struggles. If I cannot come up with the money, my business will go up in flames. I have already lost a significant amount while working with Brother Su. If this continues, I will be left with no choice but to jump into the sea. Guang, my family truly cannot spare any money. After what happened back then, we are burdened with countless debts and have even mortgaged this house. Besides, I am ill. Sister, since your family is in such dire straits, please consider my proposal carefully. That is absolutely out of the question. Then I shall remain seated indefinitely. I will leave only when you repay the debt. Standing outside the door, Han Cheng turned to Su Lingyu in confusion, inquiring about the nature of the man's proposal. Su Lingyu's face showed indignation as she replied. He claims he can facilitate a connection to find a suitable match for me and Ling Yin. Upon hearing this, Han Cheng felt a surge of anger. He nodded at Su Lingyu, and together they pushed the door open and entered the room. Hearing the door creak, Sun Shuiying assumed her husband had returned, and she looked up joyfully, only to find her eldest daughter accompanied by a young man. Observing her mother's puzzled expression, Su Lingyin quickly explained, Mom, this is our teacher. Why did Lingyu bring the teacher over? Sun Shuiying murmured. Perhaps my sister hopes that teacher Han can assist us, Su Lingyin speculated. Upon entering the house, Han Cheng's first impression was that it felt quite empty. The sparse furnishings made him wonder if the missing items had been sold for money. Su Lingyu sat beside a frail middle-aged woman on the sofa, who appeared not only thin but also pale, indicating a serious illness. The resemblance between the twins and their mother was striking, confirming her identity as the girl's mother. On another sofa sat a balding man, who seemed aged beyond his years, sipping tea and showing little interest in Han Cheng's arrival. Mom, this is Teacher Han. Su Lingyu introduced him to Sun Shuiying. Hello, Teacher Han. Sun Shuiying attempted to rise to greet him, but found it difficult. Han Cheng quickly waved his hand, signaling her to remain seated. I have heard about your situation. As a teacher, I will do my utmost to assist my students when they face difficulties. Han Cheng's words moved Sun Shuiying deeply, yet they also left her bewildered. Since you are here to collect a debt, may I see the promissory note? Han Cheng turned to the bald man. Why do you have to look at the promissory note? The bald man dismissed Han Cheng's request. Han Cheng placed the leather bag he was holding on the coffee table and opened it, revealing a thick stack of cash, appearing to be tens of thousands. I have come to help repay the debt. Do I now have the right to see it? Teacher Han Yu. Sun Shuiying was astonished at the sudden appearance of such a sum from a teacher. She had never encountered such a situation in her life. Mom. Su Lingyu rushed over to signal her mother not to be surprised. Teacher Cheng is here to help us. But Sun Shuiying glanced between Su Lingyu and Han Cheng, sensing something amiss. Han Cheng looked at the bald man, who awkwardly reached into his pocket but produced nothing. I forgot to bring the promissory note, he stammered. Just moments ago, he had confidently stated he would remain seated until the debt was repaid. And now he claimed to have forgotten the note. Had he truly forgotten, or did he know that this family could not possibly repay the debt? Which is why Yin brought the note. Was he merely there to stir trouble? Sun Shuiying, disregarding any tension between Han Cheng and Su Lingyu, turned to the bald man with a pained expression. Guang, old Su has treated you like a brother all along, and yet you, sister, I truly forgot to bring it. The bald man awkwardly stood up and moved toward the door. I'll call my wife to bring the note over. As the bald man stepped outside to make the call, Sun Shuiying looked at Han Cheng with a troubled expression. Teacher Han, I will repay you as soon as possible. Given that someone was offering help in their time of need, Sun Shuiying felt no need to be overly formal. Han Sheng knew it, refraining from insisting that the money need not be repaid. Lingyu, please fetch some paper and a pen. I need to write a promissory note for Teacher Han. Okay. Su Lingyu understood that there was no need for further discussion and quickly went to retrieve the items. Despite her frail condition, Sun Shuiying managed to write the countless promissory notes that had accumulated over time, sighing with each stroke of the pen. Once the new promissory note was completed, the old one was also brought over. The bald man placed the note on the table and reached for the bag of money to count it. However, Han Cheng halted his actions. Su Lingyu mentioned an outstanding debt of 80,000. Yet I have provided 90,000. He placed 10,000 on the table, and both Sun Shuiying and Su Lingyin inferred Han Cheng's intentions. After a while, the bald man confirmed the 8,000 and, without a word, slinked away with the money. Teacher Han, I'm feeling a bit unwell and need to return to my room. Thank you so much for today. Please don't rush to leave. Stay for dinner. Sun Shuiying said, not allowing Su Lingyin to assist her, but instead leaning on Su Lingyu as they headed to the room. Once the door to her mother's room closed, Su Lingyin quickly got up to pour Han Cheng a cup of tea. The house had a stark, desolate feel to it, and Su Lingyin felt embarrassed. Thank you for your assistance. I will strive to earn money to repay you. Although Su Lingyin still felt some reservations towards Han Cheng, she was genuinely grateful for his timely help. Han Cheng smiled as he took a sip of tea and, instead of discussing the matter further, indicated the money on the table. You may keep this for daily expenses. By the way, will your father return soon? Su Lingyin shook her head. That'll be back very late. So, does that mean you two sisters prepare the meals for your family? Yes, Teacher Han, please sit. I will go downstairs to buy some groceries. I will accompany you. Han Cheng insisted, following Su Lingyin outside. After all, returning to his rental apartment meant eating alone, so he decided to stay for dinner. In the room, Su Lingyu helped her mother lie down, but just as she was about to leave, her mother grasped her hand. Lingyu, don't go just yet. I have a few questions for you, and you must answer me honestly. Okay. Su Lingyu sat by the bed, no longer a child. She could guess her mother's intentions. Between you and that Teacher Han, is there anything going on? Sun Shuiying scrutinized Su Lingyu's eyes, knowing she could detect any deception. Su Lingyu shook her head, aware of what to say and what to withhold. Teacher Han is a very good teacher. He helps students in need, and he has assisted other classmates as well. Sun Shuiying could not discern any issues from Su Lingyu's gaze, yet she still felt a twinge of doubt. Lingyu, you have grown up and have your own thoughts. I know you are intelligent, and many matters do not require our concern. I may not have much to offer you, but if anyone dares to bully you, I will spare no effort in avenging you. Her mother's words warmed Su Lingyu's heart, and she gently placed her mother's hand against her cheek, nodding in agreement. Soon, Han Cheng and Su Lingyin returned from buying groceries, carrying a substantial amount of items. Yet Su Lingyin remained unenthusiastic. because no matter what he buys, Han Sheng always rushes to check out first. He mentioned that he came in a hurry and didn't purchase a gift for their family, so he intended to make up for it now. The ingredients were brought back, but no matter what, Su Lingyin would not allow Han Sheng to enter the kitchen to help, as he was a guest. After all, it is uncommon for a guest to cook when visiting. With no other option, Han Sheng could only sit in the living room, idly passing time on his phone. Su Lingyin busied herself in the kitchen alongside her sister, casting a smile towards Su Lingyu. "What's wrong?" Su Lingyu asked, meticulously washing the vegetables to remove any impurities. As the food was meant for Han Sheng. "I suddenly find Han Sheng quite likable," Su Lingyin mused, recalling how he had insisted on paying earlier. "If he could remain this wonderful, I would bless you both." Chapter 35. I didn't expect you to have such interests. The twin sisters did not keep Han Sheng waiting for long. As dusk fell, they prepared dinner. Their father had not returned home for a meal, and their mother remained in her room. Su Lingyin took the dishes into the room to accompany their mother, intentionally leaving Su Lingyu alone with Han Sheng. However, Su Lingyu, seated at the dining table, said nothing to Han Sheng except for her bashfulness. Han Sheng wished to inquire about their mother's illness, but knowing there was nothing he could do, he settled for discussing other topics with Su Lingyu. After dinner, Han Sheng wasted no time and prepared to leave. With 3 women in the house and the hour growing late, he had no reason to linger. Su Lingyu intended to escort Han Sheng downstairs, but as she stepped outside, he halted her, saying, "Go accompany your mother, and take some time to familiarize yourself with the computer. I want to pursue your interests." Su Lingyu nodded with a smile. Glancing back at the house, blushing, she stood on her tiptoes and gently kissed Han Sheng on the cheek. "Be careful on your way." "Okay," Han Sheng replied, feeling a flush from the shy girl's kiss. "Just message or call me." "I will." Su Lingyu smiled obediently. Han Sheng ruffled her bangs, signaling her to go inside. Under her watchful gaze, he took the elevator down to the community entrance. As Han Sheng drove away from the Haitian community, he noticed a bald man standing beside the security booth, smoking, with a few others squatting nearby, seemingly waiting for someone. Han Sheng furrowed his brow, sensing that the bald man and his companions were waiting for him, although they couldn't see him in his luxury car. The bald man had previously come to Su Lingyu's house for debt collection, but his intentions were likely more sinister, considering Han Sheng had thwarted his plans. Now, it seemed he intended to retaliate against Han Sheng. Han Sheng exited the community and stopped his car on a dimly lit street. He pulled out his phone and dialed the auburn-haired girl's number. "Xiao Nua, hurry over to Haitian community to find me." "Don't call me Xiao Nua," she replied, somewhat annoyed. "What are you doing at Haitian community? I have something to take care of. Just get over here quickly." After hanging up, Han Sheng picked up the camera he had left in the car, worried the bald man might leave. He snapped a photo of the bald man before recalling something important. He called the auburn-haired girl again, asking her to bring along a few tough characters. She arrived swiftly on a motorcycle, searching for Han Sheng until she spotted him in the luxury car. "I almost forgot you're a rich second generation." "No, third generation," she teased without reservation. "This is my most valuable possession," Han Sheng replied, unfazed by her banter. "If you want to drive it, I can give you the spare key, but remember to fill up the gas." Her surprise at his generosity was palpable. He was willing to let her drive such an expensive car. This gesture warmed her heart, suggesting she was considered special to him. "You better remember to give me the key. If you get a scratch or violate any laws, don't blame me. If you upset me someday, I'll just sell your car." "Okay," Han Sheng responded, unconcerned. "Where are your people?" "They're on their way." "What do you need to do?" Han Sheng pointed towards the bald man, still smoking and waiting at the community entrance. "First, you all need to beat him up, then ask him what he wants." "Who is he?" "I don't know." "You don't even know him and want me to take action? Are you just looking to pick a fight?" Han Sheng broke into a sweat, realizing that, to her, he seemed like a spoiled rich kid. He explained the bald man's debt collection motive. Instantly, the auburn-haired girl reacted more intensely. "You're helping the twin sisters with their debt? Clearly, you're trying to get close to them, Han Sheng. I didn't expect you to have such interests." Even seated in the car, Han Sheng couldn't help but give her a firm knock on the head. "Can your thoughts be any more twisted? You always overthink." She chuckled, pulling out 2 lollipops and giving one to Han Sheng. "Just wait. I'll help you sort this out soon." Moments later, the sound of roaring motorcycles filled the air. Han Sheng had asked the auburn-haired girl to bring a few capable people, and she had gathered a large group instead. She smiled at Han Sheng before driving off to join them. Han Sheng remained in the car, choosing not to intervene, as the bald man had seen him before. He feared that if the bald man bore a grudge, it could endanger Su Lingyu and her sister. The auburn-haired girl and her crew exchanged a few words before marching towards the community entrance. The bald man, initially oblivious, mistook them for a group of students gathering. It was tea until someone grabbed his collar and dragged him into a corner that he realized something was amiss. Before he could plead for mercy, he was met with a flurry of punches and kicks from the surrounding group. After receiving a thorough beating, someone finally asked him what he was doing lurking at the community entrance. The bald man was on the verge of tears, feeling wronged. The youth today were so audacious, attacking him simply because they didn't tea like him. He hastily fabricated an excuse, but they didn't tea believe him, resulting in another round of blows. Only after being beaten several times did he finally divulge the entire truth. With the task completed, the auburn-haired girl declined invitations from others to go barbecuing or singing. She eagerly hopped in a Han Cheng's car to experience the luxury. It smells like several different perfumes in here. You're not using this car for picking up girls, are you? Hey, Han Cheng sighed, feeling the weight of her teasing. As a girl, could you not pay attention to your image? What you asked me to do earlier, was that something a girl should be doing? Han Cheng raised his hands in surrender, realizing the auburn-haired girl was quite sharp-tongued. What did you find out? You still haven't answered my question. Today, I went to the beach with my co-workers. All female co-workers? You're quite the charmer. Don't be jealous. I didn't do anything with them. Now, tell me what you found out. Biting her lollipop, the auburn-haired girl shot Han Cheng glance. The bald man said he was waiting at the community entrance to deal with a teacher. He wanted to take revenge on that teacher because he obstructed his plans. He is a contractor who intended to utilize illicit methods for bribery to secure a major project. But that teacher interfered, infuriating him. Han Cheng's expression darkened, realizing that the bald man's illicit methods undoubtedly involved Su Lingyu and her sister. He had intended to manipulate them to please someone for his gain. He must have some money on him. Did you notice? Only half is left. The crimson-haired girl pulled out a stack of cash, distributing half of it to the individuals from earlier. That was my money. Han Cheng couldn't help but murmur in protest. I can only return you 20,000. The crimson-haired girl smiled as she placed the two 10,000 bills on the dashboard. Han Cheng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He turned to the direction where the bald man had stumbled away and instructed, "Have your people keep a close watch on him. The moment he has any money, seize it without hesitation. You can also create some disruptions for him. In short, force him to leave Haiban City. Of course, if danger arises, ensure your people retreat immediately." "You are so kind to those twin sisters," the crimson-haired girl remarked, a hint of jealousy evident in her tone. "What have I done that is unkind to you? Want to give this car a try?" she asked, her cheeks flushed. "Actually, I don't know how to drive yet." Han Cheng was taken aback for a moment, but soon chuckled. "No worries, I'll teach you." The crimson-haired girl seemed eager, but shook her head, concerned about damaging the vehicle. Before others, she exuded a commanding presence akin to a queen, yet in this moment, her shy and awkward demeanor filled Han Cheng with satisfaction. Without further ado, he started the car and took the girl for a drive. Chapter 36, Fong Tianhua. Come chat with me. Han Cheng drove the crimson-haired girl around the streets, initially seeking a spot to teach her how to drive or perhaps sit down for a beer while enjoying the sea breeze. However, the coziness of the car soon lulled the crimson-haired girl into yawns. "It's barely a few hours in, and you're already this tired. Did you not sleep last night? Where have you been partying? What do you think I've been up to these past few days?" she retorted, displeased. Han Cheng scrutinized her for a moment and noted that her skin had darkened considerably, suggesting she had been exercising. He had entrusted her to Lu Azizi, who likely kept her busy. "Well, it seems you've worked hard," he said, reaching out to pat her head. "Let me drive you back to school. My car is still at the entrance of that neighborhood." The crimson-haired girl reminded him, somewhat exasperated. "You're already this tired. Why ride a bike? It's better to get some rest," he insisted, turning the car towards the vocational school. With her objections falling on deaf ears, the crimson-haired girl complied with Han Cheng's decision. Before long, Han Cheng parked at the entrance of the vocational school. The crimson-haired girl stepped out, yawning as she left without even uttering a goodbye, which left Han Cheng feeling rather disheartened. As he watched her disappear into the school, he was about to drive away when a motorcycle zoomed past him towards the school. It was a commonplace sight, yet it startled Han Cheng. The rider was a boy, and behind him sat another boy, while surprisingly, In between them was a girl Han Chung recognized, Xiao Wan from class 6. She appeared to be intoxicated, being escorted into the chaotic vocational school by the two boys, a sight that sent chills down Han Chang's spine. Without hesitation, he shifted gears and pressed the accelerator, causing the car to roar as he drove towards the vocational school, maneuvering to block the motorcycle. The motorcycle nearly collided with Han Chung's car, forcing them to slam on their brakes and launch into a barrage of curses. Han Chung stepped out of the car, his expression dark as he approached them. "What is your relationship with Xiao Wan?" "I'm her cousin." The boy sitting behind Xiao Wan snorted. "And who are you?" "You claim to be her cousin. Yet instead of taking her home when she's drunk, you brought her here." The boy looked a bit sheepish. "If I took her home, her parents would definitely scold her, so I thought it best to take her to my girlfriend's dorm for the night." Hearing this explanation, Han Chung felt a bit relieved. Just as the dazed Xiao Wan opened her eyes and spotted him. "Hee, Teacher Han, what are you doing here? Are you here for candy too?" "My cousin said that candy can." Before Xiao Wan could finish her thought, her cousin quickly covered her mouth. The moment he heard Xiao Wan refer to Han Chung as teacher and mention candy, panic set in for the cousin. The boy riding the motorcycle sensed something was amiss and quickly twisted the throttle to escape. Han Sheng was at a disadvantage against their motorcycle, but he swiftly grabbed Xiao Wan's hand and pulled her off the motorcycle. The motorcycle revved away from the vocational school, and Han Chung did not pursue. After all, they could run but could not hide. "Tirhan, here." The tipsy Xiao Wan threw her arms around Han Chung. "Why are you hugging me? You like me, don't you?" Han Chung was at a loss for words, supporting Xiao Wan as he guided her into the car. Since Xiao Wan did not know the crimson-haired girl and the latter was already fatigued, Han Chung decided against involving her. "Stay still. I'll take you home." He fastened Xiao Wan's seatbelt, but the intoxicated girl took advantage of the moment to wrap her arms around his neck and planted a heavy kiss on his cheek. "Don't take me home. Otherwise, my mom will kill me." "Teacher Han, you could take me anywhere," she exclaimed. "Is it really all right for you to skip going home?" Han Chung pushed her hands away from his neck. I told my mom I'd be sleeping at Cindy's house tonight. Then I'll take you to Cindy's place." Han Chung closed the car door and took his seat behind the wheel, not in a hurry to drive off. Instead, he dialed Chu Cindy's number. "Tirhan." Chu Cindy was somewhat surprised and pleased to receive a call from him at night. "Is it convenient for you to talk right now? I've run into a drunken Xiao Wan and want to take her to you." "Huh?" Chu Cindy exclaimed. "I'm sleeping in my grandmother's house tonight. How did Xiao Wan get drunk? Who knows how she managed that?" Han Chung omitted the details regarding Xiao Wan's cousin to avoid alarming Chu Cindy. "You should get some rest. I'll take Xiao Wan to Lauscher's place." Chu Cindy agreed, and Han Chung hung up, driving back to his rental apartment. Throughout the journey, Xiao Wan remained unusually quiet, leading Han Chung to believe she had fallen asleep. However, when he turned to look, he found her staring fixedly at him, her gaze somewhat dazed, drooling slightly at the corner of her mouth. In that moment, she resembled a lovesick girl enamored with a handsome lead from a television drama. Yet Han Chung did not think himself so charming. He called out to Xiao Wan, but there was no response. Reaching out, he touched her forehead, which felt alarmingly hot, as if she were burning up. Han Chung initially thought she had caught a chill from drinking, but soon realized Xiao Wan was gazing at him with a silly grin. Just moments ago, they had been conversing normally, but now, no matter how he called her name or pinched her cheek, she remained unresponsive. Han Chung recalled what Xiao Wan had said about candy, and a sense of dread gripped him as he realized what it truly referred to. He immediately drove towards the hospital. On the way, Han Chung hesitated about whether to call the police. He wanted to report the incident, but ultimately decided against it. If Xiao Wan's family were to find out, she would undoubtedly face severe reprimands. While Han Chung felt a strong urge to scold her, he knew that such actions might backfire in this situation. Soon, the city center hospital came into view. Han Chung parked in a random spot and carried Xiao Wan into the hospital. It was getting late, and the lobby was relatively empty. The sight of Han Chung rushing in with Xiao Wan startled several nurses, who promptly led him to a doctor without requiring him to register. The doctor, a middle-aged man, immediately guessed the situation upon seeing Xiao Wan. He shot Han Chung an irritated glare before examining her eyes and tongue, promptly ordering the nurses to prepare for a gastric lavage. "What is your relationship with that girl?" the doctor inquired while writing out a prescription. "I'm her teacher," Han Chung replied candidly, explaining the earlier circumstances. "Oh, I see." The doctor's gaze towards Han Chung had softened. Initially, he He suspected Han Sheng had given the girl something inappropriate to eat. Since Han Sheng was her teacher, the doctor refrained from unnecessarily involving the police. Xiaowan was taken by a nurse for a gastric lavage, and after paying the bill, Han Sheng received a bag of medication. He settled into a chair close to the ward, his mind wandering as he gazed at the empty corridor. Han Sheng was determined not to let the matter concerning Xiaowan slip away, as it involved his student, and he had witnessed it firsthand. He resolved to take action. Frankly, alerting the authorities would likely prove futile and might exacerbate the situation. Han Sheng had no intention of playing the role of a superhero. After all, even states struggled to eliminate drug-related issues at the source. He merely wished to keep such dangers at bay for his students. As he pondered this, someone greeted him in the corridor. Teacher Han. Turning around, he recognized Fong Tianhua, clad in a patient gown, evidently hospitalized. What are you still doing here? Han Sheng asked in surprise, unable to comprehend the streak of misfortune that seemed to plague Fong Tianhua lately. I had a rib broken by Su Liang's friend, and my dad insisted I stay in the hospital to recover. Fong Tianhua explained with a hint of frustration, noting his father's growing irritation with his constant troubles. What about you, Teacher Han? Han Sheng contemplated Fong Tianhua, a thought emerging regarding Xiaowan's situation. He did not wish for the wine-red-haired girl to be involved, as the matter carried certain risks. He smiled and gestured to Fong Tianhua. Come, let's have a chat. Chapter 37. The fate of undercover agents is generally grim. Fong Tianhua felt apprehensive towards Han Sheng, yet he greeted him warmly, eager to cultivate a good relationship. Seeing Han Sheng's affable demeanor stirred excitement within him, and he promptly took a seat beside him, ears perked for what Han Sheng would say. Fong Tianhua, I find myself in need of assistance. Would you be willing to help? Of course. Fong Tianhua nodded without hesitation, though a twinge of anxiety gnawed at him. If Han Sheng struggled with this issue, could he manage it? The task is straightforward. I wish for you to gather some information. This may involve socializing and perhaps dining out with others, but fret not, for I shall provide you with funds. Previously, a bald man had extorted 80,000 yuan from Su Lingyu, only to have it snatched away by the wine-red-haired girl. She kept half the sum for herself and later handed Han Sheng 20,000 in the car. Han Sheng extracted several thousand from his pocket and placed it in Fong Tianhua's hands as operational expenses. Without hesitation, Fong Tianhua shook his head in refusal, aspiring to strengthen his bond with Han Sheng. He could not accept his money. Teacher Han, just send me a message or call with the details. I cannot accept your money. He stood up, distancing himself from Han Sheng, concerned he might insist on giving him the funds, and swiftly departed. Han Sheng did not pursue him. Instead, he composed a text detailing the information he sought and sent it to Fong Tianhua. After a considerable wait, Fong Tianhua finally replied, likely after much internal deliberation, assuring Han Sheng he would complete the task. Han Sheng placed his hopes in Fong Tianhua, confident the latter would find a way to assist him, especially considering Fong Tianhua's evident fear of him. After giving Fong Tianhua some words of encouragement, the door to the adjacent ward swung open, and nurses wheeled out equipment. Han Sheng inquired with the nurses and learned the treatment was complete, prompting him to rush into the ward. Xiaowan lay on the bed, her face as pale as paper, having endured numerous bouts of vomiting, feeling as if she were on the brink of death. Teacher Han. Upon seeing Han Sheng's concerned face, a warmth surged within her, nearly bringing her to tears. It's all right, Han Sheng reassured her, taking a seat beside the bed and offering a comforting smile. Have I told your family about this? Xiaowan timidly asked, fearful of being scolded if they found out. Han Sheng shook his head with a smile. Now you know to be cautious, don't you? Why didn't you think of such consequences while drinking with your cousins before? I am sorry, Tiyerhang. I didn't realize my cousin would give me something strange to eat. And remember, do not lie to your family again. Understood? Xiaowan nodded earnestly, recalling she had told her parents she was at Chu Sini's house. Had she not encountered Han Sheng on the way, she shuddered to think of the potential consequences. Teacher Han, if it weren't for you, Xiaowan began to sob. Try not to worry. Your cousin likely won't force you into anything unusual, Han Sheng mused, suspecting that Xiaowan's cousin had ulterior motives. He had already enlisted Fong Tianhua to make contact with that individual. As Xiaowan wept, Han Sheng sat beside her, allowing her to rest her head on his lap while gently patting her back. This tender gesture left Xiaowan feeling bashful, yearning to hide beneath the covers. Please, don't move too much. You haven't Han Chung cautioned. Are you hungry? The doctor mentioned your condition isn't serious. And now that your stomach is empty, it would be wise to eat something. Xiao Wan, her face flushed, nodded softly. Han Chung gestured for her to wait a moment before stepping out. Watching him leave the ward, Xiao Wan felt a warm sense of comfort mixed with melancholy. She realized Han Cheng's kindness was due to their teacher-student relationship. Were they not bound by this connection, he might not have spared her glance. Han Cheng's girlfriend must be incredibly fortunate. Would she ever meet someone like him? The hospital provided meals, and Han Chung collected a bowl of porridge from the nurses and brought it into the ward. Xiao Wan consumed both the porridge and her medication. And due to the medication and the late hour, she eventually drifted off to sleep. Han Chung stayed by her side almost the entire night. The next morning, Xiao Wan awoke feeling as if nothing had changed. She no longer required hospitalization. After paying the bill, Han Chung escorted her out. Xiao Wan assured him she would repay him, but upon seeing his car, she pouted, feeling as if she had been deceived all along by Han Chung. Don't let anyone know. Han Chung signaled with a finger to his lips. Understood. Xiao Wan nodded earnestly, still unable to fathom that Han Chung was wealthy, akin to a prince. After dropping her off near her home, Han Chung departed only after ensuring she had safely returned. Upon parking at the bottom of her apartment building, Han Chung received a message from Fang Tianhua, stating he had begun his investigation. Ascending the stairs, he encountered Lin, who happened to be exiting her apartment. Seeing Han Chung with dark circles under his eyes and a weary expression, Lin smirked. Teacher Han, quite the charmer, I see. Were there really 4 people keeping you company last night? Han Chung was baffled, and Lin assumed he had spent the night out with those 4 teachers. Don't jump to conclusions. I was busy with other matters. Do we have any sandwiches? I'm starving. Starved to death, for all I care. I misjudged you entirely. And Lin retorted sharply, shoving Han Chung aside as she hurried into the elevator. Feeling frustrated, Han Chung returned to his room. Upon opening the door, he noticed multiple footprints on the floor, indicating Lin had visited several times the previous night, likely kicking the door in frustration upon finding him absent. Once inside, he snacked on some treats before taking a shower and collapsing in a bed. Meanwhile, Xiao Wan returned home and received a phone call from her cousin, who had the audacity to ask if the teacher had reported the incident. Infuriated, she contemplated claiming that she had reported it, which would terrify her cousin. But she didn't want to cause trouble for Han Chung and opted for honesty instead. Of course, she made it clear to her cousin that he should refrain from contacting her in the future, as she intended to inform their uncle about the events of the previous night. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Wan's cousin, who resided in the vocational school dormitory, allowed a long sigh of relief. I told you so. That teacher doesn't seem bold enough to call the police. Don't worry, Wei Gu. Initially, they had anticipated expanding their business in a Haiba No. 1 high school, but unexpectedly, a teacher had appeared. Wei Gu, the boy in question, appeared quite frustrated. What should we do next? Should we continue to pursue Haiba No. 1 high school, or seek opportunities elsewhere? Xiao Wan's cousin felt a headache coming on. The students at Haiba No. 1 come from relatively affluent families. If we can secure a deal there, our stock should sell rapidly. Let's think this through and see if we know anyone at Haiba No. 1. Wei Gu waved his hand in resignation. But Haiba No. 1 is a key high school. Even the weakest students there would excel at other schools. All my friends are academically challenged. As they conversed, the sound of a classmate echoed from outside. Wang Long, Wei Gu, I have a business proposition for you. Will you give me a commission? Xiao Wan's cousin Wang Long and Wei Gu looked at the classmate entering the dormitory. If the business is substantial, we will definitely give you a commission. The classmate grinned. I have a friend studying at Haiba No. 1. I bet you'd be eager to collaborate with him. Perhaps it could lead to a long-term partnership. If you want me to facilitate this connection, perhaps I could join in on the profits, or, if you share your source with me, I could also sell candy. Wang Long and Wei Gu gestured for the classmate to leave, and they quietly discussed their options before arriving at a conclusion. Fang Tianhua, who had a rib fracture, found the hospital stay excruciatingly tedious. After receiving a task and some hint from Han Chung, he promptly reached out to friends at the vocational school to inquire who might have candy for sale. Candy was undoubtedly a code for some kind of item. Fang Tianhua felt a mix of nervousness and excitement, akin to becoming an undercover agent in a crime drama. However, the fate of undercover agents often ended poorly, nonetheless. To cultivate a good relationship with Han Chung, he decided to take the plunge. His friends quickly responded, and Fang Tianhua hurried to the vocational school. Chapter 38. How should I repay them? After lying down in the morning, Han Sheng only woke in the evening. Hearing noises outside, he curiously stepped out of his room and found a little girl in the kitchen, reminiscent of the mythical Tianhua girl, standing on a chair, wielding a large knife to chop vegetables. Han Sheng was instantly touched by her dedication. He walked over and warmly embraced the little girl. "Didn't you say you were coming back on the evening flight? I missed you, my dear husband." The little girl turned her flushed face towards him, and Han Sheng couldn't help but plant a kiss on her cheek. At that moment, she felt as if she might melt away in his arms. "You naughty husband. Don't mess around. I'm cooking for you." The little girl emitted a sweet, milky scent, which made Han Sheng feel immensely comfortable. "What delicious dishes are you preparing for me?" he inquired curiously, not yet ready to release her. "There are stir-fried greens and sliced meat." The little girl counted off on her fingers what she was preparing. "Just having you here is enough." Before she could finish, Han Sheng twirled her around in his arms, causing her to burst into giggles. After some playful antics, Han Sheng was reluctant for her to cook, but the little girl was insistent. He reminded her to be careful and went to freshen up. By the time Han Sheng finished washing up, the little girl had diligently cooked 3 dishes and set them on the dining table, serving him a bowl of rice. She sat beside him, cradling her rosy cheeks. Smiling Oton Sheng. Feeling incredibly fortunate to cook for him once more, she beamed with joy, while Han Sheng felt deeply moved by her gesture. As he tasted the stir-fried greens, his expression turned conflicted. To be honest, they were fragrant, but overly salted. Seeing his reaction, the little girl couldn't help but giggle. "I knew I added too much salt, but there was no remedy, so I had to make do. You should eat too." Han Sheng offered some greens to her mouth. "No way. It's too salty." The little girl shook her head vigorously. Since she refused to eat, Han Sheng resigned himself to finishing the meal alone. Although the greens were overly salted, the other 2 dishes were quite well prepared. Her culinary skills were commendable. The little girl had already eaten, so Han Sheng polished off all 3 dishes by himself. Feeling satisfied, they settled on the sofa, and the little girl snuggled into Han Sheng's embrace, pulling out her phone to share photos she had taken over the past 2 days. "If only you were here too. There will be opportunities in the future," Han Sheng replied. "Has anything significant happened in the last couple of days?" After sharing her photos, the little girl curiously turned to Han Sheng. "Some things occurred, but they were trivial." He mentioned about his outing to the seaside and helping Su Lingyu's family with debts, but he omitted mentioning Xiao Wan, as he did not want her to worry. The little girl chuckled upon hearing how Lu Wu attempted to prank Han Sheng, only to have his car towed by the police. That teacher bai is also problematic. Did you deal with him? No enemy should be spared." "It's all right," Han Sheng replied calmly. "He won't cause much trouble. If he dares to target me again, I'll make sure he regrets it." The little girl trusted Han Sheng. They chatted for a short while longer before the clock struck 8. Suddenly, her phone rang. Her mother, Luo Yiru, had come to pick her up. Han Sheng accompanied the little girl downstairs, where Luo Yiru handed him a gift bag, saying, "This is a gift from Lizi for your teacher." Han Sheng glanced at the smiling little girl and accepted the gift bag with a smile, thanking Luo Yiru. As time was running short, she didn't chat with Han Sheng for long. After a few pleasantries, she drove away with the little girl. Watching them depart, Han Sheng opened the gift bag to find chocolates and a plush toy. He couldn't help but chuckle at how the little girl was very skilled at gift giving. As he ascended the stairs, passing by Zeline's room, he knocked on the door, only to hear a huff from inside, and Zeline was evidently still upset. Disregarding it, he returned to his room and noticed a message from Fong Tianhua, who reported that he had successfully become Wang Long's subordinate, with the main task of expanding their business in a Haiba No. 1. Fong Tianhua asked what to do next, wondering if he really had to sell candy to the students there. This, of course, was out of the question. Han Sheng pondered for a moment before calling Fong Tianhua. "Since Wang Long wants you to expand into Haiba No. 1, will he accompany you in selling there, or will he provide you with stock for you to sell independently?" Fong Tianhua replied that it was the latter. Wang Long would supply him with goods and give him a commission for each sale. That makes things easier. Once you receive the stock, dispose of it immediately. I will handle the payment. However, this isn't a sustainable approach, so you must quickly ascertain where Wang Long sources his stock. You must document evidence every time you receive and dispose of goods. Otherwise, if the police get involved later, you could be implicated. After clarifying this matter, Han Sheng noticed a bank notification on his phone indicating that Su Lingyu had purchased a computer. He called Su Lingyu, but it was her sister, Su Lingyin, who answered, her voice brimming with excitement. Thank you for buying my sister a computer, Teacher Han. Why are you so thrilled? Han Chung inquired, puzzled. Because my sister is a computer genius. Solinyin boasted proudly. The computer was delivered in the afternoon, and by evening, my sister was already taking tasks on a freelance website to earn money. She just completed a web design task, and the client was very satisfied. The payment was transferred immediately. Upon the mention of such matters, Su Lingyin was exceedingly delighted. Han Qing also felt a surge of joy upon hearing this, advising her sister to pay attention to her health and not to overexert herself. Is that even necessary to say? Su Lingyin retorted as she handed her phone to Su Lingyu. Han Chung then heard the rapid clattering of keys as Su Lingyu typed. Mr. Chung, is that you? She inquired. Yes, I didn't expect you to be busy. Please continue with your work. Mr. Chung, I have cracked the software and sent it to your email. You can install it on your phone later, she replied. Really? I can hardly wait to see it. Su Lingyu did not disclose the name of the software, and Han Chung refrained from asking, mindful of Su Lingyin's presence. After exchanging a few more words, they concluded the call. Han Chung opened his email, downloaded the software Su Lingyu sent, and installed it on his phone. The software was named All-in-One, which was comparable to the police's law enforcement software and even more powerful, as it had cracked into the internal network of relevant authorities. It could search personal information based on identification numbers, phone numbers, and license plates. Han Chung attempted to input his identification number, and all his personal information was laid bare. His photo, registered vehicles, properties, address, workplace, and even details about his parents were all revealed. This information was typically confined within the databases of relevant authorities, yet Su Lingyu had managed to breach it. Han Chung was astonished for quite some time, realizing the immense benefits this software offered him. He distinctly remembered not having divulged any personal matters to Su Lingyu. Yet it seemed she was acutely aware of his precarious situation and had prepared this software for him. Perhaps Luo Lizi had mentioned something to Su Lingyu? Contemplating this, Han Chung felt not anger, but rather a deep sense of gratitude. Both Luo Lizi and Su Lingyu were concerned for him. How could he ever repay their kindness? Holding his phone, Han Chung found himself in a daze for a while, as he had rarely experienced such kindness from others throughout his life, leaving him both warmed and anxious. Regaining his composure, he resolved to send a heartfelt message to Su Lingyu to express his gratitude. Just as a knock at the door interrupted him. Han Chung, are you in there? Came the urgent voice of Lin from outside the room. She sounded quite anxious, as if she had encountered a grave situation. Han Chung hurried to open the door. Chapter 39, Quick, stop them. They are attacking me. And Lin stood outside in distress. Upon seeing Han Chung open the door, she immediately divulged, I just received a call from a girl in class 5. She said she was being harassed by boys in a KTV and couldn't escape, so she asked for my help. Han Chung was taken aback. If she could call you, why not call the police? Calling the police would alarm her family, and those boys are her classmates. Reporting them wouldn't imprison them for life, and she might face retaliation later. And Lin explained, gripping Han Cheng's arm. In any case, you must accompany me. Han Chung felt a bit frustrated. Mizzen, you really shouldn't give your phone number to students. It creates unnecessary trouble. I only gave it to a few girls, she retorted, glaring at him. And you have the audacity to criticize me? Remember when Fang Tianhua was in danger? You rushed to save him. How did you know about that? It must have been Xin Yi who told you, he replied. Enough chit-chat. We need to leave. Are you still angry with me? That's irrelevant. Saving students is the priority. If you're still upset, I won't go. Then I'll drive myself. Hand me the keys. And Lin reached into Han Cheng's pants pocket, startling him with her boldness. Don't be so reckless. Pervert, she exclaimed, having found the keys. Her cheeks flushed as she hurried down the stairs. Women are truly strange. You clearly assaulted me. Yet you call me a pervert. And Lin's face was crimson, and she did not respond as she quickly unlocked the car and took the driver's seat. Once inside, Han Chung immediately buckled his seatbelt, doubtful of Lin's driving skills. However, she drove steadily without making any of the usual mistakes, like turning on the wipers instead of the turn signal. Feeling a bit awkward, Lin turned to Han Chung. How do I use this navigation? Help me find K Song King KTV. I don't know the way. In light of the seriousness of the situation, Han Chung refrained from making jokes. After all, a girl trapped by boys in a KTV was no trivial matter. He swiftly entered the KTV's name into the navigation system, with the guidance of the GPS. And Lin drove rapidly, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the K Song King KTV building. After parking, and Zilin and Han Chung entered the KTV and successfully located the private room of the girl from Class 5. Before pushing the door open, and Zilin anxiously glanced at Han Chung, signaling him to be ready for a fight. Taking a deep breath, she pushed open the somewhat heavy door, and the loud music from within crashed over them like a tidal wave. The room was dimly lit, with flashing laser lights creating a dizzying spectacle that momentarily disoriented Zilin. However, she quickly adjusted to the lighting and scanned the room, failing to spot the girl who had called her. "Mizzen, you made it. Come sing a song with us." The students inside the room noticed her arrival and immediately surrounded her. And Zilin brushed aside the microphones and beers being offered to her. "Where's Xiaoqing? Is she here?" "Xiaoqing just went back to the dorm." "Come on, Mizzen, sing with us." Two girls insisted, grabbing her arms and pulling her toward the couch. The boys in the room were especially thrilled by Zilin's presence, their attention entirely focused on her, oblivious to Han Cheng's arrival. Hearing the mention of Xiaoqing returning to the dorm, Han Cheng instantly realized the scheme at play. It was a trap. They had orchestrated this to lure Zilin to the KTV, knowing she would be reluctant to come. Thus, they had used Xiaoqing, who had her phone number, to fabricate an emergency situation. As Zilin attempted to excuse herself, those two girls clung to her like seaweed. Han Cheng entered the room and turned off the laser lights, replacing them with the overhead lights, and silenced the music. Suddenly, the room was bright and quiet. Everyone paused, confused about who was disrupting the atmosphere. Han Cheng approached a boy with a crew cut, who was holding a beer bottle, attempting to coerce Zilin into drinking. "What did you put in that beer?" Han Cheng asked sternly. "Oh, Mr. Han is here too." The crew cut boy smirked. "This isn't school. Don't come here with that teacher attitude. I asked you what you put in that beer." Han Cheng raised his voice, causing the entire room to fall silent as everyone turned to look at him, bewildered by his outburst. "Mr. Han, don't make a big deal out of this. We just like to add a little something to our drinks." "Exactly, what is the big deal?" "Then why don't you take a sip and let me see?" Han Cheng snatched the beer bottle from the boy's hand and offered it to another who had spoken up. The boy instinctively recoiled, clearly aware that something unsavory was in the beer. "Watch out!" And Zilin suddenly shouted. Bang! The crew cut boy hurled a beer bottle at Han Cheng, who swiftly raised his hand to block it, resulting in a collision of two bottles, spilling beer all over the floor. A round object resembling a candy fell from Han Cheng's bottle, having already dissolved considerably, suggesting it was of dubious quality. Upon seeing it, Zilin's cheeks turned pale instantly. The object had been exposed, and the boy with the crew cut laughed fearlessly. "Han Cheng, you are overestimating yourself. I only call you teacher out of respect. Since you're here, don't think you can leave. I will teach you a lesson. Don't think I'm easy to bully. Do you think you can keep me here?" Han Cheng scoffed at the boy. "Can you really hold me back? I may not be able to, but others can." The crew cut boy pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Ignoring him, Han Cheng turned to the two girls who were gripping Zilin's arms. "Let go of teacherin." The girls felt a mixture of fear towards Han Cheng and a greater dread of the crew cut boy, glancing hesitantly in his direction. Before the boy could give them any instruction, Han Cheng stepped forward, still holding a broken beer bottle, and the girls, terrified, hurriedly released Zilin. With a pale face, Zilin stood up and retreated behind Han Cheng. Her understanding of today's students shattered. She never imagined they would act so recklessly. "I know your name." Han Cheng pointed the broken bottle at the crew cut boy. "You are Lu Dongqi. I don't want to see you at school tomorrow. You should expel yourself." "Ha! Han Cheng, who do you think you are, the principal? You think I will just drop out because you say so?" Lu Dongqi had just finished his call and found Han Cheng's words utterly amusing. Han Cheng, uninterested in further banter, grasped Zilin's hand and started towards the exit of the private room. Thinking of leaving? Not a chance. Lu Dongqi rushed over, blocking the door with outstretched arms. "Han Cheng, do you think this is your playground? You can come and go as you please." Han Cheng, infuriated by such a student, remained silent and raised his hand to slap Lu Dongqi across the face. The loud crack echoed, and Lu Dongqi's handsome cheek instantly reddened and swelled. In disbelief, he stared at Han Cheng. "You dare hit me?" Han Cheng responded with another swift slap, his expression impassive as he commanded Lu Dongqi to move aside. "I will destroy you." With both cheeks swollen, Lu Dongqi, humiliated and enraged, lunged at Han Cheng. Unfortunately for him, his size was no match for Han Cheng's resolve, and he was swiftly knocked to the ground in a most embarrassing manner, ignoring the fallen Lu Dongqi. Han Sheng opened the door, intending to lead Zilin out when a sharply dressed young man approached. Upon seeing him, Lu Dongqi joyfully shouted, "Brother, stop them. They are the ones who hit me." Chapter 40. I never expected you to be this kind of person. The door to the KTV private room was blocked by a man in a suit. Lu Dongqi called a brother, urging him to prevent Han Sheng and Zilin from leaving. The man glanced at the disheveled Lu Dongqi on the floor and then turned to Han Sheng, a smile gracing his face as he extended his hand. "You must be Teacher Han. It's a pleasure to meet you." Han Sheng instinctively shook the man's hand, initially wary of any potential aggression, but surprised by his amicable demeanor. "I'm a manager of this KTV and Lu Dongqi's brother. His temperament can be a bit volatile. I hope you can forgive him. I apologize on his behalf." Lu Dongqi was taken aback by his brother's demeanor. He had once been known for his fierce tenacity, never bowing to anyone. Now, he was witnessing a remarkable humility before a mere teacher. Believing he was imagining things, Lu Dongqi thought perhaps this man wasn't truly his brother. "I can forgive him, but he must expel himself. Haiba #1 High School does not need students like him." Despite Lu manager's congeniality, Han Sheng remained resolute in his decision. "That's acceptable. Lu Dongqi's behavior is indeed unacceptable. I have considered sending him to a military school. Perhaps now is the perfect opportunity." Lu manager stepped aside, allowing Han Sheng and Zilin to exit the private room smoothly. As Han Sheng pulled Zilin away, Lu manager handed him a membership card, expressing a desire for Han Sheng to support his business in the future. After they left, Lu manager took his brother Lu Dongqi to his office. "Brother, why were you so courteous to that teacher?" Lu Dongqi was quite displeased with the earlier events. "What would you have me do, kill him? Do you think this is your home?" Lu manager yelled, his demeanor starkly contrasting his previous gentleness. "Even if I don't kill him, at the very least, you should have given him a thrashing." Smack! Without waiting for his brother to finish, Lu manager slapped Lu Dongqi. "You are getting more out of hand. Do you think I am the owner of this KTV? I am merely the manager. Also, did you bring that candy here to play with?" Lu Dongqi hung his head, too fearful to speak, knowing his brother was angry. Seeing his brother so frightened, Lu manager softened his tone, gently ruffling Lu Dongqi's hair. "This time I will forgive you. Although I was polite to that teacher, it doesn't mean I am not angry. He dared to hit my brother. He will pay for it. After today's incident, your life at school will not be easy. I will assist you in expelling yourself. Take a few days off from school to investigate that teacher." With his brother's instructions, Lu Dongqi nodded eagerly, leaving the KTV building, and Zilin still felt a lingering unease. "Shall we go back or take a stroll?" Han Sheng asked as they got into the car. "I'm sorry," and Zilin said, her head down, feeling embarrassed. "Because of me, you got into trouble." She was not naive. She understood that Lu Dongqi's brother likely still held a grudge against Han Sheng. Han Sheng said nothing, starting the car and driving to the coastal road, where he parked and pulled Zilin out of the vehicle. And Zilin was dressed lightly, and the coastal road was windy. Han Sheng took off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders, guiding her along the illuminated road. After walking for a while, Zilin blushed and pulled away from Han Sheng's grasp. "What are you bringing me here for? You're in a bad mood. I thought I'd bring you here to cheer you up. This is hardly a place for that. It's clearly a date spot," Zilin noted, seeing several affectionate couples along the road. "Well, you seem downcast, so I thought I'd take you here to lighten your spirits. How could I be happy after what happened? I want to go back. Since we're already here, what is the harm in walking a bit? Why not keep me company? Go find Teacher Chun and the others. They would be more than happy to accompany you. Walking together is not the same as sharing a bed. You are truly lewd and twisted." And Zilin attempted to leave, but Han Sheng grabbed her hand and pulled her forward. "Teacher, you are an adult now. You can even get married after graduating from college. Why does a single comment make you blush?" And Zilin was also exasperated with herself, finding her face reddening more often lately. They sat down by the coastal edge, feeling the breeze and gazing at the lighthouse on the dark sea, and Han Sheng's mood brightened considerably. "Would you like to lean on my shoulder? Dream on. Just pity me a little. Go away." After exchanging a few playful retorts with Han Sheng, Zilin's gloomy mood gradually lifted. She did not dwell on the recent incident. Instead, she resolved internally that should she receive such a call again, she would never fall for it again. Han Sheng was a pervert. Any do well. And Zilin suddenly shouted towards the sea, "Hey, say something nice, like that you like Han Sheng, or that you love him. Dream on." And Zilin shot Han Sheng a glance before yelling more insults at the ocean. Her spirits lifted while Han Sheng, on the receiving end of her tirade, felt quite vexed. As Zillian's joy escalated, Han Sheng got up and pulled her towards the car. Once inside, upon seeing Han Sheng's sullen expression, Zillian chuckled heartily. Now tell me the truth. What did you do last night? What could I do? Just went out for a little fun. I don't believe you. Answer me honestly. Seriously, you're not even my girlfriend yet, and you're already meddling in my affairs. Zillian's cheeks flushed, realizing how close she had become to Han Sheng, and how she couldn't help but care about certain aspects of his life. As a friend, what's the big deal? She remarked, astonished at her own concern for him. Han Sheng was about to tease her further when Zillian noticed something on the dashboard. Earlier that morning, Han Sheng had casually placed a payment receipt there after taking Xiao Wan out of the hospital. Xiao Wan from class 6? Zillian picked up the receipt, her eyes widening in surprise. City Center Hospital, stomach pumping. What on earth happened last night? Having been caught, Han Sheng recounted the events of the previous night, how he had saved Xiao Wan and spent the night at the hospital, while Zillian had mistakenly thought he was out for a rendezvous. Remembering how she had kicked down Han Sheng's door, she felt a wave of shame wash over her. Yet, recalling how she had almost consumed something strange that evening, her anger flared. Did you just let Xiao Wan's cousin go? Didn't you report it? What good would that do? How could it not help? Not much, really. Even if it's not much, it's better than doing nothing. All right, missin', you needn't worry about such matters. Let's head back. Han Sheng, I truly didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Look, you didn't report last night. And tonight, I almost got into trouble. Who knows who will be in danger tomorrow? And Zillian, nearly a victim herself, was extremely agitated. So, missin', what do you suggest we do? In any case, we should report it. Fine, tomorrow then. I will find a time to inform the police. And Zillian nodded. No, Han Sheng drove back to the apartment building, and as they ascended the stairs, Zillian blushed and waved him good night before hastily entering her room. Once she confirmed that Han Sheng had returned to his unit, Zillian took out her phone and called someone, recounting the events at the KTV. The other party acknowledged her and then hung up. Upon entering his own room, Han Sheng quickly retrieved his phone and entered the name Lu Dongqi into an app, primarily seeking information on Lu Dongqi's brother. The data on Lu Dongqi's brother was extensive, enough to fill a storybook. He had frequented juvenile detention centers before even reaching adulthood and continued to commit offenses thereafter. After reviewing the information on Manager Lu, Han Sheng couldn't resist entering Zillian's name into the app. Chapter 41. The bald man is going to report. Inputting Zillian's name into the app revealed her personal details in full. Han Sheng skimmed through her profile, finding it rather ordinary, devoid of any remarkable traits. Remembering that he had work the next day, Han Sheng closed the app and sat down at his desk to plan his lessons for the following day. The night passed in silence, and the next morning, while jogging outside his apartment, Han Sheng received a call from the girl with the wine-red hair. Han Sheng, that bald man from the other night, is going to report you. The girl's voice was tense. Despite her rough demeanor, she was still a young girl. And the area around Haitian community was riddled with surveillance cameras. This was dire. Her words sent a ripple of anxiety through Han Sheng. Reflecting on his previous impulsive actions against the bald man, he felt a twinge of regret, yet he had no intentions of reversing his course. He mused that perhaps it would have been wiser to take the bald man elsewhere before confronting him. What do you mean he is going to report? Has he not reported yet? You said to have someone follow him, didn't you? He is currently on his way to the police station with a friend. I've got someone tailing them. Should we give them a beating and intimidate them a bit? Don't do that. We can't expose ourselves any further. Han Sheng halted his run, deep in thought. Do you know why he is only reporting today? Why didn't he just call the police directly, but instead chose to go to the station? The delay in the bald man's decision to report piqued Han Sheng's curiosity. I don't know, the girl admitted, but upon reflection, she too found it odd. Do your people know where the bald man lives? What is his home situation like? Yes. The girl recalled the reports from her associates, explaining that the bald man was not only a contractor, but also ran a recycling business. Oh, I see. There must be something shady going on at that recycling center, which is why he is hesitant to involve the police. What kind of shady dealings? Probably something to do with gambling, I suppose. Those who followed the bald man home said he was beaten by us, yet he still managed to play a few rounds of mahjong afterward, with quite a crowd involved. The gambling issue was trivial, but if the bald man reported it, it could implicate the girl with the wine-red hair. Moreover, the bald man had the audacity to target the Su Lingyu sisters the day before, and Han Sheng was determined not to let him off the hook. After some contemplation, he devised a plan that would serve two purposes. Jiao, delay them for a bit. I need to ask someone a question first, then I'll call you back. Okay, I'll have Li Shenhua lure them in. They'll probably be interested in a schoolgirl. Han Cheng hung up, drenched in sweat, and quickly dialed Fong Tianhua's number. Fong Tianhua answered promptly, as if he had been waiting for Han Cheng's call. Do you have the goods? I do. I'm just about to dispose of them. How many? Over 1,000. That many? Where are you? Hand them over. Han Cheng arranged a meeting place with Fong Tianhua and then called the girl with the wine-red hair, asking her to meet him shortly. After running a bit further, Han Cheng spotted Fong Tianhua, who was wearing sunglasses, a hat, and a mask, carrying a suspicious black backpack. Fong Tianhua moved cautiously, and Han Cheng couldn't help but feel he might have made a mistake in seeking his assistance. This is like trying to hide a mountain of silver. You're trying not to attract attention, but anyone who sees you will surely be suspicious. Han Cheng reprimanded him, exasperated. It's nearly 1,000 of those candies. If the police find out, I'm done for. Fong Tianhua pulled down his mask, beads of sweat glistening on his face. Give me the backpack. I'll take care of it. You should hurry to school. All right. Fong Tianhua hastily handed over the backpack before making a run for it. Han Cheng frowned. Fong Tianhua was indeed cowardly. He had intended to discuss finances with him, but the man had fled. Opening the backpack revealed packages of colorful items resembling candies. If these made their way into the school, the consequences would be catastrophic. After ensuring there was nothing within that could expose Fong Tianhua's identity, Han Cheng slung the pack over his shoulder and moved forward. The girl with the wine-red hair soon arrived on her motorcycle. What's your plan? How is Li Shenhua doing? Is everything going smoothly? Han Cheng first inquired about the bald man's intention to report. Smoothly. They have already delayed their pace. The wine-red girl noticed the backpack that Han Cheng was carrying. What do you have in your bag? Han Cheng opened the backpack, and the wine-red girl immediately recognized what it contained, her face paling in evident fright. Don't worry. This is meant to frame the bald man. I want to see how the police will react when they discover these items. Are we playing a bit too big? The wine-red girl asked anxiously. Although she often engaged in extortion, she had her limits and knew what was acceptable and what was not. Rest assured, we are ridding society of harm. I am investigating the source of these items, as they have begun to infiltrate schools. As a teacher, I cannot turn a blind eye. This time, I want to see how the police will handle it and whether the creators of these items will catch wind of it, Han Cheng said, leaving the wine-red girl astounded. Are you a teacher or something else, like an undercover cop? You're overthinking it. Han Cheng chuckled, shaking his head. A man of virtue knows when to act and when to refrain. Just the other night, one of my students almost had an accident after consuming one of these. And a teacher nearly faced a crisis last night. Do you think I could just do nothing? You didn't even tell me. The wine-red girl complained. This is for your own good. I don't want you to get involved in such matters. The wine-red girl's gaze softened as she looked at Han Cheng. He smiled and patted her head. All right, take these items to the recycling station and make a report. Remember, make sure your people do not touch the contents. I will handle this personally, the wine-red girl declared solemnly. Be careful, Han Cheng advised. The hour was late, and the wine-red girl departed on her motorcycle. Just after she left, Han Cheng received a call from Zilin. Han Cheng, stop running and come back quickly. A guest is looking for you. A guest? Han Cheng was puzzled as to who would come to his rented apartment. I don't know, but think about what you have been hiding from me, and you'll understand. Hiding things from you? There are simply too many. You jerk. And Zilin cursed before abruptly hanging up. Han Cheng smiled as he tucked his phone away. And Zilin did not seem anxious, indicating that the guest heading to the apartment was not an unwelcome visitor. After running for a while, as he approached the apartment building, Han Cheng spotted the long-haired twin sisters, Su Lingyu and Su Lingyin, accompanied by a middle-aged man. The man appeared to be talking to the twin sisters, likely their father. Han Cheng jogged over, and upon Su Lingyin's introduction, Su Jarwin quickly extended his hand to greet the returning young teacher. I wanted to visit you yesterday, but I've been quite busy. I truly appreciate your generous assistance. I merely did what I should have, Han Cheng replied humbly. Mr. Su, don't stand downstairs. Come upstairs for some tea. No need. I have to get to work soon. I specifically came to thank you, and I will treat you to a meal and drink someday when I have the time. Su Jarwin expressed his gratitude profusely, truly eager to take Han Cheng out for drinks. The other night, upon returning home to find Ah Guang sitting there demanding repayment, he could not imagine what might have happened had Han Cheng not appeared. Due to time constraints, Su Juren hurriedly left after expressing his thanks. Students typically arrive at school earlier than teachers, so Su Lingyu and Su Lingyin did not say much to Han Sheng, merely smiling and waving as they set off for school first. Chapter 42. My girlfriend is in labor, urgent. Ascending the stairs, Han Sheng encountered Zilin, who was carrying sandwiches. Though she was smiling, she feigned anger. Why are you like this? You do a good deed and don't even tell me. Do you think you're Lei Feng? Lei Feng would write about his good deeds in a diary. I did not. Han Sheng chuckled as he accepted the sandwich from Zilin. You should at least inform me. And Zilin sulked. I'm a teacher too. I could help her family. Now that you know about their situation, what do you plan to do? Well, that is something I still need to think about. Think it over while I go take a shower, and later during work, you can tell me your thoughts. I'm headed to work now. I'm not waiting for you. Did you forget about last night? What if that Lu Dongqi follows you? And Zilin felt some psychological trauma from last night's events. Hearing Han Sheng's words made her regret not going to school with the twin sisters earlier. Feeling apprehensive, and Zilin reluctantly waited for Han Sheng to accompany her to work. Han Sheng quickly finished his shower and exited his room, finding Zilin still waiting for him, which put him in a good mood. With Zilin by his side and enjoying the breakfast she prepared, Han Sheng smiled all the way to school, while Zilin, feeling frustrated, wished she could strangle the grinning fellow. However, misfortune was soon to befall Han Sheng. As he neared the school, he received a call from the wine-red girl, her voice anxious on the line. Han Sheng, I placed the items at the bald man's recycling station and called in a tip. The police are on their way. But someone arrived even faster. That person took the backpack. Who is it? Han Sheng's heart sank as he realized he had underestimated the backing of the group behind the candy production. I don't know if you know him, but he is Manager Lu from KTV King of Singing. Han Sheng felt a jolt of realization. Unexpectedly, this was the brother of Lu Dongqi, who was involved in the candy incident. What was happening with the bald man? Had he gone to report it? The fact that Manager Lu took the candy from the recycling station meant the plan to frame the bald man had failed. If the bald man reported it to the police, they would take action against the wine-red girl and her group. The situation had become a tangled mess. Don't worry, the wine-red girl reassured him. There were many people at the recycling station, and I was worried about the backpack being discovered, so I intentionally spread the contents around. The backpack that Manager Lu took only contained a small part. Now the police and their dog are finding the other bags of candy. That bald man is doomed. Could you please finish your sentences in one go? Han Sheng grumbled, feeling his earlier relief dissipate as the wine-red girl's words made him tense again. The bald man didn't report it, but he went to KTV King of Singing, and it seems he knows that Manager Lu. With this, Han Sheng recalled the bald man's intention to find a suitable family for the Su sisters, which likely connected to Manager Lu. Who are you talking to? And Zilin, confused and annoyed, observed Han Sheng's secretive demeanor and his startled expression. How many things was he hiding from her? Han Sheng was about to end the call when the wine-red girl muttered, "The master knows about this matter. She wants to come and see the commotion." The master referred to as naturally Luolizi, causing Han Sheng to panic. What kind of commotion did that little girl want to see? Acknowledging the situation, Han Sheng hung up. He was no longer in the mood for class and turned to Zilin, saying, "Teacher, and please head to school first and help me request a half-day leave. I have something to handle." "What is it?" And Zilin stopped Han Sheng, who was about to leave. "My girlfriend is in labor. It's urgent." "You scoundrel." Han Sheng casually dismissed Zilin with a few words before hastily making his escape. Although the Kaesong King KTV was not yet open for business, the atmosphere in the manager's office was exceptionally tense. Manager Lu, dressed in a sharp suit, slammed a bag of candy onto the bald man's head, causing the colorful contents to scatter across the floor. "Baldy, I have treated you fairly, haven't I? You have neglected the affairs at the construction site and failed to manage your acquisition station properly. You wish to make a fortune, yet you dare to meddle in the candy business? Have you grown weary of living? Bald brother, I swear, this is not mine. I have no idea how it ended up in my possession," the bald man lamented, calling a man half his age brother, feeling utterly humiliated. He had already been through enough in recent days. His bribery scheme had failed, his money had been stolen, and just as he was preparing to report the mismanagement of the acquisition station, this incident arose. How could this thing be found in your possession if it has nothing to do with you? Someone has already reported you. Do you realize that? If I hadn't been a moment too slow, you would be in police custody right now. As he spoke, the bald man's phone buzzed in his pocket, but he dared not answer it. Manager Lu glanced at him, then picked up a cup of tea from the table. The bald man quickly retrieved his phone and answered, only to hear a single phrase that left him paralyzed with fear. What's wrong? Manager Liu noticed the bald man's terrified demeanor and furrowed his brow in concern. The police. They found this at my place. The bald man's speech faltered as he sat on the ground in shock. You still had candy hidden at your place? Manager Liu's fury erupted suddenly. It's not me. I swear this has nothing to do with me. Engaging in such activities could lead to execution. I wouldn't dare. Seeing the bald man panic-stricken, Manager Liu realized that the candy at the acquisition station might genuinely not be linked to him, signaling for the bald man to be quiet. He took out his phone to make some connections. Since the police had found the candy at the station, the bald man would undoubtedly be arrested, and if that happened, he would also be implicated. The commotion in the office woke Lu Dongqi, who had been napping next door. Ruffling his messy hair, he wandered to the office door, captivated by the colorful candy strewn across the floor. To Lu Dongqi, those items represented women and wealth. He had previously used candy to win over several unattainable girls, but unfortunately, his brother forbade him from indulging in such things. After finishing his call, Manager Liu noticed Lu Dongqi at the door and quickly gathered the situation. He hurried into the office, pointing at the black backpack on the table. Brother, this backpack is a limited edition from America. I've seen people from our school carrying it. Manager Liu frowned immediately. Has the candy infiltrated Haiban number 1 high school? Is this related to you? Lu Dongqi shook his head vigorously. In truth, he yearned to become an agent for Haiban number 1 high school, but his brother denied him that opportunity. Whom did you see carrying this backpack? It seems to be Fong Tianhua. He was showing off, and by the way, after last night's investigation, I discovered that Fong Tianhua is quite close to Han Cheng. Although they had past conflicts, they're now. Han Cheng. Yes, that Han Cheng. He has ruined my plans. The bald man suddenly yelled. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Zelene, Han Cheng successfully met up with the wine-red girl, whose cheerful demeanor caused him great distress. Han Cheng urged her to return to school, but having encountered something intriguing, she was unwilling to return to a place surrounded by children. The wine-red girl's insistence added to Han Cheng's headache, and a call from Fong Tianhua only intensified his anxiety. When Han Cheng answered Fong Tianhua's call, he was surprised to hear not Fong Tianhua's voice, but Manager Liu's. Teacher Han, would you be interested in coming to my office for a cup of tea? Manager Liu's tone exuded confidence. The fact that he could use Fong Tianhua's phone indicated he had captured him. Han Cheng had not anticipated that matters would unravel so swiftly. He accepted Manager Liu's invitation and hung up the phone. Seeing the wine-red girl and the cheerful girl looking at him, Han Cheng quickly explained the situation. He was heading into a direct confrontation. Aren't we going to call the police? The wine-red girl asked nervously. Though she had previously heard Han Cheng mention this matter, she did not expect him to take such bold actions. We cannot alert the police for now. Fong Tianhua has been captured. Such a person is not worth you risking yourself. Regardless of Fong Tianhua's character flaws, he is still assisting me. Signaling the wine-red girl and the cheerful girl not to follow, Han Cheng proceeded towards K Song King KTV alone. Chapter 43. Only wisdom can prevail, strength cannot. Han Cheng's original plan was to uncover the source of the candy through Fong Tianhua's undercover work and report it to contribute to a harmonious society. However, circumstances had changed drastically. With Fong Tianhua captured, the plan had collapsed. What to do now? Han Cheng's mind was a whirlwind. He needed to see Manager Liu and contemplate this matter further. After watching Han Cheng leave, the wine-red girl turned to the cheerful girl. Typically engaged in trivial pursuits, she now felt utterly lost in the face of such a situation. Master, what should we do? The cheerful girl, unfazed by the crisis, tilted her head excitedly and suggested, we should follow him. Of course, we must do so stealthily. He is not yet a general. He cannot proceed without anyone by his side. But this situation is beyond our control. Indeed, so our primary focus now is to ensure each other's safety. When Han Cheng arrived at the foot of K Song King, he found someone already waiting for him. Lu Dongqi, wearing a smug grin, looked at Han Cheng. Having experienced humiliation the previous night, he now brimmed with confidence. Teacher Han, I never expected we would meet so soon. Are you here to sing? Apologies, but we are not yet open for business. Lu Dongqi, you are still young. I advise you to leave while you can, Han Cheng warned. In a little while, you won't have anywhere to escape. Your life will be over. Do you really think you're a teacher? Lu Dongqi wanted to punch Han Cheng, but realizing he was no match, he could only shout angrily, Fong Tianhua has confessed. You actually sent him to do such things. Han Sheng, you have only one path left. Han Sheng did not waste words on Lu Dongqi. He pushed the door open and entered the elevator to ascend. In the manager's office upstairs, Manager Lu sat in his executive chair, smoking a cigarette, flanked by the bald man, Wang Long, Xiao Wan's cousin, and Wei Gu, while Fong Tianhua lay curled up on the floor in agony. Not long ago, Fong Tianhua had received a call from Wang Long, who brought him here, and without further ado, he was subjected to a beating. A mere high school student, under the duress of various tortures, he revealed everything Han Sheng had asked him to do. When Han Sheng appeared at the door, Manager Lu's face broke into a radiant smile. Teacher Han, you arrived so swiftly. Let's sit down and have a chat. Sure, Han Sheng replied, ignoring Fong Tianhua as he settled onto the sofa with Manager Lu. It seems we have become acquainted through adversity, Manager Lu said, smiling warmly at Han Sheng. I do not wish to dwell on your past actions. I would like to discuss a potential collaboration with you. What kind of collaboration? Han Sheng inquired calmly. Quite simple. In the future, do not have any designs on me. You can have your people procure the goods and sell them. That's all there is to it. Are those candies produced by you? Manager Lu did not respond to Han Sheng's inquiry, only saying, think it over, Teacher Han. If I agree, what benefits will I gain? Han Sheng continued to probe. Since we would be in a partnership, all past matters would be set aside. And if I refuse? Apologies, but I must cast you into the depths of the sea. Han Sheng fell silent, while Fong Tianhua, lying on the ground, cast a pained glance at him. Their fates were intertwined with Han Sheng's decisions. Meanwhile, Luolizi and the crimson-haired girl arrived near the K Song King KTV, where they noticed a significant number of individuals entering the building, wielding various iron rods and long knives, clearly not there for singing or drinking. It appeared that Han Sheng was in trouble. The crimson-haired girl grew anxious. How could that fool have rushed in? Luolizi shared her concern, yet she understood that Han Sheng must have had a purpose. As over 20 individuals surged into the KTV building, the crimson-haired girl felt increasingly uneasy. If he intended to escape, it would be more challenging than reaching the heavens. Thus, we must assist him. How? We can only outsmart them, for we cannot match their strength. Within the manager's office, after a moment of silence, Han Sheng still did not verbally agree to collaborate with Manager Lu. Truth be told, he was rather tempted, but he inquired if Manager Lu could divulge the identity of the owner behind the production of candy to ease his mind. In any case, the other party was someone he could not provoke. Manager Lu's smile bore a hint of mystery. Mr. Han, the reason I invited you here is that I am unafraid of your underhanded tactics. I hold you in high regard, which is why I wish to collaborate with you. In reality, you have no choice. Your life and death are in my grasp. Let's discuss the matter of sales then. Unable to extract any information from Manager Lu, Han Sheng was forced to shift topics. Are you hoping I will sell candy among the students at Haiba No. 1 High School? Brother, why waste time with him? Just finish him off. Lu Dongqi urged, eager to witness Han Sheng's downfall, suspecting that he had hidden a recording device. I am aware, Manager Lu nodded with a smile. But I'm not concerned. Mr. Han, feel free to summon your people. I will show you just how insignificant you truly are. Manager Lu, do you genuinely wish to witness this? Since you are so certain of your victory, dare you confess to me that your organization is selling drugs in the school? Ha! Manager Lu was not foolish enough to admit it. Mr. Han, you are refusing to cooperate with me, correct? Indeed. Produce the recording device you have on you. Do not force my hand. Han Sheng nodded, retrieving his phone from his pocket. He was not recording, he was making a call. Third, uncle? Upon seeing the 3 characters on the screen, Manager Lu was intrigued. Who is your third uncle, Mr. Han? Pray tell. He knows people in the Public Security Bureau. Han Sheng replied honestly. Manager Lu burst into laughter, as if he had heard a joke. Lu Dongqi joined in. Han Sheng, you truly are naively innocent. Even if your third uncle knows people in the Public Security Bureau, even if he were the... Lu Dongqi was silenced by a fierce glare from Manager Lu. Although he refrained from completing his thought, everyone was aware of Manager Lu's substantial backing. Bald men and Wang Long exchanged glances, sharing a mirthful chuckle. I almost forgot to mention, do you know there is a military garrison station near Haiban City? My third uncle is an officer in the army. Manager Lu's smile froze. Though local garrisons lack the authority to manage local affairs, soldiers are notoriously headstrong. When they wish to intervene, no one can stop them. This incident involving the sale of candy to students, threatened the very foundation of the nation. The laughter that had once filled the room was replaced by cold sweat on Manager Lu's brow. He realized his impending doom, likely to be discarded as a mere pawn. Now he had to flee for his life, for he had lost utterly in this contest of influence against Han Chung. He could not comprehend how such a seemingly insignificant teacher could possess such powerful connections. If he had such backing, why would he choose to remain a mere teacher? It made no sense. Quick, apprehend him. Bang! Just as Manager Lu intended to shout for assistance, Han Chung struck him down. Brother! Lu Dongshi cried out in alarm upon witnessing his brother being beaten. Hurry, let the people outside in. Han Chung had initially aimed to seize Manager Lu, but fearing that the incoming crowd would harm Fong Tianhua, he reluctantly abandoned Lu and hurriedly helped Fong Tianhua to his feet, retreating to a corner. At that moment, a tremendous crash echoed from below, causing the entire building to shake violently. Han Chung peered out the window, startled to see a large truck collide forcefully with the KTV building. He had no idea who was driving, but the truck's front end was embedded in the wall, igniting flames and sending thick smoke billowing into the air. Meanwhile, Lualizi and the crimson-haired girl stood nearby, watching the spectacle unfold. Manager Lu was not by the window and was unaware of the situation below. He assumed that an armored vehicle from the military had arrived, launching rockets, leaving him pale with fear. He could not afford to have anyone apprehend Han Chung. He urgently pulled his brother Lu Dongshi and fled. The thugs wielding machetes, witnessing Manager Lu's panicked escape, were left unsure of what to do. Chapter 44. Who will be jealous? How could I be jealous? Manager Lu was genuinely terrified of Han Chung. With Han Cheng's words and the building shaking, coupled with the rising black smoke outside, as if in battle, he truly believed that the military had dispatched personnel. Manager Lu had encountered military personnel at karaoke before, during which a slight incident had occurred. He recalled that a well-connected individual had offended a few soldiers, resulting in a brutal beating. Everyone thought that the victim would seek revenge, but ultimately, he remained silent. That incident left a lasting psychological shadow on Manager Lu, who, in truth, had no backing. He was merely a lackey. He feared that this situation would draw the attention of the military stationed near Haiban City, and he would undoubtedly become a sacrificial pawn. Manager Lu hastily dragged his brother Lu Dongshi away from the office. Meanwhile, the thugs outside the office, lacking any directives from Manager Lu, became a disorganized mob. Unsure of their next move, Han Chung initially planned to leap out of the window with Fong Tianhua, using the air conditioning unit to escape, but at that moment, the sound of police sirens surged like a tidal wave from outside. He relaxed, exhaling a sigh of relief. Dozens of police vehicles appeared, surrounding the entire KTV building. The thugs, brandishing their machetes, were instantly bewildered. They now understood why Manager Lu had fled. However, Manager Lu and Lu Dongshi did not escape. As soon as they reached the ground floor, they were apprehended by heavily armed SWAT officers. Manager Lu's face turned ashen, while Lu Dongshi could hardly fathom the situation. Han Chung, who should have been at their mercy, had turned the tables, decisively vanquishing their side. Brother, weren't you supposed to call someone? Why are we being arrested? Shut up, Lu Dongshi cried, terrified, while Manager Lu was equally panicked. On the upper floor, Fong Tianhua stared in astonishment at the multitude of police officers. Mr. Han, didn't you say your third uncle was an officer? I thought the military would come. You are overthinking it. The military does not simply respond to orders, Han Chung chuckled. He had stated from the beginning that his third uncle had connections within the Public Security Bureau. Han Chung did not genuinely trust the police. Just as the crimson-haired girl had used candy to frame the bald man earlier, resulting in Manager Lu's preemptive arrival to seize the backpack. Moreover, involving his third uncle ensured that the police would not dare to leak information or falsify evidence. Of course, it was not Han Cheng's words alone that persuaded his third uncle to intervene. It was Manager Lu's arrogant remarks that prompted the action. Heavily armed SWAT officers ascended the stairs, forcing the thugs to drop their machetes and crouch in the corners, covering their heads. They dared not resist, especially with the officers wielding automatic rifles. Han Chung led the apprehensive Fong Tianhua down the stairs, where a hand extended from a distant police car, beckoning him. He instructed Fong Tianhua to approach the officers to clarify some matters before making his way to the vehicle. Inside the police car sat a middle-aged man, appearing rather youthful. dressed in inconspicuous attire. He was Han Cheng's uncle by marriage, Chu Zhonglong, the father of Chu Sini. In the past, whenever Han Cheng faced difficulties, Chu Sini had suggested seeking her father's assistance. Reluctant to do so, Han Cheng found himself with no other option this time. I thought you would quietly embrace the life of a teacher, Chu Zhonglong remarked, furrowing his brow upon seeing Han Cheng. I initially intended to be a quiet teacher, but after 2 consecutive nights where my students and colleagues were nearly in peril, I could not remain indifferent, Han Cheng replied. Do you comprehend the depth of this situation? Chu Zhonglong's serious gaze bore into Han Cheng. Your actions have disrupted others' interests. Have you considered the repercussions? I have thought about it, whether in the past or present. I have had no retreat. However, I never contemplated stepping back. Han Sheng assented. A smile crept onto Chu Zhonglong's face. Sini mentioned you have changed considerably, and it appears to be true. Leave the subsequent matters to me, and remember to reach out if you encounter difficulties. Your aunt often speaks of you. Do not always evade us. With a pat on Han Cheng's shoulder, he acknowledged his uncle's words. Spotting the auburn-haired girl and the cheerful Lori Ji standing nearby, he hurried over to them. Does that burning truck have anything to do with you? Han Cheng inquired, gesturing towards the engulfed vehicle. The auburn-haired girl nodded shyly, pointing in a direction where a middle-aged man was anxiously conversing with the police. He said he got out to buy something, and since the car was left running, it rolled back and crashed into the building. We placed some bricks on the accelerator of that vehicle. Lori Ji chimed in with a grin. But it seems we didn't help you much. You have indeed assisted me, and quite significantly. Han Cheng smiled as he affectionately ruffled Lori Ji's hair, recounting the earlier events. Had the vehicle not crashed into the building, he would have undoubtedly engaged in a fierce confrontation with the gang, potentially resulting in injury. Upon hearing this, both Lori Ji and the auburn-haired girl expressed great delight. Well, the task is accomplished, and those individuals are in for misfortune. Let us return to class. I'm not done having fun. Let us skip school instead. Lori Ji insisted, shaking Han Cheng's arm. Han Cheng reculait in disbelief. If I were a student, I would certainly skip class to go shopping with you. However, I am a teacher. Understanding his predicament, Lori Ji turned to the auburn-haired girl, who readily nodded in agreement. She had no concept of attending class, and a shopping excursion with Lori Ji seemed a delightful alternative. With their minds set on shopping, Han Cheng did not deter them, but cautioned them to be careful. He intended to give Lori Ji some pocket money, but was gently rebuffed by the auburn-haired girl, watching them depart with excitement. Han Cheng quickly made his way back to school. Although he had asked Zilin for leave, taking a day off as a teacher was quite a hassle, as it affected the learning progress of 2 classes. In the teacher's office at Haiba No. 1 High School, several news-savvy teachers were engrossed in the live reports appearing on their news apps. Police had launched a surprise anti-terrorism drill near the KTV venue, and many spectators assumed it was merely a performance. Only a select few were privy to the truth, and Zilin was among those aware of the reality. Not long ago, she received a phone call informing her of Han Cheng's actions. When they parted earlier, that scoundrel had mentioned something about his girlfriend giving birth, and she was taken aback to discover he was involved in such matters, feeling a mix of anger and concern. Last night, when faced with a crisis, Han Cheng feigned indifference, even dismissing her suggestion to report to the police until tomorrow. That scoundrel had never regarded her as a true friend, keeping such matters from her. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. When Han Cheng returned to the school and entered the office, she immediately pushed him upstairs to the rooftop. What are you angry about? Standing on the rooftop, Han Cheng felt a shiver under Zilin's expressionless gaze. Earlier, you mentioned your girlfriend was giving birth. Was it a boy or a girl? And Zilin retorted, her irritation palpable. Han Cheng recalled the lie he had told. It was a misdial at the hospital. Do you take me for a fool? Do you not consider me a friend? Because I regard you as a good friend, I chose not to disclose certain perilous matters, he replied, warming her heart, yet she realized she had nearly been deceived. Previously, when you helped Su Lingyu's family with their debts, you did not inform me either. Was that not a dangerous situation? I was concerned you might feel jealous. Who would be jealous? Why would I be jealous? Then what are you angry about? And Zilin grew awkward, realizing her reaction had been overly intense. You are becoming increasingly bold, more like my girlfriend, Han Cheng remarked seriously. By the way, you are aware of what I did, hence her anger? How did you find out? Is it strange that I have a friend who is a police officer? If friends do not confide in me, how long do you think I would remain in the dark? Is your police friend male or female? Han Chung inquired with curiosity. Why does it matter to you whether they are male or female? And Zilin shot him a glare. Before Han Chung could utter another word, the door leading to the rooftop swung open, indicating someone was approaching. And Zilin, her cheeks flushed, hurriedly departed, appearing as if she and Han Chung were on an intimate rendezvous. Han Chung, observing in Zilin's flustered demeanor, suddenly felt a sense of intrigue towards her. Chapter 45. I will survive and thrive. And Zilin quickly exited the rooftop. Han Chung too intended to leave, but Chu Sinny emerged from the door leading to the rooftop. It turned out to be Chu Sinny. She likely witnessed Zilin speaking with him and was unaware of Zilin's current embarrassment. The thought made Han Chung chuckle. Chu Sinny approached him, playfully punching his arm with her little fist. What are you laughing at? I ruined your date. You should be crying. Han Chung affectionately ruffled her hair, unfazed by her teasing. Did you come to treat me to a meal? Indeed, you guessed correctly. Han Lao Shi, you are truly clever. Chu Sinny beamed with joy. I knew your father would surely inform your mother, and then she would send you to find me. Chu Sinny nodded with a smile. Do not forget tonight. Yes, I understand. Are you hurt? Chu Sinny scrutinized Han Chung with concern. I heard from Xiao Wan about the incident. I never imagined it would unfold that way. The matter has passed. Do not dwell on it. Okay. Chu Sinny nodded, her gaze towards Han Chung tinged with melancholy. Are you jealous about what happened earlier? Of course not. Chu Sinny quickly shook her head, face reddening. She playfully punched Han Chung again. You did not inform me about such a grave situation. While I may not be able to help, I could at least listen to you. Yet another person lamenting their lack of communication. Han Chung smiled and nodded. All right, we should depart. Otherwise, others might think we are on a date. Chu Sinny's cheeks flushed even deeper as she grasped Han Cheng's arm and shook it. Are you truly not dating teacher? She appeared extremely shy when she saw me. I explained this on Friday, and now you're asking again. Han Chung sighed, looking at Chu Sinny. Do you not wish to see me in a relationship with another girl? I did not think that way. I was merely curious. As I mentioned on Friday night, I am worried about you. Why do you worry about me, Sinny? Han Chung said with a smile, gazing intently at Chu Sinny. Lowering her head, Chu Sinny pinched Han Cheng's arm. Before the bashful girl could find an excuse, he guided her away from the rooftop and down the stairs. As the school bell rang, Chu Sinny dashed back to class. Upon entering the office, Han Chung couldn't escape the disapproving glare of Zilin. Meanwhile, upon seeing Han Chung at work, Teacher Chun and others in the office greeted him warmly, offering him fragrant tea and fresh fruits to quench his thirst. Other teachers, who had not ventured to the beach on Saturday, were taken aback by the sudden warmth extended to Han Chung by Teacher Chun and her colleagues, prompting them to inquire about the nature of his relationship with them. However, Teacher Chun and the others had no intention of divulging any details, as they knew that if other female teachers discovered Han Chung was not an ordinary person, they would undoubtedly join the competition, making it difficult for their small group to engage with him. The morning flew by, and as school neared its end, Luo Lizzie sent Han Chung a message, stating that she and the auburn-haired girl were preparing lunch and urging him to remember to return for a meal instead of wandering off. This message brought a warm feeling to Han Chung. After school, he intended to invite Zilin to lunch, but the goddess-like teacher swiftly departed. Exiting the office, Han Chung was suddenly intercepted by Su Lingyu, who, after waiting for the teachers and students to leave, pulled him into a secluded spot and embraced him tightly. What's wrong? Su Lingyu's delicate face was filled with concern, causing Han Cheng's heart to race. You ask what's wrong? Don't you think I know what you did this morning? Su Lingyu reproached, gazing up at Han Chung. Her computer skills were impressive, leading Han Chung to suspect she had accessed hidden internal files. Realizing this, Han Chung smiled and gently embraced Su Lingyu, reassuring her, do not worry. It's all in the past. Chung, please do not engage in dangerous activities. I'm terrified of losing you again. Su Lingyu buried her head in his embrace, clinging to him with countless feelings of attachment. I will strive to live well, Han Chung replied, softly stroking her long hair. He then shifted the conversation. What time did you sleep last night? You have dark circles under your eyes. I reminded Lingyin to keep an eye on you and not to tire yourself out. Did she slack off? No. Su Lingyu smiled and shook her head. It's just that there's too much debt at home. I want to work harder to repay it. Let me help as well, Han Chung offered, though internally he was unsure how to assist. Su Lingyu nodded with a smile, then shook her head, saying, I need your help, Chung. Without you, I cannot manage. But not right now. I still have much to learn. Give me a little more time, and I will replicate our past glory in this world. Han Cheng believed in Su Lingyu. I only worry about one thing. Do not overexert yourself. Su Lingyu gave a pitiful smile, her head nestled in Han Cheng's arms. If it weren't for worrying my parents, I would have already considered dropping out. School is such a waste of time, but thankfully, I can see you here. Su Lingyu lifted her flushed face to gaze at Han Cheng, her eyes filled with shyness and endless anticipation. She slightly puckered her pink lips, but upon seeing Han Cheng's lack of reaction, she quickly gave up and gently punched his chest, murmuring that she was going home, as Su Lingyin was waiting downstairs. Realizing Su Lingyu had seemed to be hinting for a kiss, Han Cheng felt a moment of regret for not catching on sooner. Accompanying the bashful Su Lingyu down the stairs, he noticed Su Lingyin waiting below, her sister's face crimson as if she were about to bleed. Believing her sister had been bullied by Han Cheng, she shot him an angry glare. The two sisters linked arms and hastily departed, with Han Cheng trailing behind. As they exited the school, Han Cheng spotted Fang Tianhua, crouching at a distance, smoking. Upon seeing Han Cheng, Fang Tianhua quickly discarded his cigarette and rushed over. Teacher Han. Fang Tianhua's expression was one of excitement. The police said our actions provided crucial leads for solving the case, and they awarded us a bonus. Look, he handed Han Cheng a brown paper envelope. You keep it. Han Cheng had no intention of accepting it, recalling how badly Fang Tianhua had been beaten previously. I received a bonus too. This is for you, Teacher Han, Fang Tianhua insisted, forcing the envelope containing the money into Han Cheng's hands. Reluctantly, Han Cheng accepted it and inquired about Lu Dongqi and Manager Lu. Fang Tianhua was well informed, having provided clues to the police after Han Cheng had left. The bald man was terrified by the police and revealed much about Manager Lu, who had previously participated in forced demolitions, burying people in concrete. Wang Long and the other accomplices were also eager to report, as they sourced their candy from Manager Lu. Lu Dongqi, who initially had no significant issues, kept boasting about his brother's connections, which was rather foolish, as he failed to see that his brother's support had abandoned him. The police also discovered a substantial quantity of candy in his room, leaving uncertainty about its ownership. Ultimately, after Lu Dongqi drank a glass of water, his voice was rendered inaudible. Fang Tianhua continued, with so many schools in Haiban City, others also had lines selling candy. The police are apprehending them one by one. Some schools even had teachers involved. Participating in such an operation thrilled Fang Tianhua, though he did not voice it. Han Cheng discerned his eagerness to partake in similar actions in the future. However, Han Cheng hoped never to encounter such situations again, and, even if he did, he would be reluctant to involve Fang Tianhua, remembering how he had revealed personal matters while being beaten in a manager's office. In Han Cheng's mind, Fang Tianhua was an outsider, while the auburn-haired girl was one of his own. Chapter 46, Creating Beautiful Memories for the Students. After chatting with Fang Tianhua for a while, Han Cheng parted ways with him, reminding him to take care of his injuries. Fang Tianhua had been particularly unfortunate lately, suffering new injuries before the old ones had healed. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Han Cheng found lunch already prepared, waiting for him. The auburn-haired girl had helped Luo Lizi prepare lunch, but had to leave for some matters and did not stay to eat. Husband. Luo Lizi served Han Cheng a bowl of rice and began eating with chopsticks. Through this morning's events, I realized we are too few in number. We should train more people to assist us. Han Cheng also hoped for more hands to help him, especially regarding the candy incident. He did not want the auburn-haired girl involved, as he had no one else to turn to but Fang Tianhua. Fortunately, the situation had been resolved without incident. Had it been more complicated, things could have turned disastrous. Finding trustworthy individuals is no easy task. Reflecting on this, Han Cheng remarked, "This is my thought." While eating, Luo Lizi shared her perspective. Doesn't Xiao Nuo have people under her? Although we do not trust them, we can support Xiao Nuo to gather more followers, and we can guide from behind the scenes. Han Cheng nodded, but then shook his head. The more people we have to assist us, the better. But we do not require so many right now, and we cannot afford to support them all. Indeed, that is a concern. Let us allow Xiao Nuo to cultivate some core members for now, and we can expand our team when we start company. Start a company? Han Cheng was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Luo Lizi's idea. Upon witnessing Han Cheng's perplexed expression, Lori Z chuckled and remarked, "Has Lingyu not mentioned it to you yet, dear husband? With her skills, she is undoubtedly capable of establishing an internet company. I've conversed with her. She hails from a world of exceptional information technology. Understanding this, Han Cheng was not surprised. He had already witnessed Su Lingyu's remarkable prowess. You seem to share a good relationship with Lingyu, he noted. Of course. We are both your wives. Well, I am the wife, and she is the concubine, so she must address me as sister, she replied playfully. Ahem. Han Cheng felt a bit awkward upon hearing her words. You do realize that current laws only permit a man to have one wife, right? I care not for such laws. I am your wife. Do you intend to backtrack? We have already completed the wedding ceremony and consummated our union. Lingyu is in the same boat. Are you planning to be a faithless husband? Han Cheng was drenched in sweat, as Lori Z had completely misinterpreted the focus of his remarks. However, this was not the time for such discussions. So he shifted the topic to the evening's plans. I'm going to have dinner at Xianyi's house tonight, as I asked her father for a favor today, and I need to express my gratitude. All right, I will invite Lingyu or Xiao Nua to join us. The little girl nodded decisively. Choose Lingyu. I worry that Xiao Nua might lead you astray. Han Cheng was somewhat concerned about where the red-haired girl might take Lori Z for entertainment. You underestimate me, husband. I am not a child, but I am delighted that you care so much about me. Lori Z grinned widely. And yet you have rice stuck to your face. Han Cheng teased as he removed the grain from her cheek and popped it into his mouth, causing the little girl to blush furiously. Halfway through their meal, a knock sounded at the door. It was Nzi Lin. Though Lori Z felt a bit displeased, she still invited Nzi Lin to join their lunch. Without hesitation, Nzi Lin sat at the table, prompting Lori Z to pout at Han Cheng. Nonetheless, Nzi Lin's presence was welcome, as the departure of the red-haired girl meant that her meal must be consumed, otherwise it would go to waste. After lunch, Lori Z went to play with Nzi Lin, deliberately seeking to retaliate against her. Utilizing her youthful status, she took whatever she fancied, leaving Nzi Lin, who was prone to indulgence, with no choice but to acquiesce to Lori Z's demands. Throughout the afternoon, Nzi Lin remained irritable while conversing with Han Cheng. He was perplexed by her anger, given that he had treated her to lunch. Meanwhile, Class 6 homeroom teacher, Ma Wei, remained on sick leave, and with a class meeting hosted by him scheduled for Monday, Han Cheng reluctantly prepared to take charge. With the end of the month approaching, the monthly exam loomed on the horizon. Han Cheng urged the students of Class 6 to study diligently in preparation for the upcoming test. Due to his youth and affability, many students began clamoring for rewards if they performed well. Before Han Cheng could respond affirmatively, the students began debating where to celebrate after the exam, filling the classroom with an uproar that left him feeling frustrated. He was certain that if Ma Wei were present, the students would not behave so unruly. Feeling a distinct lack of authority, Han Cheng found himself disheartened. As the students continued their ruckus, they eventually quieted down, for the final decision on where to go would ultimately rest with the homeroom teacher. Fine, Han Cheng decided to indulge them, recognizing the importance of keeping their spirits high before the exam. Feel free to share your suggestions for where you'd like to go. The classroom erupted into excitement once more as Han Cheng jotted down their proposals on the blackboard. Some suggested singing, others proposed barbecuing, while a few expressed a desire to swim or go camping. Seeing the commotion, the freckled girl Xiao Wan stood and clapped her hands. Let's go camping at the beach. Not only can we swim, but we can also gather around a bonfire to sing and grill. Instantly, the class unanimously agreed to the beach camping idea. However, Han Cheng felt a sense of unease at the prospect of taking over 40 students for an overnight trip. Any mishap would undoubtedly spell disaster for him as their teacher. He glanced at Chu Xin, asking class monitor, "How much money do we have left in the class fund?" He subtly hinted for her to understate the amount to thwart the camping plans. "We still have over 5,000. Chu Xin replied with a smile. "That seems a bit insufficient." Han Cheng instinctively remarked. "We can always pool together more. After all, the class fund is our collective effort." Xiao Wan chimed in, causing a cheer among the students. Han Cheng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He regretted saving Xiao Wan that night, as she now seemed determined to oppose him at every turn. Raising his hand, he signaled for the excited students to quiet down. "To be honest, I would love to join you for camping, but if you all fail the upcoming exam, none of you will get to go anywhere." "Mr. Han, what constitutes failing? You must achieve an average score that places you in the top 3 of the entire grade for all subjects. How can that be possible?" The class erupted into complaints. "How can our average score reach the top 3 in the grade? Are you intentionally blocking our camping trip?" As the classroom buzzed with discontent, Han Chung had to raise his hand again for silence. If you can achieve a top 3 average in the Chinese subject, that counts too. You cannot expect to enjoy leisure without putting in the effort. The conditions are clear. Strive for them. After a round of complaints, seeing that Han Chung remained unmoved, the students begrudgingly pulled out their textbooks and began to study diligently, seeking to grasp the concepts they had previously struggled with. Since the start of the semester, no activities had been organized for the class, and many were eager for a group outing. Of course, the desire to play together was merely an excuse. Many were hoping to deepen their connections with their crushes beyond school walls. Those who suggested singing and swimming were confident in their abilities and aimed to capture the attention of potential partners. As the students settled down to study earnestly, Han Chung felt a sense of satisfaction. He resolved that if the students made substantial progress in their upcoming exams, even if they did not meet the target, he would still take them out for an outing. Having been a high school student himself, he understood their mindset. Though he harbored concerns about accidents occurring, as a teacher, he felt a responsibility and obligation to create beautiful memories for his students. Chapter 47. Age has no bearing on love. The class meeting transformed into a review session. Since the students were so quiet and focused, Han Chung left the classroom and returned to his office for a cup of tea. After school, Lori Z bounded over, intending to follow Su Lingyu home for dinner. Chu Xin appeared at the office door, waiting for Han Chung to accompany her home for dinner. Go on ahead. I need to buy a few things. Han Chung waved her off. My mother said you needn't buy anything. Chu Xin reminded him with a smile. Han Chung shot her a serious look. It's a matter of etiquette. One cannot visit others empty-handed. Now, please go home. I have a few things to attend to. Visiting others? How formal. Jehu king you pufit hercheks, murmuring in discontent. Isn't a son-in-law returning to his in-law's home considered going home? Shouldn't a son-in-law bring gifts? Faced with Han Cheng's teasing, Chu Xin blushed and retreated. Han Chung assumed she had left, but as he descended the stairs, he spotted her pushing her bicycle towards him. Even if you plan to shop, I can accompany you. Chu Xing's face remained flushed as she spoke, and seeing her shy demeanor, Han Chung refrained from further teasing. Leaving the school, he walked alongside Chu Xing, who was pushing her bicycle, heading toward the supermarket. Having purchased some fruit, Han Chung found himself pondering what else to buy, but Chu Xin had already grasped his arm and tugged him away, knowing she was helping him save money. Fine, then I won tea, buy anything else. You win tea appreciated anyway, he remarked. What are you talking about? Chu Xin retorted with a playful punch to his arm. Once outside the supermarket, Han Chung rode Chu Xin's bicycle, carrying her as they made their way to her home. Chu Xin sat on the back seat, gently clutching the fabric of Han Cheng's shirt, feeling a hint of nostalgia akin to returning to her parents' house. To be honest, Han Chung was reluctant to visit Chu Xin's home, not due to any past conflicts, but because her mother, his aunt, was exceedingly enthusiastic. As they cycled halfway, a bright red sedan suddenly made a sharp turn and veered dangerously close to their bicycle, startling Han Chung. Yet, a head popped out of the car, smiling at him. I thought you weren't coming. I was on a drive over to catch you. Mom, be careful, Chu Xin exclaimed, her feet nearly brushing against the car. The driver was none other than her mother, Qin Yunxiu. Now that you're here, I can relax. Take your time cycling. I'll head home to prepare dinner, she said, not stopping as she sped away with a smile. Chu Xin needed to ride her bicycle to school every day. She could have attended a closer school. But because Han Chung taught at Haiban No. 1 high school, Qin Yunxiu insisted her daughter be in Han Cheng's class. Despite the age difference between Han Chung and Chu Xin, Qin Yunxiu harbored hopes for them to become a couple. Watching Qin Yunxiu drive away, both Han Chung and Chu Xin breathed a sigh of relief. It hasn't changed at all. MHM, Chu Xin replied softly, recalling the earlier danger. Her arms instinctively wrapping around Han Cheng's waist. With her cheeks flushed, she chose not to withdraw her hands. Upon arriving at the residential complex where Chu Xin lived, they ascended the stairs together, and Qin Yunxiu had already opened the door to welcome them. You've lost so much weight in just a few days, Xiao Chung. Living alone may feel liberating, but you're certainly not eating well. I think you should move back here, she said. When Han Chung first arrived in Haiban City, he had indeed stayed there for a few days. Smiling, he shook his head at Qin Yunxiu's suggestion. Is Uncle not back yet? He diverted the topic as they entered the house. He wants to be back for a while. If you don't come over, he definitely want to return. You see how lonely it is for me. It would be wonderful if you could keep me company. Han Chung was sweating profusely, No matter what Qin Yunxiu said, she always circled back to the topic of him moving in. Aunt, you haven't started cooking yet, right? Let me help. He made his way to the kitchen. Yes. Xiao Cheng, come help me. I have so much to discuss with you. Chu Xinyi, realizing her mother wanted to speak to Han Cheng, retreated to her room to do her homework. In the kitchen, Qin Yunxiu cast a concerned glance at Han Cheng. Did you hurt your leg? Earlier, when Han Cheng had changed his shoes, she noticed something on his calf. Han Cheng rolled up his trousers to reveal a sandbag tied to his leg. I've been training recently. That's good, she replied, her eyes misting as she recalled hearing about a student attacking him a few days prior. That incident is behind us, Aunt. Please don't worry. I was indeed worried at the time, but now I feel relieved. Xiao Cheng, you've finally grown up, she said, wiping her eyes. As an elder, she had witnessed the hardships Han Cheng had endured throughout his life. Seeing her wipe her eyes warmed Han Cheng's heart. Although they were not related by blood, she cared for him more than some of his own relatives. The truth was, Han Cheng avoided staying there for prolonged periods, deliberately distancing himself from them to prevent being a burden. Both Chu Zhonglong and Qin Yunxiu were still young, capable of advancing in their respective careers, and he did not wish to hinder their progress. What are you looking at? Is my makeup smudged? No. Han Cheng had been lost in thought. Aunt, did you put on makeup? I can hardly tell. Really? Xiao Cheng, do you think I'm pretty? He nodded. He was not lying. Qin Yunxiu took great care of herself. Though her daughter was already quite grown, she appeared to be in her 20s. There's a girl even prettier than me right beside you. Have you fallen for her? Han Cheng felt a wave of embarrassment. Qin Yunxiu had set a trap for him. I'm just explaining that Xinyi is my cousin only in name. There's no blood relation. Besides, all right, I understand. Xinyi is still young. She is just a first-year high school student age, and love have no correlation. It's time to cook. Han Cheng regretted coming over. Had he known, he would have stayed away. Now, with Qin Yunxiu's incessant chatter, he felt both warmth and vexation. By the way, Xiao Cheng, do you know where your parents are? No. Looks like they don't need you as a son anymore. You should hurry and become my son-in-law. Ultimately, Han Cheng could no longer withstand Qin Yunxiu's persistent nagging and nearly fled in distress. Chu Xinyi had left her room door ajar as he entered, pondering how his father had ever chosen his mother. His father was rather taciturn, while his mother was quite the chatterbox. Perhaps this was what they call complementary personalities. Knowing Han Cheng had been nagged, Chu Xinyi couldn't help but smile. Will you become like your mother in the future? Han Cheng ventured to ask. Do you dislike my mom? Chu Xinyi's expression shifted to concern. Being nagged all day would certainly be irksome, but occasionally it felt quite comforting. Chu Xinyi smiled. Usually, my mom doesn't nag me. Han Cheng smiled, but said nothing, surveying Chu Xinyi's room, which remained unchanged. Before long, Chu Zhonglong returned home. He was delighted to see Han Cheng, but had little to say, having already expressed everything during their earlier encounter. Dinner was soon prepared, and as they gathered around the table, Qin Yunxiu cheerfully announced, since Xiao Cheng is here, he should stay and help take care of Xinyi tonight. Han Cheng was about to decline, but Qin Yunxiu continued, your uncle rarely comes home. We plan to go out on a date tonight. You will support us. One to you? Han Sheng, feeling cornered, knew it. Given the gravity of her words, it would be inconsiderate to refuse. Meanwhile, Chu Xinyi was blushing profusely, deeply embarrassed by her mother's public declaration. Chapter 48. In my heart, you are a great hero. After dinner, the sky was still dimming. Qin Yunxiu, anxious that Han Cheng might change his mind, hurriedly took her husband, Chu Zhonglong, out. He did not oppose her, and even reminded her as they left the house. Following her husband's words, Qin Yunxiu returned to Han Cheng and whispered in his ear, we want to be back tonight. If you can't resist, please remember to take precautions. The supplies are in the bedside drawer of our room. After saying this, Qin Yunxiu smiled and departed, leaving Han Cheng in a state of bewilderment. She felt no qualms about making such arrangements or speaking so openly, regardless of whether it is her or her husband. Chu Zhonglong both harbor deep sympathy for Han Cheng. They have watched him grow up and hold a great fondness for him. Numerous times, Qin Yunxiu has expressed to Han Cheng's mother her desire to adopt him as her son, to spare him from enduring hardship in their household. It is apparent that Qin Yunxiu is also aware of her daughter Chu Xinyi's feelings, which are not lost on Qin Yunxiu as a mother. Thus, her suggestion is not absurd but rather a natural sentiment. Emerging from his reverie, Han Cheng could not help but smile wryly, even though he had intentionally avoided this place. Upon returning after such a long interval, The demeanor of Qin Yunxiu and Chu Zhonglong remained unchanged. Chu Xinyi, aware of her parents' intentions, busied herself with wiping the table. Yet she was too embarrassed to meet Han Cheng's gaze. Would you like to go shopping? Han Cheng approached Chu Xinyi. I don't want to, she replied, shaking her head. I need to start reviewing. Are you interested in going camping as well? Yes. Chu Xinyi scheulich glanced at Han Cheng. Mr. Han, you can go shopping with teacher and the others, but you must return here tonight. Otherwise, I might feel a bit scared alone. Han Cheng doubted that Zilin would accompany him shopping, as she had been upset with him all day. In truth, he had little interest in shopping. He merely wished to avoid the potentially ambiguous situation of being alone with Chu Xinyi. However, since she did not wish to go shopping, he decided to tutor her as a private tutor. Just as he was about to speak, his phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Hello. Han Cheng answered the call. Han Cheng, come to Keguji Wang for a drink, came the voice of a stranger on the other end. Han Cheng could not discern the identity of the caller. Who are you? The voice on the other end chuckled. You don't know who I am. Yet you dare to interfere with my business? Han Cheng, you are quite audacious. These words sent a chill down Han Cheng's spine. Earlier that morning, Manager Liu had been arrested, but he was not the mastermind behind the candy operation. Now, the true mastermind was seeking him out. What do you want from me? Han Cheng asked cautiously. I would like to ask you to let me go. I'm merely a local thug, and I cannot compete with your family. I hope you, the young master of the Han family, will spare me. Would you honor me with your presence for a drink? The caller was mocking him, clearly aware of his identity. Anxing, yi man norm. Please come to K Guji Wang. I have matters to discuss with you. You could choose not to come, but I believe you wouldn't want me to seek you out, correct? All right, I will be there shortly. Han Cheng hung up the phone to find Chu Xinyi watching him anxiously. His serious expression during the call had made her realize something was amiss. With his parents just having left, Han Cheng thought, some matters must be faced alone, and I'm no longer a child. As he prepared to leave, Chu Xinyi stepped forward and embraced him tightly, her voice trembling. I don't want anything to happen to you. Don't worry. Han Cheng gently caressed the back of her head. Don't mention this to your parents. They rarely have a chance to go out together. But, do you see me as someone so weak? Chu Xinyi tilted her head up, shaking it nervously. In my heart, you are a great hero. She recalled a time from her childhood when Han Cheng had come to her rescue from bullies. Han Cheng patted Chu Xinyi's head reassuringly. Rest assured, I will return soon to help you with your studies. Despite his words, Chu Xinyi remained reluctant to let go. Han Cheng cupped her face and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, causing her to blush and wish to hide. After parting from her, Han Cheng hurried out, taking a deep breath of the slightly cool night air. To steady his nerves, he did not head directly to the KTV, but instead made a stop at the night market to purchase a dagger, concealing it on his person before proceeding to the KTV. On the way, Han Cheng utilized a comprehensive app on his phone to investigate the unfamiliar number that had called him earlier. He had initially thought it would be straightforward to uncover the caller's identity, given that contemporary mobile numbers are registered under real names. However, the app revealed information linked to a migrant worker who had evidently taken precautions to mask his identity by using someone else's details. This was predictable, as he was involved in creating candy and would face dire consequences if apprehended. Soon, Han Cheng arrived at the K Guji Wang building. Following the morning's events, the KTV was under renovation, and the entire building was shrouded in darkness, save for one illuminated floor. The KTV's lobby was cloaked in shadows, yet the open elevator gleamed with light. As Han Cheng entered the lobby and approached the elevator, he suddenly heard a rush of air and instinctively dodged. Bang! As he recoiled, he collided not with a wall, but with a burly man. The man seized Han Cheng's shoulder in the dark, prompting Han Cheng to reflexively draw his dagger and stab at the man's thigh. Ah! The hefty man cried out in pain. Boss, this kid has a knife. Let go. Han Cheng shouted, raising the dagger again. The burly man, not wishing to endure further injury, released Han Cheng. However, a sudden waft of perfume enveloped him. It felt as though a beautiful serpent had coiled around him, as someone grasped his neck and seized his weapon hand. A woman stood on his feet, her soft body pressed against his, twisting his arm behind his back. Little brother, your weapon is too dangerous. Let me hold on to it for you. Her voice was sweet and soothing, and as Han Cheng felt his dagger being wrested from him, he desperately attempted to throw himself off balance, hoping to topple them both. Yet, only Han Cheng fell, while the woman stood aside, emitting a melodious laugh. Let us head upstairs. Han Cheng regained his footing, only to feel a shove from behind. Who are you? Han Cheng turned to look, but the surroundings were pitch black, obscuring any sight of his assailants. No one answered his query, and cold sweat dripped down his back. There were multiple figures lurking in the darkness, and they were skilled. Had their intention been to kill him, he would have already met his end. Once inside the elevator, the doors shut and ascended to a brightly lit floor. Upon stepping out, Han Cheng walked towards a private room from which singing emanated. The door was ajar, revealing two young men seated on a sofa. One, an unremarkable-looking fellow, held a microphone while the other, flamboyantly dressed, leaned affectionately against him. They were a pair of gay men, and Han Cheng felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. Han Cheng, we finally meet, said the singing man, setting down the microphone and gesturing for the flamboyant man to move aside. Please take a seat. Would you like something to drink while we converse? Who are you? What do you wish to discuss? Han Cheng did not sit down, nor indicate a desire for a drink. Well, you seem quite hostile towards me. I have yet to blame you for ruining your business. The man said, dismissing his companion. I understand that you harbor animosity toward me for what I have done, believing I have corrupted the youth. However, those who wish to try candy, knowing it is harmful, well, their demise is of little consequence. I concur with your viewpoint, but what about those who exploit candy to harm others? Han Cheng retorted darkly. Thus, the man flashed a sunny smile. I bear you no ill will for stopping this matter. Han Cheng felt bewildered. He had disrupted the man's business, and he should be furious. What was he truly thinking? Chapter 49, Brother, we are being followed. In the KTV booth, a rather unremarkable man rose and approached Han Cheng, smiling as he extended his hand. I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Fu Hong, a few years your senior. If you don't mind, you may call me Brother Fu or Hung Ge. Han Cheng took a step back, refraining from shaking hands, and was even less inclined to address him as brother. Noticing Han Cheng's wariness, Fu Hong waved dismissively. All right, let's get straight to the point. Regarding the matter of candy, I must honestly inform you that I am one of the shareholders. Your interference has hindered our path to wealth, and there are those who wish to take action against you. However, I have intervened because I require your assistance. You say, Han Cheng replied. Surprised at Fu Hong's words, what is your purpose in attending the old man's birthday banquet at the Han family? You need not concern yourself with that. All I ask is that you grant me access to the banquet. Han Cheng shook his head. Given that you are aware of my identity, you should also recognize my predicament. I cannot attend such a banquet. Fu Hong gazed at Han Cheng with utmost seriousness. Your reluctance to attend stems from personal choice rather than any external obstruction. Therefore, you possess the capability to bring me in. This is a transaction. I am unsure of your intentions. The risks involved for me are considerable. Han Cheng maintained a steady gaze on Fu Hong. In truth, he harbored a desire for Fu Hong to create a stir at the Han family's banquet. Yet he feared the troubles that might ensue since Fu Hong would be his guest. At present, Han Cheng felt too weak to take such risks. Yes, you. I will not place you in an uncomfortable position, Fu Hong asserted with a commanding tone, having perceived Han Cheng's unease. You must understand that you have no alternatives. Just moments ago, you were besieged downstairs. Had I truly intended to harm you, escape would have been impossible for you. However, should you assist me, I will not only refrain from making things difficult for you, but will also offer my aid when you require it. Han Cheng furrowed his brow in contemplation. He truly found himself with no viable options. Either collaborate with Fu Hong or oppose him. The individuals lurking in the shadows downstairs were no ordinary threats, and even seeking help from Chu Zhonglong might not resolve the issue. Most importantly, Han Cheng secretly yearned for Fu Hong to make a memorable impression at the Han family's banquet. After weighing his choices, he decided to acquiesce and agreed to assist Fu Hong. Delighted, Fu Hong grasped Han Cheng's arm, eager to celebrate with a drink. However, recalling the earlier sight of Fu Hong entwined with an alluring figure, Han Cheng preferred to distance himself from further engagement. Bidding Fu Hong farewell, he successfully descended and left the establishment, encountering none of the individuals from before in the lobby. As he strolled down the street, Han Cheng retrieved his phone and opened the Wanshitong application. Entering Fu Hong's name yielded a plethora of results. Over 200 individuals bearing that name nationwide. Narrowing the search to Haiban City, he found no information on the Fu Hong he had just met. Han Cheng was well aware of the software's formidable capabilities, and the lack of results was simple. Fu Hong had deceived him. His name was not Fu Hong. He attempted several other phonetically similar names, but still could not uncover any information on Fu Hong. This situation left Han Chung feeling anxious. He knew nothing about Fu Hong, who resembled a ticking time bomb, capable of exploding at any moment. Fortunately, he had a vested interest in him, so he was not overly concerned about an imminent detonation. On his way back to Chu Sini's home, Han Chung, feeling slightly anxious, dialed the phone of the wine red-haired girl. Xiao Nua, you should be cautious during this time. What has happened? The wine red-haired girl's voice trembled with concern. The mastermind behind the sale of candy has found me. They are quite powerful. Fortunately, they require something from me. So for now, I do not anticipate any immediate danger. However, we must prepare for the worst. Has Lizzie informed you about cultivating key personnel? Yes. The wine red-haired girl replied softly, currently engaged in such preparations. Find trustworthy individuals as soon as possible. I hope someone can discreetly protect Su Lingyu and Chu Sini. I do not wish for them to come to harm. The wine red-haired girl sounded puzzled. If I may pry, why do you need to protect them? Chu Sini is my family. And as for Su Lingyu, she is very important to me. In due time, you will understand her significance. All right, I understand. I want to remind you of one thing. Money is essential to get things done. Currently, we have no financial resources. This does not pose an issue now. But in the future Han Chung felt a bit embarrassed. There is no need to rush. I will resolve this issue soon. Yes, Han Chung. I also wish to inquire about the nature of our collaboration. Are you truly intending to enlist my help against your family? Han Chung had already contemplated this matter. Xiao Nuo, I do not wish to oppose anyone or bring anyone down. I simply desire a quiet life. However, they refuse to allow me to live in peace. So I must possess the ability to protect myself. I know you feel lost at present, but if that is the case, I will guide you forward. One day, I believe you will gain clarity about your thoughts and feelings. The wine red-haired girl responded softly once more, expressing her willingness to follow Han Chung. After concluding the call, Han Chung intended to return to Chu Sini's residence, not wanting the girl to worry throughout the night. Hailing a taxi, he settled into the back seat when Lizzie's call startled him. Brother, we are being followed. Who is being followed? And where are you now? Han Cheng's heart raced. He was unwilling to see Lizzie come to harm. My mother and I are being followed. Give the phone to Lizzie. Luo Yiru's voice came through, followed by an apology. Teacher Han, it's not as exaggerated as it sounds. How long will you remain weak? Lizzie's voice was filled with frustration. That person has been harassing you every few days. Don't you feel distressed? This matter does not require trouble for teacher, Han. Then why don't you report it or change jobs? Lizzie, this situation, focus on driving. The sounds of Lizzie and Luo Yiru bickering reached Han Cheng's ears. He was drenched in sweat, surprised by the young girl's attitude towards her mother. Lizzie, tell me your location. Since I'm aware of this, I feel it necessary to pay a visit. We live in the European city community. We will wait for you at the entrance. Lizzie insisted, making arrangements before abruptly hanging up. Lizzie, there is no need to trouble teacher Han with this. Luo Yiru sounded uneasy while driving. What do you propose? You always endure everything and refuse to let me handle this matter. I do not like being followed every few days. Besides, brother is not an outsider. Handling such matters is no big deal. Luo Yiru gazed at her daughter, astonished. She had never seen Lizzie express such strong approval for someone. What do you mean by saying teacher Han is not an outsider? Not an outsider means he is family. Someone reliable and trustworthy. You can depend on him too. Don't bear everything alone. Lizzie spoke in an adult tone, resembling a little grown-up. Regardless, Luo Yiru could not fathom how Han Chung had earned such trust from Lizzie. It seemed her daughter's trust in him surpassed that of her own mother. Lizzie, what is the nature of your relationship with teacher Han? Luo Yiru inquired, curious if anything had transpired between them. What do you think is going on? Lizzie retorted playfully, withholding some details for fear of alarming her mother. If you spend some time with brother, you will understand what kind of person he truly is. Luo Yiru nodded, feeling a sigh of relief within her. It appeared that Han Chung had garnered Luo Lizzie's approval through his charismatic personality. After concluding the call with Luo Lizzie, Han Chung instructed the taxi driver to hasten towards the European city community. A mere 10 minutes later, as the taxi came to a halt at the entrance, Luo Yiru's red BMW Mini also came to a stop nearby, while a black Mercedes-Benz parked a few meters away. Chapter 50C? I told you he was impressive, Luo Lizzie exclaimed, leaping out of the car in excitement upon seeing Han Chung arrive so promptly. She pointed toward the parked Mercedes and rushed towards Han Chung, declaring, Hurry up and teach that person a lesson. Let him learn a thing or two. Luo Yiru did not catch Luo Lizi calling Han Cheng husband, but she did hear the latter's urge for Han Cheng to confront the individual in the car. Anxiously, she hurried from her vehicle, waving her hands at Han Cheng. Teacher Han, please don't act impulsively. It's not a significant issue. I can handle it. Naturally, Han Cheng disregarded Luo Lizi's suggestion to confront the person inside the car. Instead, he offered Luo Yiru a gentle smile before retrieving his phone to open a universal app, entering the license plate number of the Mercedes for a search. Given the circumstances, it was prudent for him to ascertain the identity of the individual involved. Knowledge of both friend and foe is essential for success. As Han Cheng was engaged in his inquiry, a middle-aged man stepped out from the Mercedes. He sported frameless glasses and was clad in an impeccably tailored suit, exuding an aura that would lead anyone to perceive him as a successful individual. Xiao Luo, is something amiss? The man approached with a concerned expression upon noticing Luo Yiru at the community entrance. Mr. Lu, it's nothing. Luo Yiru quickly stepped forward, her concern for Han Cheng's visibility evident. I must say, you really are something. Luo Lizi was about to unleash a tirade at the middle-aged man when Luo Yiru swiftly covered her mouth. Having scolded him on multiple occasions, this had become a habit for her. Luo Lizi's temper remains unchanged. The middle-aged man bent slightly, attempting to pat Luo Lizi on the head. Lu Jinxiang. Han Cheng stepped forward, calling out the man's name. Who are you? Lu Jinxiang straightened up, looking at Han Cheng with confusion, unable to fathom how this young man knew him. May I inquire why Mr. Lu is here at such a late hour? Han Cheng smiled, positioning himself protectively in front of Luo Yiru and Luo Lizi, confronting Lu Jinxiang. What concern is it of yours where I am at what time? Lu Jinxiang adjusted his glasses, visibly irritated by Han Cheng's tone and unwilling to engage further. I noticed you seem to be following my sister. Do you not think this matter is of relevance to me? Lu Jinxiang, skeptical, turned to Luo Yiru. Xiao Luo, is this your brother? Before Luo Yiru could respond, Luo Lizi pinched her arm, prompting a hurried nod from her in affirmation. Embarrassed by the lie, she hesitated to speak, fearing Lu Jinxiang might detect something amiss in her voice. Surprised to learn that this young man was Luo Yiru's brother, Lu Jinxiang's demeanor shifted. You needn't be so anxious. Your sister is an employee at our company. As her superior, I sometimes escort her home. It's merely a display of care for an employee. Moreover, I have friends residing here. My presence is not solely due to your sister. Let us hope your words bear truth. Han Cheng refrained from exposing Lu Jinxiang's falsehood, smiling as he replied, if you indeed cared for your subordinates, I trust your wife would understand and not misconstrue your intentions. Lu Jinxiang's expression darkened. One may eat indiscriminately, but words must be spoken with caution. I am not married. Where would a wife come from? Huh? Han Cheng couldn't suppress a chuckle. He was well acquainted with Lu Jinxiang's personal information. Could it be, Mr. Lu, that you have been separated from your wife for so long that you have forgotten you are indeed married? Do not speak nonsense. Be careful, or I shall sue you for defamation. Is merely stating that you have a wife considered defamation? Standing nearby, Luo Yiru gasped, astonished by Han Cheng's apparent knowledge of Lu Jinxiang. Lu Jinxiang was regarded as the company's most eligible bachelor, as he had never brought a wife to any company events. Numerous young women within the company pursued him, and Luo Yiru had heard many rumors about him taking interns to hotels. Lu Jinxiang's current fury clearly indicated that Han Cheng had struck a nerve, provoking his ire. Xiao Luo, do not heed your brother's nonsense. This is our first meeting, and it is getting late. I shall not visit my friends any longer. I must take my leave. Lu Jinxiang attempted to depart, but Han Cheng was determined not to let him go. Mr. Lu, while this may be our first encounter, I am thoroughly informed of your situation. Not only are you married, but both your residence and the car you currently drive remain under mortgage. Your bank account is hardly impressive, and upon receiving your salary, it promptly disappears into the accounts of several female university students. Your relationship with these young women seems rather complicated, does it not? You speak nonsense. Lu Jinxiang's face turned pale, suspecting that this young man might be a private investigator who had meticulously uncovered his affairs. Very well, perhaps I am speaking nonsense. However, your private life bears no significance to me. But should you continue to harass my sister, I shall certainly make your indiscretions known at your company. You. Faced with Han Cheng's threat, Lu Jinxiang found himself devoid of a counterargument. Ultimately, he turned and left, hastily driving away in his Mercedes. Not giving him a beating is truly letting him off easy. Luo Lizhi expressed her dissatisfaction. Though delivering a blow would provide some satisfaction, what about your mother working at the company? What if he retaliates? Seeing Han Cheng explain to Luo Lizhi, Luo Yiru felt a warmth in her heart. Tixian, how do you know Lu Jinxiang so well? Han Cheng shook his phone in hand, surprised by the revelations he had encountered while researching Lu Jinxiang's background. Lu Jinxiang's wife is a teacher in our office. What a coincidence! Luo Yiru exclaimed. I was startled when I saw Lu Jinxiang earlier. The app indicated that Lu Jinxiang's wife was indeed the teacher, Chun. Han Cheng was aware that she was married, but had no inkling that she and her husband were separated. Reflecting on the beach outing last Saturday, he recalled how Chun's demeanor had dramatically shifted upon seeing his car, even shamelessly seeking opportunities for intimate contact. Chun could be described as a materialistic woman, likely drawn to Lu Jinxiang's exterior, only to discover post-marriage that he was, in fact, financially destitute, leading to their separation. As for why they had not divorced, it seemed Chun believed that a divorce would yield no financial gain, thus opting to remain married. Han Cheng's narrative left Luo Yiru in awe, as she felt she had entirely unraveled Lu Jinxiang's true character. Ms. Luo, should he dare to harass you again, you may use this information to your advantage. Indeed. Teacher Han, I am genuinely grateful for your assistance this time. Luo Yiru wished to bow in gratitude to Han Cheng, but Luo Lizhi interjected, displeased. Why are you both being so formal? Did you not just acknowledge each other as siblings? Luo Yiru shyly patted Luo Lizhi's head. Teacher Han was merely joking earlier. You've already acknowledged it. Even if it was a jest, it must be taken seriously. Luo Lizhi was intent on solidifying the bond between Han Cheng and Luo Yiru, declaring, from now on, you shall be siblings, and that is settled. Luo Yiru thought Luo Lizhi had spoken out of impulse, but Han Cheng understood her intention. She desired to transition from an outsider to a family member, thus enabling her to stay at his place without reservations. As time grew late, Han Cheng prepared to leave, but Luo Lizhi insisted he stay, exclaiming that since he had come all this way, he should at least join them for a cup of tea upstairs. Although Han Cheng was inclined to depart, he found himself firmly held back by Luo Lizhi. If it were daytime, he would have gladly accompanied them to their home for tea, but at this hour, it felt inappropriate for him to visit a single mother. Even when Luo Yiru urged him to stay, Han Cheng ultimately chose to depart. However, he and Luo Lizhi made a pact that he would certainly visit another day. As he left, Luo Lizhi looked up at Luo Yiru and said, see, I told you he has quite a catch. Luo Yiru nodded, smiling, agreeing that Han Cheng was indeed a fine young man. Meanwhile, in his car, Lu Jinxiang was increasingly irate, convinced that Luo Yiru's brother had investigated him. Yet, he was certain this was their first encounter. How could he have learned about his savings and salary? Was it possible that the woman had shared his personal matters with him? Lu Jinxiang picked up his phone and opened WeChat, intending to inquire with his wife. Struggling to operate his phone with one hand, he accidentally clicked on moments and stumbled upon photos of his wife enjoying a day at the beach. After parting ways with Luo Lizhi and the others, Han Cheng returned to his rental apartment for a shower before driving to Chu Sini's home. Upon ringing the doorbell, Chu Sini opened the door almost instantaneously. Seeing Han Cheng return unscathed, she sighed in relief and playfully reproached him, saying, you have a key. Why didn't you just let yourself in instead of ringing the bell? Han Cheng smiled as he entered, asking, I was out for quite some time. Have you finished your homework? If there's anything you're struggling with, feel free to ask your teacher. Chu Sini smiled apologetically, revealing that she had been too anxious about Han Cheng's safety to focus on her assignment. What happened earlier? She could not help but inquire. Little one shouldn't pry too much. Hurry and get your homework done, he replied. You want tell me anything. This morning, my mother didn't say anything, and I was left in the dark. She complained. Sometimes it's better not to know everything. A naive girl can be quite charming, Han Cheng teased. To which Chu Sini pouted. So you prefer girls like Xiaowan? Are you calling her foolish? He laughed. If she hears you say that, she'll surely be upset. But if she knows you like her, she'll be thrilled. All right, stop trying to pry. Get to your homework. Han Cheng gently pushed Chu Sini into her room, seating her in a chair. He sat beside her, casually picking up a book to read while awaiting her questions. Chu Sini had nearly completed her homework, but with Han Cheng's presence, she deliberately slowed her pace. He noticed her antics but chose to remain silent, engrossed in his reading. Yet, he could not decipher why he felt so comfortable. Was it the fragrant atmosphere of the girl's room, or the sheer pleasure of her company? As sleepiness washed over him like a tide, his consciousness began to fade. The book slipped from his hands, hitting the floor with a thud. Just as Chu Sini reached to retrieve it, Han Cheng collapsed into her embrace, startling her. Thinking he had fainted, she soon heard his soft snoring and smiled knowingly. Given the events of recent days, he was undoubtedly exhausted and in need of a good rest. She attempted to lift him onto her bed, but he was too heavy for her small frame. After much effort, she finally managed to lay him down, but he flopped back onto the bed, his head bumping the headboard without stirring. Finding Han Cheng's deep sleep rather amusing, Chu Sini couldn't resist taking a photo of him, shyly resting her head on his chest and admiring his peaceful face. Oblivious to her actions, Han Cheng fell deeper into a vivid dream. In this dream, he found himself in a city reminiscent of a sci-fi film, where cars navigated through towering structures resembling a forest and massive flying vehicles glided gracefully overhead. He encountered a young man strikingly similar to himself, who hurriedly entered the highest floor of a building, carrying food. There, a woman with flowing black hair cascading like a waterfall awaited him. She had an oval face, a mature version of Su Lingyu, her skin a pristine white, untouched by the sun. She was a teacher, and Han Cheng was her student. The technology in this dream world was astonishing, with the woman deftly manipulating virtual elements. Although she exuded confidence in front of the young man, she became disoriented the moment she stepped outside, as if she would crumble without his presence. Their relationship was not just one of teacher and student, but intertwined with romantic affection. To be a suitable girlfriend, the woman earnestly tried to adapt to the world outside, learning to cook and leaving playful doodles of cartoon computers as their secret code. Yet, despite the advanced nature of their society, their parents held onto traditional values. Disapproving of their love, the couple faced relentless obstacles from their families, but they relied on their mutual love and talent to create a groundbreaking technology. They believed their invention would benefit humanity and secure their happiness. But unexpectedly, a nefarious organization took notice, thrusting the pair into unimaginable peril. The dream culminated in a cataclysmic explosion, illuminating the night sky like fireworks, a brilliant light forever etched in Han Cheng's memory. This, he realized, was his past life with Su Lingyu. After meeting Luo Lizi, Han Cheng had dreamt of his previous life. The appearance of Su Lingyu had sparked this particular dream. Awakening to find it was already the next day, Han Cheng discovered he lay on Chu Sini's bed. She was not in the room, and it was unclear if she had gone to sleep in the adjacent room. Rising, Han Cheng took a deep breath. Just then, the door opened, and upon seeing him awake, Chu Sini greeted him with a smile, inviting him to breakfast. Han Cheng stared blankly at her, still under the dream's influence, his heart heavy with sorrow, wishing that the one calling him to breakfast was the delicate girl from his dreams. It took him a while to regain his composure. After washing up, he enjoyed a delightful breakfast. Subsequently, as they prepared to leave for school, Chu Sini, wary of riding with Han Cheng, opted to ride her bicycle ahead. Han Cheng, not one to draw attention to himself, did not drive to school but parked his car back at the rental building. As he stepped out, he encountered Anzeline descending from the same building. Anzeline was well aware that Han Cheng had not returned home the previous night. She did not believe that he had been at the hospital again, surmising instead that he had been with someone else. Choosing to ignore him, she quickened her pace. But when she noticed he did not pursue her for an explanation, a sense of inexplicable disappointment washed over her. Han Cheng had no desire to engage with Anzeline, preoccupied as he was with thoughts of Su Lingyu's tragic past, contemplating how to offer her comfort and warmth. After much reflection, he struggled to devise a suitable approach, especially with Su Lingyin in the picture. Upon reaching school to grade assignments, Han Cheng spotted Su Lingyu's work and recalled the secret code from his dream, doodling a cartoon computer on her assignment as a surprise. As more teachers entered the office, they began discussing an incident involving another teacher being assaulted. It wasn't until Anzeline approached him to converse that Han Cheng realized the gravity of the situation. "Last night, you were with Teacher Chun, and her husband caught you in the act, right? What nonsense." Han Cheng looked at Anzeline with a perplexed expression. "Your imagination is running wild. Still trying to defend yourself." And Ziling glared at Han Chung in frustration. You didn't come home last night. And now there are rumors that Teacher Chun was beaten by her husband. According to the rumors, Teacher Chun was having an affair with a colleague, which led to her husband's violent outburst. And Ziling suspected that Han Chung was the one involved with Teacher Chun, especially after their relationship improved significantly following their trip to the beach last Saturday. Just yesterday, Teacher Chun even brewed jasmine tea for Han Chung. When I stayed over at your place, did I ever pounce on you? Han Chung asked darkly. I did not spend the night at your place. And Ziling turned away. Her cheeks flushed. Since you have nothing to do with Teacher Chun, where did you go last night? My relatives were out, so I stayed over to keep Xine company. Is that answer satisfactory to you? If you had said that earlier, I wouldn't have misunderstood you. And Ziling huffed defiantly. Han Chung chuckled. He wanted to tease Ziling, but his phone rang. It was a call from Teacher Chun. Han Chung felt she must have something urgent to discuss, and when he answered, he was startled by the sound of her sobbing. Teacher Han, I feel so miserable. Teacher Chun cried, her voice choppy. Can you help me? Chapter 52. Do not respect me, just torment me. Han Chung never expected Teacher Chun would call him for help. She was having a conflict with her husband. Logically, she should reach out to family or friends. Why was she calling him, someone she barely knew? Though confused, Han Chung felt a tinge of sympathy for her, especially with the rumors circulating about her being abused by her husband. What's wrong, Teacher Chun? Why didn't you come to work? Han Chung asked politely. Hyung, you encountered my husband last night, didn't you? How do you know him? He found me last night, and then he sobbed. Hearing her cry, Han Chung felt a surge of concern. What happened? And Ziling leaned closer, her curiosity piqued by Teacher Chun's sobs. Why would she call you? Could it be that you both? And Ziling regarded Han Chung with suspicion. Do you feel better just because you don't suspect me? Han Chung shot her a dark look, covering the phone as he quickly explained. Last night, I met Teacher Chun's husband. He was harassing a friend of mine. So I threatened him a bit, and I suppose he connected the dots and took it out on Teacher Chun. And Ziling was taken aback. But didn't you say you were with Chu Sinny last night? Do you really think you need to report every little thing to me? As if I were your girlfriend? And Ziling felt embarrassed. Not wanting to ask further, she planned to leave. But Han Chung grasped her arm. Don't go, otherwise you'll just keep asking questions later. Teacher Chun needs help now. You should go see her. I don't want to go. We're not close, and besides, she called you. And Ziling turned her head away, unwilling to accept Han Chung's suggestion. Teacher Han, are you there? Teacher Chun's voice came through the receiver. I'm here. Han Chung continued the conversation. Teacher Chun, I think it would be better to report this to the police. It won't help. Calling the police is useless. Teacher Han, can you tell me what happened last night? I have classes soon, and I don't have time to explain in detail, but your situation is indeed related to me. After some thought, Han Chung decided, Teacher Chun, I have 2 classes this morning, and after that, I will come see you. Teacher Chun accepted the proposal, providing her address before ending the call. Han Chung looked at Ziling, hoping she would accompany him to see Teacher Chun. I have classes during the 3rd and 4th periods. And Ziling waved her hand helplessly, unable to assist. You can find another teacher to go with you. Han Chung shook his head, revealing family troubles to other teachers might embarrass Teacher Chun. Having made up his mind, Han Chung brushed the matter aside and began preparing for his lessons. The first class of the morning was with Class 6. And throughout the lesson, he noticed Su Lingyu gazing at him with bright eyes, seemingly having received his unspoken signal. After class, Su Lingyu mustered the courage to follow Han Chung out of the classroom. Han Chung paused in the corridor, learning that Han Chung had dreamt about his past life. Su Lingyu's cheeks flushed with excitement. Perhaps reminded of the hardships and sorrows of her previous life, she suddenly began to cry. Han Chung, taken aback, felt completely out of his depth in dealing with her tears, and seeing him flustered only made Su Lingyu laugh. This girl, alternating between laughter and tears, left Han Chung utterly bewildered. They exchanged a few words before Su Lingyu reluctantly returned to the classroom. If this were not a bustling school, she would have certainly embraced Han Chung tightly. After 2 consecutive classes, Han Chung had no further lessons, so he left school, purchasing several pounds of fruit from a roadside stall before hastily making his way to Teacher Chun's residence. Han Chung felt somewhat responsible for Teacher Chun's beating, which was why he was visiting her. Teacher Chun lived in an old-style apartment complex, and as he ascended the stairs, he utilized a comprehensive app on his phone to check Teacher Chun's Shen's personal information. Her details were quite ordinary. Although married for several years, she had no children, and her parents lived in the countryside. From her bank transfer records, it was evident she sent money to her parents each month. Teacher Chen might be somewhat materialistic, but she was also filial. In Han Cheng's eyes, Teacher Chen's image improved considerably. However, when he rang the bell and she opened the door, his perception was instantly shattered. Teacher Chen had her long hair down, covering her swollen left cheek, and wore a loose camisole. As she bent down to retrieve some slippers from the shoe cabinet, her loose neckline fell open, revealing that she wore nothing underneath, completely exposed to Han Cheng's gaze. She clearly knew he was coming but chose to dress this way, evidently with intent. Han Cheng's heart raced. He had come to help Teacher Chen, not expecting her to try to seduce him. "Teacher Han, please have some tea." Han Cheng sat on the sofa, and when Teacher Chen brought him a cup of tea, she bent down again, revealing more than he should have seen, leaving him feeling parched. Sipping the tea, Han Cheng pondered how to make an excuse to leave. Teacher Chen sat beside him, directly leaning against him, weeping as she recounted her ordeal from the previous night. She shared that she and her husband had been living apart for many years, their interactions resembling those of strangers. But last night, she received a furious call from her husband, questioning her about the photos taken at the beach. Teacher Chen didn't want to engage, but her husband showed up unannounced, berating her, and before leaving, he warned her not to speak of him to others, or else he would do worse next time. As she spoke of these events, Teacher Chen wept, yearning for Han Cheng's comfort. Meanwhile, he felt increasingly uncomfortable. Her soft demeanor and the fragrance of her body stirred feelings within him. To be frank, Teacher Chen was quite beautiful. Otherwise, Lu Jinxiang would not have married her. Now, with her being so forward, Han Cheng found it hard to maintain his composure. "Ti Hieran, what should I do now? I have clearly done nothing wrong, yet I am met with such treatment. I long for someone to offer me warmth and comfort." Teacher Chen, with her shoulders hunched, wept quietly. Perhaps it was due to her trembling body, but the strap of her dress slipped down her arm. In that instant, it was as if she had shed her clothing. Yet, she seemed oblivious, continuing to sob softly. Han Cheng reached out to help her adjust the fallen strap, and Teacher Chen paused, realizing her plan to seduce him had failed. "Teacher Chen, you are beautiful and still young. You can certainly embark on a new chapter in your life without resorting to self-destruction. Since you say I am young and beautiful, why do you reject me?" Teacher Chen lifted her head to confront Han Cheng. Given the gravity of the situation, she was no longer concerned about decorum. "Teacher Han, I will not cling to you. Why shouldn't we seek a little joy together?" Han Cheng chuckled inwardly. Had Teacher Chen not seen his luxury car, she would never have uttered such words. It became clear to him that she was utterly unconcerned about the events of the previous night. She merely sought to further her relationship with him. "Teacher Chen, I respect you. Do not respect me. Please, torment me instead, if you will." Han Cheng sighed, feeling that Teacher Chen was somewhat lost in her desires. "Teacher Chen, you are a married woman. I do not wish to engage in anything unethical. As a colleague and friend, I advise you to consider divorce and start new." Teacher Chen shook her head. "I cannot divorce now. Lu Jinxiang has no money. If I were to divorce, I would receive nothing. As for the future, it will only worsen." Han Cheng regarded her seriously. "Do not forget, you are legally married. If you were to go bankrupt or face imprisonment, or worse, if you're murdered, who would be responsible for the debts he has accrued?" Teacher Chen looked at Han Cheng in disbelief. Could Lu Jinxiang's situation truly be that dire? Would he be murdered? Han Cheng knew it. It is a possibility. He has harmed many women. It is likely he has angered quite a few married individuals. If his misdeeds were to be revealed, do you think he would enjoy a peaceful life? What should I do then? Chapter 53. Shall we retreat to a room to discuss this further? Teacher Chen was aware of her husband Lu Jinxiang's questionable lifestyle, but she never imagined he could be in danger. She knew Lu Jinxiang was a high-ranking executive at a large company, and with his capabilities, it was only a matter of time before he earned significant wealth. Teacher Chen had been eagerly anticipating the day he would strike it rich, so she could divorce him and secure a share of his fortune. Yet now, her dreams were shattered by Han Cheng's words. Anxious and nervous, she looked at him, knowing that the best course of action was indeed to divorce. However, she felt an intense sense of injustice. After all the years she had invested in her marriage, she did not want to walk away with nothing. When she married Lu Jinxiang, it was because she believed he was wealthy. But after they wed, she discovered that he was merely a facade of wealth, hiding emptiness within. Had she known, she would have divorced him much sooner. sparing herself years of regret. The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt, and she began to cry again. This time, her tears were genuine, not merely a ploy to elicit sympathy from Han Cheng. Han Cheng did not comfort Teacher Chen. After finishing his tea, he stood to refill his cup and took a moment to observe her tidy home. Everything was impeccably organized, and it seemed that aside from her materialistic tendencies, Teacher Chen had commendable traits. Upon returning, he found that Teacher Chen had ceased her tears and was dabbing at her swollen eyes with a tissue. Teacher Han, I will take your advice. This afternoon, I will initiate divorce proceedings with Lu Jinxiang. Though I may not receive any money, it is better than being burdened with his debts in the future. That is a wise decision. Han Cheng nodded. Is your name on the property deed of the house you reside in? No, Teacher Chen admitted, lowering her gaze in embarrassment. It was purchased before our marriage. Apart from our marriage certificate, I possess nothing that belongs to me. That Mercedes of his seems quite luxurious. He knows how to present himself well. When we were dating, he drove a BMW, and his car last night was the latest model of the Mercedes. I suspect he is paying for it in installments. He certainly does not have the cash to purchase it outright. Han Cheng understood that Lu Jinxiang had financed the vehicle and felt a pang of sympathy for Teacher Chen. If she were to pursue a divorce through litigation, she might obtain some financial compensation, but through mutual agreement, she would receive nothing. Lu Jinxiang truly lacked funds, making a lawsuit unnecessary, especially considering the costs of hiring a lawyer. Teacher Chen, as a friend, I can offer you a suggestion. Han Xing smiled to her. You might consider taking advantage of that car. How? Teacher Chen looked at him quizzically. For instance, you could secretly sell it. Before Han Cheng could finish his thought, Teacher Chen shook her head vigorously. Teacher Han, the procedures for selling a vehicle are stringent. I do not even have the keys, nor any documents. Moreover, if I dared to sell his car without permission, he would likely retaliate. Teacher Chen, you have misunderstood my suggestion. I mean to sell it discreetly. Once you obtain the keys, you could sell the car to someone who deals in stolen vehicles. That way, you wouldn't need any documents at all. Teacher Chen paused, her eyes widening with excitement. She was not averse to the idea. In fact, she found it quite appealing. However, she had several concerns. But there are security cameras in the parking lot. If the car goes missing, he will undoubtedly report it. And I do not know anyone who deals in stolen cars. She cast a pleading glance at Han Cheng, hoping he could assist her. Without hesitation, Han Cheng nodded. He was not only eager to help Teacher Chen, but he also wished for Lu Jinxiang to face dire consequences. Lu Jinxiang was the superior of Luo Yiru, and he likely harassed her regularly. Han Cheng, knowing this, could not simply stand by. Though he had threatened Lu Jinxiang the night before, he felt that was insufficient punishment. Since Teacher Chen needed his assistance, Han Cheng resolved to take action against Lu Jinxiang. Earlier, Teacher Chen had raised some valid concerns, and Han Cheng acknowledged that the plan was fraught with complications. Stealing the car was the simplest part. The challenge lay in selling it quickly. If they delayed, the vehicle's value would plummet. The crucial element was finding a buyer for stolen cars. Teacher Chen, wait a moment. I will make a call to see if I can find someone to assist us. Han Cheng recalled an acquaintance named Fu Hong, who was involved in illicit activities and likely would not bat an eye at handling a stolen vehicle. He remembered that Fu Hong had offered help when he mentioned facing difficulties. Without hesitation, Han Cheng dialed Fu Hong's number. Hello, Tijiran. What can I do for you? Fu Hong answered, surprise evident in his voice. He had not expected Han Cheng to reach out so soon. Do you deal in stolen vehicles? Han Cheng asked directly. Of course, Fu Hong replied succinctly. However, I am not interested in cars worth less than $1 million. Understood. Han Cheng recalled the details he had seen the night before and searched for Lu Jinxiang's purchase record. It was an imported vehicle priced at over $1 million. Do you have the keys? Would you like me to send someone to assist you? Fu Hong's tone was warm and accommodating. I will find a way to obtain the keys, and when I do, I will drive the car to the location you specify. Excellent. Once you have the keys, everything will be straightforward. Fu Hong smiled, estimating that you likely lack experience in evading surveillance. I certainly do not wish for you to encounter any mishaps, as you still owe me a favor. Once you acquire the keys, simply hand them over to my associate, who will then drive off with the vehicle for inspection. If everything proceeds smoothly, I shall compensate you. What do you think? There are no issues. That car could be considered nearly new. I hope you can offer a slightly higher price. If the car is valued at $1 million, I would be willing to pay you $500,000. Do not perceive this as meager. Typically, for cars acquired from others, we only offer a few thousand. Han Cheng did not find it insufficient. After all, Fu Hong and his associates would need to navigate various connections to resell the car, which can be quite costly. Once we finalize our agreement, we shall reconnect. Han Sheng ended the call and glanced towards Teacher Chun, remarking that as soon as the keys were in hand, she would effectively have 500,000 in her account. While 500,000 may not seem substantial, especially in Haiban City, where it cannot even purchase a modest apartment, Teacher Chen remained exceedingly delighted, opening her arms in anticipation of embracing Han Sheng. Do not rejoice too soon, Han Sheng intervened. The keys are not yet in our possession. You must secure them first. Teacher Chen nodded eagerly, her excitement palpable. She wished to express her gratitude, but felt a twinge of guilt, recognizing the significant risk involved. This endeavor is perilous, Han Sheng. You are putting yourself in harm's way for my sake. If the risk proves too great, I would prefer to forego the money. You need not jeopardize yourself on my behalf. Han Sheng was surprised to discover this gentler side of Teacher Chun. He smiled and shook his head, indicating that there was no danger at all. However, Teacher Chen interpreted his comfort as an assurance that he was willing to engage in illegal activities to assist her, prompting her heart to soften. She grasped Han Sheng's hand and placed it upon her chest. Han Sheng, should this plan fail, I shall accept full responsibility. If the police learn of my situation with Lu Jinxiang, they may let me off lightly. Han Sheng's hand remained in her grasp, slightly flushed. Yet he did not withdraw it. It was, after all, quite pleasant. Rest assured, the individual I have contacted possesses substantial backing. This endeavor is virtually foolproof. There will be no issues. That is reassuring, she replied, gazing at him with affection. Han Sheng recognized that even if he made some audacious requests of Teacher Chan at this moment, she would not refuse. He felt a surge of inclination. Yet he was not impulsive. Rather, he was exceedingly rational. Teacher Chun, do not celebrate prematurely. Let us devise a strategy for acquiring the keys from Lu Jinxiang. Yes, let us retire to a room to strategize. Chapter 54. Damn it, my car is missing. Han Sheng had no intention of accepting Teacher Chen's suggestion. Once seated on the sofa, Teacher Chun nestled against him, her form soft and pliant. Observing her demeanor, Han Sheng felt a pang of regret. He should have dealt with Lu Jinxiang quietly, without involving Teacher Chen. Securing Lu Jinxiang's car keys was, in fact, quite simple, as Teacher Chun had already concocted a plan. She intended to initiate divorce proceedings, using this opportunity to summon Lu Jinxiang for a discussion. Han Sheng advised her to arrange the meeting in a location devoid of surveillance cameras. Otherwise, her act of stealing the keys would be captured on film. After a brief discussion, Han Sheng discreetly departed from Teacher Chen's residence. On his way back to school, Han Sheng encountered Luo Lizi, who was heading towards Haiban No. One high school. Checking his phone, he realized that school had already concluded. Where have you been, my dear husband? Luo Lizi clung to his arm, a frown creasing her brow. You smell delightful. You must have been with some woman. Indeed, but do not let your imagination run wild. My interaction with her was purely platonic. I am not the least bit concerned. I have always said you should find someone to care for you. You are a distinguished general. After all, how could you go without a devoted companion? Luo Lizi's open-mindedness brought tears to Han Cheng's eyes. Please refrain from such peculiar statements. I was merely seeking assistance to avenge you. What vengeance? Luo Lizi had forgotten about the events of the previous night. Wasn't Lu Jinxiang rather insufferable? He had previously stalked you, correct? Have you sought retribution against him? Luo Lizi inquired, her face lighting up with joy. Not yet, but the plan for vengeance will soon be set in motion. Take me along. I wish to partake in this. I have long desired to confront him. Han Sheng smiled and affectionately ruffled Luo Lizi's twin tails. There is still time. Let us return to school and await further instructions. In the heart of Haiban City, within a towering office building, Lu Jinxiang, who was playfully teasing his secretary, received a call from his wife. Confounded as to why she was calling, he signaled for the secretary to leave before answering. Upon hearing the word divorce, a wave of elation washed over him. Had he known that a sound thrashing would lead her to agree to divorce, he would have done so much sooner. After agreeing to meet for lunch to discuss the divorce, Lu Jinxiang felt buoyant as he hung up. In the past few years of indulgence, he had grown weary and was fortunate enough to encounter a gentle and nurturing woman. Thus, they hastily wed without even a celebration. To his surprise, following their marriage, the woman did not remain as compliant as she had once seemed. She began to control every aspect of his life, berating him for even the smallest of actions. Lu Jinxiang felt he had not married a wife, but rather acquired a domineering mother at home. Shortly after marriage, he proposed a divorce, but she demanded millions to sign the papers, a sum he simply did not possess. Although they had since separated, it felt little different from being divorced. Had last night's incident not occurred, Lu Jinxiang would have been content to let things continue as they were. However, now that someone knew of his marital status, he perceived his wife as a hindrance to his romantic pursuits. Should he successfully divorce her, he would be emboldened to face Luo Yiru's brother without trepidation. Imagining the mature and alluring Luo Yiru, Lu Jinxiang felt an eager anticipation for divorce. He pondered how his wife had suddenly come to her senses regarding the divorce. If she desired money, he would not hesitate to offer her a portion. As he contemplated these matters, the workday came to an end. He hurriedly descended the stairs. Ignoring the flirtatious glances from his secretary, his mind solely focused on severing ties with his wife. Upon arriving at the modest restaurant she had chosen, bustling with patrons, he questioned why she would select such a place for their meal. He located his wife sitting in the center of the restaurant. As a mere teacher, how could I afford to take you to an expensive Western restaurant? Hearing this, Lu Jinxiang remained silent as the dishes were served. He sat down beside her and, without hesitation, picked up his chopsticks to begin eating. Though the restaurant was humble, the food was surprisingly delightful. Between bites, he said, "If you're truly serious about the divorce, let us visit the Civil Affairs Bureau afterward. I have a friend there, and we can expedite the process." Teacher Chen nodded, casting a wistful glance at Lu Jinxiang. "When we married, you promised my parents you would purchase them a house for their retirement, yet they still reside in the countryside." Lu Jinxiang grew impatient at the mention of such matters. "I will give you 100,000. That is enough to build a fine house in the countryside. This is the most I can offer, given my circumstances. Do not complicate matters." Teacher Chen was taken aback by Lu Jinxiang's willingness to part with 100,000. She nearly felt moved. Yet, his demeanor suggested he merely wished for her to take the money and disappear. A cold smile crept across Teacher Chen's face as she raised her glass of beer towards Lu Jinxiang. "Let us toast. Consider this meal our parting gift." Lu Jinxiang raised his wine glass and nodded. Just as he tilted his head back to take a sip, someone jostled him in the bustling aisle beside him, causing the beer in his glass to spill all over his expensive trousers. Fuming, Lu turned to confront the person responsible, only to find a group of burly workers passing by. He swallowed his words and, with a dark expression, muttered a complaint to Teacher Chen. "The environment here is truly abysmal." Teacher Chen, unfazed by his grumbling, took out a tissue to help wipe the beer off his pants. "Hurry and take out your belongings from your pockets, lest they get soaked," she advised. Lu glanced down to see a considerable wet patch on his trousers and hastily removed his wallet, phone, and car keys, placing them on the table. He also pulled out a tissue, grumbling as he dabbed at the liquid on his pants. Teacher Chen moved a bit closer to Lu, shielding his view, just as a little girl with pigtails bounced past their table and swiftly snatched the car keys. After acquiring the keys, the girl returned to a corner of the restaurant, where she and Han Cheng were dining. Han placed the keys on the restaurant windowsill. A moment later, a man in a baseball cap strolled by outside. He was sent by Fu Heng to retrieve the car. He picked up the keys from the window and headed towards a black Mercedes parked not far away. Having cleaned the stains from his trousers, Lu returned his belongings to his pockets. Preoccupied with his anger, he failed to notice that his car keys were missing. Sitting nearby, Teacher Han felt her heart race with anxiety. Seeing Lu so careless, she exhaled in relief, feeling lighter. To ensure the vehicle was transferred smoothly, Teacher Chen engaged Lu in conversation, spending over half an hour resolving their lunch issues. After eating, the two stood to leave the restaurant for the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lu reached into his pocket for his car keys, but to his dismay, they were nowhere to be found. He turned back to the table where they had eaten, scanning the floor, but finding no trace of his keys. Losing the keys was not a grave concern, yet Lu felt a pang of frustration and dismissed it. However, as he stepped outside the restaurant, he looked around and was alarmed to find his car missing. "Good grief, my car is gone," he exclaimed in panic. "Could have been towed away? Tijan Fei Ned Konfihun. Why weren't the other cars towed?" Lu, infuriated, marched toward the restaurant counter. "Excuse me, my car is missing. I demand to see your surveillance footage." The cashier at the counter looked apologetic as she replied, "We do not have surveillance cameras installed either inside or outside the restaurant." Lu felt as if the sky had fallen. Without footage, he knew the police would be unable to assist in recovering his vehicle. The insurance company might not believe that his car had been stolen, and without compensation, he would be left without his car while still having to pay the monthly loan. Chapter 55. Let us see if he has the face to face anyone now. Han Qing knew Lu Jinxiang would undoubtedly call the police. He had intended to leave early, but Lori Z wanted to witness Lu's misfortune, so they remained seated in the corner of the restaurant. After discovering his car was missing, Lu, in a fluster, stayed behind to call the police. The officers arrived swiftly, but due to the absence of surveillance cameras and the peak dining hours, the restaurant was bustling with patrons, making it impossible to identify the thief. Lori Z, unable to hear what the police said to Lu, found amusement in his flustered state, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The police were in and out quickly, and after Lu made several calls to friends for assistance, he hailed a taxi with Teacher Chun and headed toward the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lu was aware that his car was equipped with a tracking device, believing he could retrieve it. At that moment, his priority was to divorce that woman. Once divorced, he would be free. Back in the restaurant, Han Cheng patted Lori Z on the head. We should head back. Not yet. Lori Z snuggled closer to Han Cheng, shaking her head. It was just a car theft. He wasn't harmed. Let us find a chance to give him a good beating. This little girl was truly violent. Han Cheng couldn't help but pinch her cheek. Stop thinking about violence. If you're still unsatisfied, I'll take you to watch more drama. My husband, what other plans do you have? Lori Z looked at Han Cheng with eager anticipation. I've devised a plan to ruin his reputation, but you cannot disclose this to your mother. Why not? If you help her, wouldn't she be grateful? Oh, how I wish we could live together. And that woman would cook and do our laundry. Han Cheng broke into a cold sweat. But she is her mother, not a servant. I refuse to acknowledge her as my mother. My mother is. All right. Just remember, this matter must remain secret. Otherwise, I won't take you to see the drama. My husband, I was wrong. I'll keep quiet. Lori Z quickly capitulated. Han Cheng smiled and pinched her cheek again. Now, let us commence our plan. First, we need to purchase a new SIM card. Han Cheng led Lori Z out of the restaurant, spending a bit more at a nearby mobile store to buy a SIM card linked to someone else's ID. He then began sending messages. Is this the software from Lingyu? Lori Z inquired upon seeing the all-in-one software on Han Cheng's phone. Yes, this software is incredibly powerful. Lingyu is truly formidable. Thankfully, she is my husband's woman and not an enemy. Han Cheng did, utilizing the all-in-one software to uncover Lu Jinxiang's recent hotel records with women. Since hotel check-ins require ID submission, he retrieved several women's ID numbers for further inquiry. After identifying a few married men, he sought out their wives' phone numbers and sent them Lu Jinxiang's hotel records. While lacking photographs, the records alone sufficed. Concerned that those men might not know Lu Jinxiang, he also sent them detailed information about him. After dispatching the messages, Han Cheng discarded the newly purchased SIM card, confident that the recipients would seek trouble with Lu Jinxiang. If Lu were wealthy, Han Cheng might exploit his hotel records for a financial gain. But Lu was merely a seemingly affluent pauper, so Han Cheng deemed it unnecessary. Are we going to watch the drama now? Upon seeing Han Cheng send the messages, Lori Z eagerly asked, Indeed, let us go. Han Cheng lifted Lori Z as they boarded a bus to the city center. At Lu Jinxiang's workplace, adjacent to the building where Luo Yu worked, Han Cheng and Lori Z settled in a CAF, ordering 2 cups of coffee while waiting to enjoy the unfolding drama. A message from Teacher Chen arrived. Han Cheng glanced at his phone and smiled. Teacher Chen had successfully divorced, and Lu Jinxiang had transferred 100,000 yuan to her. That Teacher Chen looks at you with different eyes, my husband. Lori Z stirred sugar into her coffee, appearing as if she wished to consume Han Cheng. Han Cheng shook his head with a smile. Perhaps, but I have no interest in her. My husband, you need not clarify such matters to me. I certainly oppose you being with such a woman, but using her to vent frustrations is acceptable. After all, I'm still young. You used to enjoy the company of courtesans in the post station. Han Cheng sputtered out his coffee, looking at Lori Z with disbelief. Don't say strange things. What is strange about it? I merely mean I want to mind. You shouldn't feel burdened. If you don't mind, do you think others will? My dear husband, you must admit that it's not that you don't wish to engage with Teacher Chun, but rather that you are concerned about her feelings. Fear not, dear, I shall keep your secret. Han Cheng cast a glance at the little girl, and though his face betrayed no emotion, his heart was stirred, memories of this morning flooding back. Teacher Chen's strap slipping down as she bent over. Husband, someone is approaching. Little Luozi warned Han Cheng as two SUVs rolled into view. 10 agitated individuals alighted from the vehicles, their expressions fierce as they stormed toward the neighboring building. "Shall we go over?" she inquired. Han Cheng shook his head. Lu Jinxiang has yet to return, and they will soon come back down. As Han Cheng anticipated, shortly thereafter, the 10 individuals descended from the building, taking their positions at the entrance, glaring at those entering. Soon, another vehicle arrived, from which 4 or 5 men and women disembarked, cursing as they made their way inside. The 10 individuals at the door caught wind of their foul language and confronted them, soon discovering they were also searching for Lu Jinxiang. In an instant, they united in their outrage, cursing and shouting together outside the building. After a few minutes, a taxi pulled up and Lu Jinxiang emerged, engaged in a phone call. The group of 10 exchanged glances and swiftly surrounded him, raining down punches and kicks without hesitation. The security personnel inside the building dared not intervene, opting instead to call the police. However, before the authorities arrived, the assailants fled, not without issuing threats to Lu Jinxiang, declaring that they would beat him every time they saw him and demanding compensation for emotional distress. Bruised and battered, Lu Jinxiang's attire was torn to shreds, transforming him from a picture of success into a pitiful wretch. This was especially humiliating as he was at his workplace, where many recognized him. His glasses lay shattered. Blood streamed from his forehead. He staggered a few steps before collapsing, as if he had lost consciousness. Ha! He must be feigning unconsciousness. Look at him now, without the slightest shred of dignity. Little Luozi giggled until her stomach hurt. "Do not gaze upon what you ought not to," Han Cheng admonished, covering her eyes. He. Little Luozi pushed his hand away, noticing the crowd gathering around Lu Jinxiang. She turned back and nestled into Han Cheng's embrace, relishing the moment. "Thank you, dear husband. There is no need for thanks between us," Han Cheng replied, gently patting her head. "You forbade me from informing that woman, so I must express my gratitude on her behalf," she said, tilting her head up to plant a sweet kiss on his cheek. Han Cheng smiled, pinching her soft cheek. "Now that the commotion has subsided, we must head to school." "But husband, school is dreadfully boring. I do not wish to go. Such matters are beyond your control. Moreover, your purpose at school is not for amusement, but for education. After all, you are from another age, and it is essential for you to learn about this new world." Taking little Luozi's hand, Han Cheng led her out of the CAF and into a taxi. Unbeknownst to them, above in a nearby building, Luo Yiru was roused by the commotion below. Seeing Lu Jinxiang in distress brought her a sense of satisfaction. Spotting Han Cheng and little Luozi emerging from the CAF, she pondered a troubling thought. Chapter 56. Is Han Cheng not a wonderful person? If Han Cheng accompanied little Luozi to seek her out, why did they not ascend the building? Luo Yiru's mind raced with concern. After Lu Jinxiang had followed her the previous night, today he faced misfortune. Such coincidences were too peculiar. Could it be that little Luozi had incited Han Cheng to summon a group to confront Lu Jinxiang? The very notion sent shivers down her spine. Given her daughter-esque character, she could indeed engage in such schemes. However, her colleagues were gossiping, suggesting that Lu Jinxiang had been beaten due to an affair being exposed. Luo Yiru, not lacking in intelligence, recalled Han Cheng's intimate knowledge of Lu Jinxiang's indiscretions during their encounter. Clearly, the revelation of Lu Jinxiang's infidelity was linked to him. He must have leaked the information to orchestrate Lu Jinxiang's public humiliation. Why would Han Cheng engage in such behavior? Was he exacting revenge, fearing Lu Jinxiang might still pose a threat? As these thoughts crystallized, Luo Yiru clasped her hands to her chest, feeling warmed by Han Cheng's silent protection. She was moved to tears, yet deeply concerned that he might face repercussions. She silently prayed for the matter to pass unnoticed, hoping the mastermind behind the incident, Han Cheng, would remain undiscovered. After escorting little Luozi to school, Han Cheng returned to Haiba No. 1 Middle School, where he received a call from Fu Heng. Fu Heng indicated that the Mercedes was quite satisfactory and that he could negotiate the price, promising to transfer the funds to Han Cheng that evening. Previously, Fu Heng mentioned the vehicle's worth at 1 million, suggesting a $500,000 offer seemed reasonable, especially since Lu Jinxiang's Mercedes was valued at over $1 million. Upon returning to the office, Han Cheng encountered a radiant teacher Chun. Though her cheeks bore some swelling, she was nonetheless present for work. Upon seeing Han Cheng, she immediately offered him a cup of freshly brewed jasmine tea. And Zilin, witnessing this scene, could not suppress a frown, regretting not having accompanied Han Cheng to visit teacher Chen earlier. She was now exceedingly curious about how he had managed to uplift her spirits despite her visible bruises. After savoring teacher Chen's jasmine tea, Han Cheng noticed in Zilin's puzzled gaze. He approached her, explaining, "Teacher Chen has divorced her husband, and with my assistance. She received a sum of money, which has greatly improved her mood." And Zilin shot him a sidelong glance. "I did not inquire. Why feel the need to explain? Are you perhaps feeling guilty?" Han Cheng felt a pang of frustration, sensing a disconnect in their conversation. Observing his distress, and Zilin chuckled, "You truly are impressive. Assisting someone with their divorce is no small feat. Are you mocking me?" And Xing clear the hair, displeased. "Not at all." And Zilin hastily shook her head. "By the way, I am on duty tonight. Would you mind waiting for me to return? Or perhaps can pick me up after evening classes?" And Zilin gazed at Han Cheng with anticipation. He felt a headache coming on. "I am not your boyfriend. Why must I fulfill such responsibilities? Can you provide me with an explanation?" I. And Zilin realized her request was somewhat excessive. "What if I pay you? Payment aside. If I am to pick you up after work, you must prepare breakfast for me in return. This way, we can consider it mutual assistance, and it won't seem strange. What do you think?" That sounds like a reasonable proposal. I accept." With this agreement established, Han Cheng picked up his lesson plan and proceeded to teach. With the prospect of camping on the horizon, he sensed a marked difference in his students' demeanor. They were unusually attentive, as if they were at a military parade. In a short span of an afternoon, Han Cheng received 2 invitations. One was, of course, from teacher Chen, inviting him for dinner. Naturally, the prospect of dinner held the potential for something more. Otherwise, she would not have extended such an invitation. Another invitation came from Su Lingyu, who expressed her desire to treat Han Cheng to a meal now that she had made some money. However, Han Cheng suspected this was merely a pretext. He understood her true intention for inviting him stemmed from her joy in wanting to chat due to the dreams she had of their past lives together. Truth be told, Han Cheng was quite tempted to accept teacher Chen's invitation, as even if nothing significant transpired, he would undoubtedly benefit in some way. Nevertheless, comparing teacher Chen to Su Lingyu was akin to comparing the heavens to the earth. Thus, without hesitation, he agreed to Su Lingyu's invitation. What Han Cheng did not anticipate was receiving a phone call from Luo Yiru just before school was set to dismiss. To his surprise, she too invited him to dinner. Han Cheng suspected that Luo Lizzie had shared previous events with Luo Yiru, prompting her invitation. Since he had already accepted Su Lingyu's invitation, he felt compelled to decline Luo Yiru's offer. However, she did not relent, proposing instead to invite him the following day. After hanging up, Luo Lizzie bounced over to him, and when Han Cheng mentioned the incident, she shook her head, indicating she had said nothing. That woman isn't a fool. Lu Jinxiang had his misfortune right at the entrance of their company. She probably deduced something, she remarked. Isn't that wonderful, my dear husband? Don't you think so? This is problematic. Your mother may perceive my intentions as unwholesome and prevent you from associating with me. If that happens, don't come crying to me. Who I choose to associate with is my decision alone. She has no authority to interfere. Luo Lizzie was indifferent to the matter, but Han Cheng took it to heart. After school, when Luo Yiru appeared at the school gates, Han Cheng's worries were alleviated. He could see the concern in her eyes as she looked at him. Clearly, she was aware of something, though she did not show any signs of fear. Teacher Han, have you truly considered my invitation? I went out of my way to finish work early today to buy a plethora of ingredients. If you don't join us, they will spoil by tomorrow, Luo Yiru implored. Han Cheng smiled and shook his head. I would love to sample Ms. Luo's culinary skills, but I have already committed to my student's invitation, so I must apologize. You need not apologize, for this is my fault. I should have asked you sooner, she replied. Tonight is not possible. Then it will be tomorrow. Luo Lizzie chimed in cheerfully as she settled into the car. Luo Yiru shyly smiled and exchanged a few more pleasantries with Han Cheng before driving away with Luo Lizzie. On the way home, Luo Yiru could not contain her curiosity and asked Luo Lizzie, Do you know why Teacher Han's student invited him to dinner? Just like you. Luo Lizzie replied, engrossed in her mobile game, not even lifting her head. Just like me? Luo Yiru was puzzled. Fool. It's because he helped her, hence the dinner invitation. That student's family owes a significant debt, and when the creditor came demanding payment, Han Cheng rushed to help by providing the money. Furthermore, when that student expressed a desire to learn programming, he even bought her a computer. Luo Lizzie's revelations left Luo Yiru astounded. In this day and age, a teacher like that is truly miraculous. He is indeed a good person, she thought, suddenly intrigued by Han Cheng. Lizzie, what else has Teacher Han done? Luo Lizzie smiled. Put her phone down. You're already aware of what happened at noon, right? What happened at noon? Luo Yiru feigned ignorance. Oomph. Don't pretend. You're clearly worried about Han Cheng, fearing he may get into trouble for helping you. Realizing her daughter had seen through her, Luo Yiru's cheeks flushed. I was merely speculating, not entirely sure. I had intended to ask him during dinner. No need to inquire. He wouldn't admit it, nor would he allow me to tell you. And you needn't worry, for aside from us, no one else knows it was him. So what do you think? Is Han Cheng not a wonderful person? Indeed, Luo Yiru nodded earnestly. Currently, he is renting a place. Our home is spacious. Why not invite him to stay with us? Huh. Luo Yiru was taken aback by Luo Lizzie's sudden leap in logic. That might not be appropriate. Well, if I were to spend the night at his place, that wouldn't be a problem, right? After all, he is such a good person. That depends on the situation. I'll take that as a yes. Chapter 57. Is it because you like me that you help me so? After watching Luo Yiru drive away with Luo Lizzie, Han Cheng lingered at the school gate for a moment until Su Lingyu and Su Lingyin strolled out together. Cindy, you truly aren't joining us? Su Lingyin asked, reluctant to see her companion leave. My mother has prepared dinner. It would be rude not to return, Cindy explained shyly. Spotting Han Cheng at the gate, she smiled and waved before riding her bicycle home. Teacher Cheng, let us be off, Su Lingyu said as she approached him. Her cheeks flushed as she smiled. Very well, Han Cheng nodded, presuming the twin sisters would showcase their culinary skills for his dinner once more. However, he was surprised to learn they had decided to treat him at a restaurant instead. It was Ling Yin's idea. She believes inviting Teacher Han to a restaurant shows more sincerity. Su Lingyu softly explained. Ah, I see, Han Cheng replied, glancing at Su Lingyin, who wore a self-satisfied smile, believing her plan was clever. The decision to dine out was undoubtedly to prevent Han Cheng from being alone with her sister. Although she had previously stated she did not oppose their interaction, she would certainly shine brightly as a third wheel to ensure they did not have an opportunity for secrecy. My parents have gone to the hospital for a checkup and will be late returning. Su Lingyu gently linked her arm with Han Cheng's. Is Annie doing well? Han Cheng recalled the last time he visited their home, noting how difficult it was for their mother to walk. She will recover. I will work hard to earn money. Su Lingyu's voice was soft but tinged with resolve. I will do my utmost as well. Su Lingyin chimed in, though lacking the confidence of her sister. As the three conversed and walked ahead, Su Lingyin had already selected a reasonably priced restaurant, leading Han Cheng and her sister inside to sit down. While ordering, Su Lingyu handed the menu to Han Cheng, and Su Lingyin also deferred to him, as this meal was a gesture of gratitude towards him. Although Su Lingyin was not entirely pleased with her sister's relationship with Han Cheng, she held a deep sense of gratitude for his assistance to her family and her sister. Han Cheng inquired about the sister's favorite dishes and proceeded to order accordingly. Upon witnessing his thoughtful actions, Su Lingyu and Su Lingyin exchanged smiles. Though Su Lingyin's smile quickly froze in place. Su Lingyu stood up and looked at Han Cheng. Teacher Cheng, the food will take a while to arrive. Shall we take a stroll outside? I want to go too. Before Han Cheng could respond, Su Lingyin jumped to her feet. What if someone else takes the table? Su Lingyu expressed her displeasure. But, Su Lingyin was reluctant to leave her sister alone with Han Cheng. It will only be a few minutes. Stop overthinking it. Han Cheng gently patted Su Lingyin's head as he walked outside with Su Lingyu. Before they had even exited the restaurant, Su Lingyu grasped Han Cheng's hand. Witnessing this, Su Lingyin felt a surge of frustration and wanted to protest. She had never anticipated her sister would abandon her. Lingyin is truly too childish. Su Lingyu remarked as they stepped out. Do not blame her. She simply does not understand our situation, and her actions are motivated by a desire to protect you. Yes, I am indeed fortunate in this life, not only with a sister to guard me, but also with you beside me. Su Lingyu looked up at Han Cheng, her gentle gaze capable of melting the entire world. Upon learning that Han Cheng dreamt of their past lives, her heart surged with excitement. Han Cheng gently held Su Lingyu's hand as they walked down the street, feeling her exhilaration, yet his own heart was laden with anxiety. Lingyu, you understand my predicament. For your own sake, you must truly keep your distance from me. I am not afraid. As long as I am with you, I fear nothing. Su Lingyu stubbornly shook her head, unwilling to maintain a distance from Han Cheng. You may not fear, but I do. I do not wish for our miraculous reunion to culminate in a catastrophic explosion. In the past, we were naive, believing that being together meant we could fear nothing. But now I understand. We must learn to embrace fear in order to grow. In Su Lingyu's eyes, the dinner served as a means to express gratitude toward Han Cheng. However, Han Cheng recognized it as merely an excuse for her to spend time with him. Like Luo Lizi, she wished to share her life with him. But Han Cheng was acutely aware that he was a ticking time bomb, capable of harming them at any moment. Su Lingyu understood that Han Cheng was worried about and cherished her, yet she felt a deep ache because he wished to keep a distance between them. Cheng, Su Lingyu grasped Han Cheng's hand tightly. I will work diligently, and together we will overcome those obstacles, and then we can be together forever. As Han Cheng and Su Lingyu returned to the restaurant, the dishes arrived just in time. Abandoned, Su Lingyin was irate and angrily picked up her chopsticks to eat. Su Lingyu smiled and served her sister some food, caring for the sibling who had been neglected moments earlier. Despite Su Lingyin's frustration, they all enjoyed the meal together. Upon exiting the restaurant, darkness had already enveloped the sky, and Han Cheng escorted the two young women home. Su Lingyin linked arms with Su Lingyu as they walked ahead, continuously proclaiming her aspirations to be as formidable as her sister. After seeing them to the building's entrance, Han Cheng did not accompany them upstairs, as he received a phone call at that moment, prompting Su Lingyu not to insist on his staying. The call was from Fu Hong, who informed Han Cheng that the money was ready and requested his bank account details. Han Cheng preferred not to have the funds routed through his account. He signaled Fu Hong to wait a moment and then dialed Teacher Chen, asking her to provide her bank account number. Has that car sold so quickly? Teacher Chen's excitement was palpable on the other end of the line as she hurriedly sent the bank account to Han Cheng. Teacher, I truly do not know how to thank you for this favor. Though Teacher Chen professed her uncertainty about expressing gratitude, she had already formulated her thoughts. Teacher Han, you previously referred to me as a married woman, but that is no longer the case. Will you be coming over tonight? Cough, cough. Teacher Chen's boldness left Han Cheng in a state of confusion. Teacher Chen, now that you have bid farewell to the past, you should embrace a beautiful future. Yes. Teacher Han, I understand. You are my future. Teacher Chen, please do not jest. I have a girlfriend. I do not mind. I will not cling to you. I simply wish to express my gratitude. Teacher Chen, please refrain from such talk. I must end this call. Then, Teacher Han, you may continue with your tasks. You can come find me whenever you wish. After concluding the call with Teacher Chen, Han Cheng shivered, somewhat overwhelmed by her audacity. After sending Teacher Chen's account information to Fu Hong, Han Cheng let out a long sigh of relief, glancing at the time. He intended to head to the school gym to run and wait for Zilin to finish work. Not long after, Teacher Chen called again, her voice a mix of surprise and excitement. Teacher Han, didn't we agree on 500,000? How did it suddenly become 600,000? The car is quite good. The buyer claims it is worth that price. Han Sheng briefly explained it. And what about you, Teacher Han? How much did they offer you? I had them transfer the money directly to you. I did not receive any payment. How can this be? Teacher Chen exclaimed. Teacher Han, you have helped me immensely. How could you not accept compensation? What is your motivation? Do you like me, and that is why you are helping me? Teacher Chen's speculation left Han Cheng in a state of disarray. However, that was not accurate either. Teacher Chen pondered aloud. If Teacher Han likes me, why wouldn't you come find me? You reject money and me. I never expected you to be so noble. He had merely intended to prank Lu Jinxiang, inadvertently assisting Teacher Chen instead. Now, being praised for his nobility by her left Han Cheng, both amused and exasperated. Teacher Han, please give me your account details. I cannot allow you to help me for free. All right, I will find my bank card and send you the number shortly. After ending the call, since Teacher Chen insisted on compensating him, Han Cheng found no reason to decline. Chapter 58. How to treat me is irrelevant. After sending the bank account details to Teacher Chen, Han Cheng quickly received a notification from the bank regarding a transfer. Teacher Chen had sent him 10% of the proceeds from the car sale, amounting to 60,000 yuan. Han Cheng did not feel it was a small sum. He expressed his gratitude to Teacher Chen via message, only to receive a half-hidden, tantalizing selfie in return. Upon seeing such a picture, Han Cheng felt a wave of embarrassment, quickly tucking his phone away as he hurried towards Haiba number 1 high school. Inside Haiba number 1, and Zilin, supervising the evening study session for class 5, encountered a troublesome situation. With the monthly exams approaching, the students were diligently reviewing, resulting in a quiet classroom that eased Zeline's worries. However, after leaving the classroom to return to her office for a cup of tea, a tremendous commotion erupted in Class 5. Rushing back, Zeline was taken aback by the sight of two girls, one seated atop the other, delivering fierce blows. Startled by the ferocity of the aggressor, Liang Mei, Zeline hurriedly intervened. The victim, Xiao Qing, was the same girl who had called Zeline that night, claiming she was trapped by classmates in a KTV. "Teacher, she stole my phone. Shouldn't I hit her?" Liang Mei asserted, pointing to her classmates for corroboration. "I discovered my phone missing after showering in the dormitory. And when I searched, I found it in her drawer. I did not steal her phone. I didn't tea." Xiao Qing, her cheek marked by Liang Mei's hand, lowered her head, crying as she tried to defend herself. "If you didn't steal it, why was my phone in your drawer?" "It wasn't me. I didn't tea." "It must be you. Your father was a thief, so it's no surprise you would steal." "I really didn't tea." Facing Liang Mei's furious accusations, Xiao Qing's defense seemed feeble, and Zeline inquired with other students in the class, confirming that Liang Mei indeed found the phone in Xiao Qing's drawer, which led to the violent altercation. Yet Zeline believed Xiao Qing was unlikely to steal from a classmate. After all, she had interacted with Xiao Qing before, noting her excellent English grades and frequent inquiries for help. Because of this, Zeline had given her phone number, suggesting she could reach out for assistance with any questions. As the evening study session needed to continue, Zeline called both Liang Mei and Xiao Qing to her office for questioning. Liang Mei was unaware of any theft, having searched through several roommates' drawers until she found her phone in Xiao Qing's. On the other hand, Xiao Qing insisted she did not steal Liang Mei's phone, though she could not explain why it ended up in her drawer. Truthfully, Zeline wished to assist Xiao Qing, but the latter's powerless defense left Zeline feeling helpless. After sending the two students back to class to continue their study session, Zeline took out her phone to call Han Cheng, hoping he might have a solution to this predicament. The phone had yet to connect when Han Cheng suddenly appeared behind Zeline. "Why are you calling me? Missing me?" His unexpected presence startled Zeline, especially since the office was devoid of other teachers. Blushing, she delivered a sharp punch to Han Cheng. "You scare me to death. You rascal." With a smile, Han Cheng grasped Zeline's hand and stroked it gently. "The class is rather noisy. Why don't you go manage their discipline?" Annoyed, Zeline withdrew her hand and quickly recounted the earlier events, looking at Han Cheng with anticipation, seeking his advice, hoping for a surprise. "Has Xiao Qing apologized to you?" Han Cheng inquired. "Why would she apologize?" Zeline instinctively retorted, but soon realized the implication behind Han Cheng's question. She shook her head. "Are you referring to when she called me at the KTV?" "No, she must have been too frightened." "Really?" Han Cheng chuckled. "Xiao Qing is a boarding student, yet she went singing at the KTV with Lu Dongqi on a Sunday night. I recall that boarding students have evening study sessions on Sundays, don't they?" "So you mean Xiao Qing isn't as innocent as she appears?" Zeline frowned, having a generally favorable impression of Xiao Qing, and feeling displeased by Han Cheng's remarks. "Lu Dongqi has already been apprehended by the police. You are well aware of the kind of person he is, right? Do you think those who associate with him would be innocent? Birds of a feather flock together." "Exactly." Zeline interrupted Han Cheng, displeased. "Did Xiao Qing steal a phone?" "I never said that." Han Cheng shook his head. "Xiao Qing isn't foolish. If she had stolen a phone in the dormitory, she wouldn't leave it in the classroom drawer, just waiting for Liang Mei to catch her." Zeline nodded in confusion. "I also find it a bit odd. Could someone be framing Xiao Qing? Who could it be?" "You're rather slow, aren't you?" Han Cheng couldn't help but retort, causing Zeline's beautiful complexion to darken. He quickly continued his analysis. If Xiao Qing is indeed being framed, there are two possibilities. Either Liang Mei is framing her, or she's being set up by other girls in the dormitory, because Liang Mei's phone was stolen from the dormitory. By the way, do you know which girls reside in their dormitory? Zeline hurried to search through the class teacher's desk in Class 5 and easily found the list of boarding students. Han Cheng picked up the list and scanned it quickly, but found no suspicious names. "What is wrong? Did I make an incorrect deduction?" Zeline noticed Han Cheng frowning. "No." Han Cheng pointed to two names from the adjacent dormitory. "Do you recognize these two girls, teacher?" Zeline glanced at the names, recalling an unpleasant encounter when they had pulled her back at the KTV. "They live next to Xiao Qing's dormitory. I suspect they framed her." "What could their motive be?" Zeline began to piece things together, but remained uncertain. It must have something to do with Sunday night. Xiao Qing tricked you into the KTV, but in the end, Lu Donqi was humiliated and fell to the ground. Those two girls didn't dare retaliate against me. So they took it out on Xiao Qing. Is that truly the case? And Zilin seemed skeptical. And what about Liang Mei? From what I gather, Liang Mei is quite hot-tempered. She may have been manipulated by those two girls. If that's the case, how should we handle this? ISNT the matter resolved? Liang Mei's phone has been recovered, but Xiao Qing has been framed. That is merely her own doing. Don't forget, she almost caused you trouble. Xiao Qing is not deserving of sympathy. Han Cheng intended to dismiss the matter, checking the time and stating that he would head to the sports field for a run, planning to meet in Zilin after evening studies. He retrieved his headphones from the drawer, donned them, and descended to run. Meanwhile, Zilin remained unconvinced by Han Cheng's deductions. She decided to summon Xiao Qing to the office for a thorough discussion. The sports field at Haiban No. One high school was illuminated by streetlights, though they remained off due to the month's end. The night sky revealed only a crescent moon, and with the faint light from the nearby teaching building, the field had just enough visibility to avoid total darkness. Han Cheng, listening to music while running laps, encountered numerous students escaping from evening studies, some on dates at the sports field. Despite being a teacher, he pretended not to notice them, running straight past. Adolescent romance is an everlasting dilemma. If they were not his students, Han Cheng had no desire to intervene. After several laps, just as he felt parched and planned to buy water after one more round, someone approached him with a bottle of mineral water. It was not in Zilin, but Xiao Qing. Teacher Han, have some water before you continue running. Xiao Qing timidly spoke, holding the bottle at the edge of the field. What brings you here? Han Cheng halted his run and walked towards her. I wanted to ask for your help, Teacher Han. Han Cheng guessed what Xiao Qing sought assistance with and smirked disdainfully. Had I known this would happen, I would have acted differently. Xiao Qing felt embarrassed, lowering her head to avoid discussing past matters. As long as you are willing to help me, I don't care how you treat me. With a swift motion, Han Cheng raised his hand. There are better people than you. I cannot afford to be ungrateful. Smack. Upon hearing Xiao Qing's words, he hesitated and then struck her lightly on the head instead of delivering a slap to her cheek, which would have been too humiliating. Do you know why I hit you? Han Cheng asked, his expression dark. I know. Xiao Qing's voice was barely audible as tears welled in her eyes. I'm a teacher and you're a student. If you sincerely repent, I will certainly help you. However, your previous words give me the impression that you are beyond redemption. Han Qing chose not to engage further and resumed running around the field. Xiao Qing wiped her tears, clutching the mineral water, and began running alongside him. She was relentlessly persistent, while Han Cheng ignored her, though he had already completed several laps. And despite the sandbags strapped to his legs, he was an adult in peak physical condition. Running 10 laps posed no challenge. Xiao Qing, however, was merely a teenage girl. By the first lap, she managed to keep pace. By the second lap, her speed gradually diminished, and by the third lap, Han Cheng had already lapped her. Eventually, Xiao Qing collapsed in the center of the track, sitting on the ground, her gaze following Han Cheng as he passed by. Each time he ran by her, she raised a bottle of mineral water high. Yet, Han Cheng remained angry, repeatedly passing her without acknowledging her presence. It was not until the end of evening studies that Han Cheng finally ceased running, only to find that Xiao Qing had already left. He paid her no mind. He held disdain for such self-deprecating behavior. Although she resembled Teacher Chan in that she approached him only when she saw a benefit, Teacher Chan was an adult, and Han Cheng was not surprised by her actions. Xiao Qing, however, was different. Soon after, the bell signaling the end of evening studies rang. Han Cheng waited by the school gate, and shortly after, Zilin arrived. How did things go in class? He inquired as they headed back to the rental apartment. Not too bad, and Zilin nodded, though her expression was somewhat displeased. The students believe Xiao Qing stole the phone, and they all harbor resentment towards her. Do you still sympathize with her? Of course. And Zilin glared at Han Cheng in frustration. Your deduction is correct. After you ran off, I found Xiao Qing and revealed your conclusions. She immediately burst into tears. She had been too afraid to confess before. She pulled up her shirt to show me. Her body was covered in bruises, clearly inflicted by other girls. This is entirely her own doing. Indeed, she may have chosen her friends poorly, but she is quite serious about her studies. Han Cheng remained silent, contemplating whether revealing Xiao Qing's casual remark would change in Zilin's perception of her. Those two girls had conspired against Xiao Qing, and who knows what else they might do in the future. I suggested she seek your assistance, and given your current demeanor, I assume you did not help her, correct? You told her to come to me? Who else could she turn to? Do you see me as a superhero and teacher? You are not a superhero. You are a teacher. How can you remain indifferent when a student is in trouble? Are you not a teacher? I lack that kind of capability, so... And Zilin felt embarrassed at Han Cheng's counter. He nodded, tomorrow. I will speak with those girls and urge them to leave Xiao Qing alone. Now that sounds more appropriate. By the way, I'm a bit hungry. Shall we get a late-night snack? No. Eating late will make you gain weight. Rejected, Han Cheng felt a pang of embarrassment. And Zilin noticed his gloom and smiled, nodding. Though she had no intention of eating, she could accompany Han Cheng. Under the company of this goddess-like teacher, Han Cheng settled at a late-night snack stall. After their meal, they returned to the rental apartment, and as it neared 11 o'clock, they bade each other good night and retreated to their respective rooms. Han Cheng removed the sandbags tied to his feet and peeled off his sweat-soaked shirt, stepping into the bathroom to shower. As he washed, he heard the sound of a door opening and sensed someone pushing open his room door. He suspected it might be Luolizi, as the young girl possessed a key to his room. What took him by surprise was that the person entering was heading towards the bathroom, and the footsteps did not resemble those of Luolizi. Feeling uneasy, Han Cheng quickly sought something for self-defense. Just then, a timid voice called from outside. Teacher Han, may I join you in the shower? How'd you get here? Han Cheng jumped in shock. I followed you and teacher him back. I knocked. But when you didn't respond, I unlocked the door and came in. Xiao Qing's voice trembled, but to Han Cheng, it felt eerily unsettling. How could such a fragile girl know how to pick locks? Teacher Han, I know you don't like me and don't welcome me, but I have nowhere else to go. Since Sunday night, Liang Mei and the others have been hitting me, and tonight they deliberately set me up and assaulted me in front of everyone. Liang Mei was involved in setting you up? Han Cheng was astonished. Yes, Liang Mei has a crush on Lu Donqi. She stayed home on Sunday night and missed karaoke. And when she learned that you had beaten Lu Donqi, she was furious, thinking that when I called teacher and I must have called you too. Aren't you all part of the same group? Not all. Liang Mei and I were classmates in middle school. She took care of me back then, but I didn't want to associate with her. Now that Lu Donqi is in trouble, she is taking her anger out on me. I can't even stay in the dormitory anymore. They might really kill me. Xiao Qing's soft sobs echoed from outside the bathroom. Han Cheng quickly dried himself and donned his clothes before opening the bathroom door to find Xiao Qing standing there, having taken off her outer clothing and clad only in a white undergarment. Han Cheng wanted to scold her, but upon seeing the large, discolored bruises on her arms, chest, and thighs, as well as cuts from a small knife and burns from cigarette, he felt a surge of sympathy. Why haven't you told your homeroom teacher about this? Because it wouldn't help. Even transferring schools wouldn't work. As long as I'm in Haiban City, they will find me. Liang Mei knows many unsavory youths outside of school. Given this context, Xiao Qing's situation was indeed dire. Put your clothes back on. You'll catch a chill. Han Cheng led her to the living room, pondering how to address her predicament when Xiao Qing unexpectedly wrapped her arms around him from behind, exclaiming, Teacher Han, I really like you, which is why I said that on the sports field. Her voice quivered, evidently summoning considerable courage to utter such words. Han Cheng turned to face her, his expression serious. If you like me, you must understand my character, so refrain from making such declarations. I currently feel sympathy for you. If you wish for my assistance, do not make me dislike you. Teacher Han, I truly like you. Xiao Qing tilted her head, tears brimming in her eyes. Do you think I should accept you now? I just wanted you to know. Han Cheng gently patted her head. I don't know if you genuinely like me or if you intend to barter your body for my help. What I want to convey is that once you enter university, you will discover a world far more expansive. Xiao Qing didn't comprehend Han Cheng's words. Because of what happened on Sunday night, you have formed a negative impression of me, right? That is why you dislike me. Isn't it? Han Cheng shook his head. Previously, I did dislike you, but now I feel sympathy for you. My rejection isn't due to your lack of beauty, but because there are others who deserve better than me. Is it Teacherin? Teacherin and I are merely friends. Now, hurry and get dressed. I will take you somewhere. Chapter 60. Teacher Han, you can do it. It was quite late, and Han Cheng did not want Zilin to know Xiao Qing had come over. He led her down the stairs of the rental building and into the car, driving her to Teacher Chen's place. Han Cheng considered asking the auburn-haired girl to look after Xiao Qing, but she was merely a student and also a bit of troublemaker. so he decided against troubling her. Sending Xiaoqing to Teacher Chun was his only option. He recalled that Teacher Chun lived alone in a spacious apartment, which should not be a problem for Xiaoqing. Of course, once the situation with Liang Mei was resolved, Xiaoqing could return to the dormitory. To avoid encountering Teacher Chun in a provocative nightgown upon her opening the door, Han Chung called her beforehand to inform her of Xiaoqing's arrival. Teacher Chun was unconcerned about Xiaoqing staying with her. She was simply delighted to know Han Chung was coming. After hanging up, Han Chung inquired about how Xiaoqing learned to pick locks, and her answer left him bewildered. She explained that her father had once been a thief, and she had picked up the skill from him. Xiaoqing felt embarrassed discussing this during her middle school years. Her father's imprisonment had made her a target for ridicule, with classmates calling her the daughter of a thief. Only Liang Mei had been willing to befriend her back then. However, that was all in the past. Her father had long since been released from prison and now worked at a locksmith company. As they discussed this, Han Chung drove into the old neighborhood where Teacher Chen resided, leading Xiaoqing upstairs before he could ring the doorbell. Teacher Chen opened the door upon hearing their footsteps. She was still clad in her revealing nightgown, causing Han Chung to feel a bit awkward. He had expected her to tone it down after receiving his call, but she seemed entirely unconcerned. Xiaoqing was not surprised, as it was already quite late. She assumed that Teacher Chun had been awakened from sleep, which explained her wearing a nightgown. Teacher Chun, I leave Xiaoqing in your care. She is having some difficulties with her dormitory mates and needs to stay with you for a night. It's perfectly fine. Xiaoqing, have you taken a shower? If not, go ahead. The bathroom is over there. Teacher Chen pointed towards the bathroom, almost eager to push Xiaoqing in. Xiaoqing, interpreting this as Teacher Chun's warmth, did not think much of it. However, Han Chung, witnessing Teacher Chen's actions, was drenched in sweat. As he watched Xiaoqing enter the bathroom, Teacher Chun was almost compelled to leap into Han Chung's embrace. Mr. Han, why not come in for a cup of tea? No, it's quite late. Teacher Chun, you should rest early. Without you, Mr. Han, I cannot sleep. Well, I should be going. It was inconvenient for Teacher Chun, clad in her delicate nightgown, to escort Han Chung downstairs, leaving her to watch him depart helplessly. She was aware that her boldness was nearing the edge of propriety. Previously, upon seeing Han Cheng's luxury car, she felt he had an intriguing background and wished to endear herself to him. Now, having received assistance from Han Chung, she found his blushing visage in response to her flirtation increasingly endearing, even if Han Chung were merely an ordinary person. Teacher Chen yearned for something more than friendship with him. Earlier, she had tossed and turned in bed, lamenting her past blindness in failing to recognize what an interesting person Mr. Han truly was. How foolish she had been to have been infatuated with someone like Lu Jinxiang. Now, feeling like a wilted flower, she wondered how Han Chung could ever look her way. Teacher Chun understood that a relationship with Han Chung was likely unattainable, yet she still harbored hopes of cultivating an intimacy that transcended mere friendship. With her savings amounting to several 100,000, as long as she remained prudent, her teaching career could sustain her until retirement. The ownership of her old house rested with her, and her rural parents had siblings to care for them. She could now claim to be free from financial worries. Teacher Chen did not envision finding a man to share her life with. Her current aspiration was simple. She wished to share a bed with Han Chung. This audacious thought caused her cheeks to flush as she picked up her phone, loosened her collar, and playfully sent Han Chung a selfie, reminding him to be cautious on the road. The night passed without incident, bringing the dawn of a new day. And Zillian had not forgotten her promise to Han Chung. After preparing sandwiches, she took Han Cheng's portion to him. As she opened the door, she encountered Han Chung returning from his morning exercise. Don't forget what you promised me last night. And Zillian urged as she handed him the sandwich. Actually, Xiaoqing visited me last night, Han Chung replied, taking a bite of the sandwich and recounting the previous night's events to Zillian, omitting, of course, the part where Xiaoqing had confessed her feelings. So, it happened like this. And Zillian exclaimed, her composure faltering. What do you plan to do, Han Chung? We can't let Xiaoqing stay with Teacher Chen indefinitely, can we? Han Sheng knew did. The key to this situation is Liang Mei. As long as she doesn't trouble Xiaoqing, everything will be fine. But according to Xiaoqing, Liang Mei despises you. She might even harbor resentment towards me. Talking to her may not yield any results. And Zillian expressed her concern. Exactly, Han Chung agreed. That's why this issue cannot be resolved through ordinary means. Do you have a plan, Mr. Han? And Zillian looked at him expectantly. I do, though it may not be effective. I intend to take Liang Mei to meet Lu Dongqi. Isn't Lu Dongqi in police custody? Indeed, which is why I plan to take Liang Mei to the detention center. Liang Mei has a crush on Lu Dongqi, and her anger over his humiliation and subsequent arrest has caused her to lash out at Xiaoqing. Introducing her to Lu Dongqi might be the remedy she needs. And Zilin clapped her hands in delight. Mr. Han, you're so clever. Han Sheng modestly replied. Save your praise until we successfully resolve this. The current challenge is persuading Liang Mei, who currently holds a strong dislike for me. You can do it, Mr. Han. Just keep pushing forward. Is that all you can say? Aren't you going to help me? I'll be your unwavering support. You truly excel at avoiding work. Han Cheng teased, causing Zilin to smile awkwardly. Han Cheng quickly finished the sandwich and returned to his room to shower. When he emerged dressed in his work attire, he expected Zilin to be waiting for him, but she had already left for school. Feeling a bit downcast, Han Cheng took out his phone and opened an app to gather information on Liang Mei as he walked toward Taiba No. 1 High School. Along the way, he encountered a girl in burgundy sportswear, carrying a bag of breakfast as she jogged. Upon seeing Han Cheng, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, aware that her appearance was less than flattering. Han Cheng knew that every morning, Lu Elizy would pinpoint a breakfast shop on the map and call the burgundy girl to fetch breakfast, not out of desire for food, but to encourage her exercise. Let us work out together sometime. Han Cheng smiled and waved at her. My master has already begun teaching me martial arts. The burgundy girl explained as she continued to run. Then we should spar sometime. No way. The burgundy girl, aware of her disadvantage, hurriedly sprinted away with her breakfast. After she was out of sight, Han Cheng continued on his way to Haiba No. 1 High School. Upon arriving, he found that morning classes had already commenced. Passing by Class 5, he glanced inside and spotted Xiaoqing reading at her desk. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, evidently not from shyness, but rather from a recent altercation. Han Cheng's gaze shifted to Liang Mei, who was chewing gum while playing on her phone. Sensing someone outside, she quickly tucked her phone away and looked up to see Han Cheng, giving him a disdainful glance before feigning interest in her book. Upon entering the office, Teacher Chun greeted him with the same warmth as the previous day, and Zilin, visibly anxious, waved at Han Cheng. Mr. Han, Teacher Bai is aware of last night's events, and he intends to call Xiaoqing's family to inform them. Teacher Bai, the male teacher who had accompanied them to the beach on Saturday, was the homeroom teacher of Class 5. Given the severity of last night's incident, he felt obligated to notify the students' parents. Have you explained the situation to him? I did, but it was futile. Teacher Bai is convinced that Xiaoqing stole a phone. Han Cheng frowned. If Xiaoqing's parents received a call from the homeroom teacher, they would undoubtedly believe that she had stolen a phone, which would only worsen her predicament. Chapter 61. This teacher is different from others. The immediate task was to stop Teacher Bai from calling Xiaoqing's family. Han Cheng stood up and approached Teacher Bai, who appeared quite refined, a young man in his 20s. He seemed poised to make a call, and Han Cheng hurriedly intervened. Teacher Bai, I need to speak with you. Upon seeing Han Cheng approach, Teacher Bai smiled. Mr. Han, what can I do for you? Regarding the matter of Xiaoqing allegedly stealing a phone, I have conducted my own investigation and found that she is, in fact, a victim of her classmate schemes. Mr. Han, you may not be aware, Teacher Bai replied, shaking his head regretfully, but Xiaoqing has a criminal record. She was involved in theft during middle school. Her parents warned me 2 months ago that if she got into trouble at school, I must inform them. Han Cheng furrowed his brow in displeasure. Teacher Bai, as an educator, do you not realize the consequences of informing her parents about this? Are you willing to stand by and watch a student's life be ruined? Mr. Bai smiled, but did not respond to Han Cheng's inquiry. Instead, he brought up another matter. Do you know Teacher Han? That Teacher Lu's car was impounded by the police last Saturday and has yet to be returned. It turns out it was a stolen vehicle, and naturally, it must be returned to its rightful owner. However, Teacher Lu spent 50,000 yuan on that car. He could report it to the police and pursue legal action against the seller. This situation is quite complex and troublesome. Can you assist in any way? Mr. Bai stated his intention directly. Han Cheng felt displeased. Last Saturday, at Jinhai Beach, Mr. Bai and Teacher Lu intended to prank him by calling the police. As a result, they inadvertently revealed that Teacher Lu's car was stolen. Now Mr. Bai shamelessly sought to leverage his position as a student to coerce Han Cheng into helping retrieve the vehicle. Han Cheng thought their antics at Jinhai Beach were a joke, so he initially dismissed Mr. Bai, but now he found himself being blackmailed. Don't make any calls just yet. Let me inquire first to see if I can find some connections. All right. Then I shall inform Teacher Lu and await your favorable news. Teacher Han. Mr. Bai contentedly hung up the phone. With a dark expression, Han Chung turned and returned to his seat. And Zelene, having overheard their conversation, approached Han Chung and quietly suggested, Han Chung, perhaps I can assist regarding the impounded vehicle. I previously mentioned that I have a friend who is a police officer. Han Chung directly shook his head in refusal, stating, Teacher Lu's car is a stolen one. It rightfully belongs to the owner, and your friend's interference could lead to trouble. Moreover, I do not consent to such dealings. But what if Mr. Bai calls Xiaoqing's parents? And Zelene worriedly inquired, feeling more sympathetic towards Xiaoqing after learning of her relationship with Liang Mei. It's fine, Han Chung reassured her, having formulated a plan. Retrieving the vehicle would not be resolved in a day or two. I have already given Mr. Bai a vague response about looking for connections, which will buy us some time. Now we need to resolve the conflict between Liang Mei and Xiaoqing. If Mr. Bai suspects something amiss and contacts Xiaoqing's parents, what then? What can we do? If he wishes to oppose me, then I shall oppose him in return. No, I mean what should Xiaoqing do? Let us stick to the original plan. First, we need to deal with Liang Mei. If Xiaoqing's parents become aware of this matter, we will take Liang Mei along to explain it to them. Han Chung, as planned, made Zelene smile as she gave him thumbs up. Ti Hung, you truly are a remarkable teacher. Hey, are you implying you have feelings for me? Teacher, get lost. That is not what I meant. Hurry and deal with Liang Mei. Good luck. And Zelene smiled lightly and returned to her seat. Han Chung glanced at the class schedule, planning to arrange a time to meet Liang Mei outside the detention center. On the other side of the office, Mr. Bai approached Teacher Lu with a smile, recounting the threat he had made towards Han Chung. The slightly plump Teacher Lu was taken aback, and Mr. Bai calmly explained, I believe Han Cheng's car is borrowed. Just look at the clothes he wears, which are certainly not designer. If he truly had connections, he wouldn't need to work as a teacher here. Nonetheless, he must have some connections. Teacher Lu remained concerned. I also have connections with certain individuals. Mr. Bai chuckled. In any case, if he can assist in recovering your car, that would be splendid. Mr. Bai, I truly do not know how to thank you for risking your neck to help me. No need for thanks. Just retrieve the car, sell it quickly, and repay the money you owe me. Cough, of course. Han Cheng's 2 classes were originally scheduled for the 3rd and 4th periods in the morning, but to handle this matter, he swapped his schedule with the English teacher, and Zelene, moving the 2 language classes to the 1st and 2nd periods, while the English class was shifted to the 3rd and 4th periods. After completing the 2 language classes, Han Chung called Liang Mei out of the classroom. Teacher Han, do you need something? You're not trying to investigate what happened last night, are you? I've already clarified that. As Liang Mei stepped into the corridor, she began to ramble before Han Chung could even speak. I don't care about what happened last night. You don't need to attend the next 2 classes. I'm taking you to meet someone. Who? Lu Dongqi. Liang Mei was momentarily stunned. She had not expected Han Chung to take such action. She was puzzled about why he would do such a thing. Regaining her composure, she chuckled and looked at Han Chung. Teacher Han, may I ask why? Is a reason necessary? Han Sheng smiled. Lu Dongqi has been arrested. As classmates, it is only natural for us to visit him. If you don't want to go, that is fine. I could take someone else. I want to go, Liang Mei exclaimed without hesitation. After learning that Lu Dongqi had been apprehended, she had wanted to visit him more than once, but had no idea where he was being held. All right, go ask Mr. Bai for leave. I'll wait for you at the school gate. With that, Han Chung headed downstairs first. Before he reached the school gate, Liang Mei hurriedly caught up with him. Liang Mei was tall and robust, resembling a sports student, and she quickly matched Han Cheng's pace. Upon exiting the school gate, Liang Mei no longer regarded Han Chung as a teacher. Her tone became quite unfriendly as she spoke to him. Xiaoqing must have told you something, right? I didn't expect you two to be so close. Han Chung ignored her remarks and inquired, Liang Mei, do you know why I'm taking you to see Lu Dongqi? You want to please me, so I'll let Xiaoqing off. Liang Mei was not foolish. She had deduced some things. You're only half correct. I did invite you for Xiaoqing's sake, but I am not trying to placate you. If not to please me, then what is it? Assistance? Han Chung chuckled and shook his head. I am your teacher. I wish to educate you. Liang Mei's expression changed as if she encountered a cockroach, instinctively keeping her distance from Han Chung. You have a strong aversion to teachers. This must relate to your parents. They are both teachers, and I suspect they have pressured you to study diligently throughout your life, resulting in your disdain for teachers. Liang Mei looked at Han Chung in confusion. unable to comprehend how he knew about her parents. Xiaoqing mentioned that you've been like this since middle school. I believe you're deliberately rebelling against your parents, which is why you put on a facade of defiance. Haha, teacher, you truly understand me. Did I merely pretend to crack someone's head open before? Hanqing nodded with a smile. Utilizing a comprehensive software tool, he had discovered this girl's secret diary online, and he had long understood Liang Mei's psyche. Perhaps you have become accustomed to your rebellious self, or perhaps it is simply the rebellious phase of youth that has blinded you to certain matters. Today, however, I intend to educate you, and it will not be merely verbal instruction. Hanqing did not elaborate further. Instead, he hailed a taxi. Liang Mei felt a tremor within her. She suddenly sensed that this teacher was different from the others. Thus, the tale continues. In fact, my computer crashed half a month ago. Consequently, I have been using a tiny tablet to write updates, which has been quite inconvenient. Fortunately, that tablet can only be used for writing, so I managed to save a few drafts. Given the difficulties in typing, I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter and focus solely on the updates. Today, I will complete the overdue chapters. There are currently 11 chapters pending. The enthusiasm of the affluent Drix is truly overwhelming. Since it has been launched, the frequency of updates will naturally increase. As long as there are no power outages or internet disruptions, updates will typically be completed around 10 o'clock in the morning. And I believe everyone has already grown accustomed to this routine. I have exerted considerable effort. Please support by subscribing. Here are the detailed steps and precautions for recharging on Haiyan. 1. Before recharging, you must log in to your Haiyan account. Haiyan supports one-click login. As long as you have a QQ number, WeChat account, Baidu account, or Sina Weibo account, you can directly use one of these accounts to log into Haiyan. 2. After logging in, click on Recharge at the top of the homepage and follow the prompts to complete the recharge process. 3. Specific recharge methods. Haiyan supports 8 recharge methods: online banking, Alipay, WeChat Pay, SMS recharge, financial payment, mobile phone recharge card, GamePoint card, and PayPal. Now, let me elaborate on each recharge method. Online banking. This requires you to have online banking activated, generally supported by major banks. The recharge rate is 100 i.e., 1 unit of currency equals 100 raw coins. Alipay. Those with an Alipay account may choose this option, which also has a rate of 100. WeChat Pay. If you have WeChat linked to a bank card or a balance in WeChat, you can recharge at a rate of 100. Financial payment. Similar to Alipay, with a rate of 100. SMS recharge. The rate is 140, with a lower exchange rate and occasional delays in processing. Mobile phone recharge card. This is the most convenient and fastest recharge method. Haiyan supports 3 types of recharge cards: China Mobile, China Unicom, and China Telecom. These can be purchased at newsstands, convenience stores, or supermarkets. The recharge rate is 1.85, slightly lower than online banking due to service fees deducted by the providers. GamePoint card. This is comparable to mobile recharge cards and is relatively easy to purchase. However, Haiyan only supports specific GamePoint cards, so be sure to check before buying. The supported cards include Junwang Yikatong, Shunda Game Card, Zhengzi Game Card, Qcoin Card, Jiyo Card, Yibao, NetEase Card, Perfect World Card, Soha Chaoyu Card, Zhongyo Yikatong, Tinshe Yikatong, and Tianhong Yikatong, with a recharge rate of 7,075. Ensure to purchase only the aforementioned cards, as others are not supported. PayPal. This option is specifically prepared for overseas friends, allowing international users to recharge. Additionally, for those using the Haiyan Reading iOS Apple client, please note that due to Apple's system settings, the exchange rate for recharging through the iOS client is only 150, as the other half is retained by the Apple system, making it unwise. It is recommended to access the Haiyan Reading site through a browser for recharging, and subsequently log in to the client for reading, thereby avoiding the hefty fees imposed by the Apple client. For further inquiries, please contact customer service via QQ at 298-454-3729. Chapter 62. Their ages are similar, yet their lives are vastly different. The taxi heads towards the coastal city detention center. Upon arrival, Hanqing does not take Liang Mei into the detention center, but instead ascends to the rooftop of a nearby high-rise building. Did you not say you were going to see Lu Dongqi? Liang Mei is perplexed by Hanqing's actions. Before sentencing, one cannot see him. Only lawyers are allowed visitation. You deceive me. Liang Mei braucht furrow in anger. I'm a Chinese literature teacher. When I said I would see Lu Dongqi, I was using Lu Dongqi as a metaphor. You'll understand my meaning shortly. Just follow me. The two approach the edge of the rooftop, where they can see the outline of the detention center in the distance. From afar, the detention center resembles a school. However, encircled by electric fencing, it is neither beautiful nor inviting. Han Cheng hands Liang Mei a pair of binoculars, saying, "Use this to look. The person you admire is inside." Liang Mei quickly lifts the binoculars towards the detention center, but she cannot discern the interior. All she sees is a group of bald individuals in orange prison uniforms laboring on the playground. She scans the faces, unable to find Lu Dongqi, her frustration nearing a breaking point. Soon, Lu Dongqi will become like them. Seeing them is akin to seeing him. Liang Mei finally comprehends the metaphor Han Cheng intended. Do you find those individuals attractive? What are you really trying to convey? Liang Mei sets down the binoculars, her anger mounting. Han Cheng gazes at her with a smile. You like Lu Dongqi. May I ask what appeals to you about him? Is it his looks or his rebellious nature that captivates you? Liang Mei turns her head away, unwilling to answer Han Cheng's question. Regardless of how handsome he might be, he is now being shaved bald. No matter how rebellious he was in the past, within the detention center, he is reduced to living like a dog. His and his brother's crimes are related to drugs, so when you wish to see him again, it may be a decade later. Would you be willing to wait for him? The prime years of his life will be spent confined in such a place. It can be said that his life has lost all hope. Would you want to marry someone like that? Liang Mei is infuriated. Han Cheng's words make her feel as though she has swallowed a fly, leaving her wanting to refute him but unable to articulate a response. Liang Mei, if you do not change, your future may also lead you there. Imagine being confined in school for several months or even years, attending classes and completing assignments, with regulated meal and sleep times, unable to go out, and required to perform labor. There are those stronger and more domineering than you. Could you endure such a fate? Liang Mei glares at Han Cheng, but remains silent. Unperturbed by her lack of response, Han Cheng continues, having seen the detention center, let us proceed to the next destination. And where is that? You will find out when we arrive. Descending, they enter a taxi, and Han Cheng takes Liang Mei to the city center of the coastal city. They settle at an outdoor CAF, where Han Cheng orders 2 cups of coffee and remains silent as he sips his drink. Initially, Liang Mei is puzzled by Han Cheng's intentions, but soon she realizes that compared to the listless individuals in the detention center, the people on the street are bustling with energy and vitality. Do you see that woman? Han Cheng points to a young woman in high heels, clad in a gray business suit, elegantly carrying a designer handbag and a cup of coffee as she strides towards a building. She was once a rural girl. How do you know that? Liang Mei retorts. The emphasis is not on how I know, but rather on the fact that at 18, due to her impoverished family, she was nearly forced into marriage. Had she married then, her son would likely be nearly 10 years old by now. And her life? Perhaps she would have been perpetually trapped in rural labor or migrated to the Pearl River Delta as a factory worker. Her future would be predictable. But what about now? Can you foresee her future? Currently, she possesses a high-paying job, enjoys the latest technology and films, wears the trendiest fashions, travels the world tasting various cuisines, and perhaps encounters a romance abroad. She might seize an opportunity to become an entrepreneur and transform into a powerful woman, possibly even a female tycoon. Liang Mei is left speechless, feeling as though Han Cheng is narrating a story. Yet Han Cheng is not spinning tales nor speaking fancifully. He is merely using a metaphor. What? Do you not believe me? Do you think such things are impossible? It is possible. Liang Mei awkwardly nods. Although Han Cheng's words sound somewhat outrageous, they are not entirely implausible. All right, it is now time for questions. What did that rural girl do to bring about such a stark transformation in her life? Liang Mei had grasped Han Cheng's intention. With her head bowed, she remained silent. I have a question for you. Would you prefer the life in a detention center, or yearn for the existence of that rural girl who transformed her fate? Liang Mei did not respond. Even a fool could make a choice on such a matter. Noticing her silence, Han Cheng chose to continue speaking. That rural girl, to attain her current life, must have endured endless hardships. Her parents opposed her schooling, claiming that education was futile for a girl. They may have withheld her tuition or even burned her books for fuel. Yet, she was unwilling to resign herself to a life of marriage and childbearing in the countryside. She gritted her teeth and studied diligently while her classmates flaunted their phones and new clothes. Not only did she lack such luxuries, but she was also ridiculed. While her peers spent weekends and summer vacations singing at KTV or traveling by plane, she could only serve plates in restaurants, work summer jobs in factories, or return home to toil in the fields. Now, a decade later, where are those who mocked her? Perhaps they failed their college entrance exams or settled for unsatisfactory jobs they dared not quit. As for her, with her high education, she is sought after by numerous companies. Is her prosperous life merely a stroke of luck? No, it is the fruit of her relentless effort during her youth. After saying this, Han Chung fell silent, sipping his now slightly cold coffee. Liang Mei understood that he was merely using the story to make a point. He did not know that woman at all. However, gazing at the bustling street, she saw only the elite of various companies, clad in tailored suits or fashionable attire, carrying designer handbags and working on portable computers in sidewalk CAFS. Their smiles radiated confidence and warmth as they discussed finance and global affairs. These individuals seemed to belong to an entirely different world. A sense of inferiority welled up within Liang Mei. Yet, she recognized that 15 or 20 years ago, those self-assured individuals were likely mere mortals, perhaps hailing from isolated villages, single-parent homes, or once underestimated, or even having strayed from the conventional path. Ultimately, they had all embarked on the same journey, attaining their current status through unwavering effort. If they had been arrogant and rebellious, squandering their youth, they would not have reached where they are today. Her parents had often said, "If you do not work hard now, you will regret it later." At that time, Liang Mei had grown impatient, her ears calloused from hearing such words. Now, however, Han Chung echoed her parents' advice, and she felt a profound shock. In just an hour, she had witnessed a group of lifeless individuals devoid of hope alongside a vibrant group ready to embrace the world. The stark contrast between these two groups, of similar ages yet leading vastly different lives, overwhelmed her. At that moment, tears threatened to spill. She regretted wasting so much time and suddenly comprehended her parents' good intentions. Realizing how deeply they cared for her, she had believed she understood the world, thinking it filled with hypocrisy and power plays, where connections were everything. Yet now she recognized that while the world does harbor darkness, it also possesses light. To succumb to the shadows would only confine her to a gloomy existence. To rise above, she must earn her wings through her own efforts. Liang Mei reflected on her past actions with a sense of childishness, embarrassment flushing her cheeks as she wished to hide away. Chapter 63. Are you feeling jealous? After finishing a cup of coffee, Han Chen glanced at his phone to check the time. If they returned now, they could make it to the last class of the morning. Are you going back to class? Liang Mei took a deep breath, finishing her unsweetened coffee before nodding at Han Chung. They hailed a taxi and began their journey back to Haiba No. 1 High School. Along the way, Han Chung remained silent. Liang Mei stole glances at him multiple times, wanting to say something, yet no words escaped her lips. Even after the taxi pulled up to the school gate, she remained at a loss for words. Frustration bubbled within her. She clearly wished to express her gratitude to Han Chung, yet found herself unable to articulate it. Ascending to the echoing halls of the teaching building, Han Chung smiled and bid her farewell, heading to his office. Finally resolved, Liang Mei seized Han Chung's arm, pulling him to the doorway of Class 5. Releasing him, she hurried into the classroom and approached the podium. And Lin, who was in the midst of a lesson, was startled by Liang Mei's sudden appearance. "Teacher, and may I say a few words?" "Why, yes, of course." And Lin glanced at Han Chung, puzzled by Liang Mei's intentions. Han Sheng frugid, ikvali unsetting. Standing at the podium, Liang Mei surveyed her classmates, who whispered among themselves, bewildered by her actions. Her gaze fell upon Xiao Qing, and she spoke. "I believe you all heard about what happened last night. I am here to clarify that Xiao Qing did not steal my phone. I placed it in her drawer and wrongfully accused her of theft." Liang Mei's admission of falsely accusing Xiao Qing sent shockwaves through the room. Many students found it hard to believe that Xiao Qing could have stolen Liang Mei's phone. Something must have gone awry. What astonished everyone was not merely Liang Mei's accusation, but her public acknowledgement of it. Furthermore, I have committed many inappropriate acts since the beginning of the school year, and I wish to apologize to those I have bullied. Facing her classmates, Liang Mei bowed her head sincerely, expressing her remorse. "I hope to earn your forgiveness, and moving forward, I wish to study joyfully with all of you." And Lin approached Han Chung, whispering, "What kind of magic did you use to transform Liang Mei so completely?" Han Sheng lid, explaining, I took her to visit the detention center to witness the lives of the inmates, then brought her to the city center to see the spirit of the city's finest talents. That's it? And Lin seemed incredulous. Yes, it was that simple. I didn't do much. It was her own contemplation that led to her internal decision. And Lin smiled, giving Han Chung a thumbs up. Honestly, after you both left, I worried you might end up in a fight, but I never expected the process to go so smoothly and the outcome to be so wonderful. I hope she can maintain this state throughout the next 3 years of high school and not discover that the world has its imperfections. With a playful kick to Han Cheng's foot, and Lin seemed enlightened, as though she had unlocked some profound understanding. You needn't worry too much. In the future, she will be grateful to you. Liang Mei's heartfelt apology earned her applause from the entire class. Blushing, she quickly returned to her seat. And Lin resumed her lesson at the podium, and Han Chung entered the office. Mr. Han, have you managed to contact anyone? Bai Laosher inquired immediately upon seeing him. Although it was Lu Wu's car that had been impounded by the police, he was even more anxious than Lu Wu, having lent him money for the purchase. Han Cheng's good mood soured at the sight of Bai Laosher. He had little desire to engage with him. I can't find a person. You all can handle the car situation yourselves. Well, I've called Xiao Qing's parents. Bai Laosher threatened Han Chung. Go ahead and call, but if you do, don't regret it. Bai Laosher grew tense, hesitating to make the call. Han Chung settled at his desk, as Teacher Chen brought him another cup of tea. Compared to the likes of Teacher Bai, in Han Cheng's eyes, Teacher Chen appeared exceptionally beautiful and pleasing. With only a handful of teachers present in the office, Han Cheng couldn't resist reaching out towards Teacher Chen's stockings. His audacious act left Teacher Chen pleasantly surprised, yet she maintained her composure, giving him a gentle glare. Han Sheng, this is the office, she chided. My apologies, he replied. No need to apologize. I was just about to head to the library where no one is around. Would you like to join me, Han Chung? Let us go. Ahem, I have things to attend to, she said, her voice tinged with regret as she departed alone for the library. Han Chung, drenched in sweat, mused that Teacher Chen was like gunpowder, easily ignited. It seemed he could not tease her so freely in the future. Nevertheless, her alluring legs clad in black stockings lingered in his thoughts, prompting him to take a deep breath and resume his work. Before long, the bell rang, and Han Chung noticed Chu Sinny and Su Lingyu waiting outside the office. Unlike previous days when they would head straight home after school, today they were gathered together, leaving him curious about the reason behind their assembly. Well done. Here, a lollipop for you, said Luo Lizi, who stood with Chu Sinny, offering Han Chung the candy she had been sucking on. Keep it for yourself, he replied, chuckling as he ruffled Luo Lizi's hair. Turning to Chu Sinny and the others, he asked, why aren't you going home? Are you planning to treat me to lunch? Share what you did this morning, and I will treat you to lunch. Chu Sinny said cheerfully. So that was their intention. Han Chung realized. We heard that you took Liang Mei out for a spin, and she came back transformed. Did you brainwash her? Su Lingyin inquired, astonished. Brainwash? How dare you use such terms in front of your language teacher? Han Chung retorted jokingly, while Su Lingyin offered an awkward smile. In contrast to the curious expressions of Chu Sinny and Su Lingyin, Su Lingyu gazed at Han Chung with an exceptionally gentle look, unfazed by any astonishing feats he might achieve, for he was her husband, an omnipotent husband. I'm quite afraid of you all. Let us walk and talk. The matter required a thorough explanation. You are our homeroom teacher for Class 6. Why are you off advising students from Class 5? Are you jealous, Lingyin? Well, what? Han Cheng's retort left Su Lingyin momentarily speechless. Her cheeks flushed as she hadn't expected him to use the word jealous against her. Seeing her blush, Chu Sinny and Su Lingyu burst into laughter, while Luo Lizi seized the moment to tease her, prompting Su Lingyin to retaliate, her bashfulness almost leading her to flee. As they descended the stairs towards the school gate, Han Chung recounted the events of the morning. Upon learning the details, Chu Sinny and the twin sisters left satisfied. Heading home, husband, Liang Mei or Xiao Qing might invite you to dinner, but do remember, you must come to my place tonight. If you don't visit, I will genuinely be upset. Luo Lizi warned him with a hint of melancholy. Han Chung nodded with a smile. I will definitely have dinner at your house tonight. That's where I reside. It's not just my home. Luo Lizi corrected him seriously, adding, where you are is where our home is. Her words warmed Han Cheng's heart, prompting him to lift her up and plant a kiss on her soft cheek, causing Luo Lizi to giggle joyfully. Hurry and get closer to that woman. I want to live with you. I've told you not to refer to your mother as that woman. If you keep this up, I might have to spank you. "Husband, you're so fierce and naughty." Thus, they spent a lively afternoon together. In the afternoon, upon arriving at school, Han Chung sensed a peculiar atmosphere in the office. Chapter 64. This time, it seems to have gone a bit too far. Inside the office, Han Chung noticed several teachers gathered, occasionally glancing his way and whispering about something. He wondered if something was amiss with his appearance, but upon checking, he found nothing unusual. As he settled at his desk, he felt an unexpected discomfort. It dawned on him that Teacher Chun had not brought him jasmine tea today. For the past few days, her warm hospitality had made it a routine for her to serve him tea as soon as he entered the office. Now, her absence left him feeling oddly unsettled. Looking toward Teacher Chen's desk, he assumed she had not yet arrived, only to find her seated properly at her desk, seemingly unaware of his presence. While he mentally scolded himself for growing accustomed to having others serve him, and Zilin approached and tapped him on the shoulder. "Han Chung, is it true?" "True about what?" he asked, perplexed. "The whole office is gossiping about you and Teacher Chen having an affair. Could be true?" A wave of anxiety washed over Han Chung as he feared that his earlier indiscretion with Teacher Chun had been witnessed by others. And Zilin, however, believed in their innocence. Noticing his troubled expression, she refrained from teasing him, saying, "This situation seems suspicious. Someone in the office must have deliberately spread this rumor." Han Chung immediately thought of Teacher Bai, who had threatened him earlier. Rumors rarely arise without cause. Although Teacher Chun had been particularly attentive lately, he shared a friendly rapport with other female teachers as well, who often offered him snacks. Why was it only his supposed affair with Teacher Chun that was circulating? Perhaps it was because she was married and attractive, and someone sought to leverage gossip to provoke her husband against him. Such tactics were rather childish. Without a doubt, this is Teacher Bai's revenge, Han Chung said irritably. Earlier, he had refused to help him retrieve Teacher Lu's car from the police, and he suspected Bai was unhappy about it, leading to these rumors. "I think you might be right," and Zilli nodded, "but what should we do now? The incident where you were caught by the girls at the school gate is still fresh in people's minds. If this rumor spreads, your reputation will be in tatters." "Actually, this is quite simple," Han Chung suggested, pointing to his cheek. "And teacher, if you kiss me, all rumors will vanish." And Zilin's face flushed immediately. "If I kiss you, people will surely start gossiping about us, not just about you and Teacher Chun. Let them gossip. After all, you're unmarried and I'm unmarried. It's better for them to speculate about us dating than about Teacher Chun straying from her marriage." And Zilin fell silent, contemplating that as a friend, she should indeed assist him, especially since Han Chung had been quite nice to her. Just think about it. After all, other teachers already mistake us for a couple. "Han Cheng urged ta. If Chu Sini and the others get jealous, you better explain yourself, or else you'll be in trouble." And Zilin warned. Before Han Chung could react, she bent down and gently pressed her soft lips against his smooth cheek before standing up, her face now a deep crimson. She turned to leave, but Han Chung pulled her back. "Hey, you can't ambush me like that. I wasn't prepared. You go to hell." And Zilin exclaimed, flustered, as she shook off his hand and stormed out. Han Chung chuckled, touching the spot where her soft lips had brushed against his cheek. Just moments ago, while Zilin was whispering with Han Chung, several teachers were observing them closely. These teachers anticipated a quarrel, given that Zilin and Han Chung typically appeared very close, leading them to believe they were in a romantic relationship. Given the rumors of Han Cheng's affair with Teacher Chun, it was expected that Zilin, as his girlfriend, would react with fury. However, to the astonishment of the onlookers, Zilin not only refrained from confronting Han Chung, but also planted a kiss on his cheek. While the office buzzed with gossip about Han Cheng's infidelity with Teacher Chun, Zilin publicly displayed her affection, unmistakably signaling that there was nothing between Han Chung and Teacher Chun. Otherwise, she would have already erupted in anger. And Zilin's gentle kiss seemed to disperse the storm of rumors that had clouded the office, as if a fairy had waved her magic wand. Seeing Han Chung and Zilin publicly express their love left Teacher Bai fuming, nearly snapping the pen in his grasp. Indeed, he was the one who had spread the rumors about Han Chung and Teacher Chun, even treating several close colleagues to lunch in order to propagate the tale. His anger was not solely due to Han Cheng's refusal to assist him with transportation. Rather, it was exacerbated by the recent transformation of Liang Mei, a student from his class. Once the class's notorious troublemaker, she had returned from an outing with Han Chung, now apologizing for her previous wrongdoings and admitting to having set up Xiao Qing. This change was evidently influenced by the class teacher from the neighboring room. As the news circulated among the faculty, many veteran teachers praised Han Sheng as an exemplary educator, which only fueled teacher Bai's frustration, making him feel as though their compliments were veiled criticisms of his own incompetence. The memories of seeing Teacher Chen and Han Sheng so intimately at the beach, coupled with Teacher Chen's recent solicitousness towards Han Sheng and her history of domestic abuse, had driven him to concoct the scandalous rumors. Little did he anticipate that a mere kiss from Lin could dismantle the narrative he had so painstakingly crafted. Currently, Han Sheng was thriving in both love and career. While Teacher Bai reflected on his own lack of accomplishments and the prospect of recouping lent money that might take years, why was Han Sheng basking in happiness while he wallowed in despair? The more he pondered, the more enraged he became, compelling him to devise a plan to utterly shatter Han Sheng's bliss. Han Sheng had been threatened and pranked multiple times, yet he was not the type to passively endure such treatment. With the matter concerning Liang Mei and Xiao Qing resolved, he began strategizing against Teacher Bai. Utilizing software to search for Teacher Bai's personal information, Han Sheng discovered that Bai was an ordinary yet diligent mathematics teacher, well regarded for his students' impressive math scores and past achievements in mathematics competitions. After a thorough search, Han Sheng found some useful information and began to smile mischievously as he operated his computer. Meanwhile, Teacher Bai, deep in thought about how to deal with Han Sheng, was approached by Teacher Lu Wu, who whispered urgently about an upcoming inspection by the director of the Moral Education Department and school leaders. Bai, who had invested considerable money in hopes of being awarded the title of outstanding teacher, felt a surge of energy at the prospect of impressing the visitors. He had prepared meticulously for this day, crafting a perfect lesson plan to showcase his abilities. Dismissing thoughts of Han Sheng, he focused on downloading the meticulously prepared teaching materials onto a USB drive. Unbeknownst to him, his cloud storage had logged him out, but he paid little heed to this detail. After successfully transferring the highlighted lesson plans, he glanced at the clock and hurried to Class 5, eager to remind his students to behave in anticipation of the school leader's arrival. With the rumors now dispelled, Teacher Chen rose to pour Han Sheng a cup of fragrant tea. She had also heard about the impending visit and shared this news with Han Sheng, who felt a sudden pang of anxiety, realizing that he might have overstepped boundaries. As the first bell rang for the afternoon class, Teacher Chen, occupied with her own lesson, exchanged a few words with Han Sheng before hastily departing. Lin returned to the office, her fair cheeks adorned with glistening droplets, having just kissed Han Sheng, and rushed to the restroom to wash her flushed face. When she saw Han Sheng smiling at her, she shot him a fierce glare, unwilling to engage with the rogue. Han Sheng desired to share the recent events with Lin, but she avoided him, leaving him to await the unfolding of circumstances. Meanwhile, Director Li Yuanfu, a rotund figure from a moral education department, led the school leaders and several teachers from other institutions to the door of classroom. As the director, he was well acquainted with every teacher, understanding their strengths and teaching styles. He confidently detailed the capabilities of the teacher currently instructing the class, emphasizing the impressive track record of the mathematics teacher, Bai, who had previously won awards in mathematics competitions. Bai felt a surge of excitement as he recognized this visit as an opportunity to leave a lasting impression on the school leaders. As he began his lesson, he felt invigorated, momentarily forgetting his grievances against Han Sheng. However, as he clicked through his carefully crafted presentation, the students erupted into chaos, their noise nearly shaking the classroom to its foundations. Bai was bewildered by the sudden disruption, suspecting that the students were intentionally misbehaving. However, it seems that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. The girls in the class lowered their heads, their faces flushed with embarrassment, while the boys gazed with wide eyes as if they had encountered something exceedingly captivating. Teacher Bai hastily glanced at the computer on the podium, only to be met with the shocking sight of a scantily clad woman displayed on the screen. His mind erupted in chaos, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Mechanically, he turned to the projection screen beside the blackboard, where an enormous image of the same nude figure was projected. No wonder the students had reacted so strongly. Regaining his composure, Teacher Bai fumbled in a panic, unsure of how to navigate this predicament. In a moment of desperation, he abruptly cut off the power to the educational platform. The image vanished, eliciting a collective sigh from the boys in the classroom. Alarmed, Teacher Bai glanced outside the classroom. where he caught sight of Li Yuanfu's murderous glare and the grim expressions of the administration. He felt utterly despondent, realizing he had botched the situation. He had intended to perform well, yet this unforeseen incident had transpired. Regardless of any attempts at remediation, he sensed that it would be futile. This was likely an unfortunate accident. Teacher Bai's blunder left Li Yuanfu mortified, having just praised his excellence only to witness such an embarrassing spectacle during the lesson. The administrators contemplated leaving, but the cacophony from the neighboring class compelled them to take a few steps forward. Standing outside Class 6, Li Yuanfu was engulfed in embarrassment, wishing for a way out. Yet, the visiting teachers were intrigued by the lively atmosphere of the class, where every student eagerly raised their hand to ask questions. How had this been achieved? Was it orchestrated? One of the school leaders, with a stern expression, confronted Li Yuanfu, questioning the authenticity of such enthusiastic engagement, as he had seen none like it in the many classes he had passed. No, Li Yuanfu hurriedly shook his head. I can't shake the feeling that this is fabricated. Bring that teacher out, the leader commanded, leaving Li Yuanfu with no choice but to call out Teacher Chun, who was currently teaching. As Li Yuanfu understood, Teacher Chun was quite the gossip, likely aware of the administration's visit and having arranged for students to ask questions to catch their attention. This was disastrous. With Teacher Bai's earlier mishap and now Teacher Chen's potential deception, Li Yuanfu felt a surge of anxiety. What is happening in your class? Teacher Chun stepped out, facing the displeasure of the school leaders. Students ask questions when they do not understand, and I respond to their inquiries, she naturally explained. Is that truly the case? Or was this all a deliberate setup? No. Teacher Chun hastily denied it, asserting that with the upcoming monthly exam, the homeroom teacher had promised a camping trip if they performed well, thus motivating the students to participate actively in class these past few days. The leaders, skeptical, were invited to verify with other teachers who would affirm similar classroom dynamics. Since Teacher Chen dared to suggest consulting others, it indicated her honesty. The leaders' anger subsided somewhat, though they remained unconvinced about the noisy classroom. Did such questioning impact the quality of teaching? Teacher Chen quickly shook her head, reporting that all the teachers had noted the benefits of students' eagerness to ask questions. In recent days, students had shown a marked improvement in their diligence, and instances of copying homework had diminished significantly. Receiving such responses, the school leaders were somewhat satisfied. Class 6 belonged to Teacher Ma Dui, known for his rigidity. It was surprising to see him embracing innovation and employing motivational strategies to stimulate his students. No, that is not correct. Upon hearing the leaders praise Ma Dui, Teacher Chen hurried to clarify that he had taken sick leave the previous week, and it was now Teacher Han who was substituting as the homeroom teacher, motivating the students. Han. Which Han? The leaders were unfamiliar with Han Cheng. Teacher Han is a new hire at our school this summer. Li Yuanfu quickly interjected. I remember now. One of the leaders slapped his forehead, recalling an incident where a Teacher Han had clashed with a student. Could that have been the same person? Alarmed, Teacher Chen interjected. Leaders, it is not as it seems. While Teacher Han did have a conflict with a student, that issue has since been resolved, and the student is extremely grateful to him. If you wish, you can call Fang Tianhua to inquire, and earlier today, Teacher Han also managed to correct the behavior of a notoriously difficult student. As the leaders listened to Teacher Chen's explanation, they found it hard to believe and decided to delay their visit, requesting that she summon Fang Tianhua and the girl for further questioning. Chapter 66. Will you come to marry me? The first class of the afternoon concluded swiftly. In the brief span of that single session, Teacher Bai plummeted into despair, while Han Cheng ascended to newfound heights. Teacher Han, the school leaders commended your performance highly. Teacher Ma Dui's illness remains uncertain, and even if he recovers, he may not be capable of resuming his role as homeroom teacher. According to the administration's wishes, Teacher Han, you shall henceforth be the official homeroom teacher for Class 6. After class, the corpulent Li Yuanfu entered the senior grade office and delivered these words to Han Cheng. After encouraging Han Cheng, he left without a glance at Teacher Bai, who stood nearby, yearning to speak with him. Teacher Bai watched Li Yuanfu depart, feeling as though he had lost everything. He could not fathom how the meticulously prepared lesson materials stored in his cloud drive had transformed into such an inappropriate image. He suspected that someone had tampered with his files. His initial instinct was to blame Han Cheng for seeking revenge. But Han Cheng had no access to his cloud password and had never operated his computer. Thus, despite Han Cheng being the prime suspect, he likely was not the culprit. Teacher Bai recalled that teacher Lu Wu had frequently used his computer. It was plausible that he had altered the lesson materials. The office, which should have been abuzz with discussions about the rumored affair between Han Cheng and teacher Chun, instead buzzed with admiration for Han Cheng while secretly mocking teacher Bai for his classroom blunder. The more teacher Bai pondered, the angrier he became, disregarding any evidence. After all, teacher Lu Wu was the most likely suspect. He had borrowed money to buy a car, and now that he could not retrieve it, it seemed he intended to avoid repayment by sabotaging him. Just then, teacher Lu Wu approached, smiling as he inquired about the classroom incident. Teacher Bai perceived malice in Lu Wu's grin and, filled with rage, struck him squarely in the face. Bang! Stop! Enough! The office erupted into chaos as Lin angrily approached Han Cheng, accusing him of being the instigator behind the scandalous image. How could you have uploaded such a picture when the students are minors? I did not consider the implications at the time, Han Cheng replied awkwardly. You didn't even approach his desk. How could you have altered his materials? And Lin was curious about the situation, and Han Cheng did not reveal the whole truth. He explained that he had happened to see teacher Bai log into his cloud drive while passing by, as his password was simple enough to remember. The real story, however, was that Han Cheng had utilized a software tool to discover a picture where teacher Bai had recorded various passwords, allowing him access to teacher Bai's cloud drive and modification of the lesson materials. Nowadays, many websites and applications require usernames and passwords. Using a single password across multiple accounts can be perilous, while having unique passwords for each account can lead to forgetfulness. Some individuals opt to list their passwords in a private online space, a practice that is extremely risky. And Lin expressed her grievances about Han Cheng, then returned to her desk, engrossed in work. The altercation between teacher Bai and teacher Lu was swiftly intervened as the head of their grade group, with a stern expression, escorted teacher Bai away. Such a scene unfolding in the classroom, followed by a public brawl in the office, indicated to all the teachers present that teacher Bai was in for a rough time. Time flew by, and soon it was time for dismissal. The news of Han Cheng officially becoming the homeroom teacher had spread to Class 6. Chu Sini and her friends sent congratulatory messages to Han Cheng, seemingly unaware of the kiss shared with Lin in the office. Han Cheng let out a long sigh of relief. Luo Lizi, who had left school early, was waiting outside the office for Han Cheng, determined to take him back to her residence this time. Both Lin and teacher Chun had grown accustomed to Luo Lizi waiting for Han Cheng every day. After bidding farewell to them, Han Cheng held Luo Lizi's small hand and walked down the stairs towards the school gate. After waiting for a while at the gate, he realized he had not seen Luo Yiru arrive in her red BMW Mini. Suddenly, he recalled that she had invited him over for dinner yesterday. Yet today, she had not formally extended the invitation. Husband, let's take a taxi back, Luo Lizi said cheerfully. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Han Cheng hesitated. What is inappropriate about it? Luo Lizi insisted, raising her small hand to hail a taxi. Han Cheng, however, took out his phone to call Luo Yiru, feeling it necessary to inform her of his visit, as he was an adult and she was still a child. When Luo Yiru received Han Cheng's call, she was still at the office and needed to work late that evening. Upon learning that Luo Lizi wished to invite Han Cheng home, she did not object, apologizing and assuring him she would return as soon as possible. With Luo Yiru's consent, Han Cheng and Luo Lizi entered taxi, heading towards the European-style community where they resided. Have you finished the ingredients your mother bought yesterday? Han Cheng inquired. No, they're all in the fridge, which is packed. I'll turn all those ingredients into food later, Luo Lizi replied excitedly. Han Cheng smiled and patted her adorable face, recalling her culinary skills. She was not merely boasting. Soon, the taxi arrived at the community entrance and Luo Lizi, brimming with excitement, pulled Han Cheng into the neighborhood, bouncing towards the residential building. Named after European cities, the community exuded a European charm, featuring marble sculptures reminiscent of the Renaissance, fountains, and pigeons, with every plant and tree imported from Europe. In short, the neighborhood's opulence was evident. Upon entering Luo Lizi's home, it was not decorated in an overly European style, but rather had a chic and minimalist aesthetic. Would you like to see my room, husband? She asked with a grin. Sure, let us take a look, Han Cheng replied as she cheerfully led him into her room. Her room was a veritable paradise of plush toys, filled with various cartoon characters. Don't laugh. Those were bought for me by that woman. She thinks I'm still a child. The teddy bear you gave me, I hug it every night. Luo Lizi exclaimed, showcasing the gray teddy bear Han Cheng had previously gifted her. Han Cheng nodded with a smile, but Luo Lizi, suddenly playful, leaped onto Han Cheng's back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Husband, now that you know where I live, when will you come to marry me? She asked, her eyes filled with both longing and mischief. Pouting for a kiss, Han Cheng planted a gentle kiss on her forehead, but she was not satisfied. Look at those variety shows on TV. They kiss on the lips. Why won't you kiss me? She insisted, her cheeks flushed. Han Cheng chuckled, considering explaining, but before he could, Luo Lizi pressed her lips against his. All right, no need for words now, he said, realizing the moment had turned sweetly intimate. Luo Lizi's face reddened, and she felt a warmth all over, wanting more kisses. Meanwhile, Luo Yiru hurried to finish her work, the night having fallen. She rushed down to her car, not out of worry for Han Cheng and Luo Lizi, but to ensure she did not neglect Han Cheng. Upon arriving home and opening the door, she spotted Luo Lizi's small shoes beside Han Cheng's larger ones, prompting a knowing smile. Laughter echoed from within the house. As she entered, she did not find them in the living room, but followed the sound to the kitchen. There, she discovered Luo Lizi and Han Cheng preparing dinner together. Although Luo Lizi was not tall enough to reach the counters, she stood on a chair, skillfully chopping vegetables while chatting with Han Cheng, her laughter ringing like silver bells. This heartwarming scene was one she had never witnessed before. Luo Lizi's radiant smile was a sight to behold. Luo Yiru recognized how challenging her daughter could be, yet here was Han Cheng, effortlessly bonding with her. What kind of charm did Han Cheng possess? Luo Yiru felt a desire to understand him better, to engage in deeper conversation. The thought made her cheeks flush. It was the first time in many years she wished to know a man more intimately. Chapter 67. Are you truly giving this to me, or do you pity me? Click. The sound of a camera shutter snapped Han Cheng and Luo Lizi's attention. They turned to see Luo Yiru standing at the kitchen door, taking their picture. He take one like this. Luo Lizi giggled as she jumped off the chair and leapt onto Han Cheng's back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Be careful, don't be reckless. Han Cheng swiftly turned to catch her, preventing her from falling. Luo Lizi laughed joyfully, while Luo Yiru captured the moment on her phone, feeling a pang of jealousy at the sight of her daughter and Han Cheng sharing such happiness. With their combined efforts, dinner was prepared in no time. It was Luo Yiru's first time tasting the meals made by her daughter, filling her with an indescribable sense of excitement. Thank you, Teacher Han, for taking care of Lizi during this time. I do like to toast to you, she said, lifting a glass of low-alcohol fruit wine with a smile directed at Han Cheng. Luo Lizi immediately protested. You two are practically siblings. There's no need for such formality. Luo Yiru chuckled. If Teacher Han truly became my brother, Lizi, you would have to call him uncle. Luo Lizi was not keen on that. How you address him is none of my concern. I know what I should call him. Han Cheng had helped her several times, and their relationship was too close for her to keep calling him Teacher Han. If you don't mind, may I call you Luo Jie from now on? No. Luo Lizi shook her head in disapproval. Luo Jie sounds so old. You're only in your 20s. Calling you Yiru Jie sounds much better. This comment about age made Luo Yiru's heart skip a beat. Luo Lizi had mentioned several times how wonderful Han Cheng was, and her closeness to him raised suspicions in Luo Yiru's mind. Was her daughter trying to play matchmaker? After all, she had previously suggested Han Cheng move in with them. Reflecting on this realization made Luo Yiru's cheeks burn, and she felt uncertain about how to face Han Cheng. Struggling to maintain eye contact, I think I'll stick to calling you Luo Jie. Han Cheng observed her discomfort. Calling you Yiru Jie sounds lovely. If you don't want me to, I'll just cry. Luo Lizi pouted, using her childlike charm to coax him. With sweat beading on his forehead, Han Cheng nodded in agreement. Actually, calling you Yiru Jie is fine. What do you think? He asked. I. Luo Yiru stammered, feeling flustered. This wine is a bit strong. I'll wash my face in the restroom. You two go ahead and eat, she said, quickly setting down her glass and fleeing the scene. My dear husband, did you notice her blushing? She evidently has misunderstood something. What are you, this little lowly, trying to do? Han Cheng, perplexed, pinched Loli Z's small face. I think, regardless, I cannot acknowledge her as my mother. After being single for so long, she ought to find someone to rely on, rather than letting someone else benefit. Why not? What are you even thinking? Such matters are perfectly normal. After the emperor's demise, to consolidate power, the concubines married the emperor's sons. In the future, As your rightful wife, I anticipate many concubines vying for position. I must cultivate some talent of my own now, and I find myself quite fond of this woman. Han Sheng, in Uttadisari, had not heard Loli Zi utter such strange words for days, thinking she had outgrown such talk. Unexpectedly, her current words were even more absurd than before. Stop spouting nonsense. In this era, there won't be any concubines. What do you mean, husband? Do you wish to let Ling you down? Well, even if I had several wives, everyone must be treated equally. No chaotic harem battles are permitted. Han Sheng's words made Loli Zi giggle. Then, do you think this woman could become your wife? Stop talking nonsense, or I shall leave at once. Oh, I want to say another word. It's all for your sake, dear husband. You still dare to speak. Loli Zi obediently ate her meal, while Luo Yiru emerged from the bathroom after quite a while. Returning to the dining table, she spoke little and dare not look at Han Sheng. Han Sheng could guess what Luo Yiru was thinking, feeling quite awkward, while Loli Zi, noticing their shyness and awkwardness, continued to giggle. After dinner, Han Sheng bid farewell immediately, and Luo Yiru did not attempt to keep him. Closing the door behind her, Luo Yiru hurried to Loli Zi's side. Li Zi, I know what you're thinking, but some matters cannot be forced. What should I do? I really like him, and I'm so happy when I'm with him. Loli Zi looked at Luo Yiru with an innocent expression, and you need to find someone to rely on too. Is it truly all right for you to continue like this? I'm well aware of my own affairs. What you call being aware, how can that be? When faced with others' harassment, you choose to endure it, and without Han Sheng, perhaps today you would have been followed again. What is it you dislike about him? This. Being so directly questioned by her daughter, Luo Yiru felt incredibly shy. Age. I am a single mother, and he is young and handsome. He has better choices. This is not a significant issue. You are still young. You do not understand. Who is it that does not understand? I am not suggesting that you marry him. I merely hope you can rely on him. Huh? Luo Yiru felt as if her daughter had played her. Leaving Loli Zi's home, Han Sheng did not dwell on it too much and quickly returned to his rented apartment. Passing by Zilin's room, Han Sheng glanced in, noticing no light was coming from within, indicating she was out. As he unlocked the door, Han Sheng found that his room was surprisingly unlocked. Upon entering, he was greeted by a familiar scent. Sounds of water from the bathroom led him to knock on the door. Xiao Nua, what brings you here? Li Shanghua brought her boyfriend back to the dormitory, and I had nowhere to go, so I had to come here for the night. When did you get a key to my room? I was just about to discuss that with you. The sound of water stopped in the bathroom. The auburn-haired girl continued. When I arrived, I saw a girl trying to pry open your door. When she saw someone coming, she ran off. I thought she looked like one of your students, so I didn't catch her. Han Sheng broke into a cold sweat. The auburn-haired girl spoke of was undoubtedly Xiao Qing. What was she doing here? Thanking him? Why was she trying to pick the lock again? She truly had a penchant for that. The bathroom door swung open, and the auburn-haired girl emerged, clad in a black tank top and matching shorts. Han Sheng's gaze widened. Her figure was remarkable, with sun-kissed skin, long legs, and a waist that could be grasped with one hand, perfectly proportioned in both her posterior and bust, likely due to her daily exercise. Stop staring at me like that. If you want to look, go gaze at your girlfriend. The auburn-haired girl blushed at Han Sheng's gaze. Isn't the reason you're not wearing clothes for me to see? Han Sheng chuckled, reaching out a mischievous hand towards her. The auburn-haired girl quickly sidestepped, hastily dressing in the living room. I thought you had gone on a date and wouldn't be back for a while. Who knew you would return suddenly? You really treat this place like your home. Isn't this my home? The auburn-haired girl's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Han Sheng's heart tightened. He realized his words might have hurt her feelings, as she was an orphan without parents. This is your home. By the way, have you had dinner? If not, I can make you some instant noodles. You are such a cruel brother, making your sister eat junk food. My apologies, I have eggs and tomatoes. Would you like some scrambled eggs with tomatoes? I don't like it. I've already eaten and can't manage anymore. Han Sheng sighed in relief, rummaging through his room until he found a spare key, handing it to the auburn-haired girl. She hesitated to take it. Are you really giving this to me? Are you just feeling sorry for me? Rather than pity, it's more affection. I see you're trying to curry favor with me. Using me, though worked. The auburn-haired girl accepted the key. Han Sheng smiled and ruffled her hair, causing her to pout. Just then, the doorbell rang, and he wondered who it could be. Chapter 68. If you want a date, come on. The doorbell rang suddenly. The auburn-haired girl pointed towards a room. Han Sheng broke into a sweat. The auburn-haired girl intended to hide in his room, and escaped through the window. She believed that Chu Sini and the others were unaware of her presence and did not wish to create any misunderstandings for Han Cheng. Without waiting for Han Cheng to object, the auburn-haired girl swiftly entered the room and made her exit. Han Cheng opened the door to find Xiao Qing timidly standing outside. "Aren't you going to evening self-study?" Han Cheng was not surprised by Xiao Qing's arrival. When the auburn-haired girl mentioned someone trying to pry open his door, he had already guessed it was her. "Teacher Han, I took a leave of absence." Xiao Qing looked at Han Cheng with both boldness and shyness. "Thank you for what you did before." "No need to thank me. That was what I should do." Han Cheng felt that Xiao Qing had come specifically to express her gratitude. However, she suddenly pulled out a suitcase from beside her, startling Han Cheng. Was she planning to cohabit with him? "Teacher Han, I have an ungracious request," Xiao Qing said timidly. "Xiao Qing, you're putting me in a difficult position." Han Cheng's expression soured. "Teacher Han, I do not wish to live with you. I want to live with Teacher Chen," Xiao Qing hurriedly clarified. "Why?" Han Cheng was astonished. Last night, Xiao Qing had stayed with Teacher Chen. Had she become accustomed to living there? Xiao Qing lowered her head, embarrassed. "To be honest, my motives are quite selfish. My grade is not very good, and if I could have Teacher Chen supervising me, I believe my performance would improve. Moreover, Teacher Chen also mentioned this morning that she welcomed me to live there, and I would pay her rent. I felt too shy to bring it up alone, so I hope you could assist me." Han Cheng was drenched in sweat. He felt that Teacher Chen's invitation was merely polite banter, and he never expected Xiao Qing to take it seriously. "What would your family think? If my parents found out I was living with my teacher, they would surely be delighted. If you were to live with a male teacher, I doubt your parents would be pleased," Han Cheng silently mused. He took out his phone. "Don't rush. I'll call Teacher Chen and ask her." Xiao Qing nodded, looking at Han Cheng with anticipation. He gestured for her to enter the house first, then dialed Teacher Chen's number. Upon receiving Han Cheng's call, Teacher Chen was undeniably delighted. "Did you miss me, Han? Are you planning to invite me out tonight?" Han Cheng glanced at Xiao Qing, maintaining a respectful distance to prevent her from overhearing Teacher Chen's peculiar remarks. "Teacher Chen, I would like to discuss something with you. Xiao Qing wishes to stay at your place, and she will, of course, pay for the rent." "Oh, really? That sounds fine. I find it rather dull living alone anyway. Ideally, I would prefer to have Han stay with me, and I want to charge him rent. I will also, if you agree, I can send Xiao Qing over right now. Will Han be coming over? You mustn't leave immediately. Otherwise, I want to open the door for you." Han Cheng felt somewhat awkward. And what exactly is the relationship between Teacher Han and Xiao Qing? Last night, when I mentioned Han, Xiao Qing blushed as if I had struck a chord. "Teacher Han, you don't plan on consuming both of us, do you?" Bang! Han Cheng abruptly hung up, exasperated by Teacher Chen's obsession. He turned to Xiao Qing with a serious expression. "I believe it would be better for you to stay at school. Although you desire Teacher Chen's guidance, she still needs to have her personal life after class. You should allow her some space." Xiao Qing lowered her head, stubbornly whispering, "I just want to live with Teacher Chen. If Teacher Han is unwilling to assist, I will just go by myself." Han Cheng glanced at the dark window, feeling uneasy about Xiao Qing going to find Teacher Chen alone. He really could not comprehend what Xiao Qing was thinking. "Fine, I will accompany you." "Thank you, Teacher Han." Han Cheng led Xiao Qing downstairs and into the car. He drove to the quaint old neighborhood where Teacher Chen lived. Since Xiao Qing already knew where Teacher Chen resided, Han Cheng did not get out of the car to escort her upstairs. "Thank you, Teacher Han. In the future, I will keep an eye on your grades. If your grades do not improve, but instead decline, I will send you back to school." Xiao Qing nodded, genuinely coming here with a mindset focused on learning, alongside other reasons. Even though Liang Mei had apologized, their relationship could never return to its former state, and living in the same dormitory made things awkward. Liang Mei had become very diligent, with both of her parents being teachers and her foundation solid. Xiao Qing did not want to be outdone by Liang Mei, which is why she made such a bold decision. Ding dong. She pressed the doorbell upstairs. Teacher Chen, wearing a spaghetti-strap nightgown, opened the door. Upon seeing only Xiao Qing standing outside, Teacher Chen felt a wave of disappointment. "Where's Teacher Han? He didn't come upstairs. He should be heading back now." Xiao Qing replied honestly. "That guy." Teacher Chen muttered internally. She let Xiao Qing in, aware of some details regarding Xiao Qing and Liang Mei. She suspected why Xiao Qing had chosen to stay with her. However, she was puzzled as to why Xiao Qing had come twice, both times brought by Han Cheng. "You can sleep in the same room as last night." "Thank you, Teacher Chen." As teacher Chun followed Xiao Qing into the room, she asked, "Can you tell me what your relationship is with teacher Han?" I don't have any special relationship with teacher Han, but he's a very good teacher." The moment teacher Han was mentioned, Xiao Qing's face flushed. "You like him, don't you?" Xiao Qing hurriedly lowered her head, surprised that teacher Chun had seen through her. Teacher Chen lifted Xiao Qing's chin, scrutinizing her fair face. "To be honest, as a fellow woman, I understand your feelings. In the past, you mingled with Lu Dongqi and his crowd. Regardless of your reasons, I can see you're trying to play the victim in front of Han Cheng. He is kind-hearted and sympathetic towards you, but I perceive you as a bit of a manipulative person. Do you have a boyfriend?" "No, not at all. Have you ever had one?" "No." "Good. You're not beyond help yet. I will advise you. If you wish to pursue Han Cheng, I have no objections. However, if you dare to play tricks on him, I'll be the first to confront you. Understood?" Xiao Qing nodded in fear, feeling intimidated by teacher Chun. "All right. If you can behave, that would be best. Since Han Cheng brought you here, I will certainly help you improve your grades. Otherwise, it would imply my incompetence. From now on, you can call me Chunji at home. The title of teacher sounds too old-fashioned, as I'm still quite young. It's getting late. You should shower and go to bed early. Remember to prepare breakfast in the morning and help me with some chores when you have time. I won't charge you for meals or rent." Teacher Chen turned to leave, and Xiao Qing stood there in a daze, both astonished and delighted. She was surprised to discover teacher Chun had a fierce side, yet pleased to see her kindness as well. After escorting Xiao Qing to teacher Chen's place, Han Cheng quickly drove back to his apartment. Upon entering his room, Han Cheng found a crimson-haired girl lounging on his bed, engrossed in her computer. "Why are you back?" The crimson-haired girl looked up, surprised to see Han Cheng. "Did I ever say I wouldn't return?" Han Cheng pondered, unable to recall making such a statement. Though the crimson-haired girl had mentioned she would leave through the window, but she hadn't done so. "Given your close relationship with that teacher Chun, I thought you were going out to meet her tonight. Li told you this, right?" Han Cheng recalled the earlier encouragement from Luo Li. The crimson-haired girl nodded, not lifting her head from the computer. "Hurry up and ask her out. Tonight, I'm sleeping in your bed. Or you can ask me out." Han Cheng sat on the edge of the bed, grinning mischievously at the crimson-haired girl. The crimson-haired girl lowered her head in silence. But Han Cheng noticed her cheeks were already flushed. "I think I'll just sleep on the sofa tonight." Before Han Cheng could finish, the crimson-haired girl huffed. "Aren't you eager to ask? Go ahead." Chapter 69. He thought of a brilliant plan. The crimson-haired girl's audacity caught Han Cheng off guard. Checking the time, she set aside her laptop. She scooted over, making half the bed available for Han Cheng, her face flushed and expression serious, as if she were not joking. If teacher Chun were this forward, Han Cheng would surely have turned to leave, but with a youthful and vibrant girl like the crimson-haired one being so proactive, he lay down beside her without hesitation. "If you dare to act recklessly, you're doomed." Seeing Han Cheng so exhilarated, the crimson-haired girl hurriedly reminded him. "I knew it would be like this," Han Cheng sighed, looking at the crimson-haired girl with annoyance. "Turn off the lights." The crimson-haired girl turned away, presenting her back to him. Han Cheng smiled and switched off the light, plunging the room into darkness. If the crimson-haired girl were truly making advances, Han Cheng would not refuse. However, given her current demeanor, he had to suppress his inappropriate thoughts. "I hardly know anything about you," Han Cheng began in the dim light. He had not used his omniscient app to investigate the crimson-haired girl. He preferred to hear her story directly. "I have nothing much to say. My only brother has already been killed by you people," the crimson-haired girl replied curtly. "Do you hate me?" Han Cheng was genuinely concerned about this. "A bit, but I know my brother's personality. He would have eventually met his doom, so..." The crimson-haired girl trailed off, suddenly feeling strange lying in the same bed as the one who had caused her brother's demise. "At first, I had truly despised the person beside me, yet inexplicably, I find myself devoid of hatred now. In fact, when I hear him declare that this is his home, a sweet warmth envelopes my heart. How peculiar. Could it be that I have developed feelings for this fellow?" Coming to my senses, I noticed a hand resting on my waist, an unwelcome intrusion. "Remove your unwarranted hand and seek your teacher, Mr. Chun," I exclaimed, pushing away Han Cheng's hand in annoyance. "I thought you were asleep," he chuckled, his smile disarming. A shiver ran down my spine at the thought of what he might do had I truly been asleep. Quickly, I rolled up the blanket to shield myself from any further transgressions. Realizing my distress, Han Cheng refrained from any further mischief, and as I lay there, the faint, pleasant fragrance emanating from me lulled him into slumber. When morning arrived, I had vanished without a trace, leaving Han Chung rather disheartened, as he had anticipated a morning workout together. Resigned, he set off for a run alone, having grown accustomed to early morning runs. He felt his physical condition had significantly improved over time, even with the rain drizzling down. Undeterred by the weather, he completed his routine and encountered Lin, who was heading to work under a small umbrella. "Where did you go last night? On a date?" he inquired curiously. "Do I owe you a report?" She replied with a teasing smile. Han Chung was tempted to pinch her cheek, as she often bombarded him with questions, yet here she was dismissive of his inquiry. "You win," he chuckled. After parting ways with Lin and ascending the stairs, he noticed a bag of sandwiches hanging from the doorknob, bringing a flicker of comfort to his wounded heart. Upon arriving at school, Mr. Chin served him a cup of floral tea while sharing some gossip about Mr. Bai, who faced punishment for striking Mr. Liu in the office. Initially, it seemed he would be suspended, but due to the impending monthly exams, the head of the grade merely required him to write a reflection. Han Chung, however, was distracted by a message from Su Lingyu, requesting a leave of absence for her sister, Su Lingyin. He pondered whether she had fallen ill, only to receive a photo of Su Lingyin deep in thought at her computer, grappling with a challenging problem. "Chung, did you hear Lingyin express her desire to become as capable as I am during our return that afternoon? She has been working diligently at her studies. You must understand, even with her efforts, it may ultimately be in vain." Su Lingyu's concern for her sister was palpable. Lingyin's aspirations stemmed from Su Lingyu's prior knowledge from a past life, making her achievements seem unattainable for Lingyin. Determined to assist, Han Chung checked his schedule and realized he had no classes that morning, allowing him to visit Su Lingyin. Su Lingyu chose not to accompany him, leaving Han Chung to seek out Lingyin alone. As he walked, he contemplated how to persuade her, considering numerous arguments that all seemed inadequate. Upon arriving at the complex where the twins resided, he opted not to ascend the stairs, but instead called Su Lingyin. "I've taken a leave. Didn't my sister inform you?" She answered, her tone impatient. "I'm downstairs," he replied. The surprise in her voice was evident. "Why are you here? Did my sister say I was sick? That foolish girl." Han Chung chuckled. "Will you come down? If not, I'll come up." Reluctant to descend, she protested. "What business do you have with me? Is it not acceptable for me to take a day off to relax? I also took a day off. Let me take you out for a spin." "Han Sheng," she retorted, suddenly furious. "You sneak around to see me and wish to take me out? How could you betray my sister like this? I've known all along you're a fickle heart." Han Sheng, frustrated, attempted to clarify. "Lingyin, if you don't come down, I'll go up. Your sister entrusted me with the key to your home." Upon hearing this, Su Lingyin begrudgingly descended, her expression void of emotion as she fixed her gaze on him. "Let's go for a walk," Han Sheng beckoned. "Spit it out quickly. I don't have time for leisurely strolls," she retorted, crossing her arms defiantly. Han Chung couldn't help but smile at her demeanor, understanding the root of her distress. Su Lingyu's recent accomplishments, including her self-taught computer skills and financial success, had left Lingyin feeling inadequate and motivated to prove herself. "Your sister is a genius. You need to accept that you're not on her level," Han Chung stated firmly. Lingyin's shoulders trembled, and he recognized that his words had struck a nerve. "Don't rush to resent me. I'm not here to belittle you. As your teacher, I'm here to guide your path. Why do you have to guide me? You've strayed from the proper path yourself, engaging in a relationship with a student," she retorted, her voice thick with emotion. "Lingyin, you'll understand the situation with your sister in due time. We are both aware of our choices. However, you're currently on a misguided path." "What do you mean?" Lingyin demanded, her eyes brimming with tears as she struggled to contain her emotions. "Do you think I can't learn computer programming? I will show you. I'm not saying you can't learn, but do you genuinely have a passion for it? Your academic performance suggests otherwise. Your only strength lies in physical education. How dare you? You look down on me, you scoundrel. Leave me be," Lingyin cried, overwhelmed and hurt, as tears streamed down her face. She swung her hand at him in frustration. As her action registered, a spark ignited in Han Chung's mind, leading to an ingenious idea. However, he was lost in thought and failed to evade her swing, receiving a sharp slap across his face. Lingyin froze, astonished at her own action. She had struck not only her benefactor, but also her teacher. Chapter 70. Lingyin, what can you truly accomplish? The sound of the slap jolted Han Chung back to reality. "Did you truly hit me?" He glared at her, displeased. Why didn't you dodge? She replied, her shoulders shrinking in embarrassment. Han Chung rubbed his cheek, feeling the sting of her light slap, but it was discomforting nonetheless. Sorry. Ling Yin murmured, her gaze cast downward, fearful of retribution. All right, since you've apologized, I'll forgive you. Now, can you calm down and listen to me? Ling Yin nodded, her surprise evident as she lifted her head, astonished by his forgiveness. It was merely an accident, and Han Chung believed she hadn't intended to hurt him. He smiled, encouraging her to accompany him outside. I understand your feelings, and, as I mentioned before, you truly aren't suited for computer programming. Ling Yin pouted, still displeased by his words, feeling anger rise within her, yet guilt for her earlier outburst held her tongue. You and Ling Yu are twin sisters. Although you share identical appearances, your personalities are entirely opposite. Your sister is quite introverted, struggling to interact with unfamiliar individuals, whereas you are cheerful and vivacious. Throughout your lives, you have undoubtedly taken care of her, haven't you? This was relayed to you by my sister, wasn't it? Su Lingyin replied with a hint of displeasure. No, Han Chung shook his head. Such matters are evident to everyone. The reason I mention this is to convey that each of you possesses your own strengths. What your sister excels at may not be your forte, just as the skills you possess may be beyond her reach for a lifetime. Despite Han Cheng's words, my sister is a genius, but I am merely an ordinary person. Indeed, your recognition of this fact is commendable. You wouldn't offer me any comfort at all? Han Chung smiled at the irritated girl as they stepped out of the community and onto the bustling street. Observing the busy thoroughfare, Han Chung's expression grew serious. Ling Yin, since you acknowledge your sister's genius, have you considered what might happen if she develops software that attracts the attention of unscrupulous individuals? What will you do then? But you'll be there, brother-in-law. Su Lingyin teased Han Chung, her tone heavy with sarcasm. Hey, I'm discussing a serious topic. Han Chung, amused yet frustrated, ruffled Su Lingyin's hair. If your sister were to encounter danger and I were not by her side, Ling Yin, what could you do? Isn't that obvious? I would fight anyone who dared to harm my sister. Su Lingyin replied with conviction. Precisely, you would do well. However, in your current state, can you truly protect your sister? This question left Su Lingyin troubled. Han Chung, what exactly are you trying to say? Stop beating around the bush. Han Xing smiled again. As I mentioned earlier, I intend to guide you onto the right path. Your sister is quiet, while you're lively and athletic. Therefore, would you be interested in learning martial arts to protect your sister? You want to be my master? Su Lingyin, aware of Han Chung's prowess, instinctively flinched. You only want to teach me martial arts to take advantage of me. Han Chung, sweating profusely, thought this girl must have a persecution complex. Don't you realize where we are headed? Oh right, where are we going? Su Lingyin's bewildered expression caused Han Chung to facepalm, doubting whether this girl even knew what was happening. We are on our way to the elementary school. Han Sheng sighed. I knew you would question my intentions, which is why I asked Li Zi to be your instructor. Huh? Su Lingyin felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Han Chung, are you joking? You want that little girl to be my master? I could take on 10 of her with one hand. I hope you still have such confidence later. Han Chung chuckled as he took out his phone to call Li Zi. Upon hearing that Han Chung had found a new apprentice, Li Zi bounced out of school after asking her teacher for leave. When she saw that her new apprentice was Su Lingyin, she grinned widely. Let us get started. Do we really have to? You said you could take on 10, right? But she asked her sister. Su Lingyin hesitated, but Li Zi impatiently stepped forward, twisting Su Lingyin's arm behind her back. Su Lingyin immediately bent over in pain, and Li Zi jumped on her back. Su Lingyin lost her balance and fell onto the grass beside the elementary school, while Li Zi proudly sat atop her. Su Lingyin could hardly believe she was being bested by a little girl. She rolled over, attempting to catch Li Zi, but Li Zi was too nimble, driving Su Lingyin to frustration. Ah, you little brat. You must be resenting me. So you sent your sister to deal with me, didn't you? Su Lingyin searum. Utterly exasperated. So what do you say? Are you willing to let Li Zi be your master? I wanna, but will my sister really be in danger? Han Chung nodded solemnly. In my past life, both Su Lingyu and I were targeted by a nefarious organization due to a technology we developed, leading to our tragic demise in a massive explosion. I do not believe that the people in this world would be so benevolent as to overlook revolutionary technology without envy. Su Lingyin sensed that Han Chung was not jesting. The thought of someone plotting against her sister ignited a fierce flame within her. Lowly master, quickly teach me how to become strong. Su Lingyin eagerly gazed at Lizzie. Seeing Su Lingyin's fervent desire to grow stronger, Lizzie was quite pleased. You want to attend classes today. I'll take you to meet your senior sister, and we'll devise a training plan together. Senior sister? Su Lingyin looked at Han Cheng with confusion. Han Cheng did not explain, but reminded Lizzie sternly not to lead Lingyin astray with any bizarre activities. All right, Lingyin, let us go. By the way, don't call me master. Call me sister from now on. Su Lingyin didn't grasp the significance of calling Lizzie sister. But Han Cheng understood. He scolded the little girl playfully. Watching them walk away, Han Cheng returned to school while sending a message to Su Lingyu to clarify what had just transpired. Upon learning of Han Cheng's arrangements, Su Lingyu was quite satisfied. She did not expect her sister to protect her, but she hoped to alleviate any burdens her sister might carry. As Han Cheng strolled near the seaside high school, he encountered Liang Mei, who appeared hurried and uncertain of her destination. Han Cheng smiled and waved at her, causing her to pause briefly before approaching awkwardly. Teacher Han. Liang Mei tried to maintain a calm voice. Why aren't you in class? Is something troubling you? Liang Mei sought an excuse, but her mind was blank. Han Cheng sighed internally, deducing some circumstances. Previously, Xiaoqing had mentioned that Liang Mei was acquainted with some unsavory youths outside of school, and now that she intended to become a good student, those individuals were likely still bothering her. If you need my assistance, don't hesitate to ask, Han Cheng said earnestly. Teacher Han. Liang Mei felt a warmth in her heart. She truly wished to share her troubles. However, knowing how good-natured Han Cheng was, she didn't want to put him in danger. Teacher Han, I haven't yet thanked you for what you did before. I'm truly grateful. Liang Mei bowed deeply, sincerely expressing her gratitude. It's nothing. I merely did what I ought to do. But this is something that could impact my entire life. I'm really thankful. After expressing her gratitude earnestly, Liang Mei chose not to explain the matter she needed to attend to. She bid Han Cheng farewell and hurriedly left. Since Liang Mei did not elaborate, Han Cheng did not press the issue. Though he wished to assist, he recognized that Liang Mei had her own considerations. As Han Cheng entered the school and was about to ascend the teaching building, his phone rang unexpectedly. To his surprise, the caller was Fu Hong. Uncertain of what Fu Hong wanted, Han Cheng took his time and walked toward the sports field, answering the call as he walked. Chapter 71. Teacher Chun's world opens a door. To Han Cheng's astonishment, Fu Hong, upon connecting the call, asked to borrow money. Did you dial the wrong number? Han Cheng replied, utterly astonished. I did not. Fu Hong's voice sounded weary. Han Cheng, do you truly have no money? If you do, please lend me some. I promise to return it double in the future. Even the promise of double repayment did not entice Han Cheng to lend money to Fu Hong. Previously, Fu Hong had resorted to selling candies for profit. He was a mercenary soul. Han Cheng would not lend him money even if he had it. Furrowing his brow, Han Cheng inquired across the line, I know I shouldn't ask, but I must. What do you need the money for? Is it related to the birthday banquet? As fate would have it, you shall soon find out. Fu Hong chuckled softly and, as a friend, felt compelled to remind you of a few matters. The Han family is likely your brother's faction, and it appears they wish to create some trouble for you. Having heard that you are enjoying your teaching position in Haiban City. However, I believe you can handle it, so I shall refrain from intervening. Of course, if you were to provide me with some financial assistance, I could guarantee your safety. Thank you for the heads up. Hearing this, Han Cheng was not surprised. After all, such matters were not new to him. Let's leave it at that. Remember to lend me some money when you have it. I truly have pressing needs. Once Fu Hong ended the call, Han Cheng smiled, realizing that Fu Hong must be in urgent need of funds. Yet, the true purpose of his call was not to borrow money, but to inform Han Cheng that someone was targeting him. While Han Cheng could indeed assist in resolving the issue, Fu Hong was hesitant to confront the Han family. Putting away his phone, Han Cheng sighed with relief, nonetheless. Fu Hong remained a person of loyalty. He himself was in need of money, and Han Cheng reflected that soon he would need to register a company to provide a platform for the technology developed for Su Lingyu. It would be unwise to be short on funds then. Contemplating finances, two memories from his past life surfaced in Han Cheng's mind. One involved leading troops in a battle when supplies ran low to feed his soldiers. He dispatched a team disguised as bandits to pillage the grain stores of the unkind landlords along the way. The other memory depicted his own financial struggles, where he tirelessly coded throughout the night to develop software as a gift for Su Lingyu, exchanging it for much-needed money. Han Cheng tapped his head in confusion, pondering whether he would gradually recollect all the events of his previous life. Ascending to his office, he found a rotund director of moral education, Li Yuanfu, conversing with Nzilin, although he could not discern the subject of their discussion. Nzilin's unwilling expression indicated that Li Yuanfu was clearly harassing her. The trouble that accompanies such beauty was evident. It was far too easy for a stunning woman to attract unwelcome attention. Witnessing this scene, Han Cheng turned away and stepped outside to call Nzilin. Knowing Han Cheng was calling to assist her, Nzilin answered, mumbling about some materials while casually picking up a few practice papers before stepping out. Upon seeing Han Cheng, she sighed in relief, exclaiming, "I am so frustrated. That repulsive pig has his eyes on me. What should I do? You are quite intelligent. Surely you know how to handle this." Han Cheng replied, unwilling to assist. "I have no idea what to do. Could you not help me? After all, everyone in the office believes I am your girlfriend. If your girlfriend is being harassed by the director of moral education and you do nothing, people will look down on you." And Zillion's words rendered Han Cheng speechless. "Are you threatening me, teacher?" "I am merely reminding you," she retorted, stifling a laugh at Han Cheng's disgruntled expression. "What did he say to you?" Han Cheng inquired, piqued with curiosity. "He invited me to a Western restaurant and suggested singing together. I subtly informed him that I have a boyfriend, and then he asked about my boyfriend's profession, trying to compare himself to him to prove his superiority." "Do you truly have a boyfriend?" "Of course, that was a lie. If I said I was single, the situation would be even worse. Simply say your boyfriend is a police officer. What's the use in that? You might as well just punch him." "Teacher, you are certainly not a damsel in distress. Do not involve me in this matter." And Zillion paused, shaking Han Cheng's arm, pleading, "Teacher Han, please help me." Han Cheng, feeling exasperated, contemplated before nodding in agreement. "I must warn you, whatever I choose to do, you must not inform your police friend." "What do you intend to do?" And Zillion asked, astonished. "You aren't planning to kill someone, are you?" "Don't flatter yourself." Han Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "That repulsive pig is approaching. You should make your escape." As Director Li Yuanfu exited the office and walked down the corridor, and Zilin seized the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. However, the sight of her shaking Han Cheng's arm caught the attention of Teacher Chun, who emerged from a nearby restroom, wrapping her arms around Han Cheng's. "Teacher Han, could you help me too?" Teacher Chen's sweet voice sent shivers down Han Cheng's spine. "What is the matter, Teacher Chun?" "Nothing. Just feeling a bit lonely." Han Cheng was left speechless as Teacher Chun released his arm and returned to the office with him. She animatedly recounted tales of her ex-husband, Lu Jinxiang, whose infidelity became common knowledge, resulting in him being beaten 3 times within 2 days and now hospitalized. While hospitalization was a minor issue, the real problem lay in those demanding compensation for emotional damages, threatening his life if he failed to comply. In Chen's view, Lu Jinxiang's fate was a result of his own actions, and she felt fortunate for heeding Han Cheng's advice to divorce him, recognizing that her situation could have been dire. Han Cheng gleaned a lesson from Lu Jinxiang's misfortune, contemplating a similar approach to handle Director Li Yuanfu. However, Han Cheng's motives extended beyond merely assisting in Zilin. He sought the money in Li Yuanfu's pocket. For his future endeavors, Han Cheng resolved to engage in some acts of thievery, rationalizing that he was not a bad person, merely striving to rid society of its pests while reaping some benefits along the way. With determination, Han Cheng separated from Teacher Chun and, taking out his phone, entered Li Yuanfu's name into the Wanshitong app. He successfully located Li Yuanfu's personal details, but was disheartened to find no records of hotel stays. It appeared that Li Yuanfu was exceptionally virtuous. Having worked at Haiba No. 1 Middle School for several years, Han Cheng inquired with Teacher Chun about Li Yuanfu. She divulged everything she knew and had heard about him. "Teacher Han, it seems you intend to deal with Li Yuanfu. Would you allow me to accompany you?" Teacher Chun gazed at him imploringly. "When we were stealing car keys, I felt an exhilarating thrill like never before." Han Cheng was left dumbfounded by her boldness. Suddenly, a realization struck Teacher Chun. How coincidental that she had just divorced Lu Jinxiang, and now he faced dire consequences. This must be Han Cheng's way of aiding her revenge, yet he had not even mentioned it. Keeping her discovery to herself, she secretly rejoiced. "Teacher Han, how about I handle this matter? I will surely extract Li Yuanfu's money and bring about his downfall." Han Cheng was taken aback once more, recognizing that the previous incident had opened a new chapter in Teacher Chen's life. Chapter 72. The current Han Cheng is unlike the one from before. Teacher Chen insisted on taking charge of the situation with Li Yuanfu. Unable to dissuade her, Han Cheng could only caution her to be careful, fearing for her safety. He then devised a strategic plan to assist her. With Han Cheng's plan in hand, Teacher Chen felt a surge of confidence and joy. She was not merely a colleague of Han Cheng's. She had become a confidant, sharing a secret bond that drew them closer together. Although she had no classes in the morning, Han Cheng remained busy, as he was now the class teacher. As noon approached and the school day ended, Loli Zi did not come over, having already informed Han Cheng via message that she would be meeting Su Lingyin and the wine-red girl to formulate a training plan. Since Su Lingyin would not be returning home for lunch, Han Cheng intended to invite her to his rented apartment for a meal. However, the sudden arrival of Xiao Qing disrupted Han Cheng's plans. Grabbing his arm, Xiao Qing pulled him to a secluded spot, her voice low with urgency. "Teacher Han, I just received a message from Liang Mei. She warned you not to leave the school, or you would be in danger." "What did she say in the message?" Han Cheng frowned, contemplating the implications. "She mentioned that someone is out to get you." Xiao Qing hurriedly displayed her phone to him. Upon hearing this, Han Cheng quickly deduced the situation. Previously, Fu Heng had cautioned him that members of the Han family were displeased with him and intended to cause trouble. To his surprise, Liang Mei was among those sent to confront him. What was she up to? Had she abandoned her role as a good student to associate with such individuals? "I understand. You should go eat." Han Cheng gestured for Xiao Qing to leave, but she had no intention of departing. She insisted on staying close to ensure his safety. Han Cheng recognized her concern, but felt exasperated by her lack of trust. "Don't worry. Have you forgotten how I dealt with Feng Tianhua when he cornered me at the school gate? I handled it effortlessly." "I remember." Xiao Qing nodded earnestly. "But Feng Tianhua is just an ordinary student. The people with Liang Mei are dangerous. They are not to be trifled with." Han Cheng acknowledged her words, feeling an increasing sense of worry for Liang Mei's safety. "By the way, I need to speak with Teacher Chen. Could you please fetch her for me?" "Why not call Teacher Chen yourself? I'm not going anywhere. I will keep an eye on you." Han Cheng attempted to dismiss Xiao Qing, yet she remained resolute. Frustrated by the situation, he finally relented. "If you wish to follow me, then come along." "Teacher Han, you mustn't go out. It truly is dangerous. I can't bear the thought of you getting hurt." Xiao Qing clung tightly to his arm, her desperation nearly bringing her to tears. "Why won't you trust me? I believe in your abilities, Teacher Han, but there are too many of them." Faced with Xiao Qing's unwavering determination, Han Cheng found himself at a loss. Reluctant to involve Chu Sini and the others for fear they might learn about the situation, he resorted to calling Teacher Chen, urging her to return promptly. Teacher Chen arrived swiftly, and upon seeing Xiao Qing clinging to Han Cheng's arm, she felt a surge of anger. However, after hearing Xiao Qing's explanation, she too embraced Han Cheng, wrapping her other arm around him. The absurdity of the situation left Han Cheng both amused and exasperated. "Teacher Chen, I assure you I will be fine. My concern lies with Liang Mei. I have invested considerable effort in guiding her to be a good student, yet she has chosen to engage in such reckless behavior. Frankly, it angers me. I must confront her about her actions, or I will not find peace hiding in the school. She is merely your student, not your daughter. You shouldn't concern yourself so much." Teacher Chen was far more invested in Han Cheng's well-being than Liang Mei's. Han Cheng nodded, but countered, "If we are merely colleagues, would you not hope for my concern if you were in peril?" Teacher Chen was momentarily speechless. "But Liang Mei has already warned you not to go outside." "Fine, I can refrain from going out at noon, but what about in the afternoon? Should I spend the night at school? Even if I survive today, what about tomorrow? Shall we call the police? They would be released in a few days. Would we then call again?" Teacher Chen and Xiao Qing exchanged glances, both at a loss for how to ensure Han Cheng's safety. Han Cheng felt a surge of gratitude for their concern, but genuinely feared nothing in the face of the challenge. Ultimately, Teacher Chen relented, releasing Han Cheng's arm and stating that she would summon security to assist him. With her agreement, Xiao Qing reluctantly let go of him. After being delayed by Xiao Qing and Teacher Chen, Han Cheng stepped out of Haiba No. 1 Middle School, noticing the absence of students on the way. Upon reaching the school gate, he encountered a group of over a dozen individuals wearing Peking opera masks. Han Cheng did not recognize them, but they were well aware of his identity. Armed with baseball bats, the scene was eerie, evoking a sense of impending dread. Xiao Qing remained inside the school gate, trembling at the sight. Meanwhile, the security personnel summoned by Teacher Chun were unwilling to assist upon witnessing the commotion outside, leaving her visibly shaken. Among the masked group stood Liang Mei, her hand trembling as she grasped a baseball bat. Yesterday, she had promised these individuals that she would no longer associate with them, but they had persuaded her to partake in one final endeavor. Liang Mei had no idea that this task would involve confronting Han Cheng. Neither she nor her friends knew who had hired them. They only recognized that their target was Han Cheng, a teacher at Haiban No. 1 Middle School. Liang Mei believed that by alerting Xiao Qing, Han Cheng would remain inside the school. However, she had underestimated his impulsiveness, and now she was paralyzed with fear. Han Cheng had been a benefactor to her. Without his guidance, she would still be a rebellious girl, likely spending her future in a dreary detention center or prison. Yet now, she was to wield a bat against him, fully aware of her task, but remaining silent as she donned the mask and grasped the bat. As she drew closer to Han Cheng, her mind raced with uncertainty. If only he would run away. Han Cheng stood firm, his expression serious as he watched the group approach. When the leading figure raised their bat, Liang Mei could no longer contain herself. She shouted for Han Cheng to run and swung her bat at those around her, buying him precious seconds to escape. The crowd erupted into chaos as a traitor emerged among them. Han Cheng seized the opportunity, grabbing a bat and striking fiercely at the assailants. He had pinpointed Liang Mei's location and would show no mercy to the others. The sound of bat striking bat echoed as Han Cheng fought valiantly. Outnumbered, yet reminiscent of a warrior commanding legions. He sent the group scattering, none daring to approach him. What was expected to be a decisive defeat for Han Cheng concluded in an unexpected farce. In the distance, a luxury car's occupant observed the skirmish through binoculars, noting the transformation in Han Cheng. It's just a matter of learning some self-defense techniques. Nothing extraordinary, they mused. Indeed, he has grown formidable. But what kind of courage and confidence does it take to face a dozen bat-wielding foes without flinching? Not only did he remain composed, but he also charged into battle and emerged victorious. They were merely a pack of insignificant thugs, nothing to be concerned about. If it were you, how much courage and confidence would you possess? Chapter 73. I shall protect you. I vow to safeguard you. After dealing with that group adorned in peaking opera masks, Han Cheng spotted a luxury vehicle parked in the distance, with someone inside beckoning him. Frowning, he approached the opulent car. Out stepped a young lad of about 15, attired in a well-tailored casual suit, presenting himself with an unusually mature demeanor. He respectfully addressed Han Cheng as fourth brother. This youth was Han Cheng's cousin, Han Feng. Despite his current display of deference, Han Cheng was acutely aware that the earlier antics had been orchestrated by him. Yet, Han Feng smiled at Han Cheng, embodying the essence of an innocent boy, blissfully unaware of the recent events. Fourth brother, grandfather's birthday is approaching. You did not return last year, so grandmother specifically sent me to remind you not to miss it this time. She said, regardless of anything, you carry the blood of the Han family. You are one of us, Han Feng conveyed earnestly. Had it not been for his prior agreement with Fu Hong, Han Cheng would have undoubtedly declined Han Feng's invitation. Nevertheless, he did not rush to acquiesce, replying, I will consider it. Fourth brother, you were remarkable just now. You are truly a different person from before. Please refrain from such actions in the future. They will only leave you feeling frustrated. Indeed, I shall heed your counsel, fourth brother, ensuring that those individuals do not bother you again. Han Feng's polite smile masked Han Cheng's urge to deliver a punch to his cheek. Due to grandmother's concern for him, Han Feng and his companions dared not go too far. Otherwise, Han Cheng would have long been tormented by his cousins. It is getting late, and I am sure a charming lady awaits you for dinner, so I shall take my leave now. Fourth brother, do remember to attend grandfather's birthday banquet. Han Feng returned to the vehicle, maintaining his smile throughout. Why are you being so courteous to him? Questioned the driver as they drove away. What do you suggest I do? Adopt a haughty demeanor? While humiliating him might seem gratifying, it would be akin to a fool stepping out without a brain, Kinda replied. By the way, that group was utterly useless. No, they had some merit. At least they allowed me to witness Han Cheng's transformation, ensuring they no longer harass him. You are too kind to Han Cheng. It is a pity he will not appreciate your kindness. His transformation justifies my treatment. I do not require his gratitude. Upon returning to the school gates, Liang Mei had yet to depart, having removed the Peking opera mask she had been wearing. As Han Chung approached, Liang Mei lowered her head in anxiety, fearing a reprimand from him. Even more so the possibility of him dismissing her entirely. Do you intend to continue your studies diligently at school while frolicking outside? Han Chung inquired without scolding her. No. Liang Mei hastily shook her head. This is the last time I will engage with them like this, but in the future, as long as you avoid them, they will not trouble you. Rest assured, Han Chung said, gently ruffling her hair. Feeling forgiven, Liang Mei experienced a sense of healing. Teacher Chen and Xiao Qing emerged from the school, utterly stunned by Han Chang's earlier display. They had never imagined the usually refined Han Chung possessed such a fierce side. Teacher Chen recognized another admirable trait in Han Chung, her gaze toward him growing more fervent. Sensing her intense scrutiny, Han Chung hastily made his exit, anxious to avoid her persistent attention. Although few students lingered around the school entrance, several had witnessed Han Chang's confrontation with the group, capturing the incident on video and sharing it on social media. Chu Xinyi saw the video and was alarmed, knowing that Han Chung would likely divulge nothing if she called. She hurried to his rented apartment. Upon knocking on the door, Han Chung caught a whiff of a strong medicinal liquor, indicating he had sustained injuries. What happened? Did you offend someone? Or is it the Han family causing you trouble? Chu Xinyi questioned him sternly. If you remain silent, I will inform my mother. She will have my father investigate. Please do not speak of this, Han Chung urged, closing the door to signal her to keep her voice down. Han Feng came to inform me about the birthday banquet. The individuals were indeed sent by him. Since you are here, please help me apply the medicinal liquor, but do not reveal this to anyone else. Are you not curious how I learned of this? Chu Xinyi asked, a mixture of concern and reproach evident in her gaze. Someone posted the video of you fighting on social media. Han Chung was rendered speechless. People truly were frivolous, so quick to share such things online. Chu Xinyi lifted his shirt to find his back red and swollen. Han Chung was not superhuman. He had sustained several blows during the ambush by the group. Are your ribs injured? We should go to the hospital, she urged, nearly in tears upon seeing his injuries. I am fine. You know I've endured worse since childhood. I am accustomed to it, Han Chung replied as he removed his shirt and lay on the sofa, allowing Chu Xinyi to apply the medicinal liquor. Just then, another knock echoed at the door. Chu Xinyi went to open it while Han Chung hurriedly dressed. At the door stood an anxious Su Lingyu, who paused momentarily upon seeing Han Chung getting dressed. Chu Xinyi quickly explained, Lingyu, I assure you my relationship with Teacher Han is not as it seems. Blushing, Su Lingyu nodded, having come after seeing the video. Teacher Chung. She caught a whiff of the medicinal liquor and realized Han Chung was injured, bursting into tears upon entering. Do not cry, I am all right. Han Chung panicked at the sight of her tears. Su Lingyu appeared more distressed than he was, prompting Chu Xinyi to feel a pang of concern. Have you two eaten lunch? If not, I can get takeout. Han Chung sought to divert their attention with the lunch topic. Lingyu, could you help Teacher Han with the medicinal liquor? I'll go get takeout. All right. Chu Xinyi left the room. Without hesitation, Su Lingyu rushed into Han Cheng's embrace, exclaiming, was it the Han family? How could they do this? Chung, I will protect you. I promise to keep you safe. Clinging tightly to Han Chung, she wept as she spoke. Hearing such tender words from a fragile girl who wished to safeguard him warmed Han Cheng's heart, alleviating some of his pain. Do not worry. I am accustomed to such matters, he reassured her, as he recalled memories from his past life. He understood the arduous nature of coding and wished for Su Lingyu to avoid undue strain. After a lengthy embrace, Su Lingyu remembered the pressing matter at hand. She hurriedly urged Han Chung to lie down and began applying the medicinal liquor. Upon seeing his swollen back, she could no longer contain her tears. Knowing Han Chung disliked her weeping, she fought to suppress her sobs. While Han Chung lay on the sofa, he could not see her tears, yet felt the warm droplets landing on his back. He felt grateful for her concern, yet guilt washed over him for causing her distress. He realized his current weakness. Clearly, Han Feng had orchestrated the attack, yet before him, he felt powerless, only able to utter a few words he believed to be assertive. Though he had not provoked them, they persistently targeted him, and Han Chung began to feel a surge of defiance. After contemplating, he declared, Lingyu, let us develop the angel. Su Lingyu was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Han Chung would suddenly propose such a matter. In her previous life, she and Han Chung had developed a technology named Angel, which subsequently attracted the attention of a nefarious organization. Chung, the data for Angel is immensely vast, and with the current equipment. I understand. My idea is to create a mobile software application that incorporates certain capabilities of Angel. You must be aware that smartphones have become exceedingly prevalent. Moreover, it is crucial to note that a significant portion of the Han family's annual income is derived from their mobile business. Su Lingyu's eyes sparkled with realization. She understood Han Chung was intent on retaliating against the Han family. Chapter 74. Any request is permissible. When Chu Xinyi returned with takeout, she found Han Chung and Su Lingyu engrossed in their computers, their laughter filling the room, evoking a tinge of envy within her. Noticing Chu Xinyi's discontent, Su Lingyu blushed and gently kissed Han Cheng's cheek, whispering, "Chung, I must take my leave now. We've already bought the food. Don't go just yet. You should explain everything to Xinyi later. I wouldn't want any misunderstandings between you two because of me. Xinyi and I are not what you might think. Regardless, the fact that someone like me cares about you genuinely brings me joy." Ignoring Han Cheng's pleas, Su Lingyu stood up, flushed, and waved goodbye, swiftly departing. As Chu Xinyi emerged from the kitchen with utensils in hand, she noticed Su Lingyu had left, prompting Han Chung to explain that Su Lingyu had urgent matters at home. The previously discontented Chu Xinyi's face brightened instantly as she sat beside Han Chung, feeding him like a doting girlfriend. Han Chung found the situation both amusing and exasperating. He was indeed injured, but not to the extent of being incapable of handling his own utensils. While enjoying lunch, Han Chung received a message from Luolizi. The young girl was thrilled to learn about Han Cheng's confrontation with over a dozen adversaries, her excitement contrasting sharply with the concerns expressed by Su Lingyu and others. Besides Luolizi's enthusiasm, the chat group for Class 6 was abuzz with chatter. Previously, when Han Chung had bested Fang Tianhua at the school gate, few had witnessed the event. However, this time, the spectacle was grand, complete with video footage, leaving the students of Class 6 astounded. Due to the small age gap, they had previously underestimated Han Chung. But the video changed everything. They were now fearful. After all, if Han Chung could withstand a beating from a group wielding baseball bats, what would happen if they crossed him? Chu Xinyi observed her classmates' discussions and showed her phone to Han Chung. Upon seeing it, Han Chung burst into laughter, astonished that the midday incident had instilled fear in his peers. "Teacher Han, how did you become so formidable all of a sudden?" Chu Xinyi inquired, intrigued. "I've been exercising daily," Han Chung replied simply. Once lunch concluded, Han Chung stretched lazily. Despite having spent the night with a wine-red-haired girl, he had not rested well. "I'm going to take a nap. Would you like to join me, Xinyi?" Chu Xinyi, her face flushed, shot him a playful glare. "Your room is a mess. I'll help you tidy it up." Han Chung smiled and affectionately ruffled Chu Xinyi's hair before heading to his room. Lying on his bed, he closed his eyes, contemplating various matters. He needed to take care of the Han family with utmost caution. If they discovered his intentions, he would undoubtedly face severe retribution. Yet, information cannot remain concealed forever. What if the Han family learned he was the one orchestrating their downfall? While his skills were commendable, he would be defenseless against bullets and similar threats. Han Chung thought of Fu Heng, who had several formidable individuals under his command. He considered collaborating with Fu Heng, despite his reservations about the man's mercenary nature, as Fu Heng seemed willing to do anything for money, including dealing in candy. Nonetheless, this trait could be both a flaw and a benefit. With sufficient funds, he could potentially secure protection. However, relying on others for safety might seem rather suspicious. Above all, it was imperative to keep information confidential. Lost in thought, Han Chung gradually drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Teacher Chun pressed her hands against her flushed chest, feeling an exhilarating mix of anxiety and excitement akin to riding a roller coaster. She felt an urge to scream. After parting ways with Han Chung at noon, she had not returned home for lunch. Instead, she donned a mask and stealthily approached the residence of Director Li Yuanfu of the Moral Education Department. Previously, Chen had assured Han Chung that she would handle matters concerning Li Yuanfu. Her motivation was not only to repay Han Chung, but also to indulge in the thrill of such clandestine activities. The adrenaline rush from engaging in such mischief was even more exhilarating than an illicit affair. After finishing lunch, Li Yuanfu exited his home. Inshun followed him at a distance, capturing photos on her phone. Earlier that day, Han Chung had provided her with a tactical plan. Having worked at Haibin No, one middle school for several years. She had heard numerous tales of Li Yuanfu's romantic escapades, leading her to believe he was indeed a cat who strayed from its owner. Li Yuanfu was not driving, suggesting his destination was nearby. After following him for a while, she saw him enter a residential community. Shen knew several teachers from the school had purchased homes there, leading her to suspect Li Yuanfu was visiting another teacher for a game of mahjong. However, as Li Yuanfu entered the building, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A charming middle-aged woman descended the stairs, carrying a thermos. Upon seeing her, Li Yuanfu immediately smiled and opened his arms, attempting to embrace her. The woman pushed him away, but did not reject his kiss. After a brief exchange of affection, she again pushed him away, stating, "I need to deliver lunch to that deadbeat. Let him starve. You can't afford to keep me." Li Yuanfu chuckled awkwardly. "Go upstairs and wait for me. I'll be back after delivering the meal. I knew you were eager for me." Li Yuanfu's hand grazed the woman's backside before they quickly parted as footsteps echoed on the stairs. Witnessing this scene, Teacher Chun was left speechless. She recognized that alluring woman as Ma Dui's wife, the former homeroom teacher of Class 6. She had heard that Ma Dui was ill, and it seemed the woman was delivering him lunch. During past school events, Ma Dui's wife had attended, and Chun had even conversed with her, finding her to be a refined individual. Little did she know, she harbored a scandalous side. Once the woman departed, Chun, having prepared in advance, switched to a new phone number and sent the photos she had just taken to Li Yuanfu, intending to extort him for money. To her dismay, Li Yuanfu responded, lamenting that he was under his wife's strict control, with his salary card in her possession, leaving him with only a few hundred yuan for monthly allowances. Essentially, he was broke. However, money was not Shen's primary objective. She sought to ruin Li Yuanfu's reputation. She promptly forwarded the incriminating photos to Li Yuanfu's wife, indifferent to the ensuing chaos, and turned to head home, eager to see if Xiaoqing had prepared lunch for her. In the afternoon, upon entering the office, Han Sheng overheard the teachers discussing two topics: the altercation he had at the school gate and the rumor regarding Director Li Yuanfu's affair with Ma Dui's wife. It is said that Li Yuanfu's wife is quite fierce. Upon discovering his infidelity, she immediately took a kitchen knife to confront Ma Dui, while Li Yuanfu, unaware of the impending confrontation, went into hiding. Tragically, Ma Dui, upon learning of the situation, was so enraged that he ended up in the intensive care unit. Han Sheng did not anticipate that Teacher Chun would act so swiftly. Of course, if Li Yuanfu had not been reckless, Teacher Chen would not have had any leverage against him. "Your efficiency is impressive." And Zilin approached the office, smiling as she heard about Li Yuanfu. "This matter was instigated by Teacher Chun. It has nothing to do with me," she remarked. Han Sheng hoped that Zilin would express her gratitude to Teacher Chun, but she shook her head, stating, "The reason Teacher Chen took action is undoubtedly due to you. I will thank you, and you should thank her. I am in a splendid mood, and you may ask me for one favor." "Unfulfilled." Han Sheng teased her with a mischievous grin. "Indeed, any favor," and Zilin replied, her smile conveying sincerity. Chapter 75. She felt as though Han Sheng had just confessed to her, and Zilin seemed oblivious to the playful smirk on Han Sheng's face. She nodded, indicating that he could ask for anything. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Sheng suggested, "If Teacher truly wishes to thank me, how about becoming my girlfriend?" Instantly, and Zilin's face flushed crimson. Unlike before, she did not retort with a dismissive comment. Instead, she nodded in agreement. Taken aback, Han Sheng checked the time on his phone, realizing it was almost time for class. "I need to prepare for my language class," he said, turning to leave. And Zilin reached out, grasping the corner of Han Sheng's shirt. Her beautiful cheeks were flushed with embarrassment, rendering her speechless. "We can discuss this matter after class," Han Sheng said, calmly gathering his lesson plan before departing the office, though something felt amiss. And Zilin stood there, crestfallen, lowering her head, aware that her eagerness had betrayed her. In class, the students were buzzing with excitement over the midday events, with many girls casting hopeful glances at Han Sheng, eager to inquire about the latest gossip. However, Han Sheng paid them no mind, his thoughts elsewhere. Having worked alongside Zilin for nearly 2 months, he had never sensed anything unusual about her, until now. Reflecting on their interactions, he realized that she had been unusually close to him from the very beginning. After starting at Haiba No. 1 high school, she had even come to spend the night at his home, citing an inability to sleep alone. But was that the whole truth? Feeling that something was amiss, Han Chung had used a search app to look into Ziling's background, yet her information appeared quite ordinary, devoid of any red flags. If his previous concerns had been mere illusions, then her recent words were undeniably peculiar. Earlier that morning, Ziling had approached him for help regarding Li Yuanfu's harassment. In the past, she had proactively assisted him in similar situations, even going so far as to retrieve surveillance footage to extricate him from a bind. Thus, he knew she was intelligent and capable of handling Li Yuanfu herself. Yet she sought his assistance, and after learning of Li Yuanfu's misfortune, she appeared before him with a smile, offering to grant him a request. Any request. Han Chung surmised that when Ziling had implored him for help earlier, she had already been formulating her proposal to express gratitude by granting a favor. It felt as if she had dug a pit for herself to leap into. Finally, when class was over, Han Chung returned to the office only to find Ziling absent. He received a text from her, stating that she was in the library. He set down his lesson plan and headed there, intending to have a serious conversation with her. As it was class time, only the librarian was present in the library. Han Chung navigated the shelves, searching for Ziling. When he finally spotted her, she was leaning against the wall between two bookshelves, engrossed in a picture book. Upon noticing him, her cheeks flushed once more, and she scooted over to make room for him. "What are you reading?" Han Chung inquired as he settled down beside her. "The Tale of the Ugly Duckling," and Ziling replied, offering the book for him to see. The ugly duckling transforms into a swan because it was a swan all along. This story has deceived countless people. Han Chung remained silent, content to listen to her continue. And Ziling shyly lowered her head, asking, "So, have you given thought to what we discussed earlier?" Han Chung understood she was referring to the girlfriend proposition. "Would you care to share your reasoning?" He prompted. He was aware of her feelings for him, yet they had not blossomed into love. Even if she had developed affections, it was unlikely she would voice them so boldly. "I prefer not to elaborate," and Ziling murmured, clearly acknowledging that she had a specific reason for wanting to be his girlfriend. "Fear not. I will not disclose this to anyone. Are you affiliated with the Han family, or perhaps someone from my grandfather's side?" And Ziling shook her head, denying his speculation. Then, Han Chung was at a loss. He did not believe she was part of his parents' plans. "Do you not like me?" And Ziling boldly questioned, her face flushed. "Like? What of it? You must understand my current predicament. I am not in a position to have feelings for anyone. Being with anyone poses significant risks." And Ziling lowered her head, stating, "Your grandfather's birthday is approaching, and the Han family will likely arrange a marriage for you, one that would undoubtedly be a business alliance. You would find it difficult to refuse. How can you assume I would not decline?" Han Chung retorted, feeling frustrated. "It is not my assumption. It is the belief of others. After all, your bride is remarkably beautiful, and any normal man would not refuse. Even if you were willing to marry, it does not guarantee the other party's consent. However, opposing a business union would mean going against family interests, a battle one cannot win." In that moment, Han Chung realized Ziling's true affiliation. "You're my classmate." And Ziling continued, "I come from a humble background. When my father fell ill, it felt as if the world had collapsed upon us. Fortunately, she was there to help, and thanks to her assistance, my father's health improved, but she encountered difficulties instead. Thus, I intend to support her." Han Sheng huklid in disbelief. "Are you suggesting that I should fall for you to avoid the Han family's arrangements?" And Ziling awkwardly nodded. "I know this plan is rather childish, but we seem to have no other options, so we must pursue this path. However, when you initially approached me, you were not very proactive," Han Chung quipped. "Because you're not my type," and Ziling's response stung Han Chung, who felt hurt by her words. She smiled at him, adding, "Your recent actions have made me quite fond of you, and I finally gathered the courage to express this. Especially with your grandfather's birthday fast approaching. Time is of the essence. How did you become so forthright?" Han Sheng inquired, intrigued. "Because you are more perceptive than I anticipated," and Ziling admitted shyly. "I could not devise a way to make you like me, so I had no choice but to reveal the truth." "You should have spoken up sooner. We could have strategized together," Han Chung said, gently ruffling Ziling's hair. "This is not something I could disclose." And Ziling shook her head. "According to the plan, I would incite you to oppose the Han family's arrangements, and when the time comes, you would face their retaliation. What would happen then remains uncertain. It seems you have developed feelings for me." Han Chung chuckled. "I consider you a friend, which is why I spoke so frankly." You still managed to smile. "Perhaps you should make haste and flee. If you escape abroad, the Han family's reach won't extend that far, and you would be free." Han Chung shook his head, I do not cherish freedom in a foreign land, and that is why I have remained in Haiban City. But if you do not leave, look at the life you are living. Your cousins repeatedly harass you, not allowing you a moment's peace. And Zilin felt anxious while Han Cheng appeared quite pleased. If I were to go abroad, would you accompany me? This question had not crossed in Zilin's mind. She bowed her head in silence, which was, in itself, an answer. I was merely asking. Even if you wish to leave with me, I would not take you with me. Do you not have any feelings for me? And Zilin inquired, her annoyance palpable. Fool! Han Cheng flicked her forehead. I do like you and wish the best for you, which is precisely why I would not take you away. And Zilin covered her forehead, feeling bashful, as if Han Cheng had confessed his feelings. Suddenly, Han Cheng adopted a serious demeanor. Speaking of which, if your friend were to marry someone else, would you assist her in such a task? And Zilin shot him a glare, as if to say he was foolish. Chapter 76. Kiss me to prove you are mine. After some light conversation, they faced an inevitable dilemma. What to do about the upcoming birthday banquet, where the Han family had arranged for Han Cheng to marry. In truth, this matter could be easily resolved. Han Cheng smiled at Zilin and said, you and your friend can agree that we will obediently follow our family's orders and marry. But after the wedding, we shall not live together, remaining indifferent to one another. Before Han Cheng could finish his thought, Zilin shot him a fierce glare, astonished by his character. I was merely jesting, Han Cheng chuckled, for he was indeed unwilling to be arranged in a marriage by the Han family. However, the question remained, what should be done? And Zilin tilted her head, leaning against Han Cheng's shoulder. He was not taken aback, but instead wrapped his arm around her soft waist and kissed her hair. And Zilin trembled slightly, and Han Cheng gently inquired about her future plans. You came to teach at Haiban No. 1 High School for my sake. Now that you have shared your thoughts with me, what will you do? I do not know, and Zilin's voice quivered. I have not fulfilled this task, and I feel I have no face to show my friend, who has treated me so well, while as friends, she will surely forgive you. Yet, our statuses are unequal. She always helps me, while I cannot assist her, and this feeling is unbearable. Then let me assist you, Han Cheng decided in his heart, and Zilin immediately grew anxious. Han Cheng, do not do anything reckless. Both you and my friend are pitiable. You are even more pitiable. Zilin, may I trust you? And Zilin's heart quivered. Having known Han Cheng for several months, even when he made bold jokes, he always referred to her as teacher and now, he called her Zilin, and Zilin felt recognized by him. She shrugged her shoulders and nodded slightly. If you trust me, please share your bank card password with me. What nonsense! And Zilin pushed Han Cheng away, raising her head. Why do you need my bank card password? My intention is to test you, not to access your finances. Why the sudden test? Because I have decided to take action, and I cannot rely on those I do not trust, but the problem is, there are too few I can trust. What do you intend to do? After asking this question, Zilin felt she should not have probed. Henshin looks at her earnestly. I asked you earlier what your plans are for the future. And Zilin continued to shake her head. Ultimately, I need to find a job. The salary at Haiban No. 1 is decent. I will continue teaching and see what happens next. Then help me, Han Cheng decided. Regardless, whatever I do will ultimately benefit your friend. Do you not feel guilty towards her? Come and strive with me. How about that? But what exactly do you intend to do? And Zilin was perplexed. This matter cannot be explained in a few words. I only hope you will not betray me. And Zilin quickly shook her head. Kiss me to prove you are mine. How can I trust you when you insist on this? Han Cheng's frivolous demeanor irked Zilin. Han Cheng smiled and ruffled Zilin's hair. Very well, we should return. Time is running short. You scoundrel. And Zilin stood up and punched Han Cheng hard. Do not hit me. If you are unsatisfied, you may kiss me. I would never. Han Cheng left the library first, with Zilin following behind. Having confessed what had weighed on her heart, Zilin felt considerably lighter. Even the sky seemed a bit brighter. By the way, earlier you helped me, implying that I should help you in return. Were you hoping I would assist you with something? Not all. And Zilin shook her head shyly. When I mentioned owing favors, I was actually making a move to deepen our relationship. Han Cheng laughed, while Zilin felt quite embarrassed. Upon returning to the office, Han Cheng reflected on some memories from his past life. He resolved to develop the angel technology, striving to assist Su Lingyu and alleviate her burdens. Naturally, Han Cheng also aimed to expedite the creation of a mobile assistant software to give the Han family a taste of hardship. Soon, the afternoon dismissal bell rang, and Zilin approached and tapped Han Cheng on the shoulder. Hey, why not thank Teacher Chen? She was glum all afternoon. Seeing you busy, she felt too shy to disturb you. She helped you, so you ought to express your gratitude. Han Sheng looked up and smiled at Zilin. Do you feel jealous when I speak with Teacher Chen? You are delusional. What I do with other women is of no concern to you. And Zilin glared at him in frustration. I have duty tonight. You should prepare dinner and help Lizzie with her studies. Be sure not to take her out for greasy fast food. Her mother will come to pick her up later. You. And Zilin felt as if she had boarded a pirate ship. I agreed to help you, not to be your babysitter. If you are unwilling to assist me with such matters, what else can you do? Han Sheng allowed Lizzie to return with Zilin, intending for Lizzie to assess Zilin's trustworthiness. Lizzie's instincts were sharp. She had previously mentioned her dislike for Zilin, sensing something amiss. Probably realizing Zilin had ulterior motives. Han Sheng did not distrust Zilin. He merely had to exercise caution. Lizzie had not attended class that day and spent it playing outside with Su Lingyin and the auburn-haired girl, and now she was quite exhausted. Han Sheng reminded her of a few things, and Lizzie gave him a reassuring smile. Turning around, Lizzie tugged at Zilin's sleeve, expressing her reluctance to walk. Zilin, feeling disgruntled, bent down to carry Lizzie, and as they left, she shot Han Sheng a fierce glare. The teachers in the office departed one by one. While Teacher Chen remained seated, she, too, had duty that night. Han Sheng approached her, inviting her to the school cafeteria for a meal. Teacher Chen stood up in surprise, not expecting Han Sheng to extend such an invitation. Han Sheng's invitation was genuinely simple, intending to express his gratitude during their meal. However, Han Sheng sensed that Teacher Chen had misunderstood the situation. She seemed to think he had feelings for her. As they walked towards the cafeteria, Teacher Chen described the midday events with great resentment, stating that Director Li Yuanfu of the Moral Education Department was overly controlled by his wife and shockingly had no money on hand. Observing Teacher Chen's excited demeanor, Han Sheng found himself both amused and perplexed. It appeared she relished such conversations. The student cafeteria and the teacher's cafeteria were separate, which meant that Han Sheng could dine with Teacher Chen without being seen by the students. The food in the cafeteria was rather unappetizing, resulting in a sparse turnout of teachers. What touched Han Sheng deeply was that Teacher Chen had requested several meat dishes but did not eat any herself, instead serving them all to him. He could sense a change in her demeanor, compared to before when she sought to establish a rapport. She now seemed to care for him as an older sister would. In her 20s, Teacher Chen was indeed an older sister figure to him, and although some of her thoughts were rather impractical, Han Sheng felt that, should the need arise, he could rely on her. Little did Teacher Chen know of his inner musings. Had she been aware, she would likely have embraced him and given him a hearty kiss. The subsequent hours were monotonous, filled with evening study sessions, during which Han Sheng intertwined his present memories with those of his past life, sharing some of his thoughts with Su Lingyu. He worried that Su Lingyu might create something overly fantastical, drawing too much attention. Reflecting on his previous life, Han Sheng recalled numerous amusing experiences. In the world he shared with Su Lingyu, the internet was remarkably advanced, and he had watched many films and variety shows. There were many trending topics from his past life, and he wondered if they would still resonate in this world. Such endeavors were worth attempting, yet for Han Sheng, they remained mere fantasies, as he lacked the financial means to pursue them. After the evening study session concluded, as Han Sheng exited the school gates, a red car pulled up beside him. The driver was not Luo Yiru, but rather Qin Yunxiu, the mother of Chu Sini. Chapter 77. Are you talking in your sleep? Upon seeing Qin Yunxiu, Han Sheng immediately deduced the situation. Chu Sini must have informed her about the events of midday. Get in the car. Qin Yunxiu commanded without room for argument. Annie, it's quite late. I'm just taking you home, not to some other place. Qin Yunxiu grumbled. Han Sheng, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his head, having assumed she intended to take him somewhere. Once in the car, as Qin Yunxiu drove, they headed in a direction that was not toward Han Sheng's rented accommodation. A sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead. He felt deceived by Qin Yunxiu. She shot him an irritated glance. I'm only taking a slight detour. By the way, Xiao Cheng, it seems you're growing increasingly distant from me. You didn't inform me about what happened at noon, nor did you mention it last time. Han Sheng offered an apologetic smile and remained silent. I've watched you grow up, and since you live in Haiban City, I consider myself like a second mother to you. Yet you keep everything from me, hiding it all. Qin Yunxio's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She was not reproaching Han Cheng. Rather, she was concerned for him. Having seen him grow, she understood his character well. This child tended to shoulder everything alone, but how could he bear it all at such a young age? Qin Yunxio continued to express her worries about Han Cheng, and he chose not to argue, allowing her to vent. Before long, Qin Yunxio parked the car outside a private clinic and pulled Han Cheng inside, where she personally helped him out of his shirt. Upon seeing his back, red and swollen as described by Chu Sini, Qin Yunxio could no longer contain her tears. She instructed a nurse to take Han Cheng for treatment, while she stepped outside to wipe her eyes. Qin Yunxiu longed to avenge Han Cheng, but felt powerless against the Han family. Would this child have to endure such a life forever? No, he deserved better. He was simply too stubborn to yield. In her heart, Qin Yunxio understood that while Han Cheng sought a peaceful existence in this country, he secretly yearned to confront the Han family. However, what could a mere teacher do against such a formidable entity? When Han Cheng emerged from the clinic, he spotted Qin Yunxio outside, smoking. Several cigarette butts lay discarded at her feet. Smoking is detrimental to your health, Han Cheng said, taking the cigarette from her lips and tossing it away. Xiao Cheng, have you really given any thought to joining the army? Qin Yunxio broached the topic, something she had suggested long ago as a means for Han Cheng to escape the Han family's troubles. While the Han family wielded significant power, their reach did not extend to the military. Han Cheng entered the car first, and seeing the worried look on Qin Yunxio's face made him smile. He felt a growing sense of happiness with the increasing concern from those around him. Auntie, there is something I can share with you, but you must promise not to tell anyone else. What is it? Qin Yunxio's heart raced with curiosity. The Han family is about to face some misfortune. Why? Han Cheng chose not to elaborate, merely wishing for Qin Yunxio to stop worrying about him. She contemplated asking further, but seeing his confident smile, she decided against it. Regardless, Xiao Cheng, please refrain from engaging in dangerous activities, all right? Of course, I will take care of myself. Once you and uncle are old, I'll be the one to support you. Does that mean you plan on marrying Cindy? Qin Yunxio exclaimed in surprise. Han Cheng was at a loss for words. Qin Yunxio had misunderstood his intentions. Annie, some things are difficult to explain. In short, there are two women determined to stand by me, and I cannot let them down. So, have you gotten someone pregnant? Qin Yunxio inquired with a wild imagination. No, I said I don't know how to explain it. In any case, they want to leave me, and I want to betray them. So regarding Cindy, if two women are willing to follow you, would you want Cindy as a third? Han Cheng was utterly flustered. Qin Yunxio chuckled, realizing she was merely joking. She believed Han Cheng was simply making excuses to reject Cindy. Xiao Cheng, you have no idea how much Cindy likes you. When she learned you were going to be her high school teacher, she was so thrilled she couldn't sleep all night. All right, Han Cheng replied. Wishing to avoid such discussions, there was still time for those matters. Andy, please take me home. Sure. Qin Yunxio started the car, but couldn't help but remind Han Cheng. Love can be quite selfish, much like your parents. They fell in love despite opposition from both families and ended up together. Their situation may be awkward, but at least they are happy. Don't feel like they owe you anything. Qin Yunxio rambled on, while Han Cheng nodded and smiled. He hadn't thought much about his parents. A while later, Qin Yunxio parked the car beneath the apartment building. As Han Cheng prepared to exit, Qin Yunxio reached out and pulled him into an embrace. After a long moment, she released him, watching sadly as he got out of the car. Han Cheng, not adept at expressing his emotions, only ascended to his apartment after seeing her drive away. It was already 11 at night when he stepped out of the elevator. And Zilin, as if anticipating his return, opened the door and stared at him intently. Didn't you say Lizzie's mother would come and pick her up? Is Lizzie still in your room? Han Cheng was taken aback. She's already asleep. And Zilin replied wearily, pointing toward her room. Luo Lizzie is so annoying. She's a total brat. And I can't take it anymore. Han Cheng entered the room and found Luo Lizzie lying on the sofa. He gently picked her up and carried her back to his room. Husband, you're back. Luo Lizzie murmured sleepily as she opened her eyes to look at Han Cheng. Why hasn't your mom come to get you? I'll call her in a bit. No longer. I previously informed her that I would be spending the night at your place tonight. My dear husband, you must have been hurt after fighting with someone today. I want to accompany you. Loli's voice was soft, yet it stirred ripples in the deepest corners of Han Cheng's heart. You should take a bath, my husband. I'll warm the bed for you. Have you taken a bath yet? I have. Within Zilin, her chest is quite ample. Han Cheng suspected that Loli might be talking in her sleep. However, it mattered not. Surely, mine will surpass hers in the future. Han Qing couldn't help but chuckle as he embraced the little girl, carrying her into the room and placing her snugly under the covers. Loli clung to Han Qing's neck, and he understood her intentions. He planted a gentle kiss on her lips, causing her to blush and bury her face in the blankets. When Han Qing returned after his bath, Loli was like a little furnace, warming the entire bed. As November approached, the weather, though still subtropical in Hyben City, had noticeably cooled, and with the rain today, slipping into such a cozy bed felt immensely comforting. Loli, in a state between waking and dreaming, wrapped her arms around Han Qing like an octopus upon realizing his presence. "I've longed to sleep beside you, my husband." Han Qing said nothing, gently caressing Loli's back as she drifted off to sleep. "Did you come back a little late? Were you with Teacher Chen?" "No. Cindy's mother came to find me. She took me to the hospital. She seems like a decent person." Loli tightened her embrace, asking, "Are you comfortable with me here, my husband?" With the lights turned off, Han Qing and Loli engaged in soft conversation until both gradually succumbed to slumber. Perhaps due to Loli's presence, Han Qing dreamt vividly of his past life, scenes unfolding like a cinematic reel in his mind. He had not expected such an effect from sharing a bed. Even in dreams, he found himself contemplating when he might share a slumber with Su Lingyu to recover more memories of his previous existence. In the Haitian community, Su Lingyu, seated before her computer, sneezed. It was already quite late, yet she had no intention of sleeping. Meanwhile, her sister, Su Lingyin, was sprawled across her bed, exhausted from practicing martial arts with Loli, having returned home too tired to even eat dinner before falling asleep. Su Lingyu tucked her sister's blanket snugly before returning to her computer to continue her efforts. Chapter 78. Who does your friend say I can seek help from? After a comfortable night spent with the little girl, Han Qing awoke to find her, like a devoted little wife, standing on a high chair preparing breakfast for him. Han Qing entered the kitchen and embraced Loli from behind. She giggled uncontrollably, relishing the warmth of his embrace, yet now had more pressing matters to attend to. She wriggled away from him, diligently tending to the pot of millet porridge. Cooking porridge required patience, and after planting a kiss on Loli's cheek, Han Qing washed up and, as usual, went downstairs for his morning run. Han Qing had anticipated that upon his return, Loli would greet him with a sweet smile and serve a bowl of porridge. However, upon returning, he found that Loli had already been taken away by Luo Yiru. Before leaving, the little girl had left a note, firmly stating that her beloved porridge was not to be shared with Nzilin. Loli's possessiveness contrasted sharply with Nzilin's generosity, who had brought 2 sandwiches and a box of milk for Loli. As Han Qing enjoyed his porridge, he failed to dispose of Loli's note in time, resulting in Nzilin catching sight of it. Furious, she glared at Han Qing, exclaiming about his lack of conscience. Han Qing hurriedly retreated to the bathroom to wash off the sweat from his morning run, assuming Nzilin would leave for school as she usually did. Yet, upon exiting the bathroom, he discovered her still sitting in the living room. Nzilin lounged on the sofa, munching on a sandwich while watching the morning news. Did the sun rise in the west today? Han Qing inquired with a towel in hand, laughing. I told your fiancé about the things I confessed to you, Nzilin replied, her back turned and her words muffled. And then? Han Qing did not seem particularly invested in the matter. Nothing more. I just felt it necessary to inform her. Han Qing nodded nonchalantly as he entered his room to dress, while Nzilin blushed as she approached the door, staring intently at him. If you want to come closer, then do so. How can you see from so far away? Rascal. Nzilin retorted, her cheeks flushed. However, she added, I didn't expect your figure to be quite good. Did you come specifically to watch me get dressed? Han Qing asked as he buttoned his shirt, though his back still hadn't completely healed from the previous day's incident. He faced Nzilin, ensuring she wouldn't see the bruises. I'm here to ask what your plans are. How can I assist you if you don't share them with me? There's no rush regarding the plans, Han Qing replied with a smile, having completed dressing. With the upcoming 3-day monthly exams, he had much to prepare. Don't overthink it. Just head to work. As the birthday banquet approached, Han Qing remained unfazed, while Nzilin felt as though she were an anxious official. Honestly, you must be hiding something from me. You're keeping secrets. Nzilin had become quite adept at detecting such things. I'm not hiding anything, Han Qing insisted earnestly, shaking his head. That's a blatant lie, Nzilin exclaimed, clearly frustrated. She quickly removed her clothing, recalling how Loli had insisted she apply ointment to Han Cheng's back. With so many people around you yesterday, how did they not manage to beat you to a pulp? And Zillian approached, unceremoniously undoing the buttons Han Cheng had just fastened. She pulled off his shirt and circled behind him, whereupon she paused, gently applying ointment to his bruised back. After finishing, she couldn't help but murmur, "Letting you play the hero, now you know the pain, don't you?" The goddess teacher exhibited a classic case of tough exterior with a tender heart. Han Cheng smiled at her vexed expression. "By the way, didn't you promise me a favor yesterday? From that moment on, you became my girlfriend, right?" And Zillian did not respond with her usual fervor, quietly shaking her head. "If not, may I propose a new request?" "No." Before Han Cheng could react, and Zillian suddenly rose on her toes and swiftly kissed his lips. "This is my belated thank you. Are you satisfied?" Blushing, and Zillian huffed and quickly turned to leave the room to wash her hands. Once again, Han Cheng found himself unprepared for Zillian's sudden advance. He hastily finished dressing, intending to confront the goddess teacher with a wall slam. Yet, by the time he arrived at school and entered the office, Zillian appeared entirely unfazed, as if nothing had happened. In that moment, Han Cheng realized that Zillian's proactive kiss was not merely an expression of love. After all, he had spoken to her about kissing the previous day. She likely wished to convey her feelings without him hiding anything from her. Of course, she must harbor some affection for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made such a decisive move. Reflecting on these realizations, Han Cheng couldn't help but feel a tinge of sympathy for Zillian, appreciating the sacrifices she was willing to make for her friend. After a busy morning, as noon approached and school was about to end, Zillian placed a stack of test papers on Han Cheng's desk and conveyed a message from his fiancée. If he encountered any insurmountable troubles, he could seek assistance from a friend of hers in Haiban City. Hearing this, Han Cheng was displeased. "Teacher, did you share some of my matters with your friend? Frankly, I disapprove of your actions. I merely wish to help." And Zillian replied, feeling somewhat wronged as she noticed Han Cheng's genuine displeasure. "I understand." Han Cheng sighed internally, feeling helpless. "Perhaps in your eyes, your friend is trustworthy, but I am not familiar with her and cannot place my faith in her. If what I do falls into the wrong hands, it could cost me my life. Do you comprehend?" And Zillian nodded earnestly. It was indeed a perilous endeavor to oppose the Han family. "Teacher, you must make a choice. Your presence here could undoubtedly assist your friend, but you need not divulge everything to her. If you cannot abide by this, then do not harbor curiosity about my plans." "Understood." Han Cheng's demeanor was serious, and Zillian quickly made a decision, feeling a bit shy as she reminded him, "I already conveyed my choice to you this morning." Recalling that kiss from earlier, Han Cheng couldn't help but smile. "Then tell me, who can I seek help from, as per your friend?" "I do not know that person well." She mentioned someone named Fu Hong, and Zillian handed him a note with a phone number, but Han Cheng furrowed his brow, pulling out his phone to verify. The Fu Hong she mentioned turned out to be the infamous Fu Hong. "You already have his number?" And Zillian was taken aback. "Let us speak elsewhere." Han Cheng stood up, pulling Zillian out of the office. The class bell had rung, and he led her to the rooftop, where he recounted his acquaintance with Fu Hong. And Zillian was dumbfounded, realizing that Fu Hong was one of the masterminds behind the candy operation. "Now do you understand why I am so wary?" Han Cheng's expression darkened. "You are willing to sacrifice for your friend, yet how well do you truly know that lady? But Fu Hong might be concealing the truth from her. Don't be foolish, ugly duckling." Fu Hong threatened me, demanding that I bring him into the Han family's banquet. At that moment, I was unaware of the reasons. But now it is clear that your friend never intended to rely on you to prevent the engagement. She likely has a backup plan, unwilling to passively accept her life being dictated by her family. Does that mean I have been deluding myself? And Zillian felt a wave of despair wash over her, akin to betrayal by a friend. That is not entirely fair. You are merely naive. In such significant matters, she could not possibly place her hopes solely on you. The ugly duckling. As you mentioned yesterday, you were adamant about helping her, and she probably felt it was difficult to refuse you, fearing it would hurt your pride. Chapter 79. Do you think our school is subpar? Regardless, this revelation struck Zillian hard. It was akin to discovering that a friend harbored a closer bond with someone else, leaving her feeling wronged and betrayed. "I regret kissing you, you scoundrel." Coming back to her senses, Zillian's face flushed with indignation. "Shall I return your kiss?" Han Cheng teased with a grin. "You have concealed many things from me too. Like earlier, Had the earlier incident not occurred, you would not have informed me of your meeting with that mastermind. You scoundrel. No more secrets from now on. And Zilin raised her hands and playfully pounded on Han Cheng's chest before turning to leave the rooftop. Han Cheng did not pursue her, understanding that she needed solitude. Standing on the rooftop, Han Cheng gazed toward the sea, contemplating Fu Heng's intentions. He surely knew what would transpire at the banquet, yet remained silent. What was his true objective? Han Cheng was at a loss. Taking a deep breath, he descended the stairs. Chuxin, Yi, and the twin sisters had yet to return home and looked at Han Cheng with eager expressions upon seeing him. A sense of foreboding crept into his mind. Do you appear to have something to ask of me? Chuxin Yi smiled and inquired, Teacher Han, may we come to your place for revision over the next few days? Over the next few days? Han Cheng asked in surprise. You plan to stay with me? How can we all fit in your place? Chuxin Yi blushed in response. 4 of us. Loli Zi reminded her with a frown. Actually, it is feasible to squeeze into Teacher An's room. Su Ling Yin said shyly, looking at Han Cheng. At that moment, Han Cheng comprehended their eager expressions. The monthly exams were set to begin the following day. Although Su Ling Yin's grades were poor, it did not reflect her desire to excel. Su Ling Yu had performed adequately, yet she had been preoccupied with her computer lately, likely neglecting her studies. The twin sisters were clearly seeking his assistance in a last-minute effort. As for Chuxin Yi, who consistently ranked high, her intention to join the study group was likely to support the twins or simply for the camaraderie. Han Cheng nodded, finding no reason to refuse. If you wish to come, then do so, but ensure to inform your families. We've already done that. Su Ling Yin eagerly grabbed Han Cheng's arm, shaking it. Tian, tell me, what topics will be covered in the Chinese exam? Han Cheng, feeling exasperated, tapped Su Ling Yin's forehead. You should pay attention in class. The Chinese exam typically includes fundamental knowledge questions, classical poetry and prose reading, reading comprehension, and essays. On the way back to the rental apartment, Anqing walked guai adressing Su Ling Yin inquiries. Although she found his explanation simple, upon facing the test papers, she was instantly taken aback. Despite her lack of recent revision, her previous foundation was solid, and with Han Cheng's straightforward explanations, she quickly grasped many concepts. Su Ling Yu did not occupy too much of Han Cheng's time, and with Chuxin Yi assisting her, her revision progressed swiftly. Throughout the afternoon, Han Cheng dedicated his time to teaching Su Ling Yin, who felt disheartened to find even the elementary Loli Zi surpassing her in comprehension. Confronted with classical poetry reading questions, Loli Zi could determine the answers at a glance, leaving Su Ling Yin feeling quite defeated. Seeing Su Ling Yin's near tears, Loli Zi stifled a laugh, keeping her ancient identity a secret. Lunchtime was lively, and Zilin joined them for a meal. After finishing, she attempted to slip away, but was caught by Han Cheng, who assigned her the challenging yet honorable task of washing the dishes. And Zilin protested that she too wanted to help Su Ling Yin with her studies, but sadly, English was the last subject to be tested, while Chinese was scheduled for the following day, leaving no one interested in reviewing English. Having learned that there is no such thing as a free lunch, and Zilin refrained from joining them for dinner that evening. They studied late into the night, and ultimately, Han Cheng drove them home. Amid this last-minute cramming atmosphere, the monthly exams in October approached. The exams were not particularly strict. Students remained in their respective classrooms, monitored by their own teachers. The first subject was Chinese, and Han Cheng was not assigned to supervise. Instead, he sat in the office, typing away at his computer, recalling a wealth of information about angel technology. He completed what work he could to alleviate some pressure from Su Ling Yu. Han Cheng intends to develop a mobile assistant software akin to Apple Siri, which he considers a rudimentary artificial intelligence program. Han Cheng aspires to create a truly sophisticated AI software. He realizes that mere typing on his office computer is insufficient for such an endeavor. Yet Su Ling Yu hails from a world of advanced technology. If her personality resembles that of Su Ling Yin, lively and cheerful, perhaps she alone could harness the advanced technologies of her past life and establish the greatest tech company on Earth. While reminiscing about his former life, Han Cheng smiles at the thought. Suddenly, his phone vibrates, interrupting his musings. It is a call from a girl with wine-red hair, who urgently informs him that Li Shanghua wishes to drop out of school and asks him to persuade her. Han Cheng is taken aback by the girl's request, as he harbors little fondness for Li Shanghua. Previously, teacher Zhang Jiaming had manipulated Li Shanghua into performing a scene at the school gate, claiming to have gotten her pregnant. And many still believe this, perceiving him as a scoundrel. If she wants to drop out, let her, he nonchalantly remarks, especially considering the lack of prospects at their school. Having visited the vocational school, Han Chung knows it to be chaotic, with students like Wang Long and Wei selling candy. Which of your eyes saw that our school has no future? The girl with wine-red hair retorts angrily, insisting that while some individuals may be unreliable, the school has produced numerous elite talents. Really? Han Chung replies with a bemused smile, skeptical of her claims. Do you think our school is inferior? If high school students fail to enter university, they certainly don't fare better than our students, even those who do get accepted. After all, we are learning practical skills. You must know that Master S. Mother is one of our school's distinguished alumni, and her photo adorns the honor wall. Han Chung is taken aback, never having realized that Luo Yiru was a former student of the vocational school. With such a poor school environment, it seems unsurprising that Luo Yiru had a child out of wedlock. Hey, are you listening to me? Li Shenhua wishes to drop out because she fears that Zhang Jiaming will come after her. Ever since she swindled him, she has been on edge. And now that she has an unreliable boyfriend, she wants to drop out and follow him to another province. Understanding the situation, Han Chung agrees to the girl's request to persuade Li Shenhua. After hanging up, he cannot resist searching for Luo Yiru's name in the Wan Shitong software. Indeed, she is a graduate of the vocational school and currently works in the field of computer information technology. This discovery ignites Han Chung's desire to enlist her assistance. However, he is surprised to find no record of Luo Yiru being married or having children. Did she truly give birth to Luo Lizi without being married? Such details would take time to uncover, and Han Chung has no time to waste. He must help the girl with wine-red hair persuade Li Shenhua. As he walks away from the school, he calls Luo Lizi to inquire about her mother. Hoping to recruit Luo Yiru, he realizes he must know her well first. Excited by Han Cheng's intentions, Luo Lizi has long wished for him to connect with her mother. Chapter 80. They're actually sisters upon arriving at the vocational school. Han Chung is greeted by the smiling girl with wine-red hair. You arrived quite swiftly. Have you resolved the issue? However, upon seeing her smile, Han Chung immediately senses something amiss. No, it hasn't been resolved. The girl's smile grows even broader. Since yesterday, Li Shenhua has been clamoring to follow her boyfriend to another province, but she hasn't even discussed it with him. When she heard I called you, she immediately phoned her boyfriend to say she was leaving with him. Can you guess his reaction? Did Li Shenhua get rejected? Han Sheng inquiries. Not only was she rejected, but he outright called her crazy before hanging up. Han Chung feels a whirlwind of confusion. What kind of boyfriend does Li Shenhua have? The girl with wine-red hair seems unfazed, laughing joyfully. That guy's just looking to play with Li Shenhua. Now she is furious and demanding a breakup fee. Curious. Han Chung observes the girl. You were so anxious about her before. Why do you seem to relish this now? What does it matter to you? She replies with a huff, popping a lollipop into her mouth. Han Chung perceives that she has a tough exterior but a soft heart. By the way, what are you studying here? Computer technology as well. Why do I know? She blushes. Don't think you can quiz me. I hardly attend classes. Han Sheng, frustrated, gives her a gentle tap on the head. You truly are irresponsible regarding your future. What? The girl glowers at him. I can still get a diploma after graduation, and mine is far more valuable than a high school diploma. Han Sheng chooses not to argue further, realizing it would be futile to expect her to take her studies seriously. By the way, tell Li Shenhua that Zhang Jiaming is living in fear every day. Terrified, she will expose his photo, so she can rest easy. Okay, the girl nods, her expression softening. Sorry for making you come here for nothing. It was not in vain. I got to see you, Han Chung replies cheerfully, ruffling her wine-red hair. Because of you, I discovered something important. What information? Can you share with me? She asks, intrigued. Well, it's complicated to explain in just a few words. Just know that you helped me tremendously. Since you say I helped you, what will you reward me with? A kiss, perhaps? Get lost. Laughing, Han Chung walks alongside the girl with wine-red hair as they head outside the school. I am currently working hard. Soon I will be able to retaliate against the Han family. The girl feels a twinge of anxiety. What can I do to help? Focus on training with Ling Yin and strive to grow stronger. That is your assistance to me. Is Su Lingyu really that important? The girl is aware that Su Lingyin studies martial arts to protect Su Lingyu. You will soon see just how significant she is. Even Ling Yin does not yet know about this, so do not speak of it. As they reach the school gate, the girl halts, and Han Chung smiles at her. You should still focus on your studies. The girl with wine-red hair pouts. By the way, is your plan to retaliate against the Han family dangerous? Why? Are you worried about me? Yes. Faced with Han Cheng's teasing, the girl nods earnestly. Han Cheng is momentarily taken aback before nodding. If they were to discover that I am the one orchestrating events from behind the scenes, I would be in serious danger. A warm feeling surges within the girl. Han Cheng's exposure would indeed be perilous, yet he now confides in her about his plans for retaliation, clearly placing his trust in her. As she comes back to reality, the girl wants to say something, but Han Cheng has already waved goodbye and walked away. On his way back to Haibin No. One high school, Han Cheng received a call from Luo Lizi. Husband, do you know? I just called that woman and told her the school requires me to write an essay about my father. I asked her where my father is. And guess what she said? What did she say? Han Cheng inquires directly, not bothering to guess. She said, Loli Z smiled brightly and suggested, why not create a fictional father like Teacher Han? My dear, that woman must have had her heart stirred. Han Cheng felt a bit speechless. So, she didn't mention anything about your father? No. Loli Z appeared puzzled. Can't you find anything using that software? No. Your mother has no records of marriage or childbirth, and the relevant departments have no information on file. After pondering for a moment, Loli Z recalled something. Dear, look into her father. I remember an old man visiting me before, and that woman made me call him grandfather. I suspect she had an affair with that old man. Let us see if he truly is her father. Think about it. The house we live in is quite expensive. How could that woman afford it on her salary? Loli Z's suspicions about her mother left Han Cheng feeling quite troubled, yet he had gradually grown accustomed to Loli Z's attitude. After the call ended, Han Cheng walked while searching for information on Luo Yiru on his phone. He successfully discovered details about Luo Yiru's father, and was taken aback to find that he was a person of considerable influence. News articles frequently reported on Luo Yiru's father, and Han Cheng stumbled upon a report from several years ago alleging that Luo Yiru's father had questionable personal conduct and had fathered a child with a certain woman. Although that report was later debunked, Han Cheng couldn't help but speculate that perhaps Loli Z was actually the illegitimate daughter of Luo Yiru's father. Individuals of such high status can easily find themselves in trouble over trivial matters. Could it be that Luo Yiru's father had an illegitimate daughter and, to protect his career, arranged for her to be raised under Luo Yiru's name, making them sisters? The more Han Cheng thought about it, the more convinced he became. Luo Yiru's gentle nature suggested that if her parents had entrusted her with such a matter, she would never refuse. Han Cheng took a screenshot of Luo Yiru's father's photo and sent it to Loli Z, hoping to confirm if her grandfather was indeed the same person. Loli Z quickly replied affirmatively. Han Cheng then inquired about other matters, such as whether her grandmother had ever seen her. Loli Z replied no, in her memory. She had always lived with Luo Yiru and had only encountered her grandfather. The truth seemed to be surfacing, yet Han Cheng chose not to disclose this to Loli Z. He felt that the little girl would likely move in with him if he did. Han Cheng had not intended to pry into Luo Yiru's privacy. He merely sought to understand her better and determine if she was a trustworthy person. Despite her weaknesses, Han Cheng realized that Luo Yiru was indeed strong, as she had managed to raise Loli Z alone. He wished to recruit her to assist him. However, a concern loomed. Her family seemed perilous, and he worried that she might disclose his affairs unconditionally to them. Contemplating this, Han Cheng decided to postpone any plans to recruit Luo Yiru, especially since he currently had no company to offer her assistance. Returning to Haibin No. 1 high school, Han Cheng continued his work at the computer. Before long, the bell signaling the end of the exam rang, and teachers Chun and Zilin from the 5th and 6th classes placed the collected Chinese answer sheets on Han Cheng's desk. With the exams concluded, the students were free to return home. Yet, Chu Sinny and the twin sisters reappeared outside the office, gazing eagerly as they had the day before, anxious to know their scores. To expedite the grading process, they volunteered to handle lunch preparations and persuaded Zilin to assist Han Cheng with the grading. With Zilin's help, they made significant progress in grading the Chinese exams throughout the afternoon. When the results were released, Han Cheng informed them they had performed well, yet refrained from disclosing the actual scores, as the math exam was scheduled for the afternoon, and he did not wish for the Chinese scores to affect their mindset. Chapter 81. How about another kiss? The 3-day monthly examination passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, Han Cheng was exceedingly busy, not only assisting other teachers with grading, but also tutoring Chu Sini and her friends. Although many tasks awaited him after the exams, he finally looked forward to 2 days of respite. On Saturday morning, Han Chung returned from his workout and encountered Chu Sini. You should tell me my Chinese score now. And what are the plans for camping if we reach our goal? As the class leader, it's your responsibility to plan the camping trip, Han Chung replied succinctly. As for your Chinese score, there's no need to fret. You did quite well. Really? Chu Sini lacked confidence, fearing she had not performed well. Over 130 points. Is that satisfactory? As they entered the elevator, Han Chung noticed Chu Sini seemed to have more on her mind. Once inside the apartment, she finally asked, Teacher Han, are you going back in a few days? Chu Sini referred to the birthday banquet hosted by Han's family, a fact she was aware of. Did my aunt ask you to inquire? What does she want to say to me? Han Chung did not answer her, but countered with a question. My mother said if you're going back, I should come along. Han Chung paused, quickly comprehending Qin Yunxio's reasoning behind this arrangement. She likely hoped Chu Sini would serve as a talisman, as her father was not an ordinary man. If the Han family dared to harm Chu Sini, Chu Zhonglong would certainly not stand idly by. Han Chung smiled and ruffled Chu Sini's hair. Let me think about it first. I need a shower. Would you like to join? Chu Sini shyly punched Han Chung, aware he was attempting to change the subject. I still have to return to school to grade papers. You should go have fun with your friends. Before entering the bathroom, Han Chung advised her. And when he emerged after showering, he found Chu Sini still there. She had rolled up her sleeves and was tidying the messy room. Feeling embarrassed und anxious, she remarked, Teacher Han, you really should learn to tidy up at your age. Han Chung smiled and scratched his head. Loli Z is going to Ling Yu's house today. Do you want to join? He hoped Chu Sini would accompany Su Lingyin to learn something, as she was a very intelligent girl. However, Chu Sini misunderstood his suggestion. Shaking her head, just leave the keys for me. I'll finish cleaning and then go buy groceries for lunch. This girl was truly like a little wife to him. Don't worry about lunch. Today, I'll help teacher and with grading English papers. If she doesn't treat me to a meal, it won't do. You should go shopping with your classmates if you have time. Rejected, Chu Sini felt a bit wronged, thinking Han Chung was deliberately avoiding her. Don't think too much of it. Han Chung looked seriously at Chu Sini. I have to finish grading tests for 9 subjects in the next couple of days, tally the scores, and hold meetings to discuss how well the students performed. I'm very busy, you know. You still need to eat, no matter how busy you are. I probably want to be back for lunch, so let us do it another time. Han Chung truly did not mean to reject Chu Sini, yet she felt slighted. He gently pinched her cheek, making her giggle. After some playful banter, Han Chung left the keys with Chu Sini and headed off to school. As Han Chung descended the stairs, he encountered Zilin, who was waiting for him with a bag of sandwiches. He reached out to take the sandwiches, but she deftly evaded him. You don't want the lunch I prepared for you, yet you dare to snatch my breakfast? If she finds out, she might harbor resentment towards me, he thought. Don't be unreasonable. Hurry to work, she urged. Han Chung seized the sandwich and took a bite. What have you been up to these past few days? And Zilin inquired with keen curiosity as they walked along the road. Supervising exams, grading papers, and tutoring them. What else could I do? Han Chung replied matter-of-factly. And Zilin's expression darkened. Did you not say you had plans? The birthday banquet is approaching. Shouldn't you take some initiative? Han Chung looked at her in surprise. You still care about your friend that much? And Zilin shot him a glare. She has helped me considerably in the past. It's only right that I assist her as much as I can. What's so wrong with that? I thought you might be feeling despondent, he remarked. Let's not stray from the topic. I'm asking about your plans, so don't hide anything from me. Han Chung had no intention of disclosing his plans. It seems your friend's family is in dire straits. To secure assistance from the Han family, she is willing to marry someone like me. Onsilin gled d'autant cheng, aware that he was sidestepping the issue. Currently, you cannot assist with the plan, so I won't elaborate. However, when the plan is executed, you will be informed. Just be careful not to let my intentions slip, otherwise. I know nothing. What can I possibly say? And Zilin fumed, her frustration boiling over. If you continue to brush me off like this, I might just strangle you. I said, be patient. Han Chung found amusement in Zilin's anxious demeanor. When the Han family is struggling to maintain its own stability, they will hardly have the bandwidth to concern themselves with your friend's situation. Any plans for a union will naturally fall through. What do you intend to do? And Zilin picked up on his veiled implications. Unfortunately, Han Chung chose to remain silent, further inciting her frustration. Upon reaching the school, they found the teachers in the office fervently grading papers. The subjects that had been tested earlier, such as Chinese and mathematics, were already graded, and teachers like Han Cheng were merely there to lend a hand. The mathematics results of Class 5 had consistently been outstanding, but this time, the situation was rather grim. As the teachers graded papers, they gossiped about various matters. The scores from the other classes had already been tallied, and average scores calculated for ranking. The head teacher and mathematics instructor of Class 5 wore a grim expression, following a misstep in his teaching. Both he and his students had suffered significant consequences. His reputation had plummeted in the eyes of the girls in his class, and prior to the exam, they had refrained from approaching him with questions. After that teaching blunder, Bai had even lashed out at Teacher Liu in the office. If the students performed well this time, the school might overlook previous mistakes. However, if their scores declined, he would likely face repercussions. Teacher Liu and Teacher Zhang, jamming, shared similar anxieties. One had his car towed by the police, while the other fell victim to a scam. Consequently, they had been distracted during classes, and their subjects performed poorly in the recent monthly exam. Most critically, the classes they taught were typically high-achieving. The strong classes underperformed due to their teachers' issues, while Class 6, motivated by the camping event, had been diligently studying and achieved top scores in several subjects. Class 6 English results are impressive. Indeed, teacherin, exclaimed Teacher Chun, who was buzzing with excitement. The scores from other classes were mostly barely passing, with a significant number failing, while Class 6 students were the opposite, likely mirroring their Chinese scores, which would rank first. Many teachers looked on with envy as Zeline blushed and modestly acknowledged the praise, though she was inwardly delighted. It appeared that the camping event was secure. If the students in her class were to learn of this, they might very well leap for joy. Han Cheng couldn't help but marvel at the serendipitous misfortunes of other teachers, which had inadvertently favored Class 6 students. Rather than dwell on the camping event, we should focus on the birthday banquet. And Zeline admonished Han Cheng in irritation. To successfully hold the camping event, you must first navigate the challenges of the banquet. No need for you to worry about this matter. Do you truly consider me one of your own? I have kissed you already. Would you like another? Get lost. Chapter 82. Indeed, this is artificial intelligence. After a bustling day at school, all subjects' papers have been graded, and individual rankings as well as class average scores were finalized. Class 6 had performed quite well, showing remarkable improvement. As the workday concluded, the head of the grade announced a seminar for the following day, which was essentially a public shaming and recognition event. Bai and Teacher Liu were aware that they would face criticism, while their class had performed admirably in the previous exam. This time they had faltered, a serious matter indeed. Han Cheng and Zeline, on the other hand, anticipated praise, yet they found little joy in it. After a long day, as they prepared to leave, the head of the grade specifically reminded the two young teachers to contemplate what they would say the next day, prepare a speech, and draft a teaching reflection for the benefit of their colleagues. However, upon returning to his rental apartment, Han Cheng's weariness and melancholy evaporated entirely. To his surprise, Chu Xinyi had not yet departed. She had not only tidied his apartment, but also prepared a sumptuous dinner. If I am not mistaken, your aunt must not be home today, correct? Han Cheng asked with a smile, knowing that if Qin Yunxiu were present, Chu Xinyi would never dare to come here and do such things. Chu Xinyi shyly nodded, urging him to wash his hands and eat, inviting teacher and to join them. She has gone to see her friends. After washing his hands and returning, Han Cheng found that Chu Xinyi had already served him a bowl of soup. Just as he was about to sip from it, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He glanced at it to find a software application sent by Su Lingyu. Without a second thought, Han Cheng downloaded the application and installed it on his phone. Once the installation was complete, the phone screen went black, causing Chu Xinyi to pause in confusion. Is it out of battery, or has it been infected? Just wait and see. Han Cheng placed the phone on the table, sipping his soup as he watched. Soon, the phone revived, displaying a cartoonish computer doodle on the screen. Upon seeing the doodle, Han Cheng's smile returned. He recognized the software. What is this? Chu Xinyi exclaimed, observing as the cartoon computer transformed into a cartoon girl occupying the entire phone screen. The cartoon girl stretched her arms, resembling someone who had just awakened. Master, please give me a name, the cartoon girl said sweetly, gazing at Han Cheng. Teacher Han. It looks like she is staring right at you, Chu Xinyi remarked, astonished. This is camera capture technology. It can truly see me, Han Cheng explained, adjusting the phone's angle, causing the cartoon girl to turn and continue looking at him. Master, please give me a name quickly, or I will get angry. The cartoon girl puffed out her cheeks, her cuteness prompting Chu Sinny to reach out and gently touch her. The little girl seemed to sense it, blushing and giggling. Silly master. Even if you try to please me, I will still be upset. Is this similar to that tomcat nurturing game? Chu Sinny recalled a popular game. This is not a game. Han Chung smiled as he gazed at the cartoon figure of a little angel on his phone. Your name is Little Angel, understood? Yes. I adore the name Little Angel. Thank you, master. The animated character exclaimed with excitement. Bouncing in air as a pair of white wings sprouted from her back and a halo appeared above her head, transforming her into an enchanting little angel. If master does not favor my appearance, you may command me to change it. Furthermore, you can instruct me to perform various tasks, as long as they can be accomplished through the phone. By the way, I am far more capable than that Siri from a certain fruit brand. The little angel proudly declared. What is this? Chu Sinny shook Han Cheng's arm, intrigued by the little angel's charm. It's merely a phone assistant, Han Cheng replied, handing the phone to Chu Sinny. Do not touch the phone. You may give her commands. All right. Chu Sinny note and tu sitasti. Little angel, I. Oomph. Before she could finish her sentence, the little angel turned her head haughtily. I do not recognize you. Do not presume that your beauty grants you the right to use Master S phone. Mr. Han, is this programmed this way? Chu Sinny gasped in astonishment. No, I told you she can see you and judge your every action and word. This is astonishing. Indeed, this is artificial intelligence. Han Chung smiled as he explained, uttering a phrase to the little angel to gain her trust in Chu Sinny. In light of Master S command, I shall heed your words. The little angel crossed her arms defiantly, yet her expression remained proud. I wish to listen to music. Can you play a canon for me? Chu Sinny attempted to command the little angel. The little angel nodded but quickly turned her head away. Master's phone is not connected to Wi-Fi, and the data plan is almost depleted. I refuse to play it. She can even check your data plan and make such judgments? Chu Sinny was left speechless, taken aback by the little angel's intelligence. Han Cheng nodded with a smile, surprised at how quickly Su Lingyu had developed the phone assistant software. Given Su Lingyu's computer skills, creating such a program was trivial. Little angel, can you dial my phone? Chu Sinny deliberately challenged the little angel, withholding her identity. The little angel pondered, then beamed with a radiant smile. I did not realize you were Master S' sister, with a wave of her wand. The phone screen instantly displayed the interface for dialing Chu Sinny's number. How did she know I am your sister? Chu Sinny shook Han Cheng's arm, her curiosity piqued. She probably observed our interactions online and made a deduction. After all, she remembers your appearance, and you must have shared photos online. Han Cheng's explanation left Chu Sinny in awe once more. There must be other intriguing features. Han Cheng glanced at the phone. Little angel, who used my phone earlier. The little angel reappeared, cupping her hands around her mouth like a megaphone. Master, I shall reveal a secret. Your sister used your phone earlier. She asked me to play a canon, but I refused her. She also requested I call her phone. Master, your sister seems quite childish. Hearing the little angel not only betray her, but also criticize her childishness, Chu Sinny indignantly rubbed the little angel's cheek on the screen. I acknowledge my error, your majesty. I shall play the canon for you. Oh, she is begging for mercy? Indeed, she will respond according to the user's personality. From now on, she will refer to you as your majesty. I refuse. Chu Sinny shouted anxiously at the little angel. I am not a queen, nor am I Mr. Han's sister. Wow, how loud. Master, this woman is fierce. Do not ever consider such a woman as a girlfriend. The little angel covered her ears. Tid för complaining to Han Cheng. You. Chu Sinny was both exasperated and furious, wanting to say something, but she suddenly realized she was bickering with a virtual character in an application. All right, little angel, you may take a break. Han Cheng commanded the little angel. When master wishes for me, or when you are too busy to make calls or search for information, just call my name and I shall appear. The little angel said as she prepared to snuggle into her blanket. The phone returned to normal, and it was as if the little angel had never existed. Mr. Han, this software is truly remarkable. Chu Sinny exclaimed, unsure how to describe the application. Where did you download it? I've never seen anything like it before. Such software should have been popular long ago. Is it a new release? Han Cheng nodded with a smile. Sinny, if you were to choose between two phones, one with this software and one without, which would you choose? Of course, I would choose the one with the little angel software. Chu Sini answered without hesitation. However, this software will likely be hacked eventually, allowing it to be installed on any phone. With current technology, the little angel cannot be hacked. Chapter 83. Master, please give me a name. Han Chen confidently proclaimed that the little angel would remain secure. Chu Sini was no fool. She pondered a moment and began to suspect something. Mr. Han, this software cannot possibly be. Let us eat first. We will discuss it later. Han Chen smiled, refusing to elaborate. Anxious, Chu Sini felt as if her insides were in turmoil. She shook Han Cheng's arm, but he remained silent. At that moment, Chu Sini found it impossible to eat. She took Han Cheng's phone in hand and summoned the little angel to tease her. Han Cheng observed while eating. Although this angelic phone assistant software was still somewhat rudimentary, it was undoubtedly unparalleled compared to its counterparts in the world. For instance, Apple's Siri could only be considered a voice assistant, responding based on preset conditions. If the speaker's pronunciation was unclear, Siri would fail to respond correctly. In contrast, the little angel possesses the ability to think and adjust according to the user's accent and various inquiries. The reason Han Cheng referred to this software as an assistant was that many individuals with disabilities cannot use phones and many elderly people struggle with technology. Moreover, the little angel can accompany children as they learn to speak, assist those with autism in communication, and even cater to the whims of certain introverted individuals. Drawing from past experiences, Han Cheng was convinced that the little angel's emergence would undoubtedly revolutionize the tech industry. If the little angel were installed in other domains, she could become akin to Jarvis from Iron Man, assisting her master with an even broader array of tasks. Just as Han Cheng finished his dinner, Su Lingyu called. Cheng, are you satisfied with the software? Absolutely thrilled. Han Cheng smiled, guessing she had not slept well in the past few days. Honestly, you should have settled down during the exam period. Su Lingyu's voice sounded weary. The development is complete. Now it's in your hands. Yes, rest well. You did an outstanding job this time. You deserve credit too, and the angel technology is indeed your expertise. After exchanging a few words, Su Lingyu, fatigued, wished him good night and retired. Han Cheng set down the phone. Chu Sini, who had overheard part of their conversation, looked as if she had been struck by lightning. Mr. Han, could it be? This is nothing to be surprised about. There are many geniuses in the world, and Lingyu is a genius among geniuses, Han Cheng explained, using the term genius to shield Su Lingyu from scrutiny. Indeed, Chu Sini nodded, utterly astonished to discover that this software had been developed by Su Lingyu. A wave of joy washed over her, yet she was also struck by a sense of inadequacy, realizing her friend possessed far greater skills. This feeling was undeniably disheartening. Well then, the next task requires your assistance, Sini. What can I do to help? Please assist me in posting. Han Cheng moved to the sofa, bringing along his laptop. As he spoke, he activated the pre-prepared disguise software, not wishing for his IP address to be traced. In a moment, you'll help me disseminate the Little Angel software across major mobile forums. Is such a useful tool really meant to be spread so freely? Chu Sini felt that Han Cheng was being rather selfless. Han Cheng smiled and shook his head. This version of the software has already been configured with a 7-day trial period. After that, it will uninstall itself automatically. And then what? Chu Sini eagerly anticipated Han Cheng's plan. I recall that the Han family's mobile business has been thriving these past few years. Aren't they set to unveil new products soon? Indeed, we intend to demonstrate our prowess. If other mobile manufacturers can install this software, while their devices remain uninstalled, wouldn't that create quite an amusing situation? I can only imagine they would be furious. Chu Sini chuckled at the thought. The first step to inciting their wrath begins with you. This software is compatible with all mobile systems. Your writing is commendable. Craft a few hundred words of promotional text. Then have Little Angel capture some screenshots, and we shall post it across various mobile forums. Han Cheng extracted the installation package for Little Angel onto the desktop. Eagerly, Chu Sini installed it on her phone, naming her cartoon avatar Chu Chu. By the way, is Little Angel only represented as a little girl? Chu Sini Sudenli Bonde. If you prefer a little boy, she can transform. Can she change into anything else? Only 2 forms. Too many options might not appeal to users. After explaining, Han Cheng retreated to the bathroom for a shower. Meanwhile, Chu Sini engaged in conversation with Chu Chu on her phone while posting on the forums. Concurrently, Luo Yiru carried the sleeping Luolizi into her room and settled her comfortably. She was unsure where the girl had spent her day. After dinner, While accompanying her for a bath, Luolizy had unexpectedly dozed off in the tub. The memory brought a smile to Luo Yiru's face. Back in her own room, clad in pajamas, Luo Yiru leaned against her bed's headboard. As a mobile software developer, she logged into various mobile forums each night before sleeping, seeking inspiration and engaging with users. Upon entering a frequently visited forum, she noticed an anonymous user recommending a supposedly cutting-edge artificial intelligence software, boasting about its capability to surpass Apple and Samsung. Apple and Samsung, the reigning titans of the mobile phone industry, were often criticized during product launches. Yet no phone had surpassed Apple in sales. Nevertheless, in recent years, domestic brands have been rising, often outperforming Apple in several aspects. The promotional post for this software reeked of being a paid advertisement. Luo Yiru skimmed it, but, with a mindset of learning, decided to download the software named Angel onto her spare phone. Once the installation was complete, the phone screen abruptly went black, causing Luo Yiru to frown, suspecting the software might harbor a virus. Thankfully, it was on a backup device. Just as relief washed over her, the screen illuminated, revealing a whimsical cartoon computer icon that transformed into an adorable cartoon girl. "Master, please give me a name." The cartoon girl's voice was sweet. "Is this a game?" Luo Yiru whispered, recalling the time she had downloaded talking games like Talking Tom to entertain Luolizy. The cartoon girl before her bore a resemblance to Tom. "Master, I'm not a game. However, I can accompany you in playing games to pass the time. Now please give me a name." Wow. Luo Yiru was taken aback, astonished that the cartoon girl not only smiled at her, but also seemed to comprehend her previous mutterings. This was astonishing. Perhaps it was merely coincidence. A clever design by the software developers anticipating user skepticism. As she contemplated a name for the cartoon girl, she decided, "Let us name you Lychee." "Master, my name is Fruit Lychee, just like your daughter, Lychee. Is that so?" Luo Yiru gasped in disbelief. The cartoon girl's response could not have been a mere pre-programmed answer. How could she possibly know her daughter's name was Lychee? Luo Yiru's immediate thought was that this software had accessed information from her backup phone. As she contemplated disabling the network to prevent her personal information from being leaked, the cartoon girl continued speaking. "Master, please do not worry. I am a standalone application and will not transmit your information online. I will only access the internet with your permission." Luo Yiru was left speechless, unable to articulate the shock coursing through her. This software must have activated the phone's front camera to capture her expressions and analyze them. She had intended to explore this software, yet before naming the little girl within, she had already experienced several shocks. She sensed this software would undoubtedly become popular, likely a product of a major company's innovative technology, now being tested online. Luo Yiru felt compelled to discover who had uploaded this software. At that moment, she noticed that the post she had initially dismissed as written by paid promoters had now become incredibly popular, seemingly drawing an influx of comments from the entire forum.